Upon awakening, Zhang Yuni found herself transported back to the year of her 17th birthday. Burdened with a heavy heart, she trudged to class, only to unexpectedly collide with the class monitor, Chen Kuo, in the corridor. The word boss nearly slipped from her lips. This moment. Chen Kuo was merely a youthful lad, devoid of the poised aura that would characterize him a decade hence as a tech mogul. Zhang Yuni rolled up her sleeves, resolved to align herself with her boss and circumvent a decade of missteps. She embraced this reincarnation narrative wholeheartedly. When her boss fell ill, she inquired after his well-being. When he thirsted during basketball, she promptly delivered water. When he excelled in exams, she lavished him with extravagant praise. Little did she anticipate that one day, her boss' former partner would begin addressing her as sister-in-law. Chapter 1. The persistent ringing of the alarm clock jolted Zhang Yuni from her slumber. With bleary eyes, she stared at the top of the mosquito net, unwilling to confront the harsh reality. She flipped over, burying her face in her pillow, yearning to continue playing the role of an ostrich. Her dormitory mates yawned and prepared for the day, bustling about in an organized manner, queuing to wash up. The dorm leader, Dai Jia, noticed Zhang Yuni still lying motionless and assumed she had yet to awaken. Approaching her bunk, she gently called out, "Zhang Yuni, wake up, it's 6 o'clock." As the third year of high school commenced at 6:30, although the semester had just begun and the homeroom teacher might not enforce strict rules, what if misfortune struck and she were caught tardy? A mild reprimand could ensue, or worse, a punishment of standing. Moments later, Zhang Yuni propped herself up on her elbow, her disheveled hair framing her face, and lamented, "I feel utterly doomed." Daijia, the eldest among the 6 girls, had grown accustomed to caring for them. Observing Zhang Yuni's adorable demeanor at this moment, she playfully ruffled her hair. "Nonsense. Weren't you just full of life yesterday? Come on, don't waste time, get out of bed quickly." Yesterday, the body of Zhang Yuni truly belonged to a 17-year-old student, burdened only by the annoyance of an unfinished English newspaper, devoid of any other worries or concerns. Yet, at this very moment, the soul inhabiting her was that of a 27-year-old. Awakening in the early hours, parched, she instinctively attempted to rise without even opening her eyes. Had it not been for the railing on the upper bunk, she might have suffered a severe fall. Her body reacted swiftly, drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, the moonlight cascading onto the floor, illuminating the dim room just enough for clarity. In that eerie scene, it felt akin to a horror film. Had it not been for Dai Jia, who groggily awoke from the adjacent bunk to inquire about her condition, she might have screamed in fright. A chill ran down her spine as she returned to her bed, fumbling for her phone beneath the pillow. Upon illuminating the screen, she was rendered speechless. At that moment, she truly believed she was trapped in a nightmare, having previously experienced far more terrifying dreams, such as sitting in an examination hall for the college entrance exam, confronted by a paper she could not comprehend, frantically pulling at her hair in desperation. Perhaps she was inherently resilient. After a fleeting moment of terror, drowsiness washed over her once more. She closed her eyes again, contemplating the necessity of getting adequate rest. Otherwise, she would be utterly fatigued at work the next day, relying on iced Americanos for survival. Who could possibly explain why it still felt like a scene from a horror movie? "What year is it?" Zhang Yuni asked, her persistence unyielding. This must be someone playing a prank on her otherwise. How could she awaken to find herself transported a decade back in time? Dai Jiayan gazed at her affectionately. "I'm not sure what year it is either, but I do know that the college entrance examination is next year." Another soul driven to madness by the pressures of senior year. Zhang Yuni squeezed her eyes shut in agony, yet dutifully climbed down to don her slippers and made her way to the restroom. The sink area was crowded with 3 individuals brushing their teeth, leaving her to rely on her memory to locate her comb, her mood akin to attending a funeral as she grimaced while meticulously detangling her hair. Occasionally, she would glance at her unfamiliar yet familiar roommates, still struggling to comprehend the situation. The summer after their college entrance exams had been filled with bittersweet farewells, and they had vowed to reunite at least once every year. The first 2 years, they upheld this promise, but as time passed, the gatherings dwindled. The last time they were all together was 3 years ago at Dai Jia's wedding. and even then, their dormitory group of 602 had not been complete. Their understanding of each other's lives was primarily gleaned from WeChat moments. Now, crammed once more into this narrow and diminutive dormitory, Zhang Yuni felt a peculiar mix of nostalgia and wonder. Being roommates was a kind of fate despite their occasional disagreements. These were mere trifles, easily resolved, as they all respected one another's habits. After the three finished their morning routines, they swiftly vacated their spots without delay. After a decade, Zhang Yuni found herself momentarily unable to recognize her toothbrush cup, staring blankly for a few seconds. Dai-Jian nudged her, her mouth still frothy with toothpaste, mumbling incoherently, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yui swept her gaze over a row of mouthwash cups, noticing some toothbrushes still glistening with moisture. Tentatively, she selected a cup that aligned with her aesthetic from high school. When Dai-Jia did not exclaim, "You've picked the wrong one," she felt reassured and squeezed out the toothpaste, brushing her teeth with a rhythmic fervor. The dormitory in the early morning buzzed with activity, punctuated by lively shouts. "Oh no, my socks are still wet. What should I wear? Are you heading to the cafeteria? Please bring me a bun. No time. I'll eat after morning self-study." Zhang Yui had switched to an electric toothbrush during her university years, only changing brands since then. Returning to a traditional toothbrush felt somewhat peculiar. After gargling, she quickly washed her face. Even high school students possess their own skincare products, albeit quite simple. On her desk lay a bottle of lotion, a stark contrast to a decade later when her vanity would overflow with an array of cosmetics, including a dedicated transparent glass cabinet for her perfumes. She poured a small amount of lotion into her palm, hesitated for a moment, and then decisively patted it onto her face. By the time she completed her routine, more than 10 minutes had passed. The corridor echoed with hurried footsteps, each person rushing about. Zhang Yui, caught in the infectious atmosphere, hastily donned her shoes, grabbed her backpack, and dashed out with Daijia. In September, the heat of Jiangzhou lingered, and the thin sunlight pierced through the clouds. As Zhang Yui stepped out of the dormitory building, she felt a moment of disorientation. Aside from the rare occasions of catching an early flight during holidays, she had not risen this early in quite some time. During university, she could push her wake-up time to 7:30 for an 8 o'clock class, not to mention that after entering the workforce, as long as she arrived at the office before 9, she considered it sufficient. She does not have a nocturnal lifestyle, yet she invariably sets aside her phone only at midnight. To ensure she enjoys 7 to 8 hours of slumber, she chooses to reside near her workplace, opting for a bicycle when she departs early and taking the subway for just 2 stops when she leaves later, allowing her to rise at 8 without a hint of anxiety. In terms of hardship, nothing compares to the plight of a high school senior. "What's the matter with you today? You seem off." The path from the dormitory to the classroom is lengthy, and Dai Jia strides briskly, leaving Zhang Yuni struggling to keep pace, nearly gasping for breath. Suddenly hearing this remark, Zhang Yuni's brow furrows momentarily, and she quickly concocts an excuse. "I'm feeling a bit unwell, my period is probably approaching." Dai Jia responds with a thoughtful and then expresses concern. "Is it at the beginning of the month? What if it coincides with your college entrance exam next year?" Zhang Yuni replies with a smile. "The first of the day, Jia Jia, you're quite humorous." However, after uttering those words, she cannot help but feel a pang of anxiety. Such a precious second chance at life, she believes, should be bestowed upon others, particularly those burdened by deep regrets of the past. For her, it feels like a squandered opportunity. Firstly, she has not experienced the untimely loss of any close friend or relative, and secondly, she has not missed out on any of life's splendid moments. From the ages of 17 to 27, she has lived a life of safety and joy. If one were to speak of regrets, the only one she can pinpoint is that her ambitious foray into the entertainment industry culminated in failure. After the college entrance examination, in pursuit of her idols, she ventured to Hongdian with friends, taking on minor roles in various film sets. She added the WeChat of an agent, and during her second year of university, through the agent's connections, she signed a 5-year contract. At that time, she was captivated by the glamour of the entertainment industry and plunged into it, playing inconsequential roles in dramas that garnered no attention. Years later, she returned, still an unknown. Her parents, unable to endure any longer, insisted she return to Jiangzhou. Reflecting on her situation, she decided to leave without hesitation once her contract expired. She spent a few months at home as a full-time daughter, and out of sheer boredom, she cast her resume far and wide. At the age of 26, she officially became a corporate employee, working from 9 to 6, with weekends off, a stable salary, and comprehensive benefits. There's no other choice. Daijia's voice pulled her back to reality. When I was home on break, my parents nagged me daily, saying if I could just endure for one more year, it would be worth it, just 1 year of hardship in this lifetime. My ears nearly developed calluses from hearing it. Just 1 year of hardship? Zhang Yuni's lips twitched as she rummaged through her memories. If she recalled correctly, her parents had said something similar. Could this be a universal parental mantra? They certainly had the audacity to say so. Perhaps nostalgia cast a rosy hue on her recollections, for in the subsequent years, whenever she thought back to her senior year of high school, she felt that each day was profoundly fulfilling, and those memories were far more vivid than the entirety of her 4 years in university. Yet, it became evident that the past could only exist within the realm of memory. Now she has returned to her final year of high school, and she genuinely feels a sense of anguish, wishing that she could awaken in her apartment once more. If that is not feasible, returning to her workstation would suffice. Zhang Yuni let out a couple of half-hearted chuckles, her mind elsewhere. As the academic building drew nearer, Daijia's conversation naturally veered towards the impending college entrance examination. My parents have already begun deliberating on what major I should pursue in university. They asked me what profession I envisioned for myself in the future, but I could not conjure a single thought. What about you? Zhang Yuni offered a warm reassurance to Daijia. Don't overthink it. Many individuals find themselves in jobs completely unrelated to their field of study after graduation. High school students perhaps harbor numerous fantasies about their futures. Even the notion of envisioning themselves in the workforce is framed by the early years of TVB urban dramas, complete with sharp, tailored suits, astute decision-making, and afterward gatherings with colleagues or friends over a few drinks, exuding romance and leisure. What about the rush hour subways that rival the spring festival travel peak? Or the delivery promotions that offer a free sausage with a purchase of 9 yuan? The 2 yuan cashback red envelopes from Pinduoduo? Such trivialities do not even grace the screens of those dramas. So how could they possibly feature in the blueprint of one's future? The very thought of the future sends a pang of discomfort through Zhang Yuni's mind, furrowing her brow as she ascends the steps. She becomes somewhat distracted, engaging in idle chatter with Daijia while attempting to quell her unease. With only a few minutes until 6:30, her peers in the corridor hurriedly pass by, and she can hear students by the window lazily reciting vocabulary from other classrooms. Momentarily distracted, she fails to notice an approaching figure and collides with them, the broad-shouldered individual causing her to stagger from the force of the impact. Before she could steady herself, a melodious voice reached her ears, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Instinctively, she lifted her gaze, landing on the striking visage of the young man before her. Standing an impressive height of 6 feet 1 inch, he possessed a physique that balanced between lean and statuesque, with well-defined arms, tousled hair, and sharp, elegant features. Under the scrutiny of his furrowed brow, she nearly blurted out a casual "Good morning, boss." Chapter 2. Chen Kuo was indeed her employer, albeit one from a decade hence. After high school, their paths diverged, and they seldom gathered or communicated. Yet, prior to her return to Jiangzhou, she often heard whispers of his achievements. During their senior year, he declined the opportunity for direct admission to prestigious universities, as those particular institutions did not align with his aspirations. He performed admirably in the college entrance examinations, earning offers from the 2 most esteemed universities in the capital, where he pursued a coveted major. Before even graduating, he embarked on an entrepreneurial journey with like-minded friends, eventually returning to Jiangzhou. Under a series of favorable local policies, he propelled his company to remarkable success, swiftly ascending to the status of a notable figure in the tech industry. When she submitted her resume, she hadn't paid much attention, and it wasn't until after she had passed the interview and had been working for several days that she belatedly realized her boss was her former classmate. However, she was merely an ordinary employee, and he was the boss. Their professional lives did not intersect. Occasionally, they would encounter one another in the break room, where he would simply nod at her with a calm demeanor. It was rather serendipitous. The last familiar face she had seen before her rebirth was, in fact, his. As the year drew to a close, she found herself increasingly occupied, often working late into the evening. One night, as she encountered him in the elevator, she was headed to the first floor while he descended to the parking garage on the lower level. She called out, "Chen Zong," to which he responded with a brief, knowing smile. Fortunately, the elevator was sufficiently swift. As she exited the building, she found herself still catching her breath when she unexpectedly encountered her ex-boyfriend, who was attempting to win her back. Their interaction was nothing short of vexatious. As she endeavored to evade his embrace and stepped backward, she collided with a solid chest. Startled, she turned to find her boss standing behind her, his hand resting on her shoulder as he created distance between them. He addressed her ex-boyfriend, asserting that she was his employee and warning that any further harassment would compel him to contact the authorities. Once her ex-boyfriend departed, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. He maintained a calm demeanor, merely advising her to remain safe. After watching him drive away, she swiftly returned home and shared the incident with Dai Jia, who was taking care of herself during pregnancy. Dai Jia, once a top student, possessed more insight into Chen Kuo than she did. He truly is a commendable individual. He was the most successful person in our class, yet he carries himself without arrogance, which is quite admirable. She jested, "A true winner in life, isn't he?" Dai Jia replied, "Not entirely. Every family has its own challenges. The last time I spoke with Xin, she mentioned that his parents are pressuring him to arrange a marriage. In the workplace, no one with a modicum of sense would pry into their boss' private affairs." Though Zhang Yuni had only been a corporate worker for a year, she had already learned the importance of discretion. Even with former close friends, she refrained from discussing personal matters, skillfully diverting the conversation to recent societal news. "Are you all right?" Chen Kuo inquired once more. He had risen late that day and rushed to arrive, failing to step aside in time. Observing Zhang Yuni's hesitance and the furrow in her brow, he feared he might have inadvertently hurt her. Dai Jia inquired with concern, "Zhang Yuni, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhang Yuni managed a faint smile, her lips forming delicate dimples at the corners. "It was my fault for not paying attention. Are you truly okay?" Chen Kuo pressed. "Absolutely, absolutely." If not for the fact that he had yet to don his glasses, she might not have reacted so swiftly. He was no longer merely her boss, but her class monitor. Chen Kuo ceased his inquiries and glanced at his watch, reminding her, "It's time for morning study, let's head into the classroom." With that, he brushed past her shoulder, maintaining a deliberate distance to avoid any contact, and with a long stride, he entered the classroom. Zhang Yuni remained somewhat dazed as Dai Jia pulled her through the back door. According to the school's regulations, the seniors were required to reside on campus unless under extraordinary circumstances morning study commenced at 6:30 and evening study concluded at 10:10, leaving few able to endure the rigors of commuting. At 6:20, the classroom felt rather empty. However, once the clock struck 6:30, all students were seated neatly at their desks, weariness evident on their faces. Zhang Yuni could scarcely recall where she sat after scanning the room. She recognized her former desk mate and, without hesitation, made her way over to sit down, stowing her backpack beneath the desk. Seizing the opportunity before the homeroom teacher's arrival, her deskmate brazenly pierced a milk carton with a straw and took a couple of hearty sips, then asked, "Have you completed the chemistry practice paper? Mind if I copy?" It is no exaggeration to say that hearing the word chemistry made Zhang Yuni want to shrink back like a quail. She retrieved her textbook from the shelf and flipped through its pages, her vision blurring. She truly wished this was all just a nightmare that I don't know, you figure out, she said weakly. Her classmate chuckled softly, "You definitely didn't do it." Zhang Yuni was uncertain about how others felt when they were reborn back to their senior year, but for her, it was more terrifying than encountering a ghost. After all, a ghost would not compel her to take the college entrance examination. Why did the heavens have to put her through such trials? She had devoted her life to doing good deeds, not to relive the experience of the Gaokao twice. "How annoying," she muttered under her breath. The morning study session did not restrict subjects, and despite her physiological dread and nausea, she flipped through the current textbooks. Essentially, she had already covered 3 years' worth of material in her first 2 years. The final year was merely a repetition and consolidation led by the teachers. She repeatedly encouraged herself in her mind. Stay calm, stay calm. Yet if this were a comic, she would have already become cross-eyed from reading it. Good heavens, How had her mind ever managed to comprehend this? A decade after graduation, revisiting these textbooks was a source of mutual disdain. The only silver lining was that she had previously studied all this material, though perhaps not in sufficient depth. After just one morning study session, while her life had nearly slipped away, her mind felt a tad clearer. Let's go to the cafeteria. As the bell rang, the students in the classroom erupted like tigers released from their cages. Within a minute, a large portion had dashed out. Dai Jia approached with her wallet in hand. Zhang Yuni also had her own close friend, though they were not in the same class. Over time, she spent more time with Dai Jia, whether it was to go to the restroom or to eat in the cafeteria together. Zhang Yui responded with a hint of melancholy. Even if the sky were to fall, one must still eat. The two of them, hand in hand, strolled out of the classroom towards the stairwell. Dai Jia, noticing her lackluster demeanor, suggested, "If you're not feeling well, you might as well rest in the classroom. I can bring you breakfast." "No need." Zhang Yui shook her head. Remaining in the classroom felt even more suffocating. It was better to come outside for some fresh air. The school did not impose stringent dress codes on students, as long as they did not provoke the teachers and administrators with outlandish attire. Dai Jia, initially observing Zhang Yui's expression, found her gaze lingering on her smooth forehead, her pristine brows and eyes, and her elegantly sculpted nose. Bathed in light, one could even discern the fine down on her fair and delicate cheeks. She couldn't help but exclaim, "I would love to know what it feels like to be as beautiful as you." Moreover, Zhang Yui had an innate sense of style, a quality that would later be referred to as good taste. Although both wore short-sleeved shirts and jeans, the way she carried them was distinctly different. Her shoes were impeccably clean, laced in a unique manner. Zhang Yui chuckled. "Then let's exchange brains here. It'll trade my intelligence." Dai Jia couldn't help but laugh. "You're not foolish. I believe your study methods might be the issue. Perhaps you should ask your parents to hire a tutor just once a week. The results can be quite remarkable, but it must be someone truly exceptional. My cousin had a top-notch tutor that my uncle hired during the summer and winter breaks. I believe he was from Fudan University, and his progress has been astounding." Zhang Yui sighed softly. Such individuals are hard to come by. The current regulations are stringent, and teachers are exceedingly busy preparing their lessons. Even when there is a moment to spare, organizing supplementary classes can lead to complaints and reports, ultimately proving counterproductive. As for university students, their situation is no better. Simply enrolling in university does not grant them leisure time. Do they really have the luxury to manage 5 early morning classes in a week? Those who excel academically are in high demand in the tutoring market. However, she cannot maintain a facade of strength indefinitely. If she finds her studies overly strenuous and struggles to keep pace with the teacher's insights, she will certainly broach the topic of extra tutoring with her parents. In her previous life, although she was not an academic prodigy, she was far from being a failure. True underachievers would not have gained admission to this prestigious high school. Ultimately, her baseline is the university she attended in her past life, which represents the dignity of a reincarnated soul. As the two walked and conversed, their path from the teaching building to the cafeteria led them past the basketball court. Zhang Yuni remained enveloped in her sorrow, while Dai Jiao gazed longingly at the court and remarked, "I wish I could swap minds with the class leader. Look at us, struggling to survive a single morning study session, while he still has the energy to play basketball." Generally, teachers would gently advise students in their final year of high school to avoid strenuous activities. Injuries could significantly hinder their academic progress. This is particularly true at the start of their senior year. If they were to play basketball or soccer in the subsequent semester, teachers would undoubtedly express their concerns with a smile. Upon hearing Dai Jiao's words, Zhang Yuni noticed a chorus of cheers. Following the sound, she spotted Chen Kuo, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and light gray athletic pants, shooting hoops. He was tall now, yet compared to the poised and robust figure he would become a decade later, he appeared somewhat slender and youthful. The basketball fell from the hoop and landed with a resounding thud before bouncing back up. Chen Kuo began his warm-up, sharing a smile and a high-five with his companion, a rare display of joy that revealed his pristine teeth. Zhang Yuni observed him thoughtfully. It was only when Dai Jia pulled her along briskly towards the cafeteria that she withdrew her gaze, lost in contemplation. Mechanically, she joined Dai Jia in the queue to purchase a bowl of noodle soup. Taking her seat at a vacated table, she picked up her chopsticks, the aroma of beef broth wafting towards her. She blinked as an astonishing thought invaded her mind, one that she could not shake off. Is there a golden finger in this reincarnation? Yes, but the additional decade of memories holds little significance. However, in comparison to others, she possesses the foresight of the future. For instance, she knows that the Dai Jia before her scored a place at a prestigious 985 university, where she met her future husband. Their relationship is sweet, their studies diligent, and ultimately, they both secure research opportunities, marrying soon after graduation. Had she reincarnated a few months later, she would even know whether Dai Jia's baby is a boy or a girl. Moreover, Chen Kuo is destined to be her future employer. After a year of work, her evaluations of the company and her job are overwhelmingly positive. Given the challenging job market, finding a humane company is far rarer than discovering a suitable partner. Consider the benefits: weekends off, overtime compensated with pay, stable employment, decent remuneration, holidays that do not involve empty gestures but rather direct bonuses or shopping vouchers, and a more generous annual leave policy compared to other firms, not to mention guaranteed annual salary increases. She is aware that some employees have been with Chen Kuo since the inception of the company, enjoying even more enviable compensation than in the past. She was captivated by novels centered around reincarnation. However, confronted with the stark realities of life, she realized that even gaining admission to the university she attended in her previous life required considerable effort. What could be said about conquering the world? Simply maintaining the status quo of her former existence would be a cause for quiet amusement. Since one must inevitably become a cog in the corporate machine, why traverse unnecessary detours? Chapter 3. Dai Jia immersed herself in her meal, savoring the half bowl of noodles. As her stomach felt less empty, she gradually slowed her pace. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Zhang Yuni's bowl remained untouched. Curiosity piqued. She lifted her gaze to see her companion resting her chin on her hand, smiling radiantly, akin to a blossoming flower. Zhang Yuni had been weighed down by gloom since the morning, and while she was not yet beaming with joy, she undeniably felt much lighter in spirit. She acknowledged her own lack of resilience, feeling as though she had tarnished the reputation of her predecessors. Yet, she found herself unable to resist seeking a modicum of sweetness in her life. Otherwise, she feared she would struggle to endure the challenges of her senior year. She understood that, according to the tenets of textbooks, there are no shortcuts in life. She had no intention of taking a shortcut. She merely wished to traverse a more direct path. Was that truly a crime? Oh, nothing in particular, she replied. Suddenly, her appetite surged, and after a few bites, she exclaimed with delight, "This is absolutely delicious. Why have I never appreciated the chef's skills in the cafeteria before?" A seemingly ordinary bowl of beef noodles can touch the very depths of one's heart. Moreover, the price is incredibly reasonable. Thanks to government subsidies that ensure fair pricing at our school cafeteria, eliminating any concerns of overpriced dishes or the frustration of searching for a mere sliver of beef. Much like finding a needle in a haystack. That's quite satisfying. Dai Jia chuckled. Perhaps you haven't had it all summer? Despite the lingering warmth of the day. After consuming the bowl of noodles, beads of sweat appeared on Zhang Yuni's brow. Dai Jia, ever considerate, retrieved a tissue from her pocket and offered it to her. Having satisfied her hunger, Zhang Yuni yearned for a drink. The school's small convenience store was not far from the cafeteria, and there were water dispensers in the teaching building. However, on such a warm day, a chilled beverage seemed decidedly more refreshing. Two individuals entered the supermarket, and at that moment, a considerable number of students were present. Class monitor. A sudden exuberant male voice rang out. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia turned to look. Chen Kuo, who was utilizing the break between morning classes to warm up by playing basketball, also came to buy water. Upon encountering his classmates, he nodded in acknowledgement and paused before saying, "Buying drinks? Wait a moment, I'll pay together." It was just the three of them, which felt somewhat awkward. The boy chuckled, saying this while subtly urging them, "Hurry up, the class monitor is treating, choose something expensive." Chen Kuo remained noncommittal, standing to the side with his head bowed, retrieving his phone from his pocket and illuminating the screen. Above him, the air conditioning vent caused his hair to flutter. Dai Jia, not one to stand on ceremony, thought it was no big deal to treat him next time. After all, a bottle of water was not costly. She grabbed a bottle of cola from the cooler and asked Zhang Yuni, "What would you like to drink?" Zhang Yuni scanned the options and replied, Jasmine honey tea. I suppose. All right, Daijia said, moving closer to help her, but then halted mid-action, lowering her voice to advise, you should avoid cold drinks, opt for room temperature. Zhang Yuni was taken aback, unable to recall when her period last occurred at 17. It had been a full decade. Noticing Daijia's earnest concern stemming from her casual excuse, she hurriedly clarified, not necessarily, I've forgotten about it. So careless, Daijia remarked. Yet she was convinced Zhang Yuni longed for something cold. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from further objections, recalling that last month, when her own period arrived amid the sweltering heat, she had succumbed to the temptation of an ice pop. Her mother advised her to refrain from consuming too many cold items, warning that it could lead to infertility in the future. In her heart, she secretly countered that infertility was of little concern. Fine, do you drink cold beverages? Indeed, she yearned to inform Daijia that, a decade hence, she would be the kind of person who relished iced coffee every morning. In the CAF, most of her cup would be filled with ice. What significance did the drinks in the cooler hold? Moreover, today, her first 2 classes were mathematics, and without ice, she felt she could hardly endure. Chen Kuo glanced up casually, his gaze drifting without settling on anyone in particular. Another boy had completed his purchase, and the group made their way toward the checkout. Chen Kuo led the way, retrieving his wallet, presenting a 20, and then taking the change to return it to his pocket. Thanks, class monitor. One of the boys remarked as the 4 exited the small supermarket. Chen Kuo acknowledged with a brief nod, easily twisting open the bottle cap, tilting his head back to expose his Adam's apple, and gulping down half the bottle in one go. Thanks, class monitor. Zhang Yuni approached him a couple of steps closer. Echoing Daijia's sentiment, she smiled at him and added, next time, we'll treat you. Unlike the affable class monitor from the adjacent class, Chen Kuo was rather reserved, seldom engaging in conversation beyond what was necessary for class duties, and he was not particularly close to anyone. When the academic track was divided in their first year, the homeroom teacher, recognizing his top performance, appointed him as class monitor, as if it were an unspoken rule. Had it not been for his outstanding grades, he might have faded into the background compared to other class representatives. Chen Kuo perceived this as mere politeness, not taking it to heart, thus he didn't decline. He cast a glance at Zhang Yuni, nodded slightly, clearly lacking the inclination for idle chatter, and tightened the bottle cap once more. I shall take my leave. Zhang Yuni hastily replied, take care. Upon hearing this, Chen Kuo exhibited no particular reaction. However, after he had distanced himself with another boy, Daijia whispered, I hope you're not seeking the monitor's signature for an excuse note. He is quite stern and unyielding. Zhang Yuni, momentarily perplexed, soon grasped the significance of Daijia's words and fell silent. It was evident that the monitor could not simply be a figurehead within a class. One must wield genuine authority. For instance, in the absence of the homeroom teacher, he could approve reasonable leave requests, albeit limited to within the school premises. He also took charge of the weekly duty roster and was entrusted with a notebook by the homeroom teacher, humorously dubbed the death register by classmates. Should anyone disrupt the class or arrive tardily, the monitor had the authority to document such transgressions. No one objected to Chen Kuo serving as the monitor, as he was not the type to nitpick. Indeed, few names graced the death register. Only those who severely disrupted the class to the extent of raising the teacher's blood pressure. Zhang Yuni pondered. Had she truly stooped to such flattery? Admittedly, during her second year, she would occasionally seek Chen Kuo's approval for leave, but there were reasons behind it. She simply dreaded running laps around the track during gym class. Now, as a third-year student, she resolved not to act so capriciously, although she had a premonition that she would be yawning throughout tonight's evening study session. Very well. She chose not to argue with Daijia, for she had a history to contend with. 2 individuals strolled back with their beverages in hand, enjoying a 40-minute respite between morning self-study and the first class, allowing students to partake in breakfast. During this time, the broadcasting station remained active, aside from special occasions. The school authorities seldom intervened, granting students the liberty to request songs. In the mornings and prior to evening study sessions, the campus resonated with the melodies of popular tunes. Close friends wandered hand in hand around the teaching building, while some engaged in basketball. Immersed in this verdant ambience, Zhang Yuni felt the infectious spirit, her lips curling into a smile. It is essential to perceive things positively. Being a student is not devoid of advantages. Although deep down she did not believe that 17 was superior to 27, at least she was free from the pressures of parental marriage coercion. She could not comprehend why being unmarried at 27 would provoke such scrutiny. In any case, an excessively carefree demeanor could be rather irksome. In truth, her breakup with her previous partner stemmed from this very issue. Initially, she was quite fond of him. His appearance and physique aligned with her aesthetic preferences. However, after 3 months of dating, the relationship became lackluster, and to her astonishment, this man proposed, desperately seeking to enter into matrimony. 3 months was merely a fleeting moment. It is not as if true love occurs only once in a lifetime. She hardly knew who he truly was and was uncertain whether their personalities were compatible enough to hastily leap into marriage. Was that not madness? Zhang Yuni tilted her head back, inhaling deeply several times. How delightful it was to know that those bothersome remarks would not reach her ears for at least a decade. The smile gradually faded the moment she stepped into the classroom. Zhang Yuni lowered her head as she returned to her seat. Glancing at the time, 8 minutes remained until the first class. She could afford to momentarily empty her mind. Unscrewing the cap, she sipped the chilled drink, and her mood improved slightly. Although she felt a headache at the thought of reading, she aimlessly observed her classmates. With 42 students in the class, the atmosphere buzzed with chatter. A secret joy stirred within her, apart from those she was entirely unfamiliar with. She at least had a simple awareness of the futures of half the class. Unfortunately, she could not share this knowledge. At this critical juncture in their senior year, discussing such matters would lead to her being reported to the teacher, who would dismiss her as merely succumbing to the pressures of high school rather than believing in her rebirth. What are you looking at? Her deskmate, Su Shishir, approached and tossed a bag of corn sticks onto her desk. Is your phone dead? Zhang Yuni instinctively reached for the corn sticks, tearing open the packaging. Right. You reminded me. I need to switch it to silent mode. Though it felt like a decade had passed, the essentials of life remained, such as mobile phones, which most students possessed, especially since they lived on campus. The teachers turned a blind eye, knowing that playing on one's phone during class was a risky endeavor. If caught by the observing teacher or the patrol supervisor, it would be disastrous. Confiscation of the phone was the least of their worries. Parental notification would follow. The devices were indeed smartphones, albeit with inferior memory and pixel quality compared to those of a decade later. And what about you? Are you meditating? Su Shishir sighed as she sat down. The thought of 2 math classes ahead made Zhang Yuni bite her lip. This is truly unbearable. Did you not check the afternoon schedule? Su Shishir whispered darkly, with 2 periods of biology and 2 periods of physics looming ahead. She had heard that there would be a test during evening study sessions. Zhang Yuni nearly burst into tears. This was a burden she could scarcely bear. She would rather return to her desk and work overtime. Su Shishir and she shared a bond of hardship, both ranked in the upper middle echelon of their class. A precarious position as they were the most volatile group, while the top and bottom performers remained steadfastly unchanged. Unable to stomach another bite of her snack, Zhang Yuni turned and placed the remaining rice cracker on the desk behind her. The boy seated there flashed a grin as he eagerly accepted it, chomping down with delight. A gift from Sister Xia. Zhang Yuni took out her math test paper and textbook, but as she scanned the questions, her vision blurred. She diverted her gaze to the adorable students in the class, her eyes resting on Chen Kuo, whom she observed intently. Suddenly, a disheartening memory struck her. She had been reborn on the 9th, just a day before payday on the 10th. Why couldn't she have returned to the past a few days later? Alas, no, let her be. Perhaps she could just blink and return to that moment. Chen Kuo was deeply engrossed in solving problems, oblivious to the world outside. Yet, when he set down his pen, he instinctively sensed a gaze fixated upon him. He turned his head casually to scan the room, but did not meet anyone's eyes. As he withdrew his gaze, he inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Yuni, several desks away. It was hard not to notice her. She sat with her eyes closed and hands clasped in prayer, exuding an aura of deep sincerity. Chapter 4. Zhang Yuni was indeed praying to all manner of deities, yet her efforts proved utterly futile. As the school bell rang, the mathematics teacher strode in, clutching a stack of examination papers under one arm and a cup in the other. Clearing his throat, he cast a hawk-like gaze over the lethargic students in the classroom. Sternly commanding, "Class is in session." "Good morning, teacher," the students mumbled, with at least half of them appearing to be in a state of near lifelessness, their voices weak and lacking vigor. The mathematics teacher assigned a considerable number of papers, intending to discuss the problems today. Zhang Yuni alternated between glancing at the papers and looking up at the teacher, feeling as though she were lost in a fog, struggling to comprehend the arcane discourse. Her body reacted instinctively, Whenever she nearly met the teacher's gaze, an animal-like instinct compelled her to avert her eyes immediately. She yearned to follow the teacher's line of thought, but before she could grasp the previous problem, he had already shifted to the next one. 45 minutes of class felt like an eternity. Zhang Yuni lamented her misjudgment, realizing her grave error. During previous group meetings, she had endured much discomfort, yet she could at least close her ears to the noise. Now, she was forced to open them wide. This was the longest 45 minutes of her life, a duration she would spend a lifetime attempting to heal from. The sound of the dismissal bell was like a celestial melody, reviving her spirit. She nudged Su Shishir with her elbow and whispered, "Did you understand any of it?" Su Shishir lazily stretched, responding, "If I understood it all, would I still sit next to you?" Zhang Yuni remained silent. The homeroom teacher did not engage in the practice of mutual assistance. Seating arrangements were determined strictly by performance metrics. With the students in their final year, the top scholars were hardly benevolent bodhisattvas. They could scarcely tend to their own studies, let alone assist their peers. Once a semester, they arranged their seating, and Zhang Yuni and Su Shishir were always inseparable, either sharing a desk or sitting in front of and behind each other, never parted. Su Shishir, noticing Zhang Yuni's face resembling a bitter melon, jested, "What's wrong? Planning to turn over a new leaf?" Zhang Yuni cursed the heavens. Even if granted a rebirth, she wished to return to the day after the college entrance examination, questioning why she had to endure such torment. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "I'll go wash my face." However, if her exam results turned out dismal, not only would her parents be furious, but she herself could hardly bear it. With a heavy heart, she rose and walked out, resolving that from this day forward, at every class, she would wash her face with cold water to restore her spirits. She determined to give herself at most a month to regain the intellect she possessed in her final year of high school. Otherwise, if this continued, she would inevitably face ruin. After she rushed out of the classroom, the boy sitting behind her, Shun Mingrue, stirred from his nap and inquired, "What has prompted our sister to be so agitated?" Su Shishir shrugged, "Mind your own business regarding our beauty's affairs." Yet, Zhang Yuni's state of mind was not uncommon among seniors. Many faced multiple choice questions, filling entire sheets of draft paper with confidence, only to discover that none of the 4 options matched, resulting in a desperate cry for rescue. Zhang Yuni followed her memories to the restroom, where many people came and went. In the years that followed, she would occasionally reflect with friends on their student days, astonished at how, despite having only 10 minutes after class, it always felt as though that brief span could accommodate countless activities. Amidst a group of cheerful students, she appeared like a fleeting specter. Upon entering the restroom, she stood by the sink, turning on the faucet to wash her face, her hair becoming dampened by the water. "Zhang Yuni." Someone approached to wash their hands, calling out to her with surprise. Zhang Yuni turned her head, managing a faint smile as she replied, "What a coincidence." The person was He Nuo, with whom she had shared a class during the first semester of their freshman year before the subjects were divided. They had trained together and even shared a dorm, forming a close bond for a time. However, after the division, they found themselves in different classes, leading to a decrease in their interactions, yet they still engaged in cheerful conversations when they met. "Are you here alone?" He Nuo inquired. "It's a bit stuffy. Just washing my face," Zhang Yuni responded. He Nuo belonged to the liberal arts track. Zhang Yuni had been particularly torn at that time, uncertain whether to choose the arts or sciences. She was not inclined towards any particular subject, performing steadily across the board. Her parents were hesitant to make a decision for her, and had specifically come to the school to consult her then homeroom teacher. The teachers were quite diligent. Her homeroom teacher reviewed her monthly exam scores and suggested she pursue the sciences. To Zhang Yuni, it all felt like a single cut. There was no distinction. "The weather is rather hot," she remarked. He Nuo's hand bore traces of ink from note-taking. "You wouldn't believe how foul the boys in our class smell. I have to apply cooling balm under my nose just to breathe comfortably." Cooling balm. Zhang Yuni's interest piqued. "Is it really refreshing?" "It clears the nostrils, but it's certainly more pleasant than the stench of sweat." He Nuo complained dramatically. "I truly suspect the boys never shower. They are filthy." Zhang Yuni chuckled. "Why don't you tell them? They say it's masculine charm." He Nuo replied, feigning a gagging gesture. Zhang Yuni found herself at a loss for words. The boys she is fond of are all athletic. However, it remains uncertain whether they strive to maintain a commendable image before her or are simply naturally fastidious. Each time they encounter her, they appear impeccably groomed. Her aesthetic preferences are notably particular. She is drawn to individuals of simpler minds, tall with long legs, cheerful, humorous, and straightforward. Her acerbic cousin offers a sharp critique, succinctly summarizing her type as fool, elaborating that they possess a simplistic intellect paired with a robust physique. Zhang Yuni. Off she goes. He Nua's companion has also arrived, and the two bid farewell. Zhang Yuni cannot recall whether the small supermarket stocks cooling oil. If it does not, she considers inquiring with other classmates, hoping that kind souls might share a small jar with her. It is perfectly acceptable to struggle with understanding in class. One must compel oneself to listen and embrace the student mindset. The journey from the restroom to the classroom requires a detour. As she motivates herself, she is oblivious to the attention she garners while passing by the classrooms of other classes. In high school, each grade comprises numerous classes. Although the distinction between liberal arts and sciences is not stark, interactions are infrequent, and information can be considered insular. Science classes seldom concern themselves with the top student in the humanities, and vice versa. Who was that stunning girl who just walked by? Some boys whisper, seeking to uncover her identity. She's from class 3, perhaps her surname is Zhang? A few idle boys critique the girls, eager to continue their gossip. When suddenly one boy falls silent, confusion spreads among them as they witness another boy walking past with an impassive expression. That would suffice, yet as he approaches, he deliberately slows his pace, casting a casual glance in their direction. Adolescent boys are easily provoked, often feeling irked by merely a glance from another. What is he looking at? The male voice that had just spoken lowered its tone. He is the class monitor of class 3, enough said. Some monitors are quite protective, while others possess a sense of collective honor. They were all discussing the girls from class 3, and coincidentally, the class monitor overheard them. Utterly speechless, were they conversing about him? Certainly not. The top students naturally occupy a special place in the teacher's heart. In this crucial year, even the most burdensome worries are firmly suppressed by the teacher's unwavering grip. So why is he even watching? His words are bold, yet his complexion appears somewhat pale, and the group dispersed before the teacher's arrival. Upon returning to her seat, Zhang Yuni did not remain idle. She solemnly picked up her pen and began to write on the paper. 1. Cooling oil, send a message to my mother after school to buy it from the pharmacy. Retrieve it during the break, after school 2. Instant coffee, in an opaque cup 3. Exercise invigorates the mind. Running a few laps around the playground every evening or morning? To be determined. The ideas were all quite good, but 10 minutes into the second class, she began to feel drowsy. Su Shishir was multitasking, her ears attuned to the teacher's explanation, her brow furrowed in an expression of earnest attention, while in reality, she was sketching on paper with the pencil, making a soft scratching sound. Zhang Yuni's thoughts swiftly drifted over to her, contemplating just a few seconds of observation. She later maintained occasional contact with Su Shishir, perhaps chatting 3 to 5 times a year. Whenever someone felt inclined, they would take the initiative to send a message asking, "Are you there?" Su Shishir no longer recalls the specifics of her university major, which bore no relation to painting. After graduation, she took a job, as she put it, merely to earn a modest living. After 2 years, she resigned and relocated to a rather remote city, using her entire savings to make a down payment on a small house, dedicating herself fully to her art. Her prowess in creating alluring illustrations is remarkable, attracting many commissions, and while she refrains from disclosing her annual income, it is more than sufficient to support 2 male companions. Zhang Yuni subtly edged closer, stealing glances at Su Shishir's work, her heart racing with admiration. The artwork was composed of mere lines, the figures devoid of facial features. A male figure enveloped a female figure from behind, resting his chin atop her head, his hands firmly constraining her. It was undeniably captivating. Su Shishir sensed her gaze, smiled with a slight pursing of her lips, and playfully inquired, "Not bad, right?" If it were the 17-year-old Zhang Yuni, her cheeks might have flushed, for at that tender age, she was still quite innocent. In novels, intimate encounters between protagonists were often depicted with the simplest of imagery, like a glass of water on a bedside table creating ripples, provoking her to giggle in secret. Yet now, she found herself indifferent to such fleeting moments. However, it must be said that Zhang Yuni acknowledged the influence Su Shishir had on her own aesthetic appreciation of the opposite sex. Having frequently admired Su Shishir's artwork, she had developed a preference for tall men with broad shoulders, yet not overly muscular. Consequently, the boys she liked and eventually dated fit this mold. Upon hearing Zhang Yuni's single-word compliment, which constituted the highest form of praise, Su Shishir beamed with satisfaction, a smile that radiated recognition and approval. However, she also forgot that painting requires inspiration, whether drawn from cinematic works or the musings of reality. When she first attempted to depict characters, it was during a physical education class in the first semester of her sophomore year. With a sketchbook in hand, she wandered around the steps of the playground, her gaze suddenly fixating on a scene not far away. A girl with a ponytail was slightly tilting her head, engaged in conversation with a boy. Occasionally, snippets of her voice drifted over. "Class monitor, I truly feel unwell. If I run 800 meters, I might faint." The boy appraised her for a moment, nodding in acknowledgement, and the girl, as if granted a reprieve, took off in a hurry, her departure light and graceful, reminiscent of a successor to the legendary Dan Yu's ethereal steps. At that moment, Su Shishir paused, attempting to sketch the scene. However, Zhang Yuni cautiously glanced at the mathematics teacher, who was engrossed in writing formulas on the blackboard. Seizing the moment before she turned, she quickly advised, "Be bolder. Don't let your chin rest on your chest. Your movements appear somewhat stiff. How about letting your shoulders drop? Just imagine your breath misting against the girl's neck." Su Shishir's eyes lit up. "Fantastic. Chapter 5, do you understand?" The mathematics teacher emphatically tapped the blackboard with chalk, and the distracted Zhang Yuni immediately banished her chaotic thoughts, directing her attention to the formulas that were once familiar yet now seemed foreign. Sparse voices responded, "Understood." Zhang Yuni felt compelled to raise her hand and admit her confusion, but the urgency within her grew. As soon as the bell rang, she wasted no time and rushed to the small convenience store. Understanding the material was one matter. Maintaining the right attitude was another. Though small in stature, the sparrow possesses all its vital organs. Similarly, the humble supermarket is well equipped, and she quickly located a bottle of cooling oil on the shelf, evident by its respectable sales. Grasping a canister in her palm, she reflected on the insatiable appetite of a high school senior, easily susceptible to hunger. After 2 classes, she felt that the bowl of beef noodles she had consumed had nearly digested, prompting her to grab a packet of soda crackers. As she made her way to the checkout counter, her peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Kuo's silhouette. With a light tap to her forehead, she cheerfully hurried after him, positioning herself behind him. "Class monitor, allow me to pay," she exclaimed, having previously promised to treat him next time, though she had not anticipated the occasion would arise so swiftly. Upon hearing her melodious and bright voice, Chen Kuo turned to face her, his gaze settling on her countenance. He had been preoccupied with the last challenging problem of the enhancement test, entirely oblivious to those around him. Now, emerging from his tangled thoughts, he replied, "No need. The dynamics of voluntary payment differ significantly from those of obligatory payment." A female colleague seated beside Zhang Yuni had previously lamented about their former manager's stinginess. Whenever she ordered takeout for him, he would relish the meal while the payment lingered unfulfilled. Presently, Zhang Yuni was more than willing to cover the bill. Flattering a prospective employer was one aspect. However, the morning's refreshments were initially on him, and this was merely a form of reimbursement. Zhang Yuni regarded him, questioning silently. "Didn't we agree?" Chen Kuo, who had intended to grab a box of mint candies, hesitated, glancing at the bottle of mineral water resting on the counter. "Priced at 2 yuan. After a few moments of silence, he refrained from further objection. Zhang Yuni placed the cooling oil and crackers on the counter, her arm inadvertently brushing against his. Unaware of the subtle contact, she addressed the cashier, "I'll pay for both of us." Chen Kuo took a step forward. Zhang Yuni's jeans were rather snug, and her wallet made her pockets bulge, so today she had rolled up her loose change and tucked it into her pocket. A total of 10 yuan. After settling the payment, she smiled and handed a bottle of mineral water to Chen Kuo, saying, "Class monitor here." Chen Kuo accepted it, and they exited the small convenience store, one after the other. An awkward situation arose. They were classmates and were now heading back to their classroom. Walking side by side felt peculiar, while trailing behind like strangers was equally strange. Zhang Yuni endeavored to recall her high school days in her previous life. By the time they reached this age, everyone had formed their social circles, no longer limited to top students mingling only with fellow scholars. However, during their 3 years in high school, apart from the rare occasions when she asked Chen Kuo to write her absence notes, they hardly conversed. If the 17-year-old version of her encountered him at the convenience store, she would likely have just greeted him without engaging in light banter. But now, if she hadn't been reborn, encountering him elsewhere would have likely resulted in her avoiding even eye contact, let alone conversation. Yet the circumstances were different. Chen Kuo was not yet her employer, and she wished to associate with him. Shouldn't she then strive to cultivate a better rapport? Otherwise, if they remained strangers, how could she approach him later when he started his entrepreneurial journey at university and suddenly express her desire to work for him? Plans must transcend mere intentions, otherwise, they are nothing but idle chatter. One must take tangible action. Whether it succeeds is another matter. Resolving her hesitation, Zhang Yuni approached him calmly as Chen Kuo stood, momentarily bewildered. Class monitor, is there a test during tonight's self-study session? Chen Kuo felt a flicker of confusion within him, unsure of the unfolding situation. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yui's earnest gaze, he swiftly formulated a thought. On several occasions, she had approached him to request leave. Indeed, he nodded in agreement. Zhang Yui recalled that evening study sessions were similarly conducted. The teacher would directly distribute test papers for them to complete, and upon finishing, would merely discuss the answers without any grading. This was a form of relentless drilling. There were times when she fell ill and took a half-day sick leave, only to return the following day to find at least 2 or 3 test papers awaiting her on her desk. Fortunately, it was not a formal examination. She let out a soft sigh, as this matter served as a reminder that a month hence, the senior year would be met with its first monthly examination, followed by such assessments every month thereafter. She remained uncertain about how to approach the upcoming test, and the thought cast a shadow over her spirits. Chen Kuo could even foresee that she would soon utter, "Class monitor, I'm not feeling well during evening study." He cast a sidelong glance at her, but remained silent. Class monitor, Zhang Yui, in an attempt to engage him in conversation, awkwardly remarked, "I saw you playing basketball today. Do you have breakfast before your early study sessions every day?" Chen Kuo subtly furrowed his brow, quickening his pace in hopes of reaching the classroom sooner. Zhang Yui kept close behind him. As they ascended the steps, he replied in a nonchalant tone, "Yes." "So early?" Zhang Yui mused. Rising at 6 this morning had nearly exhausted her. She had hurried just to arrive on time. How early must he awaken? Eating breakfast before early study would surely allow one to enjoy a refreshing day, and one could even seize the opportunity to play basketball during breaks. He must be quite fortunate. Does exercising in the morning truly invigorate the mind? She inquired further. Chen Kuo did not believe their conversation could sustain itself for long. But under her earnest gaze, he could only nod in affirmation. Yes, it seems that exercise indeed holds some merit, to say nothing of other benefits. It at least cultivates physical strength. In ancient times, enduring a decade of arduous study under poor conditions made it nearly impossible for one with a frail constitution to persevere. By enhancing her physical stamina, she might find her studies less burdensome. Thus, Zhang Yuni resolved to prioritize the third point she had noted on paper. In the early hours, she would stroll around the playground, when no one else was present, allowing her to recite formulas and vocabulary aloud. Time was too precious to waste on lamenting her circumstances. Is that true? Zhang Yuni seemed to be filled with questions. Class monitor, don't you ever feel drowsy during the day? Not at all, he replied. Zhang Yuni felt a twinge of awkwardness. She recognized that this was a rather forced exchange. Yet, one must acknowledge that, aside from particularly harmonious friendships, familiarity often begins from a place of estrangement. With time, one becomes accustomed to another's presence. She understood that she need not be so anxious. A slight increase in attention towards Chen Kuo could suffice. When his company began hiring, she could apply then. However, given her rebirth, who would settle for a mere ordinary position? One must embrace boldness. As for the extent of that boldness, that could be determined in due course. The two entered the classroom almost simultaneously. Most classmates were oblivious, but some, like Chen Kuo's desk mate, Fei Shiji, happened to notice. While organizing his notes, Fei Shiji casually inquired, "What did Zhang Yuni want with you?" Chen Kuo paused momentarily before replying, "Nothing much." Indeed, there was nothing of significance to discuss. They engaged in trivial conversation. Fei Shiji extended his hand, recognizing the precious 10-minute interlude between classes. Those who had not had sufficient rest sought to catch up on sleep, and even those who remained awake often sat at their desks replenishing their energy. Some listened to music, others indulged in light reading. Fei Shiji belonged to the latter category. As an avid sports enthusiast, he devoted all his pocket money to purchasing magazines. Moments ago, he had seen Chen Kuo heading to the small convenience store to buy water, casually requesting him to bring back some mint candies. Chen Kuo opened his textbook and replied nonchalantly, "I forgot." Fei Shiji slowly turned his head to look at him, feeling quite hurt. Forgotten? Wasn't that a waste of sentiment? He nearly called him Dad. Chen Kuo then reached into the drawer of the desk and tossed him a stick of gum, saying, "Eat this." Fei Shiji rolled his eyes, resigned, thinking, how will I survive the next class? He struggled with English, which lagged behind his performance in other subjects. Fortunately, his outstanding grades in mathematics and the sciences allowed him to maintain a competitive total score. Fei Shiji was enduring. On the other hand, Zhang Yuni radiated confidence, having finally regained a semblance of self-assurance. After all, she had passed the CET-6 in college. Although she had squandered several years, she found herself utilizing English again in her work. To say she was returning to the beginner's village was an exaggeration, but as long as she applied herself, English could temporarily be considered her comfort zone. She mentally calculated her approach. She could not afford to panic, nor could she flounder like a headless chicken. A month was far too brief to conjure any miracles. The first step was to capitalize on her strengths and focus on her most proficient subjects: mathematics, Chinese, and English. Among the first and second-year students, many were day scholars. After school at noon, some third-year students also chose to forego the cafeteria in search of food elsewhere. Zhang Yuni organized her desk, hesitating before picking up her mathematics book, preparing to peruse it before her afternoon nap. Dai Jia approached her desk with a wallet in hand and inquired, "It seems Fei Shiji and the others are heading out. Is there anything you wish to bring?" Su Shishir waved her hand dismissively, replying, "No, not really. We just returned to school yesterday. I'm not that craving. I've had my fill of food and drink at home." Dai Jia chuckled. "I initially fancied a hamburger, but suddenly, I've lost my appetite. I have something to take." Zhang Yui quickly raised her head, promptly spotting Fei Shiji. Though she wasn't particularly close to him during their school days, they had shared a bond in her previous life. Fei Shiji also attended university in Jing City. Although he and Chen Kuo were not at the same institution, they maintained a strong camaraderie and later became partners, albeit he was said to be the last to join and held the smallest stake. As classmates, they were somewhat aware of each other's family backgrounds, with Fei Shiji's mother having risen to a deputy department-level position. The senior shareholders were quite down-to-earth. Chen Kuo, in particular, was very modest, often dressed simply and seldom donned formal attire. However, it was Fei Shiji who could casually joke with the employees. When she encountered him, they would engage in light-hearted conversation. In her previous life, Fei Shiji even teased about introducing her to potential suitors. "Fei Shiji," Zhang Yui called out, prompting him to halt and turn around, with Chen Kuo beside him also pausing. Fei Shiji appeared momentarily stunned, pondering, "Did you call me?" Dai Jia interjected, "You all are going out, aren't you?" Zhang Yui hastened to join them, flashing a smile at Chen Kuo before turning back to Fei Shiji. "Yes," he responded, regaining clarity. "What do you want to bring? Where are you headed?" Fei Shiji scratched his head and decided to head to the back street for a meal. He gestured towards his friend, suggesting that he should purchase another reference book. Zhang Yuni could hardly recall the various establishments on the back street. The most vivid memories were of the stalls selling spicy sour noodles and barbecue. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "If you happen to pass by a CAF, could you please inquire if they have coffee? If they do, bring me a cup, with plenty of ice." "Snow-topped coffee?" Fei Shiji inquired. "It's not like 10 years ago when coffee shops were scarce. There are indeed some high school seniors who indulge, but most prefer canned drinks. And then there's the snow-topped coffee." Zhang Yuni craved an iced Americano, yet she knew she couldn't afford to be choosy at this moment, so she replied, "If there's an Americano, then bring that. Snow-topped is fine too. If neither is available, then it's no matter." Fei Shiji agreed readily, "Sure thing. Thank you," she exclaimed. "No need for thanks," he replied. After Zhang Yuni departed, hand in hand with Dai Jia, Chen Kuo noticed that Fei Shiji seemed momentarily lost in thought. He raised an eyebrow and playfully kicked him, snapping him back to reality. How embarrassing. Chapter 6. For the majority of high school seniors, nothing is more significant than the impending college entrance examination next year. However, studying all day without respite can be overwhelmingly exhausting, prompting both boys and girls to seek brief moments of entertainment in their spare time. In the boys' dormitory after lights out, discussions about girls were frequent. Zhang Yuni was mentioned most often, perhaps in a bid to uphold the dignity of their class. The boys unanimously agreed that she was the most beautiful among the senior girls, at least within the science track. Naturally, there were faint dissenting voices. As beauty is inherently subjective, even in the realm of celebrity, there will always be some who find the so-called gorgeous lacking in appeal. Fei Shiji wore a broad grin. still feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. In such a state of mind, he found it hardly worth his while to dwell on the matter of the unfilial Chen Kuo kicking him. The two exited the classroom and made their way to another stairwell. Why would she ask me to bring coffee? Fei Shiji asked with a foolish smile. Chen Kuo replied, still lost in thought. What is wrong with you? Get lost. Despite the harsh words, Fei Shiji quickly regained his composure as they descended the stairs. It is true that people often indulge in fantasies that bring them joy, yet there is a limit to how far one can drift into such reveries. Humility and self-awareness are indeed virtues. One should not become overly fanciful simply because a beautiful girl has exchanged a few words with them. However, she is quite the dedicated individual. During the summer break, after enjoying a cup of whipped cream coffee, he had been restless until 3 in the morning. The memory still sent shivers down his spine, but thankfully, it was vacation time. The realities of being a senior were undeniably different. Zhang Yuni was certainly not among the underachievers in class, yet she was not particularly diligent either. She had a penchant for playfulness, often slipping out after class to seek out the bustling crowds. Now, even she resorted to coffee for a boost of energy. And the previously relaxed Fei Shiji felt a sudden urgency. No, wait. Whatever study materials you're getting, I want one too. Chen Kuo shot him a sidelong glance. Improving your English would be far more beneficial than anything else. Fei Shiji could only feel a throbbing headache. I truly despise foreign devils. Chen Kuo paid him no heed as they descended the stairs and merged into the throng of students outside the teaching building. The school cafeteria boasts numerous windows and a bountiful variety of dishes. However, much like dining at home, even the most delectable fare can become monotonous. Su Shishir ventured out with her roommate to purchase instant noodles, while Zhang Yuni remained alongside Daijia. Everything appeared novel to her. The disdain she once held for the cafeteria during her school days was now replaced by an appreciation for its offerings as she entered the workforce. What are you having? Daijia inquired, clutching her wallet. Zhang Yuni, famished, found herself tempted by an array of options. She purchased a braised chicken leg nearly the size of her palm, along with a bowl of cold noodles, while Daijia opted for rice. Zhang Yuni's gaze lingered on the stir-fried bean sprouts and the tomato scrambled eggs on Daijia's plate, leading her to question, why didn't you choose any meat dishes? Daijia deftly lifted a piece of egg coated in tomato sauce with her chopsticks, replying, this is it. In Zhang Yuni's mind, eggs hardly qualified to join the ranks of meat dishes. She was the first to object. I meant actual meat. Throughout the summer break, I had meat at every meal, and I grew weary of it. Daijia provided a rather sound rationale, yet Zhang Yuni remained skeptical. Had it been another student, she might have speculated about insufficient living expenses, but such thoughts were unfounded regarding Daijia. Both their fathers worked within the public security system, and Daijia's mother was employed at a state-owned enterprise, placing her family in a relatively favorable financial position locally. Though Zhang Yuni contemplated pressing further, she observed Daijia relishing the bean sprouts and swallowed her words. Instead, she used her chopsticks to deftly remove the tender, bone-separated chicken leg meat and placed it atop Daijia's rice. It's incredibly flavorful, Jiajia. Do give it a try. Daijia paused in surprise, then smiled, sure. The two friends shared their lunch, and afterward, they strolled back to their dormitory, arms linked. A 2-hour lunch break certainly necessitates a brief slumber to replenish one's energy. Otherwise, one is left in a state of lethargy, utterly incapable of absorbing the lessons of the 4 afternoon classes. The campus seems to descend into a profound silence. Zhang Yuni rinses her mouth and swiftly ascends to the upper bunk, intending to memorize a few vocabulary words. Yet, to her surprise, she drifts into a deep slumber within mere minutes. Before succumbing to sleep, she fervently prays to return to the age of 27. At 17 or 18, one could feast heartily, as if consuming an entire ox. The back street is a haven for students seeking culinary delights, where eateries fiercely compete. Those offering subpar dishes or exorbitant prices seldom endure for long. Chen Kuo is dragged by Fei Shiji into a Korean restaurant, its menu adorned with a plethora of choices. He prefers not to waste time on such matters, so with his slender fingers, he directly points to the top-selling dish, bibimbap. Daijia assures him that the flavor is exquisite. Fei Shiji inquires, is that all you're having? Why not add some Korean fried chicken? Chen Kuo shakes his head. Mind your own business, I won't have any. Fei Shiji, perusing the menu, finds himself captivated by the vibrant tteokbokki and spicy beef soup. After a moment of deliberation, he opts for the beef soup and fried chicken. The establishment is bustling with patrons, and the waitstaff can hardly keep up. Chen Kuo begins to regret choosing this place. He grows increasingly impatient, propping his forehead with his hand and casting his eyes down to check the time. Half an hour has elapsed since they placed their order. Fei Shiji, feeling ravenous, is painfully aware of his hunger, yet he cannot admit fault for selecting this restaurant. He stubbornly praises it, asserting that the girls in their class adore dining here, so it must be worthwhile. Perhaps after this visit, they shall return again. Chen Kuo replies flatly, "I won't be coming back a second time." This response is undeniably disrespectful. Fei Shiji remarked with a hint of irritation, "One should not speak with such certainty." Perhaps due to the prolonged wait, their hunger had intensified, and when the waiter finally presented the dishes, their expectations soared. After savoring a sip of beef soup, Fei Shiji's taste buds were instantly awakened, prompting him to murmur, "How is it?" Chen Kuo mixed his rice and took a bite, his expression remaining unchanged, merely average. They had spent an inordinate amount of time dining, leaving them with just enough time to hastily acquire some reference books from the bookstore. Their final stop was the beverage bar, which offered a plethora of drinks, including the summer-exclusive snow-topped coffee, still available for the time being. Fei Shiji had depleted his change, leaving only several 100 yuan bills in his wallet. The attendant, a rather young woman, appeared somewhat troubled. The coffee cost merely 6 yuan, yet only 5 minutes prior. She had accepted a 100 yuan note, and now she was apprehensive about having sufficient change when he presented another. "Allow me," Chen Kuo offered, extending his coins. The attendant gratefully accepted, promptly packaging the coffee for him. As they traversed the crosswalk toward the school, Fei Shiji finished the spicy beef soup, which was both salty and piquant, leaving him parched. Before reaching the academic building, he changed his mind, tapping Chen Kuo on the shoulder. "It's too salty. I'm going to buy a bottle of water. You go ahead." After speaking, he jogged toward the nearby convenience store, a nimble and agile figure despite his stoutness. Naturally, Chen Kuo would not wait idly for him. He took his coffee and entered the stairwell, where the silence was profound enough to hear the sound of his own footsteps. Had he not lingered so long in that establishment, he would likely have been napping in his dormitory by now. It was already 1:30. Returning to the dorm was no longer necessary. Ascending the stairs, he passed several classrooms. The classroom of Class 3 was rather empty at this hour. Peering through the open back door, he glimpsed only 2 or 3 individuals, all slumped over their desks in slumber. He moderated his movements, striving not to disturb anyone. And just a step away from Zhang Yuni's desk, an unfamiliar boy appeared seemingly out of nowhere, extending his arm with a jelly in hand. Their eyes met, and Chen Kuo had already placed his packaged snow-topped coffee atop a desk cluttered with colorful notebooks. The boy was momentarily taken aback. He recognized this as Zhang Yuni's desk, and had come early today specifically to bring her a treat. The jelly was inexpensive, thus there was no need to leave his name. Yet what was happening? Setting aside the relationship between the class monitor and Zhang Yuni, he had already lost simply based on the value of the gifts exchanged. Though it seemed only a fleeting moment, his mind raced. In a flash, he retracted his hand. How could one be so astute? After placing the jelly on a desk behind him, he swiftly turned and fled, leaving only Chen Kuo standing in the corridor, his gaze lingering on the heart-shaped jelly, faintly amused by the absurdity of the situation, chuckling softly as he returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuni fiercely silenced her alarm clock, descending from her upper bunk with a string of curses. The dormitory's doors and windows were flung wide open, the wind rushing in, carelessly tossing the textbooks on the table. Several girls crowded around the sink, washing their faces, still groggy from insufficient sleep, yet they hurriedly completed their morning routines. Slipping into their shoes, not daring to waste a single second. Hastily returning to the classroom, Zhang Yuni was still brimming with resentment. However, upon noticing the nearly melted whipped cream atop the coffee on her desk, her expression transformed in an instant. A smile graced her lips as she hurriedly rummaged through her bag for a straw, punctured the seal, and cautiously took a sip. It was exceedingly sweet, requiring her utmost concentration to detect even a hint of coffee flavor. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. She glanced over to find Fei Shiji absent. Deciding to inquire about the price after class, Su Shishir appeared equally lethargic, resting her chin on her hand and dozing off. Suddenly, a shrill scream from behind startled them both, causing them to shiver. Turning around, they were met with the almost distorted expression of Shun Mingrue, who was filled with delight. Su Shishir scolded, "Are you out of your mind?" while Zhang Yuni shot him a disapproving look. Shun Mingrue, cradling a heart-shaped jelly in his hands, with his voice trembling, asked who had given it to him. He looked expectantly at Zhang Yuni and Su Shishir, not genuinely hoping for an answer regarding which of them had bestowed the gift, but rather wishing to hear their denial. After all, both girls bore expressions that suggested no man would ever capture their interest. Zhang Yuni's gaze shifted, locking eyes with Su Shishir. In the next moment, Su Shishir felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her, exclaiming in exasperation, "Zhang Yuni, why are you looking at me?" Zhang Yuni promptly averted her gaze, sincerely apologizing, "Sister, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I'm still waking up." Unfazed by the icy exchange that could chill one's heart like a butcher's knife, Shun Mingrue felt a surge of exhilaration, confidently proclaiming, "Someone has a crush on me." Chapter 7. Zhang Yuni. Su Shishir. The two of them fell into silence. Shun Mingrue's enthusiasm remained undeterred. He animatedly analyzed for them. "This is not an ordinary jelly. It is a token of affection. Indeed, in this day and age, who writes love letters anymore? Gifts of food have become the norm. Given the sweltering heat, chocolate would simply melt. Jelly is a far superior choice." As he received no satisfactory agreement, he picked up the jelly and interrogated those around him, asking if it was from them. "Rin Simin, was it you?" Rin Simin felt nauseated and retorted, "Get lost." Shun Mingrue inquired among the crowd, but no one claimed ownership. He questioned classmates who had not returned to their dormitories after lunch, asking if they had seen who it belonged to. They yawned and shook their heads, one suggesting, perhaps someone misplaced it. Shun Mingrue refused to entertain such a possibility. He returned to his seat, fixating on the jelly, and kicked Zhang Yuni's chair gently. Seizing the moment before the teacher arrived, he whispered, "Sister, this glorious yet arduous task is entrusted to you." Before Zhang Yuni could nod in agreement, he shook his head and mused aloud, "No, she would feel embarrassed." Su Shishir still found it hard to believe that someone could harbor secret affections for him. It wasn't he that Shun Mingrue was unattractive. If he were not so carefree and casual, his looks could certainly captivate people. Yet the reality was that he was a lively character, getting along with everyone. And the notion of unrequited love applied to him seemed utterly absurd. Shun Mingrue tousled his hair, resigned to the fact that he was simply that well-liked. Zhang Yuni chuckled softly, "So what do you plan to do?" This question left Shun Mingrue in a quandary. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitated and replied, "Perhaps pursuing a romantic relationship is best left aside. I simply do not possess sufficient funds for two." He had previously contemplated strategies to negotiate with his parents for an increase in his living expenses. After all, a romantic relationship is not merely a conversation. Does he need to treat the girl to meals? Should he present her with gifts? As these thoughts raced through his mind, his heart instantly cooled. He was not a casual person, and not just anyone's unreciprocated affection would sway him. From a few desks away, Chen Kuo could discern the commotion emanating from that direction and turned to glance over. Zhang Yuni was laughing heartily. He nonchalantly shifted his gaze back, opened his textbook, and twirled a pen deftly between his fingers. Perhaps it was the effects of a midday nap or the invigorating coffee. But Zhang Yuni felt entirely alert during the first class. The knowledge she had previously acquired seemed to have been temporarily archived in her mind, and she believed it would resurface as long as she remained diligent and attentive. The class bell rang. Zhang Yuni eagerly awaited the moment. As the biology teacher stepped out of the classroom, she rose gracefully and approached Fei Shiji's desk. "Fei Shiji, how much was my coffee?" "I'm ready to pay you now." "It was 6 yuan," he replied, sitting upright. Though he understood that a beautiful girl would never have any interest in him, he still maintained a proper posture. Just as Zhang Yuni was about to retrieve the money from her pocket, she heard Fei Shiji say, "You needn't pay me." It was Kuo Gu who covered it. She looked at Chen Kuo with mild surprise. Chen Kuo was originally engrossed in a book when he heard his name, momentarily pulling his thoughts away from the sea of questions. His peripheral vision casually caught sight of a hand resting on the desk, pale and delicate, with thin veins visible beneath the skin. He lifted his gaze to meet the bright, glistening eyes of Zhang Yuni. She was about to reach for her wallet when a sudden idea struck her. She withdrew her hand, saying, "I have no change. How about this, class monitor? I'll give it to you before evening self-study." Such is the nature of human relationships. Though distant, they are interwoven with numerous connections, each point sketched by the tip of a pen, ultimately forming a line. She smiled radiantly at him. He agreed, knowing that after self-study, she would have a reason to continue their awkward conversation. He suggested that if they met at the small supermarket next time, he could treat her instead. There is no need for excessive flattery. A steady stream is what truly matters. Chen Kuo genuinely wanted to decline. He wasn't particularly warm towards his classmates. Yet, if he happened to encounter her at the supermarket on a good day, he would indeed offer to buy her a drink. Clearly, he recalled the bottle of mineral water he had already finished, and without further refusal, he merely nodded. "Thank you, class monitor." Zhang Yuni floated back to her seat. Fei Shiji turned to look at her, then at Chen Kuo, sensing something odd but unable to pinpoint what it was. "What are you staring at?" Chen Kuo, feeling a chill from Fei Shiji's unwavering gaze, frowned and asked. Fei Shiji grinned, "Just admiring my son." This remark naturally elicited an elbow jab from Chen Kuo, and the two began to spar, exchanging playful punches and kicks, a form of entertainment during the 10-minute intermission. A cup of coffee enabled Zhang Yuni to endure 2 grueling biology classes. The thought of another physics class ahead prompted her to wash her face in the restroom. Yet sorrow still enveloped her, as those aware of her situation recognized her plight, while those oblivious might have mistaken her for a falconer. "Oh, Zhang Yuni, your name is synonymous with hardship." Strangely, the most joyous moment of her day was spent in the cafeteria. She recalled that in her previous life, she indulged greatly at this hour, savoring a hearty and affordable rice dish, before dragging Dai Jia to a small supermarket for snacks. Under her influence, Dai Jia purchased 2 bags of crispy noodles. The weather that day was splendid, with the corridor outside the classroom bathed in a soft, golden glow from the setting sun. Nature is indeed the most formidable artist, and this scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Kuo assisted the class committee by retrieving the exam papers from the teacher's office. As he traversed the long corridor, he noticed a girl leaning over the railing, her delicate waist exposed, her chin resting on her arms, gazing dreamily towards the distant sky. Her profile illuminated by the rosy evening glow. He quietly averted his gaze, balancing a thick stack of exam papers in his hands as he entered the classroom and placed them on the podium. As evening approached, the temperature dropped a few degrees. Light began to spill from the windows of the teaching building, accompanied by the sounds of students' laughter and playful banter. The campus resonated with melodies broadcasted from the radio station, marking the end of Zhang Yui's emo time. Returning to her seat, she cradled her face in her hands, her expression grave as if contemplating profound cosmic matters. Her gaze wandered aimlessly until it returned to Chen Kuo's silhouette, recalling that she still owed him 6 yuan. Hastily, she rummaged through her pocket, extracting a crumpled 5 yuan note, which she smoothed out with determination, before locating a coin in her pencil case. He rose and took 2 steps forward before returning, his hand reaching into the depths of the desk, fortuitously landing on a snack. Class monitor. Chen Kuo, engrossed in his mobile racing game, was startled into stillness by the call, resulting in a miscalculated move. He slowly lifted his gaze. From his seated position, he perceived Zhang Yuni standing, illuminated as if against the light. For the coffee, Zhang Yuni even adopted the demeanor one would have when delivering documents to the principal, placing 6 yuan on his desk. Chen Kuo nodded casually, muttering, "All right." He lowered his eyes, eager to resume his game, feeling that this round was nearly ruined. He was unaware of when Zhang Yuni had departed, but when the bell rang and he reluctantly exited the game, his attention was caught by the sight of a crispy shark printed on a 5 yuan note, leaving him momentarily stunned. Instinctively, Chen Kuo turned to Zhang Yuni, who was animatedly chatting with Su Shishir, laughing heartily, her body swaying back and forth. Where did that come from? Today was Fei Shiji's turn to supervise, and as he exited with a garbage bin alongside his companions, he returned with a furrowed brow, having washed his hands no less than 5 times. He caught a glimpse of the crispy shark on Chen Kuo's desk and found it quite peculiar. Occasionally, classmates would approach Chen Kuo for favors, and some astute ones might even bring him a drink, though he seldom accepted. Those who knew him even slightly were aware of his aversion to snacks. Chen Kuo did not respond but rather remarked, "If you want it, you can have it." Fei Shiji declined. "That's the one snack I dislike the most." No sooner had he spoken than the teacher entered, and shortly thereafter, the classroom fell into silence. Chen Kuo's position was quite conspicuous, and the crispy shark on his neatly arranged desk was even more so. Before the teacher could cast a glance in his direction, he swiftly seized it and tucked it into the pocket of his sports pants, a flicker of helplessness crossing his brow. The test paper was passed from the front, and after Zhang Yuni wrote her name, she found herself at a standstill. As she meticulously scrutinized each question, if anyone could hear her inner voice at that moment, she would undoubtedly lament, "What a torment this human existence is." Yet, even graver trials awaited her. This examination was designed for students to answer questions, whether open book or closed book, relying solely on their self-discipline. However, she lacked such discipline. Every so often, she flipped through her book, and in her anxiousness, she even yanked out the hair tie from her ponytail. After an exhausting evening study session, she wearily made her way to the restroom. She hoped no one would notice her, for it would be hard to avoid suspicion regarding her frequent trips to the bathroom. After all, who else would dash to the restroom each class as if checking in? As night fell, the restroom was devoid of classrooms on either side, the lighting dim. Taking a few steps out, she heard a familiar male voice and realized that the boy who was quite close to her was none other than Chen Kuo. "What's up with Teacher Jiang?" A cheerful male voice inquired. "Did he mix up the papers?" The questions are so simple, it's pointless and a waste of time. Zhang Yuni responded with a puzzled expression. Chen Kuo, lacking enthusiasm, replied, "Perhaps he knows we haven't settled down yet." Zhang Yuni chuckled. "Ha, I'm competing with you all. It's a battle, isn't it? What is going on?" Chen Kuo, with one hand stuffed in his pants pocket, felt the crispy shark and paused momentarily, muttering, "Nothing much." He was merely a tad curious about the extent of the matter she sought to discuss with him. Is it permissible to request a leave of absence during the morning or evening study sessions? As a senior, I hope for a more substantial reason, rather than the usual excuse of feeling unwell. In Chapter 8, while the teacher was explaining the material, Zhang Yuni felt fortunate that this was merely a quiz. Had it been a monthly or midterm exam, she would undoubtedly have been at the bottom of the class. At 10:10, the bell signaling the end of the evening study rang. While one may not approach school with enthusiasm, a lack of eagerness to leave signifies a problem with one's attitude. In her subsequent year as a corporate worker, despite Chen Kuo and a few upper management retaining a semblance of humane qualities by offering overtime compensation, she found little joy in earning that money. Fortunately, the instances of overtime were infrequent, and the company atmosphere was pleasant, filled with youthful individuals who had already discerned the routine. Half an hour before 6 o'clock, they would begin preparing to leave. Spending an extra minute at the office necessitated a longer period for self-recovery. The same applied to leaving school. Even diligent students like Dai Jia were reluctant to linger in the classroom, quickly packing their books and weaving through the crowd alongside Zhang Yuni, moving with the agility of a fish as they raced down the stairs towards the dormitory. The dormitory featured private bathrooms, albeit shared among 6 individuals. If one found themselves at the end of the line, they might not settle into bed until nearly 11 o'clock. Zhang Yuni hardly noticed how swiftly she adapted to the student life. Within 24 hours, despite her continued grievances, she had relinquished dreams of returning to the age of 27. A moment too late, the two rushed into the dormitory, only to find the bathroom door closed, and Zhang Yuni lamented in frustration. Dai Jia twisted open the water bottle, taking a sip to soothe herself, undoubtedly knowing it was Zhou Anqi. If it were Zhou Anqi, she would undoubtedly concede defeat. Throughout her 3 years in high school, she consistently registered for the women's 800-meter run at every sports meeting, triumphantly returning with accolades each time. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia took a brief respite, their bodies instinctively shifting into a race against time as they approached the sink to brush their teeth and wash their faces. Dai Jia meticulously dampened her bangs, applying a bit of shampoo into her palm to lather. Such is the life of a high school student. One wash could last nearly a week, and when oiliness struck, a quick rinse of the bangs could sustain them for a couple more days. Zhou Anqi, embodying the spirit of sportsmanship, soon emerged from the bathroom, cloaked in steam, exclaiming, "It's sweltering. A shower feels no different from a sauna." Dai Jia, still rinsing her bangs, mumbled, "Zhang Yuni, you go ahead." Zhang Yuni promptly grabbed her pajamas and disappeared inside. Zhou Anqi stood on the balcony, hanging her freshly washed undergarments, yearning for a moment of respite from the heat. "I guess we'll have to wait until after National Day," Dai Jia chuckled. Zhang Yuni, with the showerhead in hand, let the warm water wash away the fatigue of the day. Joy, she mused, is accentuated by moments of hardship. She pondered why people later reminisce about their senior year. Perhaps because moments like these seem exceptionally precious, like the fragrant meals in the cafeteria, the pop songs blaring from the intercom, and this very instant. Human thresholds continually rise. At 27, she too found happiness, yet it required extraordinarily joyful experiences to evoke feelings akin to those she felt now, an overwhelming sense of bliss. The scent of her body wash, in comparison to what she would use a decade later, seemed cheap, overly sweet, and the cramped bathroom resembled a peach that had been crushed. As she pondered the fact that 4 of her dormitory mates had yet to take their showers, she swiftly rinsed off the foam from her body, dried herself with a towel, and hastily donned her nightgown. She stepped out just as Daijia entered. The sound of the water heater continued unabated, leaving no moment of respite. Zhang Yuni sat at the table, applying lotion while casting a glance at her phone. This device was a hand-me-down from her mother, possessing limited storage yet encompassing all essential functions. Moreover, it was remarkably sturdy, having survived several drops without a scratch. The allure of contemporary smartphones held little fascination for her. That was until she noticed a message from Li Jiayue. "Why are you ignoring me? Do you want to have cream puffs or cocoa cookies? Did you leave your phone in the dorm? I miss you, kiss." Zhang Yuni frowned. She had nearly forgotten about this. Indeed, returning to the age of 17, apart from the endless exams and the long-lost classmates, her past remained an ongoing narrative. During her second year of high school, she had once arranged to go go-karting with a close friend, where she met Li Jiayue. He was a student from another high school, of the same age, with average academic performance, yet tall and handsome, and remarkably amiable. On that day, her cart nearly collided with his, but he reacted swiftly. Initially irritated, he removed his helmet and approached her with long strides. Startled, she quickly apologized. Yet he stood there, flustered, exclaiming, "No, no, no. It's my fault for not paying attention." In addition to this, he insisted on treating her to milk tea as an apology. Thus began a back and forth that lasted an entire semester, with the two of them on the brink of breaking through the barrier between them. Indeed, after the college entrance examination, they became a couple. Li Jiayue treated her with kindness. However, his excessive clinginess became burdensome. He frequently skipped classes to seek her out, disregarding her advice, and his absences nearly led to his expulsion. He was constantly anxious about her being enticed away by others, secretly checking her phone and wishing to eliminate all male contacts from her life. At one point, a photographer approached her for a photo shoot. Although the photographer was a woman, her name could easily mislead one into believing she was male. Without discernment, he noted the photographer's number and warned her to keep her distance, expressing his disdain for those who covet another's partner. The photographer received his text with bewilderment, thinking there had been a misunderstanding, and privately showed it to her, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Even if the photographer had been a man, such behavior was utterly unacceptable. They quarreled and fought, and she ultimately decided to end the relationship. Despite his numerous attempts to reconcile, she remained resolute, leading to an unresolved conclusion. Some relationships, akin to limited edition items in a convenience store, are meant to exist solely within the confines of campus life. Now, she was certain that her feelings for Li Jiayue had long since faded, and she would never tread the same path again. As she scrolled through their previous conversations, she made a decisive choice and replied to him, "I have many classes and little time to check my phone. If possible, let us meet this Saturday. Some matters are better discussed face-to-face." Li Jiayue replied almost instantly, "Can you take a call?" Zhang Yuni recalled how, in their previous life, he often engaged her in lengthy phone conversations at this time, and she felt for her dear roommates. She resolved to buy egg tarts for them when she returned to campus on Sunday afternoon. Zhang Yui replied, "It's time to turn off the lights and sleep. We can chat on Saturday." Li Jiayue's words were imbued with profound disappointment. "All right then, good night, Moon." Once the heat subsided, Zhang Yui climbed to the upper bunk, contemplating setting an alarm. Her expression wavered, her finger hesitating between 5:40 and 5:45, caught in a dilemma. Ultimately, she reassured herself that one could not achieve great things in a single breath. Progress must be gradual, like a gentle stream flowing steadily. She settled on 5:45 for the alarm. They all cherished their sleep, believing that every extra minute was a treasure. Before 11, the restroom fell silent as her roommates climbed into bed one by one. In the darkness, Zhang Yui listened to their idle chatter, which gradually diminished until someone concluded the conversation and drifted off to sleep. At dawn, Zhang Yui was awakened by the melodic chimes of her phone beneath her pillow. Groggy, she fumbled for the device, still not quite accustomed to the intricacies of her 10-year-old phone, struggling to silence the alarm with her eyes closed. Once she managed to silence that infernal ringing, she became fully awake. After mentally preparing herself, Zhang Yui struggled against her fate. Relieved that it was not the depths of winter, rising was not as unbearable. She endeavored to move quietly, hastily freshening up, and grabbed her textbooks before exiting the dormitory. Daijia, still half asleep, inquired, "What are you doing?" Zhang Yui shushed her, "I'm heading to the playground." Daijia mumbled something about her being crazy before returning to her bed. Indeed, it was a kind of madness, terrifyingly so. Zhang Yuni found herself reflecting on the impending college entrance examination next year, while the monthly test loomed ominously ahead. She feared that if her parents were to glimpse her report card, they might suffer a heart attack. As she stepped out of the dormitory, she stretched languidly. The boys' dormitory was not far from the girls', and as she descended the stairs, noting that time was still on her side, she contemplated taking a leisurely stroll around the track. However, after just a few steps, she unexpectedly encountered Chen Kuo on the small path, who appeared to have just emerged from his own dormitory, sporting headphones as he approached her. "Good morning, class leader," Zhang Yuni exclaimed, surprised by the serendipity of their meeting. Upon closer inspection, his vibrant demeanor starkly contrasted with her own lethargy, as he seemed to radiate vitality. This reminded her of a later event when Jiangzhou hosted a marathon, encouraging citizens to participate. It was said that Chen Kuo completed the entire race and returned with a medal. A decade later, despite having achieved considerable success, he remained humble and unassuming. While others indulged in smoking, he chose running. While they drank alcohol, he opted for milk. Even Fei Shiji remarked that Chen Kuo had ingrained restraint and discipline into his very being, calling him extraordinary. Chen Kuo halted in his tracks. His initial thought was a concern that perhaps his watch had malfunctioned, for how else could he have crossed paths with her? Meanwhile, Zhang Yuni scrutinized him. It seemed that whether at 17 or 18, or even a decade later, his attire predominantly consisted of athletic pants, either black or gray, and his shoes were impeccably clean. What astonished her even more was the carton of milk he held in his hand. This was a local brand from Jiangzhou, known for its unpretentious packaging that had remained unchanged for years. She recalled their chance encounter in the company's break area, where he casually leaned against the wall, sipping milk. It had not occurred to her that the same milk enjoyed by her boss a decade ago was in his possession now. How delightful it must be. Chen Kuo, following her gaze, lowered his head, momentarily taken aback, and without overthinking, extended his hand to offer her the milk. "If you wish to drink, here it is for you." Had he encountered another classmate today, he would have acted the same, merely considering it a return of her crispy shark snack. Zhang Yuni repeatedly waved her hands. "No, it's all right. I'm just a bit curious. I've noticed you always drink this brand of milk. Is it truly that delicious?" Being a local, she had undoubtedly tasted it herself, and to speak candidly, devoid of any hometown bias, it was rather unremarkable. Or perhaps she simply failed to discern its uniqueness. Chen Kuo, typically adept at addressing various inquiries, found himself momentarily at a loss, a hint of discomfort stirring within him. "It's decent. I've grown accustomed to it." "Is that so?" Zhang Yuni expressed her surprise. "Oh, if it weren't for the fact that I need to memorize my text and lack the time for a deeper conversation with you, I would have continued chatting." She waved farewell. "I'll head to the playground now." Chen Kuo nodded, glanced at her, and proceeded towards the cafeteria. The morning light was gentle, their paths diverging as they brushed past each other. What initially seemed to be an utterly mundane episode took an unexpected turn. After the morning study session, while Zhang Yuni and Daijia were at the small supermarket purchasing beverages, they spotted the milk that Chen Kuo frequently consumed on the shelves. Though they were not well acquainted, she perhaps first recognized him as he would be a decade hence, and now, observing this habit from 10 years ago, instinctively concluded that this was a routine he had maintained for many years. Thus, she was successfully persuaded. She hesitated not, embracing the notion of discovering what remarkable qualities he possessed, as she reached for a box and proceeded to the checkout. However, having just finished breakfast, her stomach was full, and she did not immediately indulge in tasting it, returning to the classroom and casually placing it on her desk. A few minutes later, Chen Kuo and Fei Shiji entered through the back door, their gazes inadvertently sweeping past, halting momentarily. Had it not been for their earlier conversation that morning, he would have certainly overlooked the box of milk. Fei Shiji nearly collided with him, questioning with curiosity, "Have you been enchanted?" Chen Kuo continued forward, returning to his seat, his expression unfazed as he unfolded a sheet of draft paper. Not far behind him, the intermingled sounds of laughter and chatter from several girls occasionally reached his ears. Chapter 9. In the ensuing 2 days, Zhang Yuni consistently encountered Chen Kuo during her early morning routines, noting the time, which was invariably between 6 and just past 5 minutes. At this hour, most of the boarding students were struggling to rise from slumber. Even she found it a considerable challenge, while he seemed to have grown accustomed to the early hours. Indeed, Success is seldom a matter of chance. Those who achieve it invariably possess exceptional skills. On Friday morning, her phone alarm once again jolted Zhang Yuni from her dreams. Skillfully, she silenced the ringing and, with bleary eyes, arose. It was only when she approached the balcony sink to brush her teeth that she noticed the gentle drizzle outside. The early September rain brought no hint of coolness, yet the air was significantly fresher, and with a deep inhale, she could still detect the scent of fresh grass. As she brushed her teeth, she hesitated, pondering whether to venture out to the playground with an umbrella. She was acutely aware of her own tendencies. Having persevered for 3 or 4 days, if she were to succumb to the allure of her bed, now due to the rain, all her previous struggles would be rendered futile. She is the one who goes fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. After much contemplation, she resolves to strike a balance, neither braving the rain to head to the playground nor succumbing to the temptation of returning to bed. Following her routine from the previous days, she hastily freshens up, retrieves her umbrella from the drawer, and, upon descending the stairs, instinctively glances around, only to be taken aback by the absence of Chen Kuo. After a moment of puzzlement, she realizes that he is not a machine. It is improbable to encounter him every day. With her umbrella in hand, she strolls along the tranquil paths of the campus, swiftly arriving at the cafeteria. The cook at the window, just beginning his shift, busily attends to his duties, and with most stalls not yet open, her choices are limited. She purchases an egg pancake and some xiaomai, then makes her way towards the teaching building. At 6:15, the teaching building is quite empty. It resembles a rare breed of early risers, akin to werewolves who wake up 20 minutes early to have breakfast or study. Surprisingly, even Zhang Yuni had not anticipated that she would find herself among this select few in her lifetime. How impressive! In the hallway, Chen Kuo leisurely cracks an egg. Hearing the sound of footsteps echoing from the staircase, he turns his head, casually glancing over, only to meet the sparkling, elated gaze of Zhang Yuni. His grip inadvertently tightens, and the already fragile eggshell crumbles swiftly under the pressure. Zhang Yuni is indeed filled with delight. She approaches him with a buoyant stride, her ponytail tracing an arc through the air, and cheerfully greets, "Good morning." Chen Kuo replies, somewhat resigned, "Good morning," noting that he had intentionally left 10 minutes earlier today. Behind them lies the classroom of Class 3, where other students are also enjoying their breakfast. The doors and windows are open, yet the rich aroma lingers stubbornly in the air. A perplexing thought flickered through Zhang Yuni's mind. Could it be that Chen Kuo was concerned that the aroma of his meal might disturb others? Hence his decision to dine outside. Truly, he was the boss she held in esteem, exhibiting a commendable sense of propriety. Initially, she had contemplated resolving her breakfast at the desk, but upon observing him eating outdoors, she resolved to follow in her boss's footsteps. Unfolding a plastic bag, she bowed her head to take a bite of the xiaomai, casting a glance at his breakfast set aside, 2 hefty meat buns and an egg, simple yet wholesome. Were those meat buns delectable? Her mother forbade her from purchasing meat buns from outside, even frightening her with tales of lymphatic tissue and fragments of cardboard mingled within the filling. The grotesque imagery rendered her utterly devoid of appetite. Chen Kuo, succinct as ever, replied, "Not bad. Class monitor, what time do you rise each day?" Zhang Yuni inquired casually. "I didn't encounter you earlier and thought I had awakened before you today." Chen Kuo's gaze was heavy as he stared into the distance. He yearned to tell her that she could speak her mind freely, yet the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. His silence, however, did not seem to stifle her desire to converse. She continued to murmur beside him, "Actually, getting up now is relatively easy, but I wonder what will happen in winter." Chen Kuo hastily finished the egg and devoured the bun, his pace noticeably quickening. He ate so rapidly that he nearly choked. Zhang Yuni noticed his expression and promptly punctured the milk carton with a straw, extending it towards him. "Are you choking? Quickly, have some milk to ease it." His body reacted swiftly as he took the item, their hands briefly touching, a fleeting look of awkwardness crossing his face. He stepped aside somewhat stiffly, lowered his head, and consumed nearly half a carton of milk, his expression returning to normal. When he tilted his head, he found her gazing at him with concern. Chen Kuo's voice dipped slightly as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Zhang Yuni let out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're all right. The senior year is truly overwhelming." Even someone as academically gifted as their boss was racing against time. She had heard that many classmates strove to maximize their study hours, even cutting corners during meals. The college entrance examination was a fierce competition, and while she admired individuals like Chen Kuo for their success, she felt no envy. believing that those who work diligently deserve a good life. Fei Shiji burst into the classroom like a gust of wind. His hair was tousled, having neglected to comb it that morning despite his usual attention to personal grooming. He rummaged through his desk and found a comb. As he styled his hair, he caught sight of Chen Kuo seemingly distracted, drawing a dark line on a piece of scrap paper. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "What problem has you stumped?" He was inclined to lean in for a better look. Chen Kuo evaded him, his already sharp jawline taut. "Don't bother me, go away." Fei Shiji replied, "All right then. Seems like my son is having another episode." Tomorrow was Saturday, and the students were in high spirits, though Zhang Yuni was not among them. After dinner, while taking a walk with Dai Jia to aid digestion, she had not forgotten to recite her lesson, stammering through, Mu ji zhong shang, rao yi wei lun, chi chu zhong gui. Dai Jia frowned as she stumbled over her words. How is it possible to struggle so much with classical Chinese texts in the first semester of high school? Yet, upon reflection, it is merely the beginning of the first round of revision, and such a situation is quite normal. For Zhang Yuni, this is not something learned 2 years ago, but rather many years in the past. It is quite convoluted. Just a few days ago, she could hardly read it smoothly without stumbling, let alone memorize it. Xuanzi, I loathe you. Nevertheless, her efforts bore fruit, and with Dai Jia's friendly reminder, she reluctantly managed to recite it, smiling outwardly while inwardly cursing her frustrating predicament. She could hardly endure another day of this wretched existence. Her current mental state is quite concerning, and her friends have noticed, feeling that her bout of madness has lasted far too long. Dai Jia, with a look of hesitance, gently remarked, "There are still more than 6 months until the college entrance examination." Having known Zhang Yuni for over a year, this is the first time she has witnessed her in such a state. In private, she, Su Shishir, and Shun Mingrue speculated how much longer she would maintain such symptoms. It was rather unsettling. Zhang Yuni closed her eyes in anguish. Indeed, only 245 days remained. Dai Jia said, "What should we do? The child has truly lost her mind." After a pause, she suggested, "How about I borrow a few comic books from Exian? And then we ask the class monitor for a leave of absence to spend some time in the dormitory together?" Surprisingly, Zhang Yuni felt a moment of temptation, but ultimately shook her head in refusal. Seeing Dai Jia wrinkle her nose as if she had tasted bitter coffee made Zhang Yuni chuckle, warming her heart. She grasped Dai Jia's hand reassuringly. "Don't worry. I know my limits. It's merely the college entrance examination. I refuse to be daunted. If I could conquer it once, I can surely triumph splendidly a second time." After hastily showering following his basketball game, Chen Kuo made his way to the cafeteria to procure a meal. With his considerable physical exertion, his appetite was equally substantial. Sated and invigorated, he returned to the classroom. Yet, before he could settle into his seat, he overheard Fei Shiji munching on a meat floss bun, mumbling indistinctly that someone had come looking for him to request a leave of absence. Upon hearing this, Chen Kuo felt an unexpected wave of relaxation wash over him, as though he had been anticipating this moment. His first thought was that it must be Zhang Yuni. He pulled out a chair and sat down. While the class monitor had responsibilities, he believed that providing reasonable grounds for a leave request was perfectly acceptable. His brow unfurled, and he contemplated playing a game on his phone to alleviate some stress, but the dismal outcome of the previous exam deterred him momentarily. At that moment, Zhang Yuni entered the room with Dai Jia through the front door. As fate would have it, she passed by Chen Kuo's desk, their eyes meeting inadvertently. She smiled at him and remarked, "Finished eating, class monitor?" Chen Kuo nodded in acknowledgement, silently awaiting her next words. However, she showed no inclination to linger. After receiving his response, she proceeded directly to her seat. In a fleeting moment, no one noticed the brief look of confusion that crossed Chen Kuo's face. Zhang Yuni, sipping her drink through a straw, remained blissfully unaware. She felt quite satisfied with the current progression of events. After all, even as she aspired to align herself with the boss, her primary goal was to gain admission to university, as without that, she wouldn't even meet the threshold for employment. She had her own plans and a distinct rhythm to her pursuits. Having encountered the boss every morning for 4 consecutive days, she believed that in time, he would form a lasting impression of her diligence. After all, isn't that what it means to get a head start in the professional realm? He, a young man, adorned with black-framed glasses, stood resolutely before Chen Kuo's desk, his face beaming with a smile. "I'd like to discuss something with you." Chen Kuo, already suspecting the nature of the conversation, gazed at him impassively. Extracting a test paper from the stand, and laying it open. I wish to request leave for the evening study session. Chen Kuo's expression remained composed and unperturbed. What is the reason? Who needs a reason to take leave? The young man merely sought to hide in the dormitory and catch a football match. He had not harbored much hope, merely attempting to test the waters. However, upon hearing Chen Kuo's inquiry for a reason, he suddenly felt invigorated. This was a sign of concession. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, having only intended to give it a try without preparing an explanation. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively replied, "I'm not feeling well." With a click, Chen Kuo capped his pen, casting a sidelong glance at him, and calmly stated, "Return to your seat. I shall not grant it." The young man's shoulders slumped as he muttered, "Kuo, you're so heartless." Despite his vibrant appearance, fit enough to star in an advertisement for blood tonics, he felt neglected as he had expressed his discomfort, yet the class monitor showed no concern. Why was he so unfeeling? Fei Shiji, munching on his bread, nearly choked with laughter, retorting, "What nonsense. At least our Kuo treats everyone equally. That's even more heartless. It's quite frightening." Chen Kuo, somewhat annoyed by their ruckus, closed the test paper once more. Shall I endure more of this chatter? With that, the group dispersed, finally granting him the peace he sought. Chapter 10 In high school, particularly in the final year, students do not experience the luxury of a weekend off. Most high schools in Jiangzhou dismiss on Saturday afternoons, and Sunday evening study sessions proceed as usual, allowing only one brief return home each week, just for a single night before returning to campus. Despite this, students eagerly anticipate the arrival of Saturday. After all, even a morsel of leisure is still leisure, and a single day off is still a day off. Regarding her affair with Li Jiayue, Zhang Yuni sought a swift resolution. With a composed demeanor, she called her mother. Weaving a little white lie, "I'm planning to dine out with Dai Jia and the others, and will also purchase some study materials. You and Dad need not come pick me up today. I'll take the bus home." "Fine, but don't linger outside too long. Come back early. If you arrive home after 10, there will be consequences," her mother replied. Zhang Yuni contemplated countering. "Come on, Mom, I'm not out playing. I'm just getting study materials." However, her mother's cold chuckle from the other end of the line silenced her, followed by the click of the call being disconnected. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but reflect on how Mrs. Yin remained as brusque as ever over the years. Dai Jia listened quietly, her expression serene, as if the previous conversation had not involved her at all. "Don't worry. If your mom calls me, I'll know how to cover for you." Before Zhang Yuni could express her gratitude, she hesitated and inquired, "But what is going on between you and Li Jiayue? I saw you two at the movies during the summer, and everything seemed fine then." "It's nothing serious," Zhang Yuni replied candidly, accepting her share of the blame. "He is a great guy. I just suddenly realized I no longer have feelings for him." She would not deny that her previous relationship with Li Jiayue had genuinely existed. No relationship can endure solely through the persistence of one party. If affection wanes, forcing oneself to continue is detrimental to both. Dai Jia opened her mouth in confusion. Yet this did not deter her from standing by her friend. Perhaps that was acceptable. Zhang Yui had arranged to meet Li Jiayue in the bustling heart of the most prosperous mall in the area. Currently thriving with a substantial footfall, it would, in a decade, fall into decline. She was quite eager to revisit it, as it held cherished memories from her high school days. The bus stop outside the school had direct lines to the mall. Dai Jia and Su Shishir were heading in a different direction. But after she managed to squeeze onto the bus alone, she was pleasantly surprised to find Chen Kuo aboard as well. Swiftly, she maneuvered to his side. He wore headphones, and his tall stature made it easy for him to grip the overhead rail. Initially, Chen Kuo did not notice her, engrossed in his music. It was she who took the initiative to poke him, her familiar voice cutting through the melody and reaching his ears. "Class monitor, what a coincidence. You're on this bus too." Chen Kuo turned his head, and upon seeing her, his brow furrowed slightly. With a resigned gesture, he removed one earphone and nodded in acknowledgement. Which stop will you get off?" "Very far." Zhang Yui refrained from further inquiry. It was not that she lacked interest, but rather that the bus was overcrowded. Engaging in conversation required either whispering close to each other's ears or shouting, as enjoying a pleasant chat was nearly impossible amidst the Saturday throng, especially during the driver's stops and starts. She found herself leaning against Chen Kuo after a few stops, and he could distinctly feel her leg pressed against his. He contemplated shifting away, but the person next to him snapped, "What are you pushing for? There's no room to stand." Chen Kuo furrowed his brow and retorted, "Who are you shouting at?" Zhang Yuni echoed in unison. Who are you shouting at? Both were momentarily taken aback. After muttering a few words, the individual fell silent, acknowledging his defeat. After all, one person could hardly contend with a pair. Chen Kuo subtly tilted his head, and as Zhang Yuni leaned against the chair, she seemed to sense his gaze. She turned to meet his eyes and offered a smile, appearing to reassure him that in just 2 more stops, the carriage would become quite spacious. As she had predicted, after 2 stops, the compartment indeed felt more open. A seat closer to Chen Kuo became vacant, prompting him to call out to her, his long legs obstructing others from seizing the opportunity. Zhang Yuni quickly bent down, deftly maneuvering beneath his outstretched arm resting on the window, and settled herself gracefully. She then looked up and smiled at him, noticing the weight of his backpack, which appeared rather heavy. She promptly offered, "Class monitor, shall I help you with your bag?" "No need," Chen Kuo replied, holding his phone with one hand while engrossed in scrolling, signaling his disinterest in further conversation. Zhang Yuni perceived his cue and refrained from pressing him. Instead, she retrieved her own phone from her bag, noticing a message from Li Jiayue. "Where are you? Don't you want me to pick you up?" She quickly composed a reply. "No need. I'm already on the bus." Another stop arrived. The short-haired girl sitting beside her by the window whispered, "Excuse me. I need to get off." Zhang Yuni tucked her legs aside to make space, allowing the girl to exit. As she shifted inward, she playfully tugged at Chen Kuo's backpack strap, urging, "Hurry, class monitor, there's a seat available. Sit." Chen Kuo was caught off guard. In summary, by the time he regained his senses, he had already taken a seat, somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Beside him sat Zhang Yuni, who was gazing at him with a smile. Today, she wore light-colored frayed denim shorts that revealed her fair and well-proportioned legs, which brushed lightly against his light gray sweatpants. This left Chen Kuo's long legs without a place to settle. Despite having been classmates for quite some time, it was their first occasion sitting so closely together. The music from his headphones continuously assaulted his eardrums, and he found himself struggling to endure the suddenness of the situation. As the announcement of the next stop approached, he promptly stood up, inadvertently startling Zhang Yuni, who was tidying the ends of her hair with her fingers. She looked up at him with a puzzled expression, her eyes seeming to inquire what was wrong. Chen Kuo murmured, "I've arrived at my stop." Zhang Yuni blinked and waved her hand gently, her brows and eyes curving in a smile as she replied, "Goodbye. See you tomorrow." Chen Kuo nodded in acknowledgement. The driver hit the brakes, and in his distracted state, he stumbled slightly, but managed to grasp the handrail just in time. As the back door swung open, he stepped out briskly onto the somewhat unfamiliar street. It was not an opportune moment to hail a cab, as all the speeding taxis were occupied, so he had no choice but to wait for the next bus. He lowered his gaze and sent a message to his friend. "I'll be late. I'm hungry, so you can eat first. Don't wait for me." In the McDonald's on the first floor of the shopping mall, Wang Xiran was engrossed in a game, his head bent in concentration. Suddenly, a figure blocked the light in front of him. Guessing who it was, he did not lift his head. "Finish this round. You can sit first." Chen Kuo sat across from him with a detached expression, neither urging him to speak nor preoccupied with his phone. It was only when Wang Xiran called out to him that he was pulled back to reality. "Hungry?" Wang Xiran turned to glance at the stack of burger sets on the table behind them and casually inquired, "Shall we eat from this place?" "Whatever, it's all fine." Chen Kuo replied indifferently. Wang Xiran rummaged through his backpack for a coupon, his eyes swiftly scanning the options. After a moment of contemplation, he found nothing particularly enticing. The recent toys did not appeal to him either. He shrugged. "Well, it's hard-earned time off, and I'm about to be sick of cafeteria food. How about we check out the 4th floor?" Chen Kuo was indifferent to the choice of food, burdened by his thoughts as he stood up. Following Wang Xiran out of McDonald's, the two ascended the escalator together. Wang Xiran was contemplating which restaurants were on the 4th floor and was about to discuss it with Chen Kuo when he turned to see him frowning deeply, which piqued his curiosity. "Is something bothering you?" They had been childhood friends but attended different high schools, where it was difficult to gauge superiority based on annual admission rates, as each had its strengths. Occasionally, they exchanged study materials. The escalator moved slowly upward. The bright lights of the mall illuminated Chen Kuo's face, revealing his distracted demeanor. If it were Fei Shiji asking him, he would certainly not divulge a word, especially since it concerned another girl in their class. Wang Xiran was different. Being from another school, he was also known for his discretion. Chen Kuo remained silent, which only heightened Wang Xiran's curiosity. It appeared there truly was something troubling him. However, he refrained from probing further, wary that too many questions might irritate his friend, leading him to stubbornly refuse to speak at all. There was something peculiar about him. Upon ascending to the second floor, Chen Kuo lowered his voice and, slightly agitated, began to speak, forever engaging me in trivial discussions. This was the extent of his confessions. He could not divulge to his friend that this individual seemed to be attuned to his preferences, even noting the brand of milk he frequently consumed. A girl? Wang Shiran inquired. Though phrased as a question, his tone was rather assured, followed by a puzzled remark. But wait, haven't you encountered such situations before? Chen Kuo was not one to be ostentatious, yet he possessed many qualities and attributes that would attract the opposite sex. Aside from his reserved demeanor and few words, he was devoid of any glaring flaws in appearance or intellect, rendering him quite appealing. Thus, he had garnered quite a few admirers, including those bold enough to confess their feelings directly to him. Logically, he should have been well-versed in managing such matters. Why then did he appear as if it were the first time he had experienced the affection of a girl? Chen Kuo pinched the bridge of his nose, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. It's just a class. Lao Fei mentioned that during his first or second year, there was a girl in his class who gifted him chocolate. Why was it that he seemed unbothered back then, yet now appeared so troubled? A situation he managed effortlessly in his first year of high school seemed insurmountable in his final year. If Wang Shiran's curiosity had previously been at a mere 10%, it had now surged to a staggering 80%. Chen Kuo responded, "First, don't listen to his nonsense. Second, as I mentioned, we're in the same class." Just then, the elevator arrived at the fourth floor. This level predominantly housed restaurants, and given that it was Saturday, it was bustling with activity, with many patrons queuing for tables. A beautiful girl sits on a chair outside the shop, holding a vividly colorful menu, her expression earnest as she contemplates what dish to order. A boy dressed in a black top and jeans approaches her, holding a swirling ice cream cone, leaning down with a smile to present it to her. Beside them, two backpacks adorned with matching keychain charms rest. One features a pink pig, the other a gray pig. Aware that they are classmates, what follows? Please, continue. Wang Shiran, listening intently, grows anxious. Why has the conversation abruptly halted? Meanwhile, Chen Kuo slowly averts his gaze, pausing for a few seconds, as if to suggest that he has said nothing today. Chapter 11 A56. Is A56 present? The server's voice echoed loudly at the entrance. Here. Zhang Yuni raised a hand and responded cheerfully. Beside her, Li Jieyue, perceptive as ever, had already picked up both backpacks and followed her closely. Under the server's guidance, the pair navigated through the throng of people waiting in line and entered the restaurant. The mall was bustling with activity and preoccupied with her own thoughts. She failed to notice Chen Kuo. Wang Shiran remained perplexed, unwittingly led by Chen Kuo elsewhere, almost traversing the entire floor. Why don't I understand? Did you truly say nothing today? Chen Kuo's emotions were equally intricate. Yet, undeniably, he felt a sense of relief. At least he no longer had to grapple with this matter, let it be. He suddenly recalled a remark made by Fei Shiji a few days prior, dismissing it as a minor ailment. Upon reflection, she had not articulated much. It seemed entirely a projection of his unfounded speculations, mere shadows of conjecture. Wang Shiran fell silent, pondering the matter. Let us dine, it is my treat. Chen Kuo, wishing to evade further discussion, abruptly shifted the subject. After a brief, circuitous conversation, they found themselves back at the starting point. Wang Shiran surveyed the bustling restaurant, disregarding Chen Kuo's formality, and casually pointed, "What about this place? With such a long queue, the food must be satisfactory." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Kuo declined, "I will not eat here." He truly wished to avoid any encounter with Zhang Yuni today. Moreover, establishments requiring a wait of over 20 minutes were never within his purview. A meal was merely a meal, not warranting such a protracted delay. Wang Shiran, familiar with his preferences, did not press the issue. With numerous restaurants available, they selected one at random to resolve their dinner plans. "Choose what you desire," she suggested. Zhang Yuni ordered her preferred dishes and then passed the pencil and menu to Li Jieyue across the table, declaring, "Today, I shall treat." Students spend the majority of their time on campus, and since they do not attend the same school, opportunities for encounters are scarce. Consequently, their choices for outings are quite limited: dining, watching films, or strolling through parks, rendering the notion of one spending excessively on the other quite moot at this stage. Nevertheless, as it was their final meal together, she hoped to bear the cost herself. Li Jieyue came from a well-off family and had ample pocket money. Yet he was inclined toward gaming and purchasing equipment, as well as indulging in sneakers, all of which demanded a considerable expenditure. That simply won't do. Li Jiayue, disinterested in the menu, fixed his gaze upon her, as if his eyes were glued to her presence. Do not mind me. Order whatever you desire. I am indifferent to it all. Even skipping a meal is acceptable, as long as I can sit beside you. Consequently, Zhang Yuni opted to order a dish he particularly enjoyed. Just as the server was placing their order, he inquired, "Shall we watch a movie or sing karaoke later?" Given that Li Jiayue's family owned a karaoke establishment, securing a private room, even during holidays, was merely a phone call away. "Let's discuss it after dinner," Zhang Yuni suggested, observing the evidently youthful and naive Li Jiayue. After a brief hesitation, she resolved not to let their appetites be compromised. It would be more conducive to converse after they had dined. Li Jiayue's unwavering gaze on her made her feel as though she could never be scrutinized enough. "All right, wherever you wish to go, we shall go." Zhang Yuni found herself at a loss for conversation topics. In truth, it had been too long since their breakup. And upon reflection, it seemed that aside from the endless doubts he harbored, which had caused her considerable frustration, the other memories from their relationship had faded. Now, under his intense scrutiny, she lowered her head to illuminate her phone, scrolling through messages, and recalled an important matter. She then lifted her gaze back to him and asked, "By the way, did you recharge my phone bill earlier?" For the past 3 days, she had received notifications from 10,086 confirming successful top-ups, 2 transactions of 50 and 1 of 100. "You did not reply to my messages, so I assumed your phone had been deactivated due to insufficient funds," Li Jiayue remarked nonchalantly. Zhang Yuni was hardly surprised. 200 yuan. Would you prefer cash? Or shall I recharge your phone directly? It's no big deal. Li Jiayue was hardly concerned. His mind lingered on other matters. What belongs to you is not mine, so do reply to my messages more often. Zhang Yuni remained silent, casting her gaze around the room, and gently reminded him. "I see the dishes are being served quickly over here. You should wash your hands first." It had been nearly half a month since they last met. Although Li Jiayue longed to sit beside her, he hesitated to be overly forward. When she commanded him to wash his hands, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, and without a hint of reluctance, he rose with a cheerful demeanor and exited the dining area, heading toward the restroom. He believed his hands were quite clean, yet he thought it wouldn't hurt to wash them a few more times. He intended to muster the courage to hold her hand after their meal and movie. Upon entering the restroom, he found it nearly empty, save for a young man clad in light gray sweatpants at the urinal. Li Jiayue cast a casual glance in his direction before positioning himself at the sink. Just as he was about to turn on the faucet, his phone, tucked away in his pocket, began to ring. He initially assumed it was Zhang Yuni urging him to hurry back, and he dared not waste a moment. However, upon seeing that the caller was his childhood friend, he answered, wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear while washing his hands. "You have no idea I'm on a date, do you?" he said languidly. The response from the other end elicited a short laugh from him. "Come on, whose birthday is it today? I have no time for that." "Yes, indeed. I prioritize romance over friendship." After washing once, he worried it wasn't sufficient, so he took a few steps forward to dispense some soap, nearly colliding with another person in the process. "Excuse me," he said apologetically. Chen Kuo replied calmly, "It's fine." The two similarly built young men occupied nearly the entire mirror in front of the sink, both engaged in washing their hands. Li Jiayue's hands were covered in dense foam. "All right, I'll ask her. If she wishes to go, we shall go. If she does not, then there is nothing I can do." Chen Kuo pulled a piece of paper from beneath the mirror, wiped his hands clean, crumpled it into a ball, and discarded it into the trash bin. After sending Li Jiayue to the restroom, Zhang Yuni discreetly slipped 200 yuan into his backpack. In their previous life, her relationship with Li Jiayue had not ended well. This time, devoid of misunderstandings and quarrels, she hoped for a different outcome. When Li Jiayue returned, the dishes had been served one after another, and their hunger was palpable. Chen Kuo was meticulous in his attentions, offering her napkins and pouring her water, even while grimacing from the heat as he peeled shrimp for her. After the meal, Zhang Yuni excused herself to visit the restroom, but instead approached the cashier to settle the bill. She began to ponder her choice of words. Yet the dilemma arose. No matter how delicately she phrased it, the essence remained unchanged. She understood that a sudden and harsh conclusion would be painful, and few would readily accept it. However, a prolonged agony was far worse than a brief one. Indeed, she could gradually distance herself from him. If a semester was insufficient, then perhaps a year would suffice to extinguish his ardor entirely. Many in modern society resorted to such tactics. Yet she was unwilling to treat someone she once cherished in that manner. Turning back, her gaze traversed several tables until it fell upon Li Jiayue's silhouette. After a few moments of contemplation, she returned to their table, clutching the small receipt given by the front desk. Li Jiayue caught a glimpse of the corner of that receipt, furrowed his brow, and jested, "If you Kai and the others find out I let you pay the bill, they will tease me for years." Even though he was somewhat obtuse, at this moment he began to reflect that something was amiss with her today. Zhang Yuni lifted her cup and took a sip of water. "Li Jiayue, I believe it's best if we part ways. You need not call or message me anymore." "What did you say?" Li Jiayue gazed at her in bewilderment, his mouth moving in disbelief as he inquired further. Panic set in as he continued. "Did I do something wrong? Or perhaps I misspoke. Let me apologize first. Just tell me, and I assure you I will never repeat it again." "No, you haven't done anything wrong," Zhang Yuni replied candidly. "It's my own issue." She understood that when conversing with Li Jiayue, clarity was essential. So she mustered her resolve and declared, "I no longer have feelings for you, and therefore, I wish to end this." Li Jiayue's eyelids twitched, yet he exclaimed, "I don't believe it. Just a few days ago, everything was fine, and now you suddenly say you no longer love me. What does that even mean? I cannot comprehend." His exclamation drew the curious gazes of nearby diners, who were left puzzled about the unfolding drama at their table. "Please don't react this way." Nevertheless, Zhang Yuni quietly exhaled, finding him remarkably composed compared to his past self. "I need to go home. Is it because of the message from Yi Jingyan that you're upset?" Li Jiayue pondered increasingly, convinced this must be the reason. In a flurry, he pulled out his phone. "Shall I delete all the women from my contacts right now? I will never add any female classmates again. And I won't add any males either. Is that acceptable?" "I've already said. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Zhang Yuni was well aware of his character. If he could accept the situation today, he would no longer be Li Jiayue. Thus, the entanglement seemed futile. As long as she conveyed her thoughts and he comprehended them, their interaction would reach a natural conclusion. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she decided it was best not to linger and quickly grabbed her backpack, making her way outside. She was quite familiar with this level and swiftly arrived at the elevator hall, almost like a scene from a spy film. Rather than descending, she chose to venture to the cinema on the 5th floor. When it came to evading her ex-boyfriend, she had quite the knack. There was a Hollywood action film with numerous showings, and she purchased a ticket for the soonest available time. Most good seats were already taken, and without hesitation, she opted for a spot in the back row rather than the front. Glancing at the ticket screen, she noticed the surrounding seats were filled, but it posed little concern since her seat was adjacent to the aisle. With a bucket of popcorn in hand, she entered Theater 3. The main lights had already been dimmed, enveloping the room in twilight. Cautiously, she navigated the plush carpeted steps, ensuring she did not misstep, and quickly located her seat. Once seated, she overheard a nearby conversation. "I hope it's not a terrible film. Otherwise, I'll begrudge wasting 2 precious hours and will definitely rate it 1 star online. What is the fuss about free movie tickets?" Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Zhang Yuni froze momentarily. Turning her head, she was greeted by the sight of a boy reclining casually against the back of his seat, holding a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. "Class monitor, is that really you? What a coincidence!" she exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Chen Kuo's body stiffened slightly, and he initially thought he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. However, when he turned his head and met those bright, smiling eyes, he was caught off guard and choked, coughing violently several times. Chapter 12. Chen Kuo's seemingly earth-shattering cough startled those seated in front, causing them to glance back repeatedly. He maintained his composure, raising an arm to shield himself. Yet his face and neck flushed crimson, revealing his distress. Zhang Yuni, taken aback, hastily unzipped her backpack, retrieved a tissue, and offered it to him with concern, asking, "Are you all right? Is everything okay?" His body instinctively signaled the need for a tissue, and though his thoughts were still disoriented, Chen Kuo's hand obediently accepted the tissue. The sweet scent of fruit lingered in the air, and as he regained his composure, a sudden throb of pain pulsed at his temples. Why did he have to encounter her again? Was this never-ending? His throat still felt slightly uncomfortable, his voice slightly hoarse. "I'm fine." Yet, unconsciously, his hand tightened around the tissue, knuckles whitening with the pressure. Attending a movie was indeed an unexpected arrangement. Chen Kuo had arranged to meet Wang Xiran not only to exchange study materials, but also to visit an internet CAF near the mall for gaming. They were academically gifted. Yet like any typical 17 or 18-year-old boys, they could not possibly lack interests beyond their studies. In terms of gaming, it was difficult for Fei Shiji to join them. Fei Shiji harbored a profound affection for CF, while Chen Kuo and Wang Xiran were in perfect harmony as Dota players. They were prepared to spend 2 hours at an internet CAF, but fate took an unexpected turn when a couple at the adjacent table, beset by unforeseen circumstances, generously bestowed upon them 2 movie tickets. Faced with the dilemma of whether to indulge in gaming or cinema, Chen Kuo remained indifferent to either choice. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xiran resolved to ascend to the cinema, reasoning that since the tickets had been purchased by someone else, it would be a waste not to utilize them. However, had he known that he would encounter Zhang Yuni in the theater, Chen Kuo would have undoubtedly chosen gaming without hesitation just 20 minutes prior. Now, he was consumed by regret. Wang Xiran, intrigued by the commotion, turned to Chen Kuo and inquired, "Is that your classmate?" What a coincidence! The serendipity of encountering a fellow student at the movies, and even seated in the same row, was not lost on them. The film had yet to commence when Zhang Yuni, taking the initiative, greeted Wang Xiran, confirming, "Yes, we are classmates from the same class. Are you here to watch a movie as well?" In the sprawling city of Jiangzhou, their chance encounters after school seemed almost fated. "I wasn't planning on it," Chen Kuo replied coolly, having regained his composure. Wang Xiran, exhibiting far more enthusiasm, leaned into converse with her. "We were dining when we happened upon a couple who gifted us their tickets. How fortunate you are to have such luck." Zhang Yuni offered a bucket of popcorn, exclaiming, "This place has the best caramel-flavored popcorn." "I don't eat," Chen Kuo stated calmly. "Thank you. I will eat it." Wang Xiran interjected with delight. Wang Xiran reached out, unceremoniously grabbing a handful, and curiously inquired, "Why are you here alone?" Although Zhang Yuni found it quite normal to watch a movie solo, she smiled and explained, "I came here to dine with a friend, but he had to leave for something urgent. Since there is still ample time, I thought I might as well catch a film." This was not a lie. They were not well acquainted, and there was no need for exhaustive clarification, especially since it was merely a casual question. As fate would have it, Wang Xiran suddenly remembered he had yet to introduce himself. Chewing on popcorn, he said, "I am Wang Xiran, Xian as in sequence, and Ran as in the latter part. I attended No. 2 high school and was once neighbors and classmates with Chen Kuo. However, my family moved, and I no longer attended school in this area during middle school." Zhang Yuni recognized Wang Xiran from a previous life. He was not Chen Kuo's business partner, yet their relationship seemed quite close. Shortly after Zhang Yuni joined the company, she attended the annual meeting where Wang Xiran appeared as a friend of Chen Kuo. Fei Shiji had also mentioned him to her, praising Wang Xiran's remarkable achievements. He had secured a full scholarship to study abroad during university and returned to receive an offer from a prestigious institution. "I am Zhang Yuni." She introduced, Zhang as in the character for chapter, and Yuni as in harmonious sounds. She smiled gently, adding, the E from the family name. Chen Kuo found himself in the midst of their casual chatter, enduring the torture of their light-hearted conversation. "Have some more," Zhang Yuni leaned in, inadvertently bumping her leg against Chen Kuo's without noticing, as she extended the popcorn bucket towards Wang Xiran with enthusiasm. "I can't possibly finish all this, so please take some." She purchased the largest portion, as one must indulge in the ritual of cinema, however, unable to finish it and incapable of taking it home. She almost wished to offer half of it to others. Just half an hour ago, Wang Xiran, who had been clutching her stomach, lamenting that she was stuffed and on the verge of vomiting, was now completely at ease, grabbing handfuls and devouring the food with an appetite akin to a famished soul who had not eaten in 8 lifetimes. Chen Kuo found himself with no retreat. He lowered his gaze, his grip on the bottle of mineral water tightening as he softly reminded her that the movie was about to commence. Zhang Yuni adjusted her posture, leaning back against the chair, inquiring if he was not going to eat. "It's truly quite good." Chen Kuo shook his head, declining the offer. Fortunately, the film's overture began to play just in time, prompting Zhang Yuni to fall silent, her attention fixed on the grand screen. Commercial films of this nature are highly stimulating. Quickly immersing the viewer, Chen Kuo gradually relaxed, inadvertently lowering his head. As he attempted to shift his legs, he caught sight of her phone screen in the pocket of her pants, flickering on and off repeatedly. Perhaps due to her exemplary viewing etiquette, she had set it to silent mode, remaining oblivious to incoming calls. He lowered his voice to call her attention. "Check your phone." Bang! The spectacular sound effects of the film drowned out Chen Kuo's hushed words. Zhang Yuni did not hear him at all. She had forgotten whether she had seen this film before. It felt somewhat familiar, yet the plot eluded her memory. So she decided to treat it as her first viewing and immersed herself completely. Chen Kuo remained silent. He knew he should not meddle. Yet he felt as though someone might be trying to reach her with an urgent matter. If he had not noticed, it would have been better. Zhang Yuni popped a piece of popcorn into her mouth, completely absorbed in the performance, the tense atmosphere enveloping her as she instinctively held her breath. At that moment, she felt a gentle prod on her arm. To her right lay the aisle, and to her left. Confused, she turned her head to glance at Chen Kuo, who seemed to be speaking, though his words were lost to her. She leaned closer, straining to listen. The plot on the grand screen reached a climactic explosion, illuminating the previously dim theater for an instant, and in that fleeting moment, Chen Kuo caught sight of Zhang Yuni's delicate porcelain white ear. What is going on? Noticing that Chen Kuo had fallen silent once more, realization dawned on her. He must have had a drink and needed to visit the restroom. She swiftly retracted her extended legs, making way for him, signaling with her eyes, "Go ahead, boss." Chen Kuo returned to reality, his expression one of helplessness, urging her to check her phone. Zhang Yuni lowered her head and retrieved her phone from her pocket, where a conspicuous name, Li Jiayue, flashed across the screen. After a moment of contemplation, she declined the call and sent a message. "Can you please just be quiet for a moment?" Li Jiayue replied in a flurry of incoherence. "Who is Jingjing? I don't know anyone by that name." Zhang Yuni recognized that reasoning with him was futile at this juncture, and her concern for disrupting others' cinematic experience prompted her to decisively stow her phone back into her bag. An enthralling film can make one lose track of time. When the credits rolled, no one stood up, as all patiently awaited the fabled post-credit scene. They sat in the back row, an advantageous position, allowing them to exit the theater without the need to queue. "Zhang Yuni, how are you getting home?" Wang Xiran inquired as they ascended the escalator. "I'll take the subway," she replied. Although Zhang Yuni possesses her own modest financial reserve, her expenditure today has reached 500. To take a taxi back now would be rather extravagant. It is prudent to conserve her funds. "I will take line 4, what about you?" Wang Xiran chuckled. "I need to transfer twice, but you should be able to walk part of the way with Chen Kuo. He resides in a different district, while Zhang Yuni and Chen Kuo live in the same area. The nearest subway station to Chen Kuo's home is also on line 4. "Really?" Zhang Yuni turned her body, gazing up at Chen Kuo, who stood 3 steps higher than her. "Class monitor, which station do you disembark at?" Chen Kuo lowered his gaze to her and mentioned the station name. He had previously refrained from answering on the bus, and now it seemed unnecessary. "Then I will get off 2 stations before you." It struck her that she had never realized how close their homes were before. "Perfect, you two can walk together." Chen Kuo neither affirmed nor denied, but both Wang Xiran and Zhang Yuni took his silence as acquiescence. The trio arrived at the first floor and exited the shopping mall. It was nearly 9 o'clock, yet the plaza remained bustling with people. Zhang Yuni recalled Li Jiayue, scanned the area, and, upon not spotting him, quietly exhaled in relief. The subway station was quite near, just across the road, and a short walk of 100 or 200 meters. Initially, Chen Kuo walked in the middle, but before long, Wang Xiran had switched places with him, engaging Zhang Yuni in an animated discussion about the film's plot, with his hands buried in his pockets. Chen Kuo ambled along the crosswalk, gradually falling a few steps behind. Despite their long-standing friendship, it was the first time he had witnessed Wang Xiran conversing so exuberantly with a girl, as if she were in full bloom. His gaze shifted from Wang Xiran's silhouette to the pink pig charm adorning Zhang Yuni's backpack, and he subtly furrowed his brow. "I believe this piece can only be rated a 7. The forced elevation of its themes feels akin to sitting on pins and needles." Suddenly, Wang Xiran was jostled aside, momentarily taken aback. "Lao Chen, what are you doing?" Originally trailing behind them, Chen Kuo strode forward with determination, forcefully pushing Wang Xiran aside and widening the gap between him and Zhang Yuni, simultaneously interrupting their conversation. Zhang Yuni looked at Chen Kuo in astonishment. His expression remained impassive as he urged, "Walk faster." Wang Xiran, speechless, thought, "Are you in a rush to be reborn?" Zhang Yuni stifled a laugh. Yet she adhered to the protocol of keeping pace with her boss, saying, "But we really should hurry. My mom expects me home by 10. And I told her I was out buying reference books." Well, Wang Xiran was about to mention that he had purchased several reference books today and could lend or give her one for her needs, allowing her to choose. However, the usually reticent Chen Kuo interjected coolly, "I'll lend you one." Wang Xiran, huh? Is this guy out of his mind? Chapter 13. Zhang Yuni had merely mentioned it in passing, not expecting such a delightful surprise. She looked at Chen Kuo with hopeful eyes, filled with mirth, almost fearful he might retract his offer. In her eagerness, she failed to notice Wang Xiruan opening his mouth to speak and promptly replied, "That's wonderful. Thank you, class monitor," who claimed that the class monitor of the third class lacked enthusiasm. Such a statement was utterly ridiculous. She almost felt compelled to send a lawyer's letter to warn them. Chen Kuo opened his backpack. Indeed, he had purchased several sets of test papers today, yet he was uncertain which subject she desired. Thus, he decided to present them all for her selection. Wang Xiruan felt a vague, indescribable emotion flicker within him, finding Chen Kuo's peculiar behavior today both exasperating and rather neurotic. Suddenly, Zhang Yuni was overwhelmed with a pile of books. Glancing down, she felt an urge to call out to Jin Xiao, complaining about a headache. She managed to smile, weighed the options, and without a moment's hesitation, chose the thinnest book. How wonderful. This is precisely what I need. She promptly returned the other daunting test papers to Chen Kuo, such as the unbearable weight of life. Wang Xiruan, who had been quite talkative moments ago, fell into silence, his gaze scanning Chen Kuo like an X-ray. The situation had drastically shifted. Wang Xiruan had become a mere backdrop, while Zhang Yuni engaged Chen Kuo in casual conversation. By the way, class monitor, when you went to the mall for dinner and a movie, how did you manage to get off the bus early? Chen Kuo's expression momentarily reflected embarrassment as he replied, "I went to buy something." Wang Xiruan perked up, a look of skepticism on his face. Getting off early? Buying something? Zhang Yuni, however, paid little mind to this, as she was unsure of what to discuss with him. Recalling that trivial incident, she seized it as a conversation starter. "No wonder. Do you often visit this mall?" "It's not bad," Chen Kuo replied. "Usually, we come here to eat and then head to an internet CAF to play games. Speaking of which, you live near line 4, right?" "So do I, yet I've never crossed paths with you on the subway." He shot her a glance, adding, "The subway is quite far. I typically take the bus." "What bus do you take?" Chen Kuo heard Wang Xiruan cough exaggeratedly, and he instantly became alert. Did he have any issues that warranted such a lengthy conversation with her? Nevertheless, he answered, "I often take the 583. Zhang Yuni pondered for a moment, but couldn't recall which buses stopped near her home. The trio soon arrived at the subway station. As they prepared to go through security, Wang Xiruan, who had been observing coldly for a while, seized the opportunity when Zhang Yuni was distracted. Pulling Chen Kuo aside and lagging a few steps behind in the queue, with a sinister tone, he inquired, "Do you recognize what this is?" Clenching his hardened fist, Chen Kuo remained noncommittal. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Xiruan pressed. If this kid didn't provide a reasonable explanation, he would have to resort to his own means of discipline. "Keep your thoughts to yourself." Chen Kuo refrained from divulging what he had discovered, knowing it was Zhang Yuni's private matter and that they were still minors, an issue that required discretion from parents and teachers. Discussing what he had seen with others would be an egregious breach of trust. Chen Kuo shot a glance at Wang Xiruan. "The college entrance examination is next year. Don't lose your mind." Wang Xiruan rolled his eyes, dismissing him. "What nonsense. I just feel like I can communicate well with her." Chen Kuo smirked, offering a sarcastic retort. "Oh really? I didn't notice. What meaningful conversation could there be?" All Zhang Yuni ever said was, "Is that so? Really? How impressive." It was all this kid doing the talking. The security check was completed swiftly. After Zhang Yuni entered the gate, she awaited their arrival. Chen Kuo cast a warning glance at Wang Xiruan, and the two tacitly refrained from broaching the subject any further. Initially, Wang Xiruan contemplated whether to send a friend request, but Chen Kuo's cold water doused that thought. The station boasted 2 lines. Wang Xiruan was on the other line, separated from them. Zhang Yuni and Chen Kuo descended the escalator one after the other. At this hour, the carriage was not overly crowded, yet there were no available seats, and the two stood before the handrail. Prior to this afternoon, Chen Kuo would have donned his headphones, but now he deemed it unnecessary, engaging in conversation with Zhang Yuni as she endeavored to find topics to discuss. As Wang Xiruan had noted, this was not Chen Kuo's first encounter with such a scenario. In the past, he typically distanced himself from others. If someone expressed affection towards him, he would outright refuse, eschewing any notions of friendship. Once he declined, he would withdraw, ignoring them as much as possible. However, this time he had misinterpreted the situation, he had overthought it. Thus, for him now, Zhang Yuni was no different from other classmates, and he would not deliberately avoid her. "Class monitor, with all those practice papers and reference books you've purchased, Will you be able to complete them? Zhang Yuni inquired. If I am in good spirits, it should pose no problem. Is that so? Impressive. Zhang Yuni unabashedly expressed her admiration. I feel quite inadequate. I find myself rushing to complete the assignments the teacher has distributed. She quietly added to herself, and I still need to rely on assistance to barely manage. Fortunately, Chen Kuo replied, the questions are quite similar. Once you become familiar with them, it gets easier. Where exactly are they similar? Zhang Yuni sighed inwardly as she glanced at Chen Kuo, her gaze unconsciously lingering on his forehead. She longed to siphon off his intelligence. It could not possibly be as simple as he claimed. We are all quite envious, and if one could exchange minds, the queue of those eager to swap with the class leader could stretch all the way to France. The pinnacle of flattery lies in the truth. Chen Kuo was no stranger to candid praise, yet he was momentarily taken aback before managing a subtle smile. By the way, class leader, may I inquire a few more questions? Certainly. Zhang Yuni had discovered the secret to engaging her boss in pleasant conversation, discussing academics, and seizing opportunities to compliment him. After several exchanges, the results were gratifying. She could distinctly sense a slight improvement in her rapport with her boss, as he was no longer so reticent. Regrettably, she realized that while he shared openly, his study methods were generally applicable only to himself. At least for now, she found them incomprehensible. I've arrived. Zhang Yuni felt that her past life as a minor actress had indeed served her well. For instance, although she felt dizzy from the information overload, she maintained an expression of profound appreciation for his words, as if savoring the wisdom of a decade in a single conversation. With a hint of reluctance, she waved goodbye. I'm off now, see you. Until tomorrow, he corrected himself. As he watched her exit the carriage, he suddenly felt a pang of thirst. Likely due to the excessive conversation of the day, but regrettably, his water was all gone. Upon returning home, Zhang Yuni felt a sense of unfamiliarity, for in her memory, she had not resided in this apartment for several years. In her previous life, she had not been entirely devoid of achievement, at the very least. She had provided her parents with a new, more spacious home. It is no wonder that so many aspire to enter the entertainment industry, as the financial rewards are indeed swifter than in other fields. As a relatively unknown actress with scarcely any real fan base, she could still command a six-figure salary per role, and engaging in commercial activities and endorsements allowed her to earn a modest income. Over the years, she had accumulated some wealth, yet remained uncertain about prudent investment strategies. Listening to her mother lament about insufficient sunlight in their home, she had impulsively transferred funds to her parents, covering the down payment for a property in Jiangzhou. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had accomplished quite a bit. As she entered, she noticed her parents seated on opposite ends of the sofa. Upon hearing the sound of her opening the door and changing her shoes, Zhang Jiquan looked up and greeted her before returning his attention to the novel on his phone. Yin Wendan was casually flipping through channels on the television, casting a glance at her daughter before directing her gaze to the clock hanging on the wall, her eyes lighting up with a hint of amusement. She was quite punctual, with 15 minutes remaining until 10 o'clock. What did you eat outside? Yin Wendan inquired as a matter of routine. Without batting an eye, Zhang Yuni replied, vegetable noodles with an egg. Very healthy, light on the stomach. Please rest assured, mother. Unfortunately, in Mrs. Yin's mind, her daughter's meals were often synonymous with junk food. Before her rebirth, it was almost a daily occurrence for her to see links shared in their family group chat. Warning: beware. This type of XX is hitting the market in droves. Do not consume excessively. It could be fatal. Fasting while indulging in coffee and the habit of drinking ice water upon rising are indeed detrimental practices that warrant change. Additionally, it is imperative to advise our children to carefully consider 3 specific family types when contemplating love and marriage. Does one truly perceive their mother as a child of merely 3 years? Yin Wendan chose not to engage in a dispute, setting the remote control aside, and inquired with mild exasperation, "Are you hungry now?" Not at all. Her parents each possessed a manual on pig farming, and thereafter, whenever she praised a particular dish, it would grace their dining table for at least a month. Her father, too, despite her assertions of maturity and diminishing appetite for snacks in her 20s, would still insist on bringing home a bag of treats each time she ventured out. On a whim, if she expressed a desire for strawberries, he would drive to a nearby strawberry farm and return with a foam box full. Thus, when colleagues later inquired why she chose to return to Jiangzhou, her answer remained steadfast. Her parents were her foremost, indeed her only, reason. "Darling, I am hungry," Zhang Jiquan said, patting his belly with a sheepish grin. Wendan feigned deafness, directing her attention solely to their daughter. Quickly wash up and retire early. What would you like for breakfast tomorrow? For Zhang Yuni. Her senior year in high school marked a pivotal turning point, as it ushered in the experience of boarding school, which allowed her to return home only one night each week, transforming her into a little princess for that fleeting time. Not to mention, upon entering university, during the winter and summer breaks, she would be the cherished jewel of her parents, at least temporarily reigning supreme in their household. Although such blissful days rarely endured long before reverting to reality. However, the treatment that a little princess deserves is never refused. She immediately beamed with joy, counting on her fingers to order steamed dumplings, beef pot pie, glutinous rice, and luscious fried noodles with beef strips. She could devour it all. Wendan teased her, saying, "You must be the reincarnation of a starving ghost." Yet, despite the playful scolding, she would certainly indulge her daughter, for this bothersome week only allowed for one return. If she desired a feast, they would have to accommodate her. In Chapter 14, the race against time in the dormitory shower concluded, and upon returning home, Zhang Yuni lingered in the bathroom, meticulously cleansing every strand of hair and every toe until she felt utterly refreshed, as if every pore had opened wide. She lay on her small bed, inhaling the faint fragrance of the fresh sheets. Just as she contemplated her fortune as the happiest person in the world, she suddenly recalled the stack of test papers handed out by her teacher, rendering her moment of bliss into a silent frustration. How exasperating! After eagerly awaiting a day off, she was burdened with an avalanche of assignments. Was this meant to drive her mad? Reluctantly, she rose from her bed and obediently approached her desk, turning on the lamp. She spread the papers out and took a deep breath, preparing herself for the influx of knowledge. After a few moments of deliberation in selecting a pen, she chose a particularly elegant ballpoint. Upon writing her name, Zhang Yuni, she noticed her nails had grown a bit long, prompting her to set the pen down and retrieve a nail clipper from the drawer. After tidying her nails, she also applied some hand cream. Ultimately, by the time she refocused to tackle her assignments, a full 20 minutes had elapsed. In the living room, Wendan lowered the television volume, realizing it was nearly midnight. Stifling a yawn, she turned off the TV and, as she passed the guest room, she squatted down, noticing the light seeping through the gap under the door. A wave of resignation washed over her. Without knocking, she entered directly. She hurried to the desk, muttering, "Still reading comics at this late hour? You ought to sleep earlier. Do you not value your eyesight?" Zhang Yuni was taken aback by her sudden appearance. Upon closer inspection, Wendan was astonished to see her daughter working on homework. This rare opportunity for Zhang Yuni to retort was not to be wasted. She feigned indignation and exclaimed, "What else could I be doing? Mom, could you please knock before barging in next time? Besides, I'm in my senior year now. Is it so shocking that I read comics?" Indeed, her mother had not misjudged her. In previous years, every time she returned home, homework was often completed at the last possible moment, while comics were devoured voraciously. After a moment's hesitation, Wendan decided it was late. The homework could be done tomorrow just the same, and urged her daughter to sleep. Zhang Yuni puffed out her chest, insisting that it was still early. Wendan felt an urge to reach out and check her daughter's forehead, wondering if she might be unwell. "And Mom," Zhang Yuni insisted on defending her rights, "if you barge in again without knocking, you owe me 50 yuan. Wendan was both amused and exasperated, playfully poking her daughter's forehead. "I'd rather give you 50 yuan. How about I just give you a good smack instead?" After a moment, she softened her tone, inquiring, "Would you like a glass of juice?" "No, thanks," Zhang Yuni replied lazily. "I'd have to brush my teeth afterward, and that's just too much trouble." Wendan no longer insisted, offering a few words of advice before softly stepping out of the room. Upon returning to her bedroom, she was still beaming with joy. How could her daughter be so understanding? It seemed that she had finally gained insight. Previously, she had been oblivious, but now she was applying herself diligently. After much contemplation, decided to increase her daughter's weekly allowance by an additional 100. Zhang Yuni, amidst her guesses and frantic page-turning, finally managed to complete an exam paper. Stretching her limbs, she finally found a moment to glance at her phone, which was inundated with missed calls and messages from Li Jiayue. All of this was within her expectations, even from his disjointed messages. She could discern his unwillingness to accept the situation. In an attempt to persuade her to retract her previous statement, he had made countless promises. Silent tears fell. Yet she had already endured this once before and knew all too well that in such moments, one must not show weakness. unless she wished to reconcile with him. She ought not to harbor even a sliver of hope. She glanced at her phone again before placing it back down. Since her rebirth, it was the first time Zhang Yuni had awakened naturally, the sun casting its warm rays upon her blanket. She checked the time, 10 in the morning. Slipping on her slippers, she emerged, disheveled. Zhang Zhiquan was busy mopping the floor, and upon noticing his daughter was awake, he broke into a grin and asked, "Did your old man disturb your sleep?" "Not at all." Zhang Yuni inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful aroma. Zhang Zhiquan replied, "Your mother left early this morning to buy beef guacamole and sticky rice. There are steamed dumplings in the pot, and the stir-fried noodles are still warm." Zhang Yuni was already ravenous, having been awakened by her hunger. Without further ado, she hastily freshened up and took her seat at the dining table to relish her breakfast. It mattered not if she could not finish her meal, for her father was always there to clean up the remnants. "Don't eat too much," Wendan cautioned, "or you won't have room for lunch. Your grandfather brought fresh beef early this morning." "Where's grandfather?" Zhang Yuni mumbled, swallowing a mouthful of bread. "He couldn't wait for you to get up," Zhang Zhiquan replied as he approached the table, folding his legs. "Your grandfather has a card game scheduled with someone at 11. Zhang Yuni felt a pang of envy. Her grandparents were both retired, residing in an old house not far away, and their daily lives were filled with fulfilling and joyful activities. "Let's have dinner a bit later," she suggested. "I need to go out to buy something." Wendan pondered. What could a child possibly need to buy? "Let your father drive you," Zhang Yuni replied. She was already 27, yet her mother would still mention to acquaintances they encountered on the street that their child was waiting for dinner. Now, there was no room for her to object. After Zhang Zhiquan finished mopping the floor, he grabbed the car keys, and the father-daughter duo set out. Zhang Yuni did not allow her father to accompany her. She entered the supermarket, where she found a box of instant black coffee and a refreshing mint candy that promised to cool her to the very crown of her head. Across the street was a chain bakery, for which she would spend no money, as her father's workplace provided cake vouchers, which she predominantly used. She purchased 3 boxes of freshly baked egg tarts and a few packs of cookies with a slightly longer shelf life. Standing before the transparent display case, she was reminded of Chen Kuo. She also wished to bring him some food, yet she was uncertain about his culinary preferences. However, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. She recalled a detail she had overheard during their time at the company. Fei Shiji had once mentioned that Chen Kuo had a particular fondness for the chestnuts from a venerable establishment in Jiangzhou. Yet, she remained unsure if her memory served her correctly. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention, for who would concern themselves with the culinary likes of their boss? Nevertheless, she decided to give it a try. If he did not relish them, it mattered little, for it was the thought that counted. Once she got into the car, she eagerly asked her father to take her to that shop. Unlike a decade later, this establishment boasted no branches, merely a narrow storefront. "Roasted chestnuts?" Zhang Zhiquan queried, bemused. "Aren't you fond of them?" "I'm buying them for a classmate," she replied. The journey was not particularly short, taking over 10 minutes by car. Yet, the aroma of fine wine does not fear the depths of alleys, and this shop thrived with business, opening its doors at 10 in the morning, selling out before closing, and wrapping up by 4 in the afternoon. By 11, a queue had already formed. Zhang Yuni joined the line, her heart racing with apprehension. Would this gesture be perceived as too sycophantic? Rarely one to doubt herself, she quickly reassured herself, of course not. Times have changed. Hadn't the class monitor gifted her a set of practice papers just yesterday? This was merely a reciprocal gesture, a token of mutual appreciation. If one were to scrutinize, the papers gifted by her boss were undoubtedly more valuable than the chestnuts. Thus she found herself in a position of gain. The line appeared lengthy, yet it swiftly progressed to her turn, and she purchased 3 portions. Her time was precious, and buying solely for the class monitor felt somewhat disproportionate. She procured one for her classmate, one to share in the dormitory, and another for her parents to enjoy. The lunch was sumptuous, only slightly less grand than the New Year's Eve feast. Zhang Yuni devoured 2 bowls of rice in one breath, and after a brief afternoon nap at home, her parents prepared to send her off to school. In the back seat, Wendan counted out several bills from her wallet and handed them to her, urging her to eat more meat at school, remarking on how thin she looked and the need for strength. Zhang Yuni eagerly accepted the money, counting it without noticing the extra 100. "I eat meat every day and drink milk too," she exclaimed. "Oh, so you've taken a liking to milk?" Wendan asked. Zhang Yuni had always disliked it as a child, finding it had a fishy taste, yet it was essential for protein. "Shall I buy you a whole case?" Zhang Yuni, attentive to the road ahead, noted that a supermarket was not far off. No, please don't. My parents can't enter the dormitory. And carrying it up 6 flights would exhaust me. She replied. The school's supermarket isn't lacking, either. She had left home early not out of urgency for school, but because she had unfinished assignments. In her final year of high school, teachers no longer checked homework, relying entirely on student self-discipline. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but ponder that had she possessed such diligence at 17 in her past life, perhaps her college entrance examination results would have been much better, and her parents would have been so much prouder. After watching her parents drive away, she returned to the dormitory to drop off her change of clothes and the egg tarts. The first to arrive in the dormitory was Zhou Anqi, an eager student, who was lying on her bed reading. She peeked over and found it curious. Zhang Yuni, why are you heading to the classroom so early at just past 4? I haven't finished my assignments. By the way, the egg tarts are for you all. Remember to eat them. Now that you mention it, I'm not sleepy anymore. Zhou Anqi, endowed with an athletic disposition, nimbly leaped from her bed and took a bite of the flaky egg tart, its crispness delightful. I'm heading to class now, she murmured, while Zhang Yuni lamented, your recent diligence is quite alarming. Zhang Yuni felt on the verge of tears. Was this truly her desire? She longed for her former self, the version of her at the pinnacle of her intellect, luxuriating in bed while listening to music. Let us not dwell on it. She sighed heavily. Too much talk only brings tears. With that, she grabbed a bag of roasted chestnuts and her backpack, departing the dormitory and making her way to the classroom. There were few students like her, and just as she approached Chen Kuo's desk, a thought struck her. Did she bear the surname Lei? Certainly not. Thus, if she were to offer him a snack, she must leave a note. With that in mind, she affixed a sticky note to the paper bag. The test questions are quite practical, thank you. After placing the bag of chestnuts in the recess of Chen Kuo's desk, she returned to her seat, tugging at her hair while donning a mask of anguish to complete her assignments. Time flew by, and when she momentarily emerged from her torment, the classroom was bustling with fellow students, the atmosphere growing lively. Feeling a pang of hunger, she ventured to the cafeteria with her wallet in hand. Having dined luxuriously at home earlier, she opted for a simple bowl of vegetarian knife-cut noodles for dinner, embracing a more health-conscious approach. She felt a peculiar affinity with the owner of the eatery, and on her way back to class, she encountered Chen Kuo once more. Naturally, he no longer evaded her. They maintained an appropriate distance as classmates while engaging in conversation. Just finished eating? Yes, the knife-cut noodles at the cafeteria are quite good. Zhang Yuni nodded vigorously. And you? Have you eaten? What did you have? I had a meal at home. The two engaged in a casual conversation as they approached the teaching building, ascending the steps one after the other. I barely had time to eat at home. I still had not completed my assignments. Zhang Yuni chuckled softly. Class monitor. You must have finished yours, right? Chen Kuo nodded, only to hear her voice, tinged with frustration, exclaim, I spent almost the entire holiday catching up on homework. I'm exhausted, and it's all so difficult. Thus, he swallowed the words that he had found the tasks rather simple. Their idle chatter ceased at the back door of the classroom as they returned to their respective seats. Chen Kuo hung his backpack on the back of his chair, feeling relaxed as he organized the books on his desk. Habitually, he reached into the depths of his desk for his pen case, inadvertently grasping something that crinkled softly. He paused for a few seconds, drew it out, and upon looking down, discovered a bag of his favorite roasted chestnuts, accompanied by a green sticky note affixed to it. The few simple words were familiar to him, yet when strung together, they seemed foreign and perplexing. What is this? What does it mean? He felt bewildered, instinctively glancing in the direction of Zhang Yuni. She, too, was stretching her neck and accidentally caught his gaze. Her lips curved into a smile, brightening her face. Chapter 15. The two did not maintain eye contact for long. In the realm of social interactions, such relationships between ordinary classmates render prolonged gazes exceeding 3 seconds rather awkward. Chen Kuo calmly averted his gaze, his eyes returning to the bag of roasted chestnuts on his desk, which was not sealed tightly, releasing a sweet aroma that lingered in the air. Roasted chestnuts. Fei Shiji rushed over, panting. Upon seeing the chestnuts, his eyes lit up, and without a hint of courtesy towards Chen Kuo, he lunged like a hungry tiger ready to seize his prey. Although the season for enjoying roasted chestnuts has yet to arrive, how can one possibly keep their mouth idle? In any case, there is always a share for those who see. Chen Kuo's heart skipped a beat. His reflexes quickened as he swiftly pressed down. Before Fei Shiji could react, the first thing he did was to peel off the sticky note attached to the bag and tuck it into his pocket. His hands moved with such swiftness that Fei Shiji barely caught a glimpse of what he had concealed. However, having released his grip meant that Chen Kuo could no longer guard the bag of roasted chestnuts. Fei Shiji seized a handful, inhaling deeply. The aroma was delightful. Turning his head to glance at Chen Kuo, he noticed the latter frowning in contemplation and remarked, "You truly have an affinity for the roasted chestnuts from this establishment, don't you? It seems this is the only place where you would willingly endure the wait in line." Chen Kuo was not particularly finicky about food, influenced by his upbringing. Both of his parents were healthcare professionals. Their demanding jobs left them exhausted, and without the assistance of elders, they resorted to the most convenient options for preparing meals. Thus, in Chen Kuo's worldview, waiting in an interminable line just for a bite to eat was utterly inconceivable. Roasted chestnuts were an exception, yet he would only consider them under certain circumstances. If the queue exceeded 15 minutes, he would turn away without a second thought. Chen Kuo remained silent, Fei Shiji's words failing to penetrate his thoughts, absorbed as he was in his reverie. It wasn't until nearly the entire bag of chestnuts had been surreptitiously consumed by Fei Shiji that he reluctantly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Are you a pig?" Although the notion of returning the bag of roasted chestnuts fleetingly crossed his mind, it was swiftly dismissed. Nonetheless, it did not prevent him from feeling a twinge of annoyance at the sight of the nearly empty bag. Fei Shiji, unconcerned, twisted open the bottle cap and took a sip of water. There was a certain satisfaction in being well fed. During the first evening study session, the students in the classroom were engrossed in their books and assignments. The atmosphere so tranquil that only the sound of pages turning and the scratching of pens could be heard. Chen Kuo found it difficult to remain focused. He retrieved a crumpled sticky note from his pocket. This time, he comprehended her intent. He had been influenced by the previous misunderstanding. She had merely wished to express her gratitude. He gathered his thoughts, resolved to put it aside, crumpled the sticky note, and placed it with the discarded scrap paper, intending to dispose of it after class. It was not only the students who suffered from holiday syndrome. The teachers did as well. On Sunday evening, none of the teachers were inclined to explain the material, allowing them to review independently instead. Zhang Yuni let out a sigh of relief. The academic atmosphere in the classroom was palpable, and she had completed all her assignments. Whether she had answered correctly was of little consequence. What mattered was that she had finished. After all, tackling the high school senior exams, even if one could fabricate answers, required a certain skill to ensure no question was left unanswered. Feeling refreshed, Zhang Yuni encountered Chen Kuo while heading to the restroom, and they greeted each other with cheerful voices. "Class monitor." She swallowed the words "what a coincidence," as it seemed unnecessary to utter them in such a setting. Chen Kuo had nearly forgotten about the bag of chestnuts, but upon seeing her, the thought resurfaced. After a brief silence, he acknowledged her with a grunt, a tacit response. At 10:10, the bell signaling the end of the evening study session rang. Chen Kuo did not rush back to the dormitory. Instead, he meticulously corrected the enhancement exercises he had completed that day and diligently explored alternative solution methods for the final challenging problem. By the time he finished, the classroom was nearly deserted, and he ambled out towards the dormitory building. At 10:30, the dormitory was bustling with life. A few boys were engaged in playful banter in the corridor, which Chen Kuo skillfully sidestepped, only to narrowly avoid a collision with Shun Mingrue, who was clad only in pajama shorts. Upon catching sight of Chen Kuo, Shun Mingrue nearly experienced a heart-stopping fright, shouting to the others inside, "Have you gone blind? Can't you see Brother Kuo is here?" After exclaiming this, he exaggeratedly bowed to Chen Kuo, playfully adding, "Brother, I was wrong." Chen Kuo glanced into dorm room 508. Observing the chaotic scene, and casually remarked, "Bring the dorm supervisor, and you lot will behave." The boys understood he was jesting. As the class monitor, Chen Kuo maintained a laid-back demeanor. Although he did not mingle deeply with the group, he would still look out for them when necessary. Hence, each boy in the class affectionately referred to him as Brother Kuo. Not a chance. One boy emerged with a grin, reporting, "Brother Kuo, this rascal is so miserly he has invoked the wrath of the heavens. We are merely ridding the world of evildoers." Shin Mingrue scoffed in retort, "You ungrateful wretch. Do you dare accuse me after stealing my cookies? Your stinginess is appalling." The boy chided, "Eating a single can of your cookies is akin to demanding your life." Shin Mingrue clutched the remaining third of a transparent jar, boasting, "You know nothing. These were a gift from my sister." Zhang Yuni returned to school this time with an assortment of bags. In addition to bringing comforting delicacies to her dear roommates to soothe their past emotional scars, she also treated a few close friends, including the class leader, to delightful snacks. For Zhang Yuni, this was entirely natural, as she had not seen her good friends for quite some time, especially those from her youth. Chen Mingrue was among them. She gifted him a jar of freshly baked cookies from a local bakery, which deeply touched him, prompting a heartfelt vow to remain loyal no matter what. Unfortunately, before he could indulge in even a single morsel after a cleansing ritual, a group of gluttonous friends devoured the majority of the treats. Who could tolerate such a travesty? Chen Kuo paused in his stride, glancing back at the cookie jar in Chen Mingrue's hands. The big sister he referred to was none other than Zhang Yuni. Almost everyone in the class was aware that during their sophomore year, Zhang Yuni, Su Shishir, and Chen Mingrue were seated together for the first time. They shared a mutual understanding and bonded well, with Chen Mingrue frequently calling Su Shishir Sister Shishir and Zhang Yuni Sister Yui. Zhang Yuni found this rather unappealing and playfully chased him a few times, but the clever boy swiftly adjusted, declaring her as Big Sister, a title he insisted upon. Thus, Chen Mingrue was not the sole recipient of Zhang Yui's generosity. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Kuo pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. What on earth was he thinking about all day? Ignoring the insults exchanged among a few boys, he headed straight back to his dormitory, dropped his backpack, and made his way to the sink to wash his face, feeling considerably refreshed afterward. In the days that followed, time seemed to fly by. September brought little rain, and Zhang Yuni often encountered Chen Kuo during her early morning routines, a habit that had formed. Each time they crossed paths outside the dormitory, they would exchange a few words, neither too many nor too profound, but just right. They would greet each other with a simple good morning. She complained a few times, expressing her exhaustion and weariness, even wishing for an end. He would occasionally be amused, then bid farewell as she strolled to the playground, reciting her lessons and vocabulary. While he headed to the cafeteria, in the eyes of her friends, Zhang Yuni seemed to be somewhat unwell, her mind consumed solely by three matters: eating, studying, and currying favor with her boss, ranked in order of importance. Another week passed, and her phone had grown significantly quieter. Li Jiayue had reduced his daily barrage of messages from dozens to merely 2 or 3. She felt a sense of relief, as this indicated his acceptance and gradual recovery. She genuinely hoped for Li Jiayue's well-being. While she acknowledged that their past was a matter of record, she privately believed that had Li Jiayue not been with her, he might have found greater happiness. Is he still not well? The door to the private room swung open, revealing Yukai, who entered with a bag of food and drinks. He scanned the room, spotting a young couple shamelessly entwined, serenading each other with overly sentimental love songs, while others sat scattered around the booth. The boy in the center leaned back, expressionless, unwilling to provoke discomfort, leaving the seats beside him vacant. Another boy desperately gestured to Yukai, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. This topic was not one to be broached lightly. After all, the romantic Li Jiayue had, well, experienced a breakup. To say he was dumped would be an exaggeration, as their group knew that, despite being so close, Li Jiayue had not fully won over Zhang Yuni. However, for Li Jiayue himself, it made little difference. He had endured every emotional turmoil that accompanies heartache. Initially, he was in denial. I don't believe you. You're just saying that in anger to deceive me. The next stage was suspicion. Are you testing my composure? Perhaps believing my handsomeness renders me insecure? The third step is rebellion. Ah, how amusing. I am not so enamored that I cannot move on. Do not presume that your silence will cause me distress. It does not. The final stage is nihilism. What is love? What is affection? I have seen through it all, and I wish for this wretched world to be undone. Evidently, Yukai had not received the signal conveyed by his friend. He settled beside Li Jiayue, offering him a bottle from a plastic bag, thinking it was sufficient. What was that saying? There are plenty of fish in the sea. Do not hang yourself on a single tree. Just moments ago, with a frosty demeanor, Li Jing, and nearly succumbed to disgust, retorting bitterly, if you cannot speak wisely, it would be better to remain silent. No one considers you a mute. Yukai responded, you are cool and aloof, yet someone still discarded you. Clearing his throat, he asked, what do you intend to do? Such theatrics as weeping, wailing, and despair require an audience. I will not let this matter simply rest. Li Jiayue felt a pang in his heart at the thought. After much tossing and turning, he had pondered deeply and found a measure of calmness. Yet this did not imply that life was free of turmoil. I know her. Something must have transpired that I am unaware of. I must find a way to uncover the truth. If I must perish, let it not be in ignorance. Yu Kai inquired earnestly, what is it? I have already stated that I do not know. If he were aware, would he still be wasting time here with them? The room fell into a heavy silence. As Li Jieyue listened to her friend singing a love song about mutual affection and eternal separation, she felt a surge of irritation. Leaning forward, she tapped her fingers on the table and declared, change the song. I want to hear the pain that breathes. Chapter 16. With the monthly examination fast approaching, Zhang Yuni felt akin to a restless monkey, anxiously bouncing around. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao, stood at the front of the classroom, his tone gentle as he said, whether a mule or a horse, it must be taken out for a stroll. However, do not be overly anxious. This is merely an ordinary monthly test. A chance to gauge your own abilities. Zhang Yuni thought to herself, unable to fathom whether Mr. Zhao would still wear that benevolent smile when he called her in for a heart-to-heart after the test results were released. In the absence of exams, she felt relatively competent. At least she no longer struggled to stay awake. Provided the topics were not excessively challenging, she could manage to follow the teacher's reasoning. But comprehending 50% did not equate to being prepared for the exam. After class, Zhang Yuni found herself less enthusiastic about heading to the cafeteria. Dai Jia pulled her along as they descended the stairs, arriving at the cafeteria later than usual. Just a few minutes, yet the vast dining area was nearly devoid of seating. What should we eat? Dai Jia fretted over this daily dilemma, typically leaving the decision to Zhang Yuni, depending entirely on her whim for the day. Their friendship allowed for a shared lunch experience. With a vacant gaze, Zhang Yuni glanced at the food counter and weakly replied, I want honey-glazed chicken legs and hand-grabbed pancakes, with a generous serving of chicken strips. Dai Jia nodded. Shall we also order a rice bowl then? The other day, the fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl was delectable. Zhang Yuni felt she ought not to have an appetite, especially with the upcoming monthly exam looming over her. However, the truth was that her cravings had been stirred, and her stomach growled with hunger. The two had clearly defined roles. Dai Jia went to procure the meal, while she opted for a chicken leg and a hand-grabbed pancake. The cafeteria chef worked with remarkable speed, and they soon reunited, each bearing a plate as they scanned the surroundings for a place to sit. Oh, I see Fei Shiji and the class monitor over there. Dai Jia paused for a moment, turning her head to Zhang Yuni, seeking her opinion on whether they should share a table with them. Though Dai Jia was relatively familiar with Fei Shiji, she was aware that Zhang Yuni was not well acquainted with the two boys and might be reluctant to join them for a meal. Sure, they decided, and they hastened toward that table, anxious not to be outpaced by their classmates. Fei Shiji, class monitor, would it be all right for us to share a table? Dai Jia called out before they had even approached. Chen Kuo was the first to notice them, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. However, at the four-person table, Chen Kuo and Fei Shiji were seated opposite each other, each with an empty seat beside them. This time, Fei Shiji was quicker than Chen Kuo, still chewing his food. He stood up and repositioned himself next to Chen Kuo. Once seated, Zhang Yuni found herself directly opposite Chen Kuo. The space was not particularly spacious, and she could easily kick his shins if she propped her feet up. A glance at his plate revealed the truth. It was indeed quite lavish. A standard assortment of rice, vegetables, eggs, and meat filled his plate to the brim. Fei Shiji usually consumed his meals with great speed, but upon noticing two girls seated across from him, he instinctively slowed his pace. You two are a bit late today, he remarked. Dai Jia took an extra pair of chopsticks and handed them to Zhang Yuni. The two of them leaned in close, sharing a plate of rice topped with gravy, each enjoying a small chicken leg. Zhang Yuni took a few bites of her handheld pancake, which Dai Jia then continued to eat. This scene left not only Fei Shiji, but even Chen Kuo momentarily speechless. Your legs aren't even that long, Dai Jia complained. The cafeteria is the place that truly needs expansion. Zhang Yuni chuckled in agreement. Generally speaking, when a cafeteria is expanded, the food tends to become less appetizing, except in universities. Of course, is the handheld pancake delicious? Fei Shiji inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he watched them relish their meal. Haven't you tried it? I have, but I always feel like yours taste better. That must be because of the extra condiments. Dai Jia responded with a light laugh. Zhang Yuni always fills hers to the brim. It's a wonder the chef can still manage to wrap the pancake. Fei Shiji feigned a dramatic expression of enlightenment. I've learned something new. Chen Kuo, feeling that Lao Fei was merely searching for conversation, opted not to engage in the topic and focused on his meal. Why didn't the class monitor get any soup? Zhang Yuni pondered, feeling a twinge of guilt for allowing their conversation to sideline him. Thankfully, she felt a bit familiar with him now, making it easier to strike up a conversation. Upon hearing her question, both Dai Jia and Fei Shiji turned to look at Chen Kuo, who was busy eating his vegetables. After swallowing, he leisurely replied, "I don't particularly enjoy soup. The cafeteria offers both paid and complimentary soups. Even the free egg drop soup is not insipid and is quite popular among the students." Fei Shiji remarked, "There are countless things he refuses to eat. In all the years I've known him, the only things I've seen him enjoy are milk and chestnuts." Upon hearing this, Chen Kuo instinctively lifted his gaze, while Zhang Yuni couldn't help but suppress a smile. Indeed, her memory was quite remarkable. Despite it being merely a statement related to their superior, she had retained it, exemplifying her suitability for navigating the workplace. Chen Kuo averted his eyes, choosing not to look at her any longer, and continued to eat in apparent indifference. The quartet conversed briefly about the upcoming monthly examination and the National Day holiday, with the latter capturing their greater concern. Upon learning that the break might only last 3 days, Fei Shiji let out a curse. "Old Zhao claims we are like mules or horses, but I see us as donkeys in a production team that never rests. 3 days off, and on the 3rd day, they must return for evening study. What kind of arrangement is that?" Both Fei Shiji and Dai Jia voiced their frustrations, while Chen Kuo remained unresponsive. Zhang Yuni, however, was too preoccupied with thoughts of the monthly exam to engage in banter. As Dai Jia continued her meal, she rose and hurried to the supermarket. She retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, paid for her purchase, and proceeded to a table at the supermarket entrance to prepare instant coffee. After securing the lid tightly, she shook the bottle before unscrewing it. Suddenly, a male voice emerged from behind her without warning. "What are you drinking?" She looked up to see Chen Kuo standing on the steps, casually holding a bottle of chilled water. Chen Kuo typically exhibited little curiosity about matters unrelated to him. However, the frequency of their recent encounters had prompted him to ask, and his keen observation revealed that the liquid in her cup was a deep brown hue. His immediate thought was that it resembled medicine. As the class monitor, he could not turn a blind eye upon witnessing his classmates potentially consuming medication. He was acutely aware that many of his peers were diligent and hardworking, enduring discomfort with an unwavering determination, which seemed utterly foolish. Although the terms diligent and hardworking felt somewhat out of place when applied to Zhang Yuni, it was undeniable that she had indeed been putting forth considerable effort since the commencement of their senior year. Zhang Yuni, having eaten her fill, was beginning to feel drowsy when she suddenly heard a voice and, momentarily bewildered, replied, "Coffee." In that year, the school store offered only 2 coffee-related items, a sweet canned coffee and coffee-flavored milk. Chen Kuo, with his long strides, approached her side and remarked, "Oh, I thought it was medication. My apologies for the misunderstanding." Zhang Yuni glanced at him, then lowered her gaze to her cup, unable to suppress a smile. For reasons unbeknownst to her, perhaps the monotony of student life, such a trivial matter struck her funny. Initially, she managed to contain her laughter, but eventually turned her head away, struggling to stifle her amusement, her fair complexion flushed with suppressed mirth. Noticing her laughter, Chen Kuo seemed to recognize the absurdity of the situation, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. "Is this actually useful?" he mused. He knew that working adults enjoyed coffee. Just a few days prior, he had overheard his mother lamenting about waiting for the National Day sales to purchase a coffee machine. However, it was generally advised that minors refrain from consuming such beverages regularly, given caffeine's stimulating effects on the central nervous system. Zhang Yuni pulled a stick-shaped package from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "It's fine, you can have it occasionally. I've tried several brands, and this one isn't too sour." Unexpectedly, Chen Kuo found himself holding a packet of instant coffee. Zhang Yuni is an exceptionally warm-hearted individual. Having shared the same class for nearly 2 years, he has come to understand her to some extent, as she seems capable of engaging in conversation with anyone. When he caught a glimpse of her eyes, which sparkled even more brightly after sharing a laugh, he swallowed the words he had intended to say about not needing her kindness and graciously accepted it instead. "Class monitor, I'm heading back to the dorm now," he said. Upon noticing Dai Jia's arrival, Zhang Yuni swiftly secured the lid of her thermos and waved goodbye to Chen Kuo. Her steps light as she accompanied Dai Jia toward the dormitory building. Before the afternoon class, Chen Kuo ventured out to purchase a bottle of water. As he reached for his wallet, he felt the instant coffee sachet he had slipped into his pocket. In just a few moments, he exited the supermarket, effortlessly unscrewing the bottle cap to take a few sips. He tore open the package with its serrated edge, pouring the coffee inside and giving it a shake. With a few minutes remaining before the class bell rang, he settled into his seat, casually placing the water bottle to the side. At that moment, Zhang Yuni entered the room, and as she passed by, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. She noticed the coffee bottle, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Once she returned to her seat, Chen Kuo pondered for a brief moment before grasping the bottle and discreetly stowing it away in his desk. He was evidently reminded that the earlier incident involved not just her, but himself as well, and he wished to avoid any misunderstandings with others about consuming peculiar beverages. The following day, Zhang Yuni was not awakened by her alarm. Rather, she was startled awake. Most girls possess an innate awareness of the onset of their menstrual cycle, rarely requiring external reminders to recognize its arrival. Zhang Yuni, caught between dreams and wakefulness, sensed that something was amiss. Startled by the specter of mortality, she sat up abruptly. Kneeling on her bed, with a swift motion, she cast aside the covers, and upon discovering the sheets and duvet devoid of blood, she felt as though she had been reborn after a disaster. A profound sigh of relief escaped her lips. Fortune seemed to smile upon her today. The blood on her trousers, however, was a trivial matter. She rose from the bed and retrieved a sanitary pad and a change of trousers from the drawer, treading lightly into the bathroom. Upon removing her sleepwear, her expectations were confirmed. Only a minimal stain, not yet penetrated. Typically, the first day did not yield a heavy flow. Yet she was disinclined to take a stroll on the playground. Unexpectedly, on her way to the cafeteria, she encountered Chen Kuo, a regular occurrence given his daily routine. Yet, he appeared momentarily surprised, and Zhang Yuni, of course, felt no compulsion to elaborate. No matter how familiar one might become with a superior, certain personal disclosures remained unspoken, such as the declaration of her menstrual cycle. Chen Kuo, though taken aback, refrained from probing further. As they walked together, he had his hands tucked in his pockets, responding to her occasional inquiries with a casual turn of his head. Suddenly, he halted, glancing back to observe a couple of unfamiliar faces, students he did not recognize. Noticing his furrowed brow, Zhang Yuni inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter?" A flicker of doubt crossed Chen Kuo's mind, yet he shook his head dismissively, insisting it was nothing. They continued their journey until they vanished from view along the path. Hidden among the bushes, a boy straightened up, his heart racing. Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, feeling an unsettling sense of dissatisfaction. Indeed, his suspicions had been confirmed. The class monitor of the third class is relentlessly pursuing Zhang Yuni. In Chapter 17, it must be said that Su Hang's deep affection for Zhang Yuni is something he himself does not dare to acknowledge. Most adolescent boys are destined to be estranged from the notion of fidelity. Today they may admire one girl, while tomorrow they might develop feelings for another, rendering emotions exceedingly elastic. Su Hang's situation is quite similar. His fondness for the external classes Zhang Yuni stemmed from a trivial incident. After the final examinations of the second semester of their sophomore year, the atmosphere both inside and outside the school was lively. He would kick around an empty beverage bottle for amusement, but inadvertently kicked it toward Zhang Yuni's feet, nearly causing her to stumble. She turned around and shot him a fierce glare, then retaliated by kicking it back at him, accompanied by a scolding, "Try kicking it again, I dare you." Although she did not utter another word, her implication was crystal clear. If he kicked it at her once more, he would be in dire straits. At that moment, his face flushed with embarrassment, and a flicker of annoyance stirred within him. However, considering she was a girl, he chose not to escalate the matter. As prospective seniors, they were deprived of a 2-month summer vacation, having to make up for more than half a month of classes. One day in the cafeteria, he encountered her again, and inexplicably, his heart raced. Upon inquiring with others, he learned that she was indeed Zhang Yuni from the third class. Recently, while at a supermarket, he stumbled upon heart-shaped jelly and immediately thought of her. He purchased it but failed to deliver it to her desk, and as time passed, he found himself increasingly unsettled by this oversight. Yesterday, I ventured to a small supermarket to procure some water, only to witness her engaging in light-hearted banter with the class monitor of the third class. This deepened the suspicions that festered within him. Today, in a rare bout of early rising, he fortuitously spotted the class monitor ambling down the dormitory corridor. Unsure of his own motivations, he inexplicably followed. What he beheld next was quite revealing. The class monitor had risen early to rendezvous with Zhang Yuni for breakfast. Su Hang stood rooted in place for a moment, engulfed in confusion. He had seen, he had discovered, But what now? Even though they were in the same class, was it his place to report to the teacher? He was no gossip columnist. With this thought, he exhaled a heavy sigh. No matter how genuine his infatuation, it paled in comparison to those who enjoyed proximity and privilege. Resolving to shake off the grass clippings from his trousers, he made his way toward the teaching building, a melancholic expression adorning his face. At this hour, the cafeteria was sparsely populated with students seeking breakfast. Zhang Yuni trailed behind Chen Kuo, approaching a service window. She peered inside, her gaze falling upon steaming corn on the cob, tea eggs, chicken eggs, and cups of porridge neatly sealed in plastic. "You go first," she urged. Chen Kuo stepped aside, allowing her passage. Yet, Zhang Yuni shook her head, insisting, "You buy first. I still need to ponder what I want to eat." Chen Kuo relinquished his insistence, retrieving his wallet and, with practiced ease, placing his order. 1 egg, 2 fresh meat buns, thank you. He had brought his own milk. Zhang Yuni let out a light chuckle, which was promptly captured by Chen Kuo, who turned to her with a puzzled expression. "Class monitor, do you always opt for just these 2 items for breakfast?" Had this been during her earlier life, she would undoubtedly have refrained from asking. While she may have been oblivious to many aspects of his life, she had discerned that Chen Kuo's choices were primarily dictated by habit when it came to food. Convenience indeed prevails. Chen Kuo succinctly elucidated, a truth that resonates. Zhang Yuni, with a playful jest, remarked on the matter, "No wonder, like me, I ponder daily over what to eat." If the monthly exam were to assess which cafeteria window boasts the finest culinary craftsmanship, I would undoubtedly score full marks. Chen Kuo handed the money to the chef, who then prepared a serving of eggs and a large meat bun for him. He received the items and addressed her. "Your turn." "Huh. Oh, I would like a cup of black rice porridge and a vermicelli bun, please." Today, Zhang Yuni carried a backpack, not for any particular reason, but because her short-sleeved shirt lacked pockets, and the pockets of her jeans were too tight and narrow to hold anything substantial. Thus, she had no choice but to stash a sanitary pad inside her bag. In her haste to leave, her adorable coin purse was also tucked away. It was only now, as she reached for her backpack and fumbled with the zipper, that she realized her disarray. Chen Kuo had yet to close his wallet. Pulling out a 5 yuan note to pay for her, the chef swiftly accepted the payment and returned 2 coins in change. Zhang Yuni paused her rummaging through her coin purse and glanced at Chen Kuo, who casually remarked, "You eat first." "Thank you," she replied, though she knew that the act of paying should not be delayed. She finally located her plush, cartoon pig coin purse and extracted 3 coins for him. In that brief moment of contact, her fingertip grazed his palm, sending a slight tingle through him, prompting a subtle furrow of his brow. He accepted the coins with a neutral expression, and in that instant, he noticed the pink couple-themed pig charm dangling from her zipper as she returned the coin purse to her backpack. "Class monitor, I'm dining at the cafeteria. What about you?" she inquired. Chen Kuo's gaze flitted over her backpack charm before he replied, "I shall return to the classroom." Zhang Yuni felt a twinge of regret. Yet she did not force herself to keep pace with him. When it came to dining, she preferred to sit rather than stand. Eating in the classroom raised her concerns about lingering odors. Thus, she reluctantly dismissed the idea of having breakfast with her boss in the corridor. "Well then, see you later," she thought. Chen Kuo briskly exited the cafeteria, breakfast in hand. After watching him leave, Zhang Yuni quickly found the nearest seat, hastily punctured the plastic seal with a straw, and took a sip of the sweet, warm black rice porridge, sighing in satisfaction. Upon leaving the cafeteria, Chen Kuo made his way directly to the teaching building. Standing in the corridor as he had before, gazing into the distance to ease his eyes while consuming his breakfast. The classroom before morning study was relatively quiet, allowing the sound of footsteps from the corridor to resonate clearly. Chen Kuo took a sip of milk, mistaking an unfamiliar girl for Zhang Yuni when he turned his head. This fleeting thought lingered only for a few seconds before being interrupted by a classmate calling out Kuo, prompting him to refocus and respond, "Mm." The discomfort associated with her menstrual cycle arrived in the afternoon. The schedule for their first semester of senior year allowed for a brief respite. The weekly physical education class had yet to be canceled. Lasting 45 minutes, the teacher typically allocated 20 minutes for free activities. However, in alignment with the school's motto of promoting fitness, this class was not merely for show. Participation in running, high jumping, and volleyball was still expected. At such times, Zhang Yuni found it hard to muster the energy to engage in sports. She preferred to lie down rather than even sit. Dai Jia observed that during the 10-minute break, Zhang Yuni languidly rested her head on the desk. Taking her insulated cup, she rinsed it thoroughly, filled it with steaming water, and added a generous amount of brown sugar, which dissolved swiftly, releasing a delightful sweetness into the air. Sister Jia, your kindness overwhelms me. I can only repay you with my devotion. Zhang Yuni cautiously blew on the rim of the cup before sipping. Although uncertain of its efficacy, she found that the warmth did offer her some comfort. What nonsense! Daijia chuckled, her expression tinged with concern. Next class is physical education. How will you manage? Just take a leave, Su Shishir suggested, rummaging through her desk for a moment before finally producing a pillbox. Upon opening it, she discovered a solitary tablet remaining, which she tossed to Zhang Yuni. Lucky you. You've got one left. Don't force yourself. If you're feeling unwell, take an ibuprofen. It's not that severe, Zhang Yuni replied, though she obediently accepted the medication. You should promptly request leave from the class monitor, Daijia echoed Su Shishir's advice. Time is of the essence. Class is about to start. Zhang Yuni, in agreement, pushed herself up from the desk and surveyed the classroom, only to find that Chen Kuo was absent. After inquiring, she learned he was assisting Fei Shiji, the sports committee member, in moving equipment. A sense of helplessness washed over her. If Chen Kuo was helping with the equipment, he would head straight to the playground and would not return to the classroom. To request leave from him, she would have to traverse a significant portion of the campus, which felt like an impossible task. Without a moment's hesitation, she promptly made her way to the sports room on the first floor. Upon catching sight of Chen Kuo, who was equipped with protective gear, her heart instantly relaxed. She raised her hand and waved vigorously, resembling a bee fluttering under the sun. Class monitor. Class monitor. The sudden call startled Chen Kuo, who turned in the direction of the voice. In truth, he had already recognized it as Zhang Yuni's voice. Her tone and pitch were crisp and easily identifiable. However, he was still somewhat taken aback as he watched her jog towards him. The distance between them was not significant, with the gymnasium only a few meters behind Chen Kuo. Noticing that she had yet to reach him, he lightly furrowed his brow, seemingly enduring some discomfort, and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Zhang Yuni replied, waving her hand dismissively. Wasting no time, she directly stated her request. "Class monitor, I would like to ask for a leave. I'm not feeling well. Could I sit out of physical education class?" She appeared no different from her usual self, her complexion still radiant, though there were faint marks on her lips from gentle biting. Chen Kuo discreetly scrutinized her for a moment and asked, "Should I take you to the infirmary?" "No need," Zhang Yuni responded, looking rather pitiable. "I can rest in the classroom." "All right," Chen Kuo assented readily. "I will inform the teacher. Please take care of yourself." Under the afternoon sunlight, the gentle rays seemed to bestow a soft glow upon Chen Kuo's tousled hair. Yet, Zhang Yuni's thoughts drifted to the man he would become a decade later. She knew that many of the company's benefits were decided collectively by several shareholders, such as the provision granting every female employee a paid day off each month. This rule might not have originated from him, but at this moment, she remained deeply moved by it. Her inner turmoil remains a secret, unspoken to anyone. The desire to revive her past knowledge and perform commendably in the college entrance examination does not stem from a belief that a year of hardship will suffice. Nor does she hold faith that admission into a prestigious university guarantees a prosperous life. Rather, it is a spontaneous urge to strive for excellence within her current environment, to diligently craft a response to life as challenges, and to bring joy to her parents. In Class 3 of her senior year, many excel, such as Daijia. Yet, she often hears Daijia lament about the cutthroat competition at work, meager salaries, soaring housing prices, and the daunting task of reconciling differing childcare philosophies with her elders post-childbirth. The rising cost of formula and diapers weigh heavily on her thoughts, as does the question of affording a residence in a desirable school district. Then there is Zhou Anqi, who, during the farewell banquet after the exams, downed a bottle of beer and passionately declared her aspiration to become a life-saving physician. When she spoke of her dreams, she seemed to radiate light. However, in the quiet of the night, Zhou Anqi found herself unraveling repeatedly on social media, oscillating between self-healing and despair. Years later, at 27, she penned a note to her 18-year-old self, wondering if she would regret seeing her current unhappiness. Similarly, Fei Shiji adamantly refuses to adhere to his mother's life plan, choosing instead to stand shoulder to shoulder with his childhood friends. He perseveres, yet after the company's annual meeting, he finds himself crouched on the sidewalk, removing his glasses, and wearily exclaiming his exhaustion. He purchased tickets to a football match but finds himself lacking the enthusiasm to attend. Zhang Yuni grapples with the meaning of rebirth. Engulfed in confusion, having traversed that path, she cannot deceive herself into believing, little Zhang, the future is exceptionally bright, and the world is exceedingly beautiful. Anticipate it with joy. What of her aspirations? They are non-existent. Where does she stand in this vast expanse? Unbeknownst to her, upon encountering Chen Kuo, she had unwittingly found her objective. How splendid it was to possess at least one goal amidst the haze of uncertainty. In that moment, she sincerely remarked, "Class leader, you are truly kind." Throughout the days that had passed, Chen Kuo had frequently received her candid praises, often more elaborate than this particular compliment. He held a rather weighty piece of protective gear, and a hint of discomfort flickered across his features, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. Fortunately, Zhang Yuni, feeling somewhat unwell, promptly recalled that he needed to head to the playground and ceased her idle chatter, swiftly disappearing at the stairway's entrance. Chen Kuo found her earlier demeanor somewhat peculiar. Yet he could not quite articulate why. It was then that Fei Shiji emerged from the sports room, delivering a hearty slap to his shoulder. As if practicing iron palm techniques, and feigned a strained voice, saying, "Class leader, you are truly kind." In the very next moment, his tone returned to normal. "I, too, wish to take leave. I do not wish to attend physical education class." Chen Kuo was thoroughly disgusted by his antics. Expressionless as he raised his elbow and unceremoniously delivered a jab, "Dream on, get lost." Chapter 18. Fei Shiji had lagged a few steps behind earlier. Thus, when Zhang Yuni conversed with Chen Kuo, he retreated back into the sports room and remained oblivious to the subtle discomfort etched on her face. Based on what he had heard, whether she called out to Chen Kuo or later requested leave, her voice had been robust enough to suggest a desire to shirk physical education class. Nevertheless, he chose to remain tactfully silent. After all, he had previously asserted to them that he treated everyone equally. Fei Shiji, unfazed by the elbow strike, continued to drape his arm over Chen Kuo's shoulder, lowering his voice. "What is the matter? The organization warns you. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. When did I ever claim to treat everyone equally?" Chen Kuo cast him a sidelong glance, his tone becoming nonchalant. "For instance, you here do not count as a person. You're an annoying dog, a gluttonous pig. Who could tolerate such remarks?" The two discarded their protective gear and engaged in another bout of mutual blows. In mere moments, Fei Shiji, unable to match Chen Kuo's stamina, gasped for breath. He had already hurled numerous insults, yet the topic concerning Zhang Yuni had finally been broached. It was not that Fei Shiji had a poor memory. He had merely been jesting. Having known Chen Kuo for quite some time, he was well aware of his character and integrity. The terms early love and secret admiration felt utterly discordant when associated with Chen Kuo, which reassured their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao. Whenever he admonished certain individuals to focus solely on their studies, his gaze would sweep across the classroom. Yet one student remained outside his scrutiny, his prized pupil, Chen Kuo. After their altercation, the two donned their gear once more and strolled shoulder to shoulder toward the playground. Late September brought a respite from the heat, making outdoor activities far more enjoyable. Thus the entire class had gathered. Chen Kuo approached the physical education teacher to inform him of Zhang Yuni's absence. The subject teachers held great trust in him, not probing further into the reason for her leave, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Yuni initially intended to read for a while, but her stomach was truly unsettled. Unlike Su Shishir, she does not suffer from dysmenorrhea, and unlike Daijia, she does not experience diarrhea. Yet, there is an unsettling sensation of heaviness and dull aching in her lower abdomen, making her wish for the world to be obliterated during these few days each month. This discomfort seems to sap her body of warmth, leaving her gradually feeling chilled. She retrieves a delicate knitted sweater from her backpack, draping it over herself as she continues to rest her head on the desk. As physical education class progresses, some classmates gradually return to the classroom. Her quality of sleep is astonishingly deep, even amidst the cacophony. Her eyelashes flutter with impatience, yet she remains undisturbed, blissfully unaware as the sweater slips to the floor after she shifts positions. Chen Kuo enters through the back door of the classroom, holding a bottle of water. Upon raising his gaze, he immediately spots Zhang Yuni asleep at her desk. As he walks down the aisle, he treads lightly, and upon reaching Shun Mingrue's desk, he unexpectedly notices a pink garment that has fallen beside her chair. He bends down to pick it up, gently shaking off the dust. After a moment's hesitation, he decides to hang it on the back of her chair. The school bell for dismissal is as daunting as the bell for class, evoking both fear and anticipation. A series of discordant sounds pierced the air, startling Zhang Yuni awake. She bolts upright, her expression dazed, and upon seeing only half of her classmates present, she exhales a sigh of relief. Gradually realizing the coolness in her arms, she looks back to see the knitted sweater hanging on her chair. She muses that it must have fallen to the floor, and a kind-hearted soul picked it up for her. Oh, how she knew it! All the students in their class are truly delightful. Physical education class was the last lesson of the day, and now it was dinner time. Returning from the playground, Dai Jia approached Zhang Yuni's desk, carefully observing her expression, and inquired, "Will you accompany me to the cafeteria, or shall I bring you something?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuni replied, "It must be the cafeteria." She was yearning for a steaming bowl of small wontons. The taste diminished significantly when packed to go, and one could not be perfunctory when it came to dining. Very well, Dai Jia thought, feeling a sense of joy. The social circles of high school students were quite fixed. Had Zhang Yuni chosen not to go to the cafeteria, she would have been reluctant to intrude upon other small gatherings. Yet, dining alone in the cafeteria could be somewhat solitary. "Please check if I've missed anything," Zhang Yuni said as she stood up, turning her back to Dai Jia. Dai Jia nearly crouched down for a meticulous inspection, whispering, "Rest assured, nothing is amiss." Before heading to the cafeteria, Dai Jia accompanied Zhang Yuni to the restroom. Upon their exit, they felt invigorated, chatting and laughing as they sought sustenance. They arrived a bit late, but fortunately, high school students had honed their dining speed. No restaurant could rival the turnover rate of the school cafeteria, and they quickly found a vacant table to sit down. "Why don't you ask the class monitor for leave later? You might as well skip evening study today and return to the dormitory to rest." From the perspective of an academic prodigy like Dai Jia, the evening study sessions are devoid of actual instruction. The teacher merely distributes worksheets for the students to complete. Before the formidable mountain of the college entrance examination, a single worksheet holds little significance. Completing it does not guarantee a remarkable leap in performance. Nor does neglecting it lead to immediate failure. Moreover, being all girls, they are acutely aware of the discomfort that accompanies their menstrual cycles, making concentration a daunting task. There is no need to force oneself to endure. However, at this juncture, Dai Jia genuinely feels a sense of joy for Zhang Yuni. As punctuality would mean avoiding a collision with the college entrance examination next year. It is only the 25th of the month. In her previous life, upon hearing such remarks from Dai Jia, Zhang Yuni would have laughed, but now she too reflects and feels a wave of relief. She recalls that her menstrual cycle was quite regular, but later, in an attempt to secure the role of the fourth female lead in a fantasy drama, she embarked on an extreme weight loss regimen that disrupted her cycle entirely, causing her considerable alarm. Earning money is indeed important, yet nothing outweighs the value of her own life. It took her several months to return to normalcy afterward. It definitely won't happen, Zhang Yuni asserts with conviction. She has been reborn, having experienced it once. How could she be unaware? Yet, another unsettling thought grips her heart with pain. She has forgotten every single question from the college entrance examination, save for the essay. She attempts to concentrate, engaging in earnest meditation, lighting incense while trying to recall the exam, but her mind remains a blank canvas when it comes to the examination papers. Surely, her predicament is quite normal? Who, after completing the college entrance exam, spends their days ruminating over the questions, remembering them a decade later. Yet her heart still ached to the point of breathlessness, to the extent that even the aroma of the small pot of wontons before her seemed less enticing. Each discussion about the college entrance examination with Dai Jia inflicted a significant wound upon her, an injury that remained unhealed. "Shall I take a leave?" Dai Jia inquired, noticing the sorrow etched upon her face, mistakenly believing she was in distress. Zhang Yuni felt a stir of emotion. Had it been her former self, she would have dashed to Chen Kuo to request a leave without a second thought, although she could study upon returning to the dormitory despite her insomnia. Such a pretense would fool others at best, not herself. "No," she replied, shaking her head. "I haven't finished correcting yesterday's comprehensive science paper. The monthly exam is just around the corner. If I can memorize one formula, perhaps I could gain a few extra points." Despite her foreboding sense that this examination would not bode well, even with her utmost efforts, it would likely induce a myocardial infarction for old Zhao. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Dai Jia could only relent and assist her in queuing for a bottle of hot water during the break. After savoring a warm bowl of pot wontons, beads of perspiration formed as she felt her body grow lighter than it had in the afternoon. Upon returning to the classroom, She plunged once more into the sea of knowledge that brought her profound anguish. Sometimes, pain demands comparison. At least she could no longer feel the discomfort of her menstrual cycle. In dormitory 602, the arrival of anyone's period was far from a secret, even the athletic students. Upon returning to the dorm, ceded the privilege of showering first to Zhang Yuni, for the one who finished first could soon lie down to rest. Zhang Yuni dragged her suitcase and retrieved a small blanket, a thoughtful gift from her mother, intended for her to lay on the bed during these days, ensuring that even if it became somewhat damp, the moisture would not seep into the bedding. At this moment, she found herself yearning for her comfortable sleeping pants. Yet none could be found in the supermarket, not even a single sanitary pad. Zhou Anqi was the second to take a shower. As she tilted her head to dry her hair, she casually inquired, "Zhang Yuni, you're not planning to wake up early tomorrow, are you? Perhaps?" Zhang Yuni hesitated. Zhou Anqi regarded her with a complex expression and, after a moment's contemplation, advised, "No need to push yourself too hard. It's exhausting at this time. And you ought to rest well." The other roommates chimed in with their own encouragement. Lacking the iron will of a warrior and surrounded by friends with the potential of top-notch salespeople, Zhang Yuni relented. She fished out her phone from beneath her pillow and, under their watchful gaze, silenced the alarm set for 5:40. She had to admit, the thought of gaining an extra 15 minutes of sleep made her want to smile mischievously. Happiness arrives so swiftly. High school seniors are undoubtedly the most easily contented group in the world, without exception. Nevertheless, certain slogans must still be proclaimed. With righteous conviction, she declared, "Just one day tomorrow, I must rise early the day after. Zhang Yuni, you will surely excel in this month's exam and make a remarkable impression," remarked her short-haired roommate. "Sister, if you bring up that topic, I won't be able to sleep tonight," Zhang Yuni mused. The others, pleased with their influence over her, resumed their routines, some showering and others washing clothes. Zhang Yuni lay on her small bed, her headphones on, listening to vocabulary words. Before 11 o'clock, she turned off the light and fell asleep instantly. The following morning, Chen Kuo rose at his usual hour, freshened up, and stepped out of the dormitory building. His life followed this meticulous routine daily, akin to a mere copy and paste. Rarely did he concern himself with matters unrelated to him. So as he passed by the girls' dormitory, he sensed something amiss, yet he dismissed it without further thought. Upon entering the cafeteria, while purchasing eggs and buns at the counter, the cafeteria worker peered over his shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "You're the only one here today. Your classmates haven't come." The high school was indeed bustling with students. But the worker recognized Chen Kuo as he was among the earliest patrons each day, consistently buying buns from him. Just yesterday, he noted with curiosity that Chen Kuo had arrived with a girl. Chen Kuo paused, wallet in hand. A realization dawned upon him. He had yet to encounter Zhang Yuni today. Chapter 19. As Chen Kuo carried his breakfast toward the teaching building, he pondered whether Zhang Yuni had fallen ill. Had it not been for her absence during yesterday's physical education class, he would not have thought twice about her absence this morning. After all, they had not crossed paths every morning over the past 20 days. Yet, her mention of feeling unwell the previous day lingered in his mind. Arriving outside the classroom, he made an unprecedented decision to glance inside. Only a handful of classmates were present, and she was not among them. He turned away, facing the sky beyond the railing, engaging in the familiar ritual of peeling a hard-boiled egg and sipping milk. Yet, there was a fleeting distraction in his expression. As he neared the end of a carton of milk, his classmates began to arrive one by one, including Zhang Yuni, who was hand in hand with Dai Jia. Zhang Yuni appeared remarkably refreshed. She had enjoyed a deep and satisfying slumber, and most importantly, the discomfort of her menstrual period had completely vanished upon waking. Upon noticing Chen Kuo standing at the railing, lost in thought while drinking his milk, she cheerfully greeted him. "Good morning, class leader." Chen Kuo immediately turned his gaze toward her, as if her voice had triggered a conditioned response. He lingered on her for a few seconds longer than he had with Dai Jia, nodding in acknowledgement, "Good morning." A few other classmates passed by, with boys patting his shoulder and calling out, "Kuo," while girls chuckled and referred to him as class leader. Zhang Yuni had neither the time nor the opportunity for further conversation before joining Dai Jia in the classroom. Dai Jia, seemingly catching on a moment too late, inquired, "Your relationship with the class leader seems quite good, doesn't it?" "Really?" Zhang Yuni's eyes sparkled. "Did you notice that too?" "See, that's what a master of time management does, balancing diligent study while cultivating good relations with the authority. What are the results? The public has already given their verdict. The eyes of the people are keen." Dai Jia nodded earnestly, Analyzing, of course. When we greet him with good morning, he always nods in response. Truly a top student. Spotting it at a glance, Zhang Yuni smiled, feeling both joyful and fulfilled. Indeed, they were on familiar terms, albeit just a little bit. She recognized that there was still more effort required on her part. Dai Jia observed her smiling like a blossoming flower and couldn't help but smile in return. Yesterday, Zhang Yuni seemed devoid of spirit, but today she appeared much improved, likely due to feeling better physically. As for the relationship between Zhang Yuni and the class monitor, Dai Jia had no inclination to speculate further. Aside from the fact that Chen Kuo himself seemed emotionally unavailable and utterly disinterested in romance, it was also evident that Zhang Yuni's ideal type did not align with him at all. During the remedial classes before the semester commenced, the 6 girls were about to embark on their first extended experience of communal living, and they were all quite exhilarated. The night prior, they whispered eagerly until the early hours. What were they discussing? Their favorite celebrities, juicy gossip, and handsome boys, naturally including Chen Kuo. One girl remarked, "I think the class monitor is quite handsome. I call him the school heartthrob. Who's with me? I support. I oppose." Among the 6, 2 were in favor while 3 opposed. It wasn't that they thought he was unattractive, but in their eyes, the real school heartthrob was Cheng Yin, who was far more humorous. But Cheng Yin has already returned to his hometown. He is no longer in our class. Another chimed in. Besides, I don't find him handsome. His grades are poor. He is always at the bottom, constantly laughing and carefree. He lacks any semblance of decorum. Zhou Anqi scoffed disdainfully, as if Cheng Yin had wronged her. What nonsense. For a day, he was one of us in class 3, so even in death, he would still be a ghost of class 3. With handsome boys being such a rare commodity, whether he goes back home or even to outer space, we must bring him back to add some charm to our class. As the 2 factions continued their spirited debate, they soon realized that Zhang Yuni had yet to cast her vote and eagerly pressed her. Zhang Yuni, what about you? Do you prefer Cheng Yin or the class monitor? At that moment, Zhang Yuni stifled a yawn and lazily remarked, "Then I'll vote for Cheng Yin." A traitor has emerged among us, Zhang Yuni. Why? There's no reason. I simply dislike dullards, she declared with an air of certainty. At this juncture, the conversation took a complete turn, shifting from discussions of who the class beauty was to each person's ideal type. As for who the class beauty actually was, the 602 class had yet to reach a consensus. Dai Jia, upon returning to her seat, teased, "You haven't even asked him for a leave of absence to maintain good relations. Am I really that superficial?" Zhang Yuni scoffed, her tone resolute, though there was a hint of uncertainty in her heart. Dai Jia chuckled at her response. "You're not superficial, you're a dazzling beauty with big eyes." Zhang Yuni couldn't help but laugh, playfully winking at her. "Have I electrified you?" "Indeed you did. Weren't you just saying yesterday that you would dedicate yourself to me?" After their playful banter, they returned to their seats just before the bell for morning study rang. When Chen Kuo entered, he first discarded the plastic bag and milk carton in the trash can. As he turned back to his seat, his gaze swept over the students in the classroom, checking who had yet to arrive, and when his eyes briefly lingered on Zhang Yuni, he himself remained unaware of it. The monthly exam arrived as anticipated. While Zhang Yuni was washing her face in the restroom, she overheard some students complaining about the school seemingly intent on ruining their National Day holiday. Typically, teachers would work overtime to grade the monthly exams, ensuring that report cards would be issued before the holiday break. She also caught whispers of someone discussing whom to approach for answers, noting that even sharing just the multiple-choice questions would be quite beneficial. The multiple-choice questions were straightforward, with options A, B, C, and D corresponding to the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. After turning off the faucet, Zhang Yuni found herself lost in thought. Reluctant to leave, she was acutely aware of her own capabilities. This examination would not only fail to astonish but might also lead to dismal results. Then, a fleeting thought darted across her mind, and before she could contemplate it further, she hurried out of the restroom as if startled, casting those thoughts aside. Copying her classmates' homework was one thing, but cheating during an examination was an entirely different matter. Moreover, despite her current unsatisfactory grades, she yearned to gauge her true abilities and attain some clarity. In her previous life, she had never resorted to cheating. To do so in this life would feel like regressing, and that was unacceptable. As expected, there was neither surprise nor delight. After 2 days of examinations, Zhang Yuni felt mentally drained, and as she had anticipated, many questions were beyond her grasp. She felt fortunate to have been reborn at the start of the semester. Had she been reborn during the monthly assessments or, even worse, directly in the college entrance examination, it would have been catastrophic. Nonetheless, she held no gratitude towards fate. Every time she experienced suffering, she would inevitably voice her frustrations, albeit belatedly. Once the exams concluded, the students remained busy, returning desks to the classroom. Zhang Yuni had barely settled down and caught her breath when she overheard classmates discussing answers. She wished to cover her ears. Why were these adorable beings not preoccupied with planning their holiday escapades or contemplating the luxury of sleeping in? Chen Kuo directed several of the stronger boys to assist the girls in moving the desks. Upon returning, he noticed Zhang Yuni with her ears covered, appearing quite distressed. He furrowed his brow and approached her, gently tapping his fingers on her desk. Zhang Yuni looked up at him, momentarily bewildered. "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" he inquired. "Does feeling unwell in my heart count? Does the heaviness in my chest count? Does the desire to petulantly command those adorable little ones with a megaphone to stop sharing answers count?" Zhang Yuni promptly replied, "Not at all." "All right," Chen Kuo reassured, then glanced at the empty desk beside her. "Where's your deskmate? She must have gone to the supermarket." Chen Kuo nodded. "When she returns, remember to remind her that this issue of the bulletin board needs to be finished promptly. Su Shishir is quite talented at drawing, and she doesn't hide her skill. Everyone in class knows, and she is more than willing to take on this task. The writing will be entrusted to Rin Simin and Zhou Anqi." "Got it." After the exam, Zhang Yui was eager to connect with her boss, feeling she had been neglectful and lazy in recent days, but now there was an opportunity for redemption. She hurriedly retrieved a packet of beef jerky from her bag and handed it to him. "This is delicious. Brought back by my aunt from her business trip to Inner Mongolia. Su Shishir and Shen Mingrui fight over it every day, and this is the last packet. Class monitor, it's for you." Chen Kuo found himself once again receiving beef jerky from her. Looking into her sparkling eyes, he felt it difficult to refuse. "Thank you." Although they had just finished their exam today, evening self-study was still to be held as usual. Su Shishir returned carrying a bag of snacks. And without needing any special reminder from Zhang Yui, she took chalk, a ruler, and fine string to the blackboard at the back of the classroom. With the National Day holiday approaching in just a couple of days, the bulletin board would also revolve around this theme. Old Zhao had already given instructions, leaving the rest to her creativity, but the red flag must definitely be included. Su Shishir sketched out the outlines, her impatience evident as she began to fill in the colors. With a generous offer of a pack of Wangwixian snacks and Oreos as compensation, she enlisted Zhang Yuni's help. Zhang Yuni readily agreed, taking the red chalk and carefully climbing onto a chair, gradually filling in the vibrant red of a large flag. With each stroke, chalk dust settled on her hands, while the windows of the classroom were wide open, inviting a gentle breeze that tousled her hair, causing it to tickle her cheeks. Unable to resist, she brushed her hair aside. As the holiday approached, few students in the classroom could maintain their focus on studying or reviewing. The class monitor had his hands full as well. Chen Kuo needed to keep track of the progress on the bulletin board. He made a brief visit just as Zhang Yuni hopped down from her chair. Su Shishir was perched on a ladder, completely absorbed in her artwork. Once she immersed herself in painting, she transformed. Her demeanor became serious, her entire being dedicated to the task at hand, oblivious to Chen Kuo's arrival. "Do you need any assistance?" Chen Kuo inquired, surveying the blackboard. Su Shishir was in her own world, and her thoughtful assistant, Zhang Yuni, stepped forward a couple of paces. Smiling gently, "Not for now, don't worry, my Shishir can handle it." Could such a simple bulletin board challenge the future Su Laosi? Chen Kuo shifted his gaze back to Zhang Yuni, intending to offer further advice, when suddenly, his eyes fell upon her face. The light shimmered above her, illuminating her fair complexion and the subtle hint of blush. "You." Chen Kuo's voice wavered, and Zhang Yuni, noticing his gaze, responded with curiosity. "What?" She quickly realized. "Is there something on my face?" Chen Kuo reminded her, "There's chalk dust." Zhang Yuni also guessed it, lowering her head to inspect her hands. She gently wiped her cheek with the quiet back of her left hand. "Is there more?" "Yes." Chen Kuo seldom gazed at others for an extended period. He hardly looked in the mirror himself. Now, fixating on her face, his gaze descended to her nose, and he remarked, "Your nose." Zhang Yuni rubbed her nose with her fingertip, and indeed, a trace of chalk dust was left. She smiled up at him. "Is it gone now?" As if he were a mirror. Chen Kuo averted his eyes. "It's gone." Chapter 20. The interaction between Chen Kuo and Zhang Yuni did not attract the attention of others. It was too ordinary, to outsiders. It was merely a fleeting encounter of about 10 seconds before Chen Kuo promptly returned to his seat. Zhang Yuni continued to assist Su Shishir in adding colors. After finishing the red, she proceeded to apply yellow. Once completed, her hands were covered in chalk dust. Su Shishir appeared even more disheveled, her white attire marred with it. Yet, the satisfaction she felt as the image she envisioned in her mind manifested on the blackboard was a feeling only she could comprehend. She tilted her head and asked Zhang Yuni, "How is it? Is it all right?" The artistry remains timeless. Zhang Yuni generously offered her praise, lamenting that the school no longer held competitions for blackboard art. Otherwise, with Su Shishir's level of skill, she would undoubtedly secure first place in an instant. Su Shishir unexpectedly reached out and pinched her mouth. "What did you eat? Your little mouth is so sweet." After Zhang Yuni broke free, she spat a few times, exclaiming that her hands were covered in chalk dust and accusing her of wanting to poison her. "Come on, let's wash our hands." Su Shishir linked her arm with hers, and the two sisters left together. During tonight's evening study session, none of the subject teachers had come, as they were all busy grading papers. In the absence of authority, the students were distracted, few focused on their reviews. Fei Shiji, feeling famished, called out loudly, inquiring if anyone was going to the supermarket for snacks, hoping a kind soul would assist him. However, no one paid him any mind. Thus, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Rummaging through his pockets and discovering he had enough change, he stood up and exited the classroom. Just before reaching the stairwell, he heard footsteps behind him. "Wait for me." It was Chen Kuo's voice. Fei Shiji turned around and remarked, "You're going to the supermarket? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" He opened his mouth to ask Chen Kuo to fetch this and that for him, but was abruptly interrupted by the unwavering fellow, who declared, "Don't even think about it." Fei Shiji muttered a curse under his breath. The two descended the stairs, and to accommodate the students, the supermarket was conveniently located not far from the teaching building. It wasn't long before they arrived. With the holidays approaching, everyone was restless, and this was evident as the number of students in the supermarket was significantly higher than usual. Fei Shiji wandered back and forth in front of the snack aisle. Within mere seconds, he found himself holding a pack of squid strips and several bags of gummy candies. Turning around, he noticed Chen Kuo standing empty-handed, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the snack shelf, seemingly lost in thought. "Aren't you here to buy water?" Fei Shiji asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Chen Kuo had never been particularly fond of snacks. Whenever he visited the supermarket, he typically purchased water and milk, occasionally indulging in a pack of soda crackers to stave off hunger. His current visit was not for water, however. While reaching for a reference book on the table, he inadvertently brushed against the beef jerky that Zhang Yuni had given him. Upon reflection, he realized she had offered him food on several occasions: a crispy shark snack, a bag of roasted chestnuts, a packet of instant coffee, and now this package of beef jerky. It seemed only fitting that he reciprocate in some manner. Yet he was at a loss for what to buy. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to purchase the safest option: beverages. Without responding to Fei Shiji's query, he veered toward another shelf brimming with assorted drinks. He struggled to recall which beverage Zhang Yuni had chosen when they first started school, so he turned to Fei Shiji, asking which drinks the girls in their class preferred. Fei Shiji appeared bewildered, exclaiming, "Huh?" Quickly regaining his composure, he pressed on, "Who are you buying for? What's the occasion?" Chen Kuo found his questions tedious. "What do they all like to drink?" he retorted. Fei Shiji followed his gaze, shrugging, "How would I know? Maybe orange juice." "Then orange juice it is." Chen Kuo deemed orange juice and cola to be the safest choices, selecting 2 bottles of each. It was only then that he remembered Fei Shiji. "You pick a bottle as well. I'll pay for it together." Fei Shiji chuckled, "I want to scream. Because I feel like screaming right now." "You're ridiculous." Chen Kuo balanced the 2 bottles of drinks in one hand as he made his way to the checkout. Fei Shiji swiftly grabbed a bottle for himself and joined him in line to settle the bill. Upon returning to the classroom, he discovered that Zhang Yuni and Su Shishir were absent, so he simply handed the drinks over to Zhou. Zhou was engrossed in a comic book hidden beneath her desk when she was nearly startled out of her wits. Upon lifting her gaze, she discovered it was Chen Kuo. With her heart now settled, she couldn't help but express her exasperation. "Class monitor, you nearly gave me a heart attack." She genuinely believed that Chen Kuo possessed the potential to become a strict disciplinary officer. "These are for you," Chen Kuo said, placing a plastic bag on her desk. "For you, Ren Ximin, Su Shishir, and, also Zhang Yuni. Thank you for your hard work on the bulletin board." Zhou glanced at the beverages within the semi-transparent bag, then back at him, Scratching her head. All right then. Chen Kuo nodded slightly and turned to return to his seat. Zhou called out, "Thanks, class monitor." Zhang Yuni had merely intended to wash her hands, but was forcibly dragged by Su Shishir to another classroom to admire handsome boys. Su Shishir excitedly pointed at a tall, slender figure conversing merrily in the corridor, exclaiming, "I just discovered him. Isn't he handsome? They say he is the heartthrob of the liberal arts class." Heartthrob? Is there no better term? Zhang Yuni questioned. The unofficial title hasn't even been determined yet. They started a thread on the forum, but ended up getting it shut down by the admin. It was hilarious. Su Shishir briefly recounted the gossip, mentioning that a girl from the liberal arts class had snapped a photo of the boy and posted it online. While the title of heartthrob was unquestionable, the title of class heartthrob was still up for debate. The discussions surrounding that are numerous. As for the school heartthrob, with so many students in one school, who can claim to know them all? At best, he is merely the heartthrob of their class, but I don't recognize the title of school heartthrob, Zhang Yuni remarked. She is, after all, a member of the senior class, yet no one has inquired about her opinion, nor did she cast a vote. What gives this brash lad the right to be the class representative? Su Shishir laughed heartily. Don't you find him handsome? Zhang Yuni scrutinized him closely and remarked, mediocre. Aren't you intimidated by such a trendy boy? For instance, standing next to him makes one feel like a country bumpkin. Although, viewed from a decade later, it may seem awkward, it is undeniable that, in the present perspective, he indeed appears very fashionable. Moreover, having previously navigated the entertainment industry in her past life, she has encountered countless handsome men. Su Shishir contemplated for a moment, then glanced at the boy again, feeling a twinge of unease. You're right. Suddenly, the moment lost its charm, and she pulled Zhang Yuni towards class 3. As they entered the classroom, before reaching their seats, Zhou called out to them, Su Shishir. Zhang Yuni, come over here. The two approached in confusion. Zhou was holding a plastic bag containing cola and orange juice. What would you like to drink? The class monitor provided these. Su Shishir was momentarily taken aback. The class monitor? What is going on? She explained. They said we worked hard on the bulletin board. Ren Simin reached out to grab a bottle of cola. I'll take this. You two are free to choose. Zhang Yuni was astonished. Why is there something for me? I wasn't even involved with the bulletin board work. Did Zhou make a mistake? Su Shishir, her good friend, quickly interjected. How could there not be? You filled in the colors. Zhang Yuni responded. Well, that is true. She indeed had a stroke of luck. While slacking off, her boss noticed her, and unexpectedly, she happened to lend a hand, leading him to mistakenly think she was one of those involved with the bulletin board. This moment for her can be described as a fortunate coincidence. I sip my orange juice, while she, without any pretense, takes the drink for herself. A few girls gather around Zhou desk, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. What is happening? Su Shishir still finds it somewhat peculiar during the poster-making sessions. The class monitor seemingly never purchased drinks. This matter does not actually fall under Chen Kuo's purview. It was merely old Zhao who mentioned it briefly, at most advising them on the deadline without intervening further. Zhou shrugs, indifferent to it all. She has purchased the drink, and it is not poisonous, so they may as well enjoy it. Ren Simin, cautious, refrains from shaking the bottle, carefully unscrewing the cap. The class monitor must be in a good mood. After all, once the last class ends tomorrow, they will have a break. Moreover, she pauses, he is bound to perform exceptionally well on this exam, splendidly so, in good spirits. The world appears beautiful. Zhou chuckles. Soon, the conversation veers back to the recent monthly examination. Zhang Yuni is ready to indulge in a bottle of orange juice. But upon hearing them mention grades and the questions from the comprehensive science paper, she sulkily drops her arms. At this moment, even sweet orange juice may turn bitter. On the last day before the holiday, in the early morning, Zhang Yuni rises early once again. For her, waking up early has become less burdensome. She has acclimated to this rhythm. The playground is less crowded, and when she recites classical Chinese or formulas to the point of frustration, she lets out a shriek akin to that of a prairie dog, a unique form of stress relief. After all, what high school senior is not a little crazy? Just a few steps out of the dormitory, she encounters Chen Kuo, who is approaching from the opposite direction. Their encounters have become so frequent that their greetings have become routine. She says, "Good morning, class monitor," and he replies, "Good morning." Chen Kuo noticed the bottle of orange juice in her hand, and it was evident that she had deduced it was likely one he had purchased the previous day. He had forgotten to mention it yesterday, but Zhang Yuni gave the bottle a gentle shake and thanked him. The other three girls had already indulged, but she refrained, as she had no desire to intoxicate herself with orange juice the night before. Chen Kuo replied, "You're welcome, it was nothing." Class monitor. "You must have performed splendidly in this month's exam, right?" Before he could respond, she answered herself confidently, "Of course, it is only reasonable and expected." Given their slightly more familiar relationship, she felt at ease to jest with him. "Had I consumed this bottle of orange juice before the exam, I would have surely been blessed with divine assistance. This is what one might call a stroke of luck." Chen Kuo smiled faintly. "How did you fare?" He believed she had been diligent and hard-working since the beginning of the semester, and thus her performance should have improved, perhaps even elevating her ranking. However, to his surprise, upon hearing his words, Zhang Yuni's smile faltered slightly, her tone tinged with disappointment, suggesting that her results might not be satisfactory. Chen Kuo's brow furrowed in confusion. Nevertheless, "It's all right," Zhang Yuni reassured herself, smiling brightly. "Next time, I will definitely perform better." In the final year of high school, what one encounters most frequently are examinations upon examinations. Indeed, not only was Chen Kuo not inclined to comfort his classmates, but Zhang Yuni also did not seek encouragement from others. It seemed her earlier disappointment was merely an illusion of his, as she quickly regained her spirits, waved goodbye to him, and energetically dashed toward her joyful sanctuary, the playground. As anticipated, in the afternoon, while the students eagerly counted down the moments, yearning for the instant of liberation, the teachers had already completed the grading, recorded the scores, and compiled the rankings, distributing a copy to each student. Su Shishir glanced at hers, promptly slipped it into her book, and shut it, choosing to disregard it. On the other hand, Zhang Yuni hesitated to look. She covered her eyes, then cautiously opened a small slit, initially focusing on the last three positions. To her surprise, it was not her name. She gradually scanned upwards and spotted her own name among the 30s, accompanied by her scores in various subjects. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She felt content with her performance, as it signified that her efforts this month were rightly directed. She resolved to indulge herself with a lavish reward of delectable treats. In the second semester of her sophomore year, she had ranked 17th, barely placing her in the upper middle tier. Compared to her current results, the decline was indeed drastic. Suddenly, her confidence surged. Given her present momentum, regaining her previous level before the college entrance examination seemed entirely feasible. Ren Ximin entered the classroom, her expression fraught with concern, and approached Zhang Yuni's desk, hesitating before speaking. "Zhang Yuni, Teacher Zhao requests your presence in her office. You should go immediately." In truth, this was a euphemistic expression crafted with artful embellishment. The reality was that it appeared she had overheard Teacher Zhao's biting voice. "Bring Zhang Yuni to me. I need to ask her if she was merely drifting during the exam." As Ren Ximin's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings for a few moments. Initially, few paid attention to Zhang Yuni's performance, but now everyone has surreptitiously glanced at the rankings. And upon discovering her poor results, they were taken aback. A jolt of apprehension struck Zhang Yuni. The inevitable had come to pass. She had anticipated such an outcome, so it did not weigh heavily on her heart. If old Zhao had not sought her out, she would have been more anxious. With a calm demeanor, she tucked the rankings away and stood up. "Is Teacher Zhao in the office?" Ren Ximin sighed. "Yes, go quickly." She wished to impart a few words of wisdom, such as adopting a more sincere attitude when admitting her mistakes. Perhaps old Zhao would let her off lightly. However, the words remained unspoken. The last time she was summoned to the office by old Zhao was also due to poor grades, though her decline was not as drastic as Zhang Yuni's. In other circumstances, Su Shishir and Shen Mingrui would joke about Sister One taking care of herself, but now they could only observe her departing figure with solemnity, mourning her plight. "What has happened to Sister One?" After Zhang Yuni left, Shen Mingrui hastily prodded Su Shishir with his pen, exclaiming, "Her performance was even worse than mine. What a surprise." Su Shishir was equally astonished. While others may not have grasped the situation, their group of friends was well aware that Zhang Yuni had been incredibly diligent since the start of the semester, rising early each day to memorize texts and vocabulary, paying close attention in class, even relegating comic books to the depths of her belongings. She was clearly determined to excel. Yet, after a month of intense effort, from ranking 17th to plummeting to 30th, surely this was a misdirection of her endeavors. Dai Jia had long contemplated coming over, yet she feared that it might further upset Zhang Yuni. She observed the commotion nearby, furrowing her brow as she approached, and settled into Zhang Yuni's chair, joining the hushed discussion. I pondered whether the teacher had perhaps misgraded the papers. Su Shishir entertained a similar thought. However, Shen Mingrui shook his head, remarking, "Do you think Lao Zhao is easily trifled with? She would have immediately conducted an investigation. Since the Division of Arts and Sciences in their first year, Lao Zhao had served as their homeroom teacher for nearly 2 years. Her temperament was well known among the class. It could be said that when trouble arose, she would swiftly turn to the students' teachers for answers. If they were akin to a flock of chicks, Lao Zhao was the protective hen in front of them. If they could think of something, surely Lao Zhao could as well." Dai Jiao whispered. "Then what is going on with Zhang Yuni?" The three of them gathered together, unable to discern the reason. What could have compelled Zhang Yuni to exert herself more diligently than before, yet still perform poorly? It was merely one examination. Su Shishir stated earnestly, "Everyone makes mistakes. Perhaps she was simply not in the best state this time. I worry that if Lao Zhao reprimanded her, it might dampen her spirits, especially with the National Day holiday approaching." Shen Mingrui concurred. "I wonder if Lao Zhao will require her parents to come in. They had a lengthy 3-day holiday ahead, and if this incident were to cast a shadow over the usually vibrant Zhang Yuni, it would be such a waste." Dai Jia felt even more anxious, asking, "What should we do then? Don't you think she has been rather?" Su Shishir interjected. "Yes, she seems a bit unwell." As friends, their concern had never waned, and at this moment, their worry reached a crescendo. As Shen Mingrui aptly stated, a single poor examination performance is truly inconsequential. Even the most outstanding scholars cannot maintain unwavering consistency in their rankings. What truly matters is the future. Whether Zhang Yui becomes despondent or more exaggerated in her reactions is a perilous matter. Despite being merely 17 or 18 years old, they would never turn a blind eye to a friend's plight. I recall Zhang Yui mentioning her desire for hot pot. Dai Jia struggled to remember. As Zhang Yui's daily cravings were far too numerous, it was no easy feat to recall this particular dish that was unavailable at their school. Perhaps. Su Shishir glanced at Shen Mingrui. With a snap of his fingers, Shen Mingrui seized the conversation, saying, "Well, who can resist that? Let us treat her and ensure she has a delightful time." Thus, the three of them devised a plan to invite Zhang Yui out for hot pot during the 3-day National Day holiday, allowing her to enjoy herself and dispel any gloom. In their imaginative scenario, Zhang Yui, who might be on the verge of tears, was in fact quite cheerful. However, as they approached the teacher's office, she quickly concealed the brightness in her eyes. Should old Zhao catch sight of her, it would be deemed a provocation. The office housed several desks, not just old Zhao's, with other teachers engaged in lesson preparation or sipping tea. Zhang Yui promptly lowered her head, gently knocked on the door, and called out, "Teacher Zhao." At that moment, Zhao's previously stern countenance softened considerably. "Come in." Zhang Yui did not dare to waste any time and swiftly approached the desk, standing obediently. Logically, she should have shed tears, but it was not due to her lack of acting skill. Rather, it was because she could not deceive Lao Zhao in such a manner. She was acutely aware, more than her classmates, of the immense effort Lao Zhao had poured into this class. The seriousness of Lao Zhao in the present was in stark contrast to the kindness she would exhibit after their graduation. Subsequently, the few minor roles she played in forgettable dramas garnered little attention, yet Lao Zhao still took the time to send her messages praising her performances. During her final encounter with Lao Zhao before her rebirth, she noted the presence of numerous gray strands amidst Lao Zhao's once raven hair. "Tell me," Lao Zhao said, tapping the ranking sheet so forcefully that her finger nearly pierced the paper, "were you asleep during the exam?" Zhang Yuni longed to protest her innocence, exclaiming, "That's not fair. I felt the exam duration was insufficient, and when the teacher came to collect the papers, I anxiously glanced around, but there was nothing." In a hushed tone, she replied, "I truly did not. Do I look like I have such audacity? I suspect you were daydreaming." Lao Zhao, abandoning her previous gentleness, retorted sternly, "What is the matter with you? Is your mind still focused on your studies?" Yes, it is." Zhang Yuni was flustered. I am. I truly am." But could she disclose the real reason? Certainly not. At that moment, Lao Zhao merely believed she was lost in daydreams. If she were to reveal that she had returned from a decade in the future, Lao Zhao would likely contact her parents to send her to a hospital. "What are you?" Lao Zhao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her with an expression that seemed to convey, "Let me see what nonsense you can come up with." Just then, Chen Kuo approached to deliver something, and as he reached the office door, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Yuni standing with her back to him. He recalled her scores on the ranking list, pondering for a few seconds before retracting his leg and stepping aside to stand at the doorway. deciding to wait until Zhang Yuni emerged before entering. At this thought, he raised his hand to glance at the time. Merely 5 or 6 minutes remained until class began. While he was lost in contemplation, a sudden voice resounded from within, pleading, "Please give me another chance." Startled, he instinctively leaned in to catch a glimpse. Zhang Yuni, clearly at a loss for how to justify herself, pressed closer to the desk, almost pleading with the teacher, "How about I make a military pledge to you?" Noticing that old Zhao remained silent, merely gazing intently at her, she sensed a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this time, she could turn the tide of her performance in the upcoming monthly exam. Thus, she continued, "Is that all right? Just consider this a slip-up on my part. Next time, during the midterm, I will surely improve." The other teachers from different classes chuckled at her earnestness, and a leisurely sipping teacher remarked, "Teacher Zhao, I find your student quite sincere." Most of them were from the Senior 3 department. Zhang Yuni's situation was indeed concerning. Yet she had uttered a truth. She still had opportunities ahead, and under favorable conditions, teachers would never withhold chances from students. It was still merely the first month of senior year. "Thank you, Teacher Liu." The atmosphere suddenly shifted to a lighter tone, and Zhang Yuni quickly expressed her gratitude to the tea-drinking teacher. Old Zhao, still bearing a frown, felt the natural anxiety any teacher would have upon witnessing such a significant decline in a student's performance. However, her colleague's words reminded her to temper her tone. She turned her gaze toward Zhang Yuni and asked, "Now, tell me about your military pledge. What rank do you aim to achieve in the midterm exam?" Zhang Yuni pondered for a moment before speaking in a tentative tone, 27th or 20th place. It wasn't that she lacked courage. A glance at the rankings revealed how increasingly challenging it became as one ascended. With 42 students in the class, placing 27th or 28th was nearly mid-tier. For someone who had long since packed away her knowledge and returned it to the teacher, excelling academically in a short span was not impossible. Yet it certainly was not her. Considering the various preliminary exams ahead, approximately 6 remained. Advancing 2 or 3 ranks each time would be an exceptionally optimistic outcome. Indeed, she worked diligently, but so did her classmates. Lao Zhao's expression shifted markedly. She too possessed a proud side and turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at Zhang Yuni. Finding the situation quite disheartening, Zhang Yuni observed Lao Zhao as still glossy hair and inquired, "Then, 26th place? Are we still bargaining?" Lao Zhao decisively declared, 25th. The reason for their back and forth was merely due to Lao Zhao's growing concerns after the results were posted. She had taken the initiative to consult several subject teachers, confirming that Zhang Yuni's classroom demeanor was commendable and earnest, hence this dialogue. Zhang Yuni felt as though an immense weight was bearing down on her and reluctantly nodded, "All right." The reluctance in her tone was palpable. Lao Zhao retrieved a new notebook from her drawer, opened it to a page, and began to write a guarantee. Zhang Yuni gasped in disbelief. "Teacher, is this really necessary?" "Others may not, but you must," Lao Zhao replied. She lowered her head and took the pen, as if signing not a military order but a death warrant. Despite her despair, she desperately pleaded, "Isn't it really possible to have 26? Outside, Chen Kuo also heard this remark. He found it rather peculiar. What should have been a weighty matter was, inexplicably, amusing to him. He was not alone in this sentiment. Old Zhao chuckled in disbelief. Assessing the situation, Zhang Yuni ceased her rambling and swiftly penned a guarantee letter. Old Zhao read it and, albeit reluctantly, expressed his satisfaction. "You may return home for now. I shall refrain from contacting your parents temporarily. After the midterm examinations, we will convene a parent-teacher meeting. Consider that carefully." Zhang Yuni readily agreed. Her head hung low as she exited the office. She encountered Chen Kuo, her previous gloom dissipating as she greeted him with a bright smile. "Class monitor, I saw that you ranked first this time. How impressive. I wish I could steal your intelligence. All of it. What are you two discussing before class?" Old Zhao's authoritative voice boomed, accompanied by the sound of his footsteps. Zhang Yuni noticed the stack of books in Chen Kuo's arms and made a helpless expression before breaking into a suppressed smile, whispering, "I'll be on my way now." She gracefully glided past him, stepping into the afternoon sunlight as she departed. Chen Kuo couldn't help but glance back. Chapter 22. Zhang Yuni had already turned a corner, vanishing from his sight. Had he waited long? Or was it the teacher's words that pulled his attention back? He looked down at the stack in his hands, contemplating whether to hand it directly to the teacher or to place it on her desk. Old Zhao was not one to be overly polite with his students. He gestured for Chen Kuo to place the items on his desk. Chen Kuo complied and stepped into the office. Old Zhao did not rush to leave. He intended to accompany his student for a short distance once Chen Kuo emerged. At that moment, her thoughts were occupied with Zhang Yuni, prompting her to inquire, has there been anything unusual with Zhang Yuni lately? Having devoted many years to teaching, she had encountered instances of declining student performance, a recurring issue each year. In her most recent experience with a senior class, there had been a top student who excelled in the first 2 years, a promising candidate for prestigious universities. However, by the third year, they had developed an aversion to study. Fortunately, their foundational knowledge remained intact, and they barely managed to secure admission to a second-tier university, leaving the teachers feeling regretful. Such situations typically stem from 2 primary causes: the influence of parental and familial relationships, and early romantic entanglements. She pondered which category Zhang Yuni might fall into, or perhaps she was unaffected by either. This matter seemed to be one that Zhang Yuni believed she had put behind her, but as a teacher, old Zhao resolved to closely observe her over the coming month. Chen Kuo, understanding the implications behind the teacher's words, was taken aback by Zhang Yuni's exam results, having not anticipated them. She had been working harder than the previous semester. Old Zhao turned to him and asked, "What do you think?" In truth, she had heard similar sentiments from several other teachers. Students often believed they could deceive their instructors, unaware that a mere glance from the front of the classroom revealed everything, the diligent and the distracted alike. As teachers were generally well aware of who was paying attention and who was not, however, she still wished to hear the perspective of her class monitor. Chen Kuo pondered for a moment before cautiously responding. On several occasions, I encountered her outside the dormitory in the mornings. She was always at the playground reciting her lessons. This revelation was unfamiliar to Lao Zhao, who blurted out, "Are you referring to Zhang Yuni?" Chen Kuo, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Yes. I have run into her multiple times, definitely more than a few, perhaps a dozen. But there's no need for me to elaborate to the teacher." Lao Zhao contemplated this, questioning, "So why did she perform so poorly? She can't even bear to look at her report card. Each glance seems to shorten her lifespan." Chen Kuo had no answer to this quandary, yet he recalled their encounter that morning, where she expressed her determination to perform better next time. He mused that perhaps the teacher need not be overly anxious. She likely had a plan in mind. Returning to the present, Lao Zhao smiled and patted Chen Kuo on the shoulder before heading to class. Chen Kuo nodded, aware that the bell would soon ring, and he strode purposefully towards the classroom. Inside, Zhang Yuni appeared as usual, not at all resembling the tearful figure imagined by Shen Mingrue and others. Su Shishir scrutinized her carefully, inching her gaze over, and whispered, "If you're feeling down, I can accompany you after class to catch Shen Mingrue and give him a good beating." Shen Mingrue, eavesdropping intently, was instantly incensed, exclaiming, "That's utterly outrageous." Zhang Yuni burst into laughter, replying, "Sure, let's throw him in a sack. He deserves it for always stealing my beef jerky. A good thrashing would be a light punishment." Su Shishir, unable to contain her curiosity, quietly inquired, "Did Lao Zhao scold you?" Before Zhang Yuni could respond, she reassured, "Old Zhao is just like that. She's a good person with a kind heart. Remember, with old Zhao, hitting is affection and scolding is love." "Nonsense," Zhang Yuni replied seriously. "When has teacher Zhao ever physically punished or insulted a student? If you continue like this, as her devoted disciple, I may have to accuse you of defamation." Su Shishir suddenly turned around, glancing around in fright, infuriated as she twisted Zhang's arm. "I thought old Zhao was right behind me." Zhang Yuni quickly smiled and pleaded for mercy. "I assure you, there's nothing to worry about. Let's turn the page on this." As for being a devoted disciple, Su Shishir was disgusted by her, pouting, "Only someone like our class leader can be called that. Don't try to provoke." Shen Mingrue also chimed in, after graduation. "Don't go around proclaiming you're a student of old Zhao as a way to repay her, okay?" Amidst their playful banter, both felt reassured. Since Zhang Yuni could still jest seriously, it indicated she was fine. Nonetheless, the plan to gather funds for a hot pot dinner proceeded as scheduled. After class, Dai Jia joined them, and the four eagerly conferred, ultimately deciding to meet on the second. One could easily surmise that the first would be crowded, and after a month-long anticipation for a break, the first day would surely be spent sleeping in at home. Zhang Yuni hesitated multiple times, but ultimately refrained from showing her report card to her parents. For the sake of familial harmony and her parents' blood pressure, it was prudent to share good news rather than burdensome worries, so it was best to spare the elders from such trivial matters. On her first day back home as a little princess, she slept in until the sun was high in the sky. The comics, novels, and television dramas that once captivated her have now lost their allure, as she has already consumed them all. Wandering around her 3-bedroom apartment, she found no engaging activities to occupy her time and thus returned to her desk to begin correcting examination papers. In Wendan is the manager of a local gas station, and her workload intensifies during holidays. Zhang Yuni, alternating shifts with his colleagues, had 3 days off, during which he catered to his daughter's needs, preparing marinated chicken wings in the kitchen. As he retrieved his phone from the bedroom, he glanced at the open door of the second bedroom and, upon seeing his daughter diligently working on her homework, was overcome with emotion. After breakfast on the second day, Zhang Yuni expressed her desire to dine and shop with friends. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuni lifted the couch cushion to extract 300 yuan in cash, encouraging her to have a good time with her companions. Zhang Yuni had no intention of remembering the hiding spot for the money, knowing that her father would undoubtedly relocate it after she left. With a joyful heart, she accepted the 300 yuan, slung her bag over her shoulder, and stepped out, taking a box of milk with her. A group of friends gathered in the bustling heart of the city. As the subway car filled with passengers, Zhang Yuni felt a wave of disorientation upon emerging at the station, confronted by a sea of faces. Her friends, ecstatic, interpreted the crowd as a sign of liveliness, chattering animatedly. Upon reaching the 5th floor via the escalator, they were met with a sight that left them all stunned. The hot pot restaurant was teeming with patrons, and only Zhang Yuni had anticipated the impending chaos. "Shall we try another place?" she suggested. "Absolutely not," Su Shishir interjected, hands on her hips. "We've come all this way." She had to transfer between 2 lines to arrive here, and given that it was a holiday, it would not be an exaggeration to say she faced numerous challenges to make it. Now, having to switch restaurants feels like a jest at her expense. Waiting is acceptable. "I am not hungry," shrugged Shinmingrue. "Neither am I particularly famished," replied Daijia. "I only had breakfast at 10. Zhang Yuni remarked. "Then we can only wait." We've secured a spot at a large table. The young lady smiled and reminded them, the estimated wait time is about an hour. After much effort, the 4 of them finally found seats. Daijia held the menu, feeling a sense of familiarity but unsure if she was mistaken. "I believe Fei Shiji has a membership at this establishment. Look, it says here members receive a 20% discount on everything except the hot pot base and drinks. Call and ask." Shinmingrue urged. "A discount would save us some money." Daijia scrolled through her phone until she found Fei Shiji's number, dialing it promptly. The call was answered quickly, and she wasted no time in getting to the point, stating the name of the hot pot restaurant. "Do you have a membership here? If not, it's fine." Fei Shiji's response seemed to cause her some hesitation. "Just a moment, let me inquire with them," she said, covering her phone. She whispered to the trio. Fei Shiji mentioned that if we don't mind, he would also like to join us for a meal, since we've already waited for a while. If they hurry over, they should be able to catch up to our place in line. "Don't worry." He said he would count as 3 people, along with our class monitor and another friend of his, so we can share the bill among the 4 of us. Su Shishir pondered for a moment. "I have no objections." Shinmingrue wished to express his unreserved approval, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Let them come." Among the 4, he was the sole male, possessing a thick skin yet still feeling a twinge of shyness. His gaze fixated on Zhang Yuni, who had remained silent. Upon hearing that the boss would also be present, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Come on." "Great." Daijia was equally elated, moving her hand away from her phone with a beaming smile, replying, "We have no issues, just come directly." Fei Shiji and his companions arrived at an opportune moment. The hot pot restaurant was bustling with patrons, yet the turnover was swift. Precisely 1 hour after their arrival, the server guided them to their seats. When Fei Shiji mentioned another friend, Wang Xiran, Zhang Yuni felt no surprise. She even took the initiative to greet him. Almost a month had passed since their last encounter, yet Wang Xiran's warmth remained undiminished. Seizing the moment when he conversed with Shinmingrue, Zhang Yuni slowed her pace, walking alongside the last entrant, Chen Kuo. "Did you come from the internet CAF?" she inquired. Noticing a server approaching with a pot, Chen Kuo, maintaining a distance, extended his arm to gently guide Zhang Yuni aside, cautioning, "Be careful. How long did you spend traveling here?" she asked. "A little over half an hour," he replied. Zhang Yuni smiled subtly. It was evident from Chen Kuo's unchanging breakfast choices that he preferred not to invest time in such matters. Thus, she was surprised that he had agreed to spend over half an hour for hot pot. Understanding the meaning behind her smile, Chen Kuo sighed and explained, "The minority obeys the majority." Fei Shiji and Wang Xiran both yearned for hot pot, but with one vote against two, they stood little chance. Zhang Yuni was perceptive and thought to herself that they might as well indulge a little more. Due to their late arrival, only 2 seats at the edge remained when they reached the table. Zhang Yuni and Chen Kuo had no choice but to sit facing each other. A larger table had yet to become available, and they were unwilling to wait, so the group squeezed together. In this close proximity, Zhang Yuni's knee inadvertently brushed against Chen Kuo's, a contact she remained oblivious to, while he felt quite uncomfortable, attempting to evade a situation from which there was no escape. They ordered a yin-yang pot, each selecting their favorite ingredients, filling the table to the brim. And the nearby cart was equally laden. Dining with a larger group made the experience exhilarating. Fei Shiji could hardly contain his excitement, eager to order an abundance of dishes, relishing the prospect of sampling everything. Setting aside other considerations, Zhang Yuni genuinely believed that sharing a table was a wise choice. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Everyone seemed intent on snatching ingredients from the pot, their chopsticks clashing, yet the joy was palpable. As Zhang Yuni savored the shrimp paste, she caught a glimpse of Chen Kuo, who was diligently wiping his sweat with a tissue, evidently overwhelmed by the spiciness of the broth that intensified with each simmer. He gulped down 2 glasses of water, his prominent nose tinged with red, clearly indicating that water could not quell the heat. He appeared somewhat flustered. Noticing that he hadn't poured himself a drink, Zhang Yuni's eyes darted towards her bag, remembering the milk she had brought along, uncertain if it had been squished. She turned slightly and unzipped the bag, hesitating momentarily, for this was not a brand Chen Kuo typically consumed. After a brief pause, she decided to take it out. A plate of tender beef was placed in the pot, surrounded by several hungry wolves, their eyes glinting with anticipation. As the taster, Fei Shiji, picked up a piece and declared it ready, the others swiftly lunged to seize their share. In the midst of this commotion, no one noticed that Zhang Yuni had quietly set a box of milk beside Chen Kuo. He was grappling with the intense spiciness, ready to succumb to the heat. When he suddenly paused, through the rising steam, she smiled at him, reminding him that she just happened to bring it along. He stood there, momentarily stunned. His body, however, was more truthful. He opened the box of milk and took several sips, the fiery sensation completely subdued. Chapter 23. Chen Kuo seemed not to have immediately recognized that this was not the milk he usually drank. He appeared somewhat distracted. Fei Shiji, gasping from the spice, exclaimed, "Kuo, call the waiter and ask her to add more soup." With exasperation, Wang Xiran retorted, "Hey, Lao Wang, do you lack common sense? Why would you put baby bok choy in the spicy pot? Are you trying to murder us? You've eaten all the duck blood I ordered. What have I said?" He did not hold back in his response. Shen Mingrui quickly joined in, calling Wang Xiran Lao Fei in camaraderie, and chimed in. "Duck blood is best dipped in dry sauce. Wait a moment. Where's my shrimp paste that I just put in?" What ensued was a flurry of complaints and mutual accusations, all for a single piece of beef, as they nearly came to blows. After some time, Fei Shiji noticed that the waiter had yet to arrive. He leaned towards Chen Kuo, who appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Kuo, old Chen, son." These shouts drew the attention of everyone at the table, who turned to look in unison. Chen Kuo seemed to have just regained his senses as he lifted his gaze, his eyes instinctively landing on Zhang Yui's face across from him. She too regarded him with curiosity, and in that fleeting moment of mutual acknowledgement, he averted his gaze once more. What could he be pondering? Fei Shiji mused, bemused by Chen Kuo's apparent distraction even amidst the hot pot feast. Chen Kuo chose not to respond to the inquiry, casting a casual glance at the bubbling broth below. Although he had narrowly salvaged his life, his voice was rendered somewhat hoarse from the spiciness. He discreetly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Does anyone wish to have a staple dish? Should no one express interest?" He would simply order a bowl of plain rice. If there were requests, he could opt for a serving of fried rice. This too served as a means of diverting his own focus. Wang Xiran shot him a look of disdain. "Were you just contemplating that? This fellow truly must be unwell," she thought. "Is that a problem? Did I summon you?" Chen Kuo's mood was equally intricate. He felt no need for formality with a longtime friend and wouldn't hesitate to engage in a scuffle if the occasion called for it. "You've indulged too much in the spicy food, haven't you?" Wang Xiran retorted sharply. Chen Kuo chose to disregard her. Reiterating his question, "Does anyone wish to have a staple dish?" The others showed little interest. Fei Shiji waved his hand dismissively. "Who comes to a hot pot restaurant to eat that? I'm satisfied with the wide noodles inside." Su Shishir gulped down her drink, cautioning, just don't finish it all. Zhang Yuni was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The heat was one matter, but the temperature was particularly intense. While she could blow on her food and take her time, she couldn't bear to wait even a second to transfer the meat to her bowl. All she wanted was to hastily consume it. Upon hearing Chen Kuo's query, she promptly replied, I want to eat. At last, Chen Kuo turned his attention back to her, calmly nodding, then shall I order fried rice? Upon receiving an affirmative response, he turned aside, surveyed the surroundings, and summoned a waiter to order an additional serving of fried rice. The portions at this establishment were substantial, ample enough for 2 diners. Zhang Yuni took a spoonful and transferred some to a small bowl, leaving the remainder for him, confident in his ability to handle it. Having encountered him multiple times in the cafeteria, where he devoured mountain-like heaps of rice with ease, she had no doubt he would manage. Does anyone wish to sample the fried rice? She inquired. No one responded. He, no longer polite, directly took the plate and began to eat. The fried rice was surprisingly delectable. Zhang Yuni took a bite, her eyes sparkling. Isn't it splendid, class leader? Each grain was distinct, glistening with oil and aromatic. Chen Kuo nearly choked but, after swallowing, murmured in agreement, it's decent. They seemed to lack the fortune to enjoy it. After consuming a small bowl of fried rice, Zhang Yuni felt rejuvenated and ready for further engagement. Noticing her dipping sauce was nearly depleted, she rose to replenish it at the condiment station. On holidays like National Day, any restaurant with a modicum of reputation would be bustling, and this hot pot venue was no exception. It was already past 1 o'clock, and a considerable number of patrons awaited their turn outside. The waitstaff were exceedingly busy, and as one employee wheeled a cart laden with bowls and dishes past her, they inadvertently collided, catching her off guard and causing her to cry out in pain. The young waiter, appearing to be merely in their teens or early 20s, was startled and stammered an apology. Oh, I'm so sorry. Fortunately, Zhang Yuni held the bowl steadily, without spilling the dipping sauce. After a brief pause, she turned her head to observe the hesitant expression of the waiter, who seemed both eager to approach, yet fearful. Unable to resist, she smiled gently and reassured, it's all right. I'm fine. The waiter hesitated, still somewhat alarmed. Are you truly okay? She asked, her anxiety evident. She felt clumsy, especially since the supervisor was an acquaintance from her hometown, and she dreaded the thought of complaints affecting their reputation. I assure you, I'm perfectly fine, Zhang Yuni reiterated with a smile. You should attend to your duties. The cart is blocking the way. Relieved that there was no further issue, the waiter exhaled deeply, committed her face to memory, expressed her heartfelt gratitude, and promptly returned to the kitchen, glancing back cautiously a few times. Zhang Yuni resumed her seat. Chen Kuo lifted his gaze, noticing her slightly awkward gait, and after a moment's hesitation, quietly inquired, what happened to your leg? Dai Jia and Su Shishir turned their heads in curiosity upon hearing his question. She attempted to move her leg and, with a light tone, explained, I was accidentally bumped by the waiter. It hurt for just a few seconds. But it's much better now. To further assure them, she bent down to roll her jeans up to her knees. After a careful inspection, Dai Jia confirmed that there were no visible marks, which eased her concern somewhat, and she muttered softly, how careless of the waiter. In truth, had Dai Jia encountered such a situation herself, she would likely have reacted similarly to Zhang Yuni. Yet, if a friend were involved, she would undoubtedly join in the complaints. Chen Kuo furrowed his brow, remaining silent. As the other companions expressed their concern appropriately and confirmed that Zhang Yuni was indeed fine, they resumed their previous conversation. You all ventured out quite early, didn't you? Shen Mingrue remarked, having just learned from the dialogue that the 3 of them had immersed themselves in gaming at an internet CF from the break of dawn. With an envious tone, he added, if I were to spend the entire day outside, I would have to compose at least a 3,000-word petition for my parents. Fei Shiji chuckled mischievously. You wouldn't understand. My mother holds meetings incessantly during holidays, hardly ever seen. I told my father that I was out exchanging test papers with Wang Shiran to discuss study methods. Exchanging test papers? Dai Jia, evidently more intrigued by this matter, inquired. Doesn't their school's monthly examination paper differ from ours? Wang Shiran, with a face nearly as flushed as a sausage, replied, aside from the midterms and finals. The papers are completely different. Could I take a look? Dai Jia's academic radar buzzed with excitement. Wang Shiran nodded slightly. You should ask Lao Fei. He made copies. As Zhang Yuni prepared to express her desire to see them as well, she timely recalled her exam results that had left Lao Zhao breathless. There was no time to even comprehend the papers from her own school, Better to let it be. Chen Kuo, seated across, spoke slowly. The questions from our school are a bit more challenging this time. Wang Xiran was not pleased with this statement and felt compelled to defend the dignity of his school. Nonsense. Why don't you try taking an exam? Fei Shiji playfully hooked his arm around Wang Xiran, threatening, Are you that oblivious? Count the number of us at this table. You're the only one from another school. Can you really compete with us? Su Shishir felt that every man at the table lacked perceptiveness. Clearing her throat, she subtly gestured to her bodyguard and enforcer, Shun Mingrue, to take action, either silence them or strike them. Understanding her intent, Shen Mingrue picked up the last slice of luncheon meat and thought, You dare provoke my sister? Su Shishir raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yuni, sitting nearby, was taken aback. Clenching her chopsticks, she smiled and said, You, my friend, will find yourself at my mercy tonight. Dai Jia felt a pang of regret for initiating this topic. Fei Shiji did not particularly focus on the academic performance of his classmates. However, upon hearing Zhang Yuni's words, he vaguely recalled that her results were not particularly stellar. He paused for a moment, rubbed his nose, and found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort, as his good friend's grades surpassed his own. Wang Xiran, completely unaware, curiously inquired, Did you not perform well this time? Zhang Yuni was not as disheartened as her companions assumed. On the contrary, she was quite pleased with her performance and secretly delighted by her good fortune. There were several multiple-choice questions she had no clue about. Yet she randomly guessed and miraculously answered correctly. If the points were deducted, her rank would indeed drop further. After returning home last night, she even treated herself to an enormous Orleans chicken leg from a nearby shop as a reward. Thus, she calmly nodded and replied, Indeed, I did not perform as well as I hoped. By the way, I was just about to ask if you know of any good tutoring classes. I would like to enroll in one. Although she found it somewhat easier to follow the lessons now than deciphering a foreign language. Keeping pace with the teacher's thoughts remained a challenge. Throughout the final year of high school, every subject teacher would guide them through several rounds of review. Yet each knowledge point would inevitably lack the meticulous detail of the initial instruction, as it was material already familiar to them. Thus, she was in urgent need of supplementary tutoring. Chen Kuo suddenly paused. The weight of the milk in his hand significantly diminished as he nonchalantly finished the remainder. Wang Zurian also wished to alleviate Zhang Yuni's burdens, and a thought crossed his mind. There was a tutoring center in my neighborhood that has garnered positive reviews, with several classmates already enrolled. Your place? Zhang Yuni hesitated. Isn't that rather far? I'm really looking for something closer to home or school. As a boarding student, I only have time on Saturday evenings and Sundays. The agony of extra classes is already overwhelming. Traversing 1 or 2 districts would be tantamount to a death sentence. Well, Wang Zurian pondered. I recall your home is quite near Old Chen's, right? Turning to Chen Kuo, who sat at the far end, he inquired. Isn't there a tutoring center near your house? The one we visited during summer when we played basketball? Zhang Yuni perked up, her eyes eagerly turning toward Chen Kuo. He instinctively tightened his grip on the milk carton, yet his expression remained as casual as ever. Yes, there is. Fei Shiji chimed in. Kuo, since it's nearby, could you inquire about it for Zhang Yuni on your way home today? Like the class times, fees, and such. Under her intense gaze, coupled with the fact that it was a simple request, Chen Kuo felt no reason to decline and nodded in agreement. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuni had not yet had the opportunity to express her gratitude when, quite unexpectedly, the waitress she had bumped into earlier approached her, her cheeks flushed, presenting a fruit platter with a voice as soft as a whisper. This is a gift. After retreating to the kitchen, the waitress remained somewhat anxious and discreetly informed her supervisor of the situation. The supervisor pondered for a moment before deciding to send out the fruit platter. As those in the catering industry are adept at managing such occurrences, Zhang Yuni's face lit up with surprise, while a table of students regarded her with curious eyes. Causing the waitress to blush even deeper, she hastily apologized once more before turning to flee. The fruit platter at the hot pot restaurant was not particularly exquisite, consisting merely of a few slices of chilled watermelon adorned with cherry tomatoes. How clever people can be. An idea struck Zhang Yuni. Seizing the platter, she mischievously paraded it before her friends, teasing them by refusing to share, before finally placing it firmly beside Chen Kuo. Thank you. Class monitor, you may indulge first. Chen Kuo was momentarily taken aback. Sister, this is rather excessive. Others chimed in, echoing his sentiment. Zhang Yuni protectively shielded the fruit platter, reveling in her triumph. What is wrong with that? This is a gift meant for me, and naturally, I have the right to distribute it. Initially, Chen Kuo had no intention of partaking in the watermelon, yet hearing the grumbles and protests from the others at the table, he raised an eyebrow and decisively took a slice, sinking his teeth into it with gusto. Though he remained silent, his relaxed yet slightly mischievous expression indicated that the watermelon was indeed quite sweet. Chapter 24. The combat prowess of the seven of them was indeed formidable, allowing them to dominate the entire hot pot restaurant. Not a single dish was wasted, and even the fruit platter delivered by the waiter was swiftly devoured. Fei Shiji, using a slotted spoon, fished and fished until he finally retrieved the last piece of duck blood, after which there were no further treasures to be found. Thus, this meal came to an end. Supporting each other, Fei Shiji and Wang Xiran staggered out, appearing excessively exaggerated despite their full bellies. As they exited the hot pot establishment, Zhang Yuni graciously offered to treat them to milk tea. This had been her plan all along. Her friends had treated her to hot pot, and she would reciprocate with milk tea, bolstered by 3 red notes generously provided by her father. The group took the escalator down to the first floor, where the milk tea shop buzzed with activity. Shun Mingrui, ever the social butterfly, nimbly wove through the crowd. Upon his return, breathless, he exclaimed, "There are so many people buying scratch-off tickets. The grand prize seems to be 300,000. Even Dai Jia and Su Shishir were visibly tempted. A scratch-off ticket was quite affordable, but what if? Zhang Yuni had originally intended to purchase a few for fun, but upon hearing the advertisement proclaiming that it was all about luck, she abruptly halted and resolutely declared, "I won't go. All my good fortune must be reserved for my exams." As an African, she mused, not only had she never won the 30,000, but she had also never successfully purchased a second bottle of the 3 yuan drinks. It was always a polite thank you for your patronage. Su Shishir was left speechless. "Luck? Are you rolling dice for your exams?" Zhang Yuni replied with utmost seriousness, "That's not the case. I play a game of strategy. And if I land on C, I choose C." Not far behind her, Chen Kuo overheard this and couldn't help but chuckle. With a brief utterance, she captured his attention. Turning her gaze toward the sound, she locked eyes with him through the throng of passers-by. Just a second before he concealed his smile, her bright voice resonated. "I'm off to buy bubble tea, class leader. What flavor would you like?" A voice interjected, overshadowing Chen Kuo's refusal. "Sister, you know my preference. I still favor the trio of bubble tea." Zhang Yuni responded with a light huff, but made a mental note. The others were engrossed in purchasing scratch cards, and she surmised they wouldn't be able to divert their attention for a while, so she refrained from inquiring further, deciding instead to simply procure the signature pearl milk tea. "By the way, class leader, what did you say you wanted to drink?" Upon approaching Chen Kuo, she found him standing aside, absorbed in his phone, seemingly uninterested in joining the crowd buying scratch cards, perhaps finding it too cramped or simply lacking interest. "I said I don't drink." "Very well then." Zhang Yuni was not taken aback by his response. She understood he was not being polite. Not wishing to press the matter further, she smiled at him and brushed past his arm, heading toward the bubble tea shop. Chen Kuo switched off his phone screen and, leveraging his height, easily observed the group preoccupied with their scratch cards. Apart from him, she was likely to buy 6 cups of bubble tea, quite a hefty load. Without hesitation, he grasped his phone and strode after her. Zhang Yuni stood at the back of the line, rising on her toes for a glimpse. This year, the bubble tea shop had not yet adopted the convenience of ordering through mobile applications. In fact, cash transactions still predominated. Yet, the efficiency was not significantly inferior to what the future promised. On the contrary, the staff worked with remarkable dexterity, perhaps because the current offerings were not overly extravagant. She lost her balance for a moment and inadvertently stepped on the shoes of the person behind her, black Converse sneakers. Further up, she noticed light gray sweatpants, and her gaze traveled until it landed on his face, where her eyes widened in surprise. She wanted to inquire about his presence, but then recalled his shoes and quickly asked, "Did I hurt you?" Fortunately, her shoe soles were relatively clean. A cursory glance revealed no marks on him, and she let out a sigh of relief. Chen Kuo felt nothing at all, but followed her gaze and casually shifted his position, replying, "No. I came to help you get some milk tea." This conveniently explained his presence behind her. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Yuni blinked and displayed a look of gratitude. How had she not noticed before that the class monitor was actually quite warm-hearted? It must have been his subtle attentiveness that went unnoticed by those unfamiliar with him. Like her, Chen Kuo felt somewhat uneasy under her focused gaze. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuni, his hand, hanging by his side, had tightened slightly. It was his right hand. Accustomed to answering questions countless times, now feeling a bit flustered. Class monitor, you don't drink milk tea, and I've noticed you hardly consume beverages at all. Do you avoid them entirely? Zhang Yuni asked casually, yet her serious expression indicated her genuine interest in his response. Chen Kuo found himself at a loss for where to direct his gaze and settled on the sign hanging at the milk tea shop. When I was a child, my parents wouldn't let me drink it. It would ruin my teeth. Was that really all there was to it? Zhang Yuni was astonished, as if the rationale behind each of her curious inquiries was remarkably simple. Nevertheless, when he mentioned teeth, she instinctively fixated on them. Indeed, the boss's teeth were impeccably aligned and pristine. Chen Kuo wished to implore her to cease her gaze, yet the words eluded him, merely manifesting in a subtle movement of his throat as he swallowed and withdrew his attention. Previously, he had been prohibited from drinking, but later, with some pocket money, he had indulged occasionally. Perhaps due to the rarity of such instances, he found them excessively sweet. Unconsciously, he elucidated the reasons to himself, the image of the milk she had gifted him flashing through his mind. After a brief pause during their meal, he expressed his gratitude. Zhang Yuni chuckled softly. I thought you only drank that brand. I hesitated, uncertain whether to offer it to you. Which one do you find more palatable? Chen Kuo replied candidly. They're all quite acceptable. He had scarcely recalled the taste, and besides, weren't all milks relatively similar? His preference for the local brand stemmed not from any extraordinary quality, but rather from habit and a reluctance to change. I took it when I went out, not anticipating its usefulness, he added. She appeared genuinely pleased, her laughter bright and cheerful. It's from my mother's workplace. She used to refuse milk, often trading it for tissues with her colleagues, as I never liked drinking milk. Chen Kuo glanced at her, pondering the shift from her previous aversion to her current enjoyment. He turned his head away, soon finding himself at the counter beside Zhang Yuni, who placed her hands on the surface, lifting her gaze to the menu. 2 cups of milk tea, 3 cups of pearl milk tea, and 1 cup of matcha red bean. Subsequently, she opened her wallet and retrieved a $50 bill along with 2 $1 notes, handing them to the cashier. At that moment, a hand holding a $100 bill reached out from behind her. The cashier froze, uncertain whose payment to accept. Noticing that the 2 young men and women were acquainted, instinct triumphed over thought as the cashier swiftly accepted the 100 from the young man. I have change. Zhang Yuni turned to Chen Kuo, adding, besides, it was agreed that I would treat them. Chen Kuo perceived this as a trivial matter, responding nonchalantly, it's fine. It's all the same. With a lengthy queue behind them, Zhang Yuni could not linger over the matter of whose turn it was to pay, so she relented. As she was about to retrieve the milk tea, he effortlessly reached over her, his long arms lifting 3 cups with ease. She felt exasperated. Was she merely to stand in line and place an order? Shall I carry the 3 cups? She inquired, trailing behind him as they exited the throng of patrons. No need. Chen Kuo sidestepped her outstretched hand, softly cautioning her to watch where she was going. Oh, outside the mall. The other 5 individuals had become quite fervent. In just a brief span, Fei Shiji had already spent nearly 200 and still desired more. Chen Kuo playfully kicked his backside, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? If you have excess money, feel free to donate it to me. Fei Shiji scratched his head. Seemingly regaining his composure after being nudged by Chen Kuo, he noticed the milk tea and, revitalized, lunged back to grab a cup, puncturing the lid with a straw and drinking deeply, fully awakening. The group then began to tally their spoils. Dai Jia and Su Shishir exhibited remarkable restraint, purchasing only 20 yuan worth of tickets, and after winning 10 yuan, they opted not to buy more, instead lingering around others to observe. This exemplifies the art of indulging without expenditure. Shen Mingrui, on the other hand, yearned to emulate Fei Shiji's fervent buying spree. Yet his meager allowance rendered him a mere spectator, wistfully watching 30,000 yuan slip through his fingers, lamenting his misfortune. Wang Shiran, equally peculiar, ceased his purchases after acquiring several tickets, contemplating various probabilities of winning while beckoning Chen Kuo for an animated discussion upon his arrival. Zhang Yuni interjected, exclaiming, This is excessive. Who permitted you to engage in such discussions here? Seize them, apprehend them. Shen Mingrui, with a hint of melancholy, remarked that all good things must come to an end, prompting Su Shishir and Zhang Yuni to respond with a playful retort. Nevertheless, they had indeed purchased milk tea, and it was time to part ways. After all, a hot pot meal merely entailed sharing a table, There was no necessity to continue the companionship into the afternoon. Even Zhang Yuni had not considered forcing the issue. The three young men bid farewell and soon melded into the bustling crowd, their figures disappearing from sight. Upon learning that the girls planned to go shopping, Shen Mingrue concocted a rather clumsy excuse, akin to claiming a phone call upon hearing an alarm, and hastily slipped away. Perhaps it's for the best, Su Shishir mused. While I do not perceive him as a male, he certainly does not fit the role of a female in my context. I cannot have him accompany me to a lingerie store. Winter is approaching, and I wish to purchase thermal tops with padding, thus sparing myself the daily hassle of donning and removing a bra. At the mention of bras, Dai Jia felt her ears flush crimson. Anxiously glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to their conversation, finally exhaling a sigh of relief when she confirmed their privacy. Zhang Yuni chimed in. This is indeed a viable option. Su Shishir remarked. Not wearing anything is the most comfortable. It drives me mad. If only my chest were a bit smaller. Dai Jia, who occasionally engaged in light conversations with Su Shishir at school due to their mutual friends, never anticipated that Su Shishir would transform in such a way after leaving the academic environment. Zhang Yuni chuckled. Give it to me. I shall steal your cup size. Dai Jia responded with bewilderment. What are you doing, Zhang Yuni? Lost in thought, she found herself joyfully swept along by Zhang Yuni and Su Shishir through various quaint shops. As the afternoon swiftly slipped away, while waiting in line to check out, the bored Zhang Yuni glanced around. Could she express it? Aside from the exasperating college entrance examination, she adored this moment. The vague scenes that once existed only in her youthful memories were now vividly unfolding before her. A multitude of shops flourished all around, and everything appeared vibrant and thriving. Close friends strolled hand in hand, engaged in hushed whispers. The afternoon sunlight bathed them as they shared octopus balls, laughing heartily while trying on whimsical accessories in front of the mirror. She longed to capture every moment with her eyes, relishing the seemingly mundane experiences that had once felt trivial in a previous life. As chapter 25 unfolded, when it was finally Dai Jia's turn, Zhang Yuni reluctantly pulled her gaze away. She inadvertently caught sight of a shop assistant scanning a pink tube, initially failing to recognize the object. After a few curious glances, she identified it as a mouth-freshening spray and was left puzzled about its purpose. However, her confusion lasted only a few fleeting seconds. Su Shishir tapped her from behind, saying, If my mother calls you tonight, just tell her I'm with you. Zhang Yuni understood that she was being asked to provide cover and immediately pressed. What are you planning to do? Su Shishir replied nonchalantly. I'm just going to find a nearby internet CAF to play some games. Time is money, after all. Zhang Yuni felt a twinge of envy mixed with resentment, yet she advised her, take it easy. Su Shishir smiled, her voice a seductive whisper. I don't need to take it easy, especially since I ranked 17th in our class for this month's exam. It became evident to her that Zhang Yuni was not genuinely disheartened. Her outward demeanor was one of openness, revealing a truly cheerful spirit and a resilient heart. Thus, their conversation need not be overly cautious. Zhang Yuni, infuriated, playfully punched her, exclaiming, Are you a devil? I am an angel. The one who treated you to hot pot today. Just then, Dai Jia, who had already settled the bill, stepped aside with a charming bag in hand, gently reminding them. Zhang Yuni ceased her playful banter with Su Shishir and took a step forward, her own acquisition substantial. It was evident that returning to the age of 17 meant truly embodying that age. Her small basket, filled with trinkets that were decidedly outdated in her eyes, was nonetheless purchased in a moment of youthful fervor. The trio parted ways at the subway station, their arms laden with treasures. Zhang Yuni's curfew was at 8 o'clock. As Mizine would say, a holiday did not grant her the liberty to squander her time. Su Shishir hurried off to indulge in her gaming, while Dai Jia, stroking the ends of her hair, mentioned her intention to visit the salon to thin it out, as its thickness had become quite bothersome. Zhang Yuni hesitated momentarily before advising. Jia, heed my words. Take care with your hair. It is your precious asset, and you must cherish it. A decade hence, Dai Jia has already begun contemplating hair transplant consultations following childbirth. She resolves to inscribe the importance of cherishing one's hair in her personal journal, vowing to impart this wisdom to her sister in due time. Dai Jia jestingly suggests that her sister might as well pilfer some hair. Su Shishir reaches out to grasp Dai Jia's abundant locks, remarking on their plentifulness. Washing hair is such a hassle. Indeed, drying it is even more bothersome, she agrees. After chattering their way through security, Dai Jia and Su Shishir are able to travel together for a short distance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuni experiences a stroke of luck, swiftly securing a seat after merely 2 stops. The journey home proves somewhat tedious, prompting her to rummage through her bag, where she uncovers an item that does not belong to her, a sports wristband. "What on earth is this?" she exclaims in bewilderment. In haste, she retrieves the shopping receipt inadvertently placed inside by the store clerk, meticulously cross-referencing each item until she confirms the presence of a sports wristband. After careful reflection, she is certain it was not her doing. Pondering the situation, she arrives at a plausible conclusion. Amidst the throngs of customers in the bustling store, it is likely someone inadvertently misplaced it. The store does allow for returns. However, after weighing her options, she decides against the hassle, reasoning that it is not particularly expensive and falls within her acceptable range. Meanwhile, the keyboard in front of the computer is on the brink of destruction, as 3 young men, donned with headphones, erupt into occasional shouts, their tempers flaring. Even the generally mild-mannered Chen Kuo finds himself dizzy with frustration. Just then, a notification appears on the screen, reminding him to renew his subscription. In a fit of irritation, he removes his headphones, exits the game, and leans back in his chair to calm his tumultuous emotions. After regaining his composure, he picks up his phone, stands up, and informs Wang Shiran and Fei Shiji. "You carry on, I have something to attend to." "What?" Wang Shiran's hands and eyes were ceaselessly in motion, occasionally interspersed with a few curses. "So early? Wasn't it agreed to play for 4 hours? Who made that agreement with you?" Chen Kuo had only played for 2 hours and was not inclined to engage in further trivial conversation. This matter was beyond discussion as it had no relevance to Wang Shiran. Fei Shiji called out loudly, "You can leave. But please tell the internet administrator to prepare 2 buckets of instant noodles for us." Chen Kuo remained noncommittal. However, he proceeded to convey the message, also settling the payment, generously adding boiled eggs, sausages, and a bottle of cola for the 2 gluttons. The orange sunset poured its warmth over the land. Chen Kuo activated his phone to check the time once more, gathered his thoughts, and after a 10-minute walk, entered the subway station. After transferring between 2 lines, when he emerged from the escalator, the sky had darkened. He might not have time tomorrow, nor was he certain if there would be anyone at the tutoring center. Nevertheless, having promised to clarify those details for her, he was determined to fulfill that commitment. Following his memory, and after inquiring with passers-by, he crossed several crosswalks and arrived at the community he had unwittingly visited before while playing basketball. Noticing that the security room's light was on, he politely knocked on the door. The duty guard approached with a teacup in hand and inquired, "What can I assist you with?" "Uncle," Chen Kuo carefully selected his words. "I previously noticed that there were several classes held by teachers here. I wonder if you could kindly direct me to the appropriate building?" The tutoring centers in Jiangzhou were ubiquitous. Once they achieved a good reputation, at least the locals would be aware of them. He was uncertain about the teaching quality of the instructors here. Any information gleaned from the guard would be an unexpected boon. The security guard chuckled, inquiring about teacher-used tutoring class. "What a coincidence. My niece is also in her class." He leaned forward, gesturing. "Just follow this road until you reach the innermost part. Building 21, Unit 2. Chen Kuo took note of the directions and, lowering his voice, asked, "Is the teaching effective there?" The guard replied, "I can't say for certain, but my niece claims she understands the lessons." In truth, Chen Kuo was not particularly adept at engaging with strangers. After expressing his gratitude to the guard, he approached Building 21, all the while observing the community. It appeared to have several entrances, each equipped with a security booth and a high occupancy rate. Many elderly residents could be seen strolling with baby carriages, contributing to the pleasant living environment. As it was the 2nd day of the National Day holiday, there were no classes at the tutoring center. However, after consulting with a neighbor, he learned that Teacher Yu resided within this community. After a few inquiries, he successfully located her home, and fortunately, someone was present. He clarified the tuition fees, class schedule, and the teacher's contact information, all of which he noted on his phone. Additionally, he took the opportunity to explore the vicinity, making a rough estimate of the distances to the bus stop and subway station, as well as their operating hours. Under the moonlight, he set off on his journey home, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of any information he might have overlooked. Upon arriving home, he took a shower and rummaged through a drawer for a piece of scrap paper. Unscrewing the cap of a pen, he meticulously transcribed all the information he had gathered, finding this method clearer than mere verbal recounting. Water from his damp hair dripped onto the paper, causing a few characters to blur. He furrowed his brow and paused, irritably running his fingers through his hair. In exasperation, he reluctantly retrieved a fresh sheet of draft paper. Before putting pen to paper, he rose and exited the room, heading to the bathroom to fetch a dry towel to dry his damp hair. It was merely a gesture to return the milk she had given him earlier. The following day, Zhang Yuni awoke naturally and rode her bicycle to her grandmother's house for a meal. In her own home, she was merely a little princess. But at her grandmother's, she reigned like a local emperor. Had she not slipped away swiftly, her grandparents would have insisted she stay for dinner before allowing her to leave. She pleaded and explained her need to return to school for evening study, but her grandparents were even more obstinate. "Who is the leader at your school? I shall call to inquire whether they deny children their meals. It is outrageous. You cannot even eat enough, sleep well, or learn anything worthwhile." Though the school announced a 3-day break, in reality, it amounted to only 2 days. Zhang Yuni had checked the weather forecast, noting that temperatures would drop in the afternoon, with a temperature difference of over 10 degrees expected in the next couple of days. She needed to return to her dormitory to drop off her luggage, switch to thicker bedding, and remove the mosquito net, all of which were pressing tasks. Evening study would proceed as usual, meaning she had to arrive at school no later than 4 o'clock. In essence, the holiday was practically non-existent. Was the life of a senior high school student not worth anything? In her mind, Zhang Yuni applauded the scathing remarks made. Yet she still timidly set off from home early, allowing her father to drive her to school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the diligent student, Zhou was crouched in the bathroom, fervently scrubbing her shoes, her head never lifting, having honed the ability to recognize her roommates solely by the sound of their footsteps. Returning to her senior year, the most profound virtue that Zhang Yui cultivated was the appreciation of every fleeting moment. In her previous life, she would have sought a place to recline. However, now, after sipping some water, she climbed to the upper bunk, her hands dusted with the remnants of changing the mosquito net. This item was beyond washing. She could only crumple it up and stuff it into a large bag. Once she had finished her tasks, her meal companion, Dai Jia, decided to forego dinner for the evening. Firstly, the cafeteria staff also deserved a break. And among the entire high school, only the seniors were attending classes, with only a few windows open. Secondly, she had arrived late today, leaving many tasks undone and no time to eat. With tears in her eyes, Zhang Yui found herself alone. Yet, in her lexicon, skipping a meal was simply not an option. Thus, she ventured to the cafeteria alone, surveying the offerings, which disheartened her as none of her favorite dishes were available. An idea struck her, and she hurried to the back street, but had she known she would encounter Li Jiayue there, she would have preferred to purchase instant noodles at the supermarket, even if it were the mushroom chicken flavor. The back street boasted numerous snack shops, and if time allowed and she had a dining companion, the Korean restaurant would undoubtedly be her first choice. Having already formulated her plan on the way, she crossed the sidewalk and headed straight for the hamburger joint, as it was the quickest option and easy to take away. She could also buy a meal set for Dai Jia to bring back to the classroom. At this hour, the restaurant was not crowded. Just as she placed her order and prepared to pay, someone moved faster than her, offering to cover her bill. Turning back with a look of suspicion, she saw Li Jiayue gazing at her with a forlorn expression. Zhang Yui responded with a raised eyebrow, extending her hand to prevent him from paying, and whispered, "What brings you here? Don't tell me you were just passing by." As more people queued up behind them, it was fortunate that the restaurant served meals promptly. Li Jiayue's keen sense of awareness was unmatched by many. He eagerly and swiftly took the initiative to serve her, presenting the meal before her while scanning the surroundings for a prime seat by the window. Inwardly, Zhang Yuni sighed, realizing that she could no longer spare any emotional energy for him, which explained her slight surprise at his arrival. Yet, what was there to be surprised about? Li Jiayue was, after all, her ex who, years after their separation, would unexpectedly resurface in the dead of night with sentimental messages. She felt a pang of exasperation, unable to summon any anger towards him, having grown accustomed to his presence. Nevertheless, her patience with him was not infinite. Each instance of his antics would be one less in the future. With a flat expression, she gazed at him for a moment before softening her tone, inviting him to enjoy the chicken nuggets from the set meal. She unwrapped the paper, took a hearty bite of the burger, and, with her words slightly garbled, urged him, "Eat up, and once you're done, refrain from chatting and make your way back." Li Jiayue, still lost in thought, concocting splendid justifications for their encounter, felt a wave of relief wash over him when she refrained from further inquiries. He wanted to express gratitude to the heavens for the reprieve, for he had vowed the previous semester never to lie to her. As his demeanor lightened, he deftly tore open the ketchup packet and squeezed it over the fries, saying, "I'm in no rush. I've taken leave from class. Take your time eating. Would you like anything else? I can go get it." Zhang Yuni, however, ignored him, eating in haste and nearly choking. She quickly bent down, sipping her cola through the straw to ease her throat. After regaining her composure, a vague yet amusing image flickered through her mind. For reasons unbeknownst to her, it took a month to resurface, akin to a gentle tickle that elicited a soft chuckle, almost causing her to emit a honking laugh. Meanwhile, across the street, on the opposite sidewalk, Chen Kuo gazed intently through the throngs of people and the expansive window, observing the girl who was laughing heartily. Chapter 26. The sudden burst of laughter from Zhang Yuni startled Li Jiayue, causing his hand, clutching a packet of ketchup, to tremble slightly. Although he found himself equally perplexed, unaware of which of his words had elicited such joy from her, her laughter lifted his spirits, confirming that his visit today was fortuitous. Seizing the moment, he eagerly inquired, "Aren't you fond of the fried chicken from next door? Shall I go and procure a serving?" Gratefully, his suggestion halted Zhang Yuni's laughter. Some matters need not be reiterated, and she felt her intentions had been sufficiently conveyed. Yet, to prevent him from unexpectedly appearing before her in the future, she felt compelled to employ her trump card. "Li Jiayue, if you persist like this, I shall have no choice but to enlist the help of Sister Fei." The Sister Fei she referred to was Li Jiayue's greatest source of trepidation, his cousin, Li Mingfei. Due to Li Jiayue's connections, she was also acquainted with Li Mingfei. Though currently studying at a university in another city, her influence remained formidable. Indeed, upon hearing her name, Li Jiayue's expression shifted slightly. "I never intended to bother you. Look, I didn't approach you during National Day, nor did I linger near your home." Zhang Yuni remained unconvinced, not that she was unaware, but rather that he lacked the courage. Her grandfather often visited her home to deliver vegetables, and on one occasion, he witnessed him playfully teasing her, mistakenly believing he was bullying his cherished granddaughter. The old man unleashed a tirade of words fit for censorship in public, leaving Li Jiayue utterly stunned. "Yet, your behavior truly troubles me," she stated earnestly. "I cannot bear the thought of repeating myself each time you seek me out. How about this? You activate your phone's recording, and I shall reiterate my words. This way, I can conserve my breath, and you may simply listen. Can't we be friends?" Li Jiayue asked, his voice tinged with hurt. "Of course not. Do you truly need me as a friend? Even if you did, I certainly do not require your friendship." Zhang Yuni reflected inwardly. The person remained unchanged, and such dialogues had transpired in a previous life. He always insisted on being her friend, citing various reasons. Yet he refrained from outright declaring they could become sworn brothers. Li Jiayue found himself at a loss, utterly dejected. How could it be that disliking someone simply meant disliking them? Yet, as he observed her savoring a hamburger, he found himself quite fond of her, deeming her undeniably endearing. He had many thoughts to share with her, and a particular question lingered in his mind. Have you developed feelings for someone else? However, he could not voice this inquiry, for he feared the answer it might yield. He consoled himself with the notion that as long as he did not ask, the answer remained non-existent. After finishing their hamburgers and fries, Zhang Yuni requested a paper bag from the cashier. "Aren't you going to eat the chicken nuggets? Then I shall pack them up." Li Jiayue quickly responded, "I will eat them." It was she who treated him to a meal, and naturally, he indulged himself, hastily devouring the food. Zhang Yui placed another set meal she had purchased into a paper bag, giving the cup of cola a shake. There was only a little left, and she loathed to waste it, so she gulped it down in one breath. With the impending senior year, she mused that one shouldn't be preoccupied with taking leave, but rather focus on studying diligently and refrain from seeking her out in the future. Li Jiayue reluctantly swallowed the chicken nuggets, pondering the idea of a chance encounter. "Chance encounters with you? Spare me that nonsense," Zhang Yui retorted sharply. "Neither of us is equipped with a magnet." As the conversation reached this juncture, Li Jiayue, despite his reluctance, could not feign ignorance. He rose and followed her, extending his arm to push open the glass door for her. At that moment, the temperature had noticeably dropped several degrees, and the wind tousled her hair. She shivered slightly, then waved goodbye to him on the sidewalk, urging him to return home early. After speaking, she did not glance back, striding across the street without a backward look. Li Jiayue stood quietly in the wind, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure, a sense of melancholy washing over him. It was only when a voice called out from behind that he awkwardly emerged from his reverie. Turning his head in the direction of the sound, He recognized the speaker as an old classmate from middle school. "What brings you here?" the classmate inquired. A hint of curiosity in their tone. "You must be looking for Zhang Yuni, right?" Li Jieyue, lacking the enthusiasm for conversation, responded coolly with an affirmative grunt. "I thought so," the classmate replied. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries and feeling the chill in the air, Li Jieyue found it difficult to remain there as a mere observer. As he bid farewell to his middle school friend, he casually remarked, "Let us catch up next time if we have the chance. I must take my leave now. It's simply too cold." After Li Jieyue hailed a taxi and slipped inside, Su Hang, who had remained silent as a mere backdrop, pondered and asked his roommate, "Are you referring to Zhang Yuni from class 3? "Yes. Do you know her?" "I know her. She doesn't know me. Haha." Su Hang paused, his curiosity piqued. But what is their relationship? How is it becoming increasingly complicated? What could it be? He's pursuing Zhang Yuni, of course. His roommate dismissed it casually, as they were headed to an affordable hamburger shop, conversing along the way. "I ran into him once in sophomore year. He was quite earnest in his pursuit. Wait a minute." He rummaged through his pocket, retrieved his phone, and scrolled through it. "Look at this. He's so jealous that he changed his signature to this." Su Hang glanced down and nearly burst out laughing. Li Jieyue's signature read, "My space is open to all, but my heart is only open to Zhang Yuni." Riding the wave of the conversation, Su Hang casually remarked, "Your classmate doesn't he stand a chance?" His roommate raised an eyebrow. "How can he not? He is quite handsome, and his family is incredibly wealthy. You know he is a rich second generation, right?" "Not a chance," Su Hang whispered conspiratorially. "I'll only tell you this. You know the class monitor from class 3? He is also pursuing Zhang Yuni, and it seems they're already seeing each other. I've seen them together several times. That class monitor wakes up early every day to take her for breakfast and watches her closely. He doesn't even go back to the dorm for lunch. Just keeps an eye on her, ensuring no one else can deliver anything to her." His roommate was taken aback. "Is that for real?" Although they are all from the science stream, the students from other classes are not familiar with each other. However, the monitor of class 3 left a strong impression on him. It is said that he excels academically and does not seem like the type to actively pursue girls. Am I doubting what I witnessed with my own eyes? Su Hang shrugged and remarked, "Thus, I say your classmate stands no chance. Save your energy." Damn. Then Li Jieyue is definitely out of the picture, considering they aren't even at the same school. What business does he have with her? That is secondary. It is quite evident that they are a couple. Yet, he still dares to intrude, pursuing someone else's girlfriend and brazenly coming to school. If he gets beaten up one day, it will be entirely his own doing. On another note, Zhang Yuni entered the school carrying a takeout bag. Only the seniors were returning to campus, rendering the entire grounds remarkably quiet, particularly the first and second-year classrooms, which were shrouded in darkness. A mere glance at them stirred a pang of envy within her. If given the chance to relive her high school years, she would choose to be a freshman, granting herself 3 years of diligent effort. The lights in the senior building flickered to life. With a heavy sigh, she ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the classroom door and peering inside, she noticed that more than half of her classmates had already arrived. Perhaps the post-holiday syndrome had sapped their spirits, for the atmosphere was markedly more subdued than before the break. She entered through the front door, intending to deliver the packed hamburgers to Daijia. As she passed Chen Kuo's desk, she paused, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she greeted him. "Class monitor, have you eaten?" Chen Kuo was engrossed in his exam paper. Clearly distracted, a question that was exceedingly simple for him seemed to elude his thoughts entirely. Before she spoke, he had already recognized the rhythmic patter of her footsteps. His grip on the pen tightened, knuckles turning pale, as he struggled to contain a feeling that was entirely foreign to him. He responded calmly, yet did not lift his gaze or look at her. Zhang Yuni observed him as he scribbled fervently. Upon receiving his response, she had no intention of interrupting him. With a cheerful smile, she traversed the 2 desks and reached Daijia's side. Nevertheless, her voice resonated distinctly in his ears. "Daijia, look at this. It's my heartfelt hamburger." "Isn't it touching?" Daijia exclaimed. "But I told you I don't eat." "How can you not eat? Without nourishment, how will you have the energy to study?" Zhang Yuni reached into the bag, confirming that it was still warm. "You should eat it while it's hot." "How much is it?" "I'll pay you." Daijia hurriedly began to retrieve her wallet from her bag, only to be halted by Zhang Yuni. Feigning annoyance, she declared, "But I didn't ask you to bring it for me. It's my heartfelt gesture, a hamburger made with you in mind. If I take your money, can it still be called heartfelt? Now eat it, stop dawdling." Daijia's eyes sparkled with joy, genuinely touched, and warmed by the gesture. "The next time, I'll buy you something delicious." As she accepted the hamburger Zhang Yuni offered and was about to take a hearty bite, she suddenly tugged at Zhang Yuni's sleeve, signaling her to lean closer. In a hushed tone, she asked, "Did the monitor say anything about you? He seems particularly irritable today, so don't provoke him." Zhang Yuni was utterly astonished. What happened to him? It was the first time in her life that she had heard such news from another's lips. Let us speculate that in a previous life, she and he were mere strangers, devoid of any connection. In this lifetime, however, their relationship is amicable. The impression her boss has consistently conveyed is that he is an individual of remarkable emotional stability, capable of concealing his own turmoil. Yet, his current demeanor suggests a significant issue is at hand, inciting curiosity. Dai Jia urgently hushed. "Lower your voice." She herself was perplexed by his condition upon entering the classroom. His expression was notably grim. He Yuan and others had collided with him while vying for something, and she paused, her tone laden with trepidation. "It's truly frightening." Even He Yuan was taken aback. "Really?" Zhang Yuni lifted her gaze towards Chen Kuo's silhouette. He sat silently at his desk, engrossed in answering questions. She felt a wave of confusion. Their earlier conversation had seemed entirely ordinary, devoid of any distress. Dai Jia, feeling peckish, took a bite of her hamburger and nodded vigorously. "Didn't you notice how unusually quiet it is today? Otherwise, why would she speak so softly, like a whispering mosquito?" Zhang Yuni had an epiphany. Now she understood. Despite her insatiable curiosity, she resolved to suppress it. After exchanging a knowing wink with Dai Jia, she stealthily returned to her seat. As she set her bag down, her gaze fell upon a folded piece of paper on the desk. With a furrowed brow, she unfolded it, revealing neat and flowing handwriting. Quickly, she grasped that this was the supplementary class information Chen Kuo had meticulously compiled for her, exceedingly detailed and deserving of commendation from anyone who laid eyes on it. After skimming through the contents, she couldn't help but feel a genuine appreciation for his kindness. Initially, she intended to express her heartfelt gratitude to him, but recalling Dai Jia's words, she prudently chose to remain seated. Given his evident discontent, she deemed it wise to avoid any potential misfortune. Her appreciation, though delayed, would surely reach him in due time. In Chapter 27, during the evening self-study session following the break, the atmosphere was lethargic. Not only the students, but even the teachers seemed to be in a state of near exhaustion. Zhang Yuni, fatigued from her reading, decided to give her eyes a brief respite. Upon lifting her gaze, she caught sight of the physics teacher on duty, slumped at the podium, propping his forehead with one hand. His face a portrait of desolation as he stifled yawns. She mused that if she possessed the extraordinary ability to hear thoughts, the physics teacher would undoubtedly be cursing the heavens and the earth in his mind. At long last, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and Su Shishir tossed her pen aside. "Zhang Yuni, are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" Zhang Yuni lazily glanced at her, unmoved, twirling her pen in ennui. "Yes, I'm hungry and would like to eat, but I am even less inclined to move. Don't expect me to venture to the supermarket for you." Su Shishir pouted, about to turn to inquire of Shun Mingrue, who, despite napping, keenly anticipated her question and preemptively declined. "Sister Shi, please consider me incapacitated. I'll give you 2 yuan as a running fee." 2 yuan? Do you think that will buy a medical miracle? I certainly cannot be the only one craving food. Su Shishir kicked Zhang Yuni's chair playfully. "Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The loser must go by." Only then did Shin Mingrue lazily open his eyes. Zhang Yuni indeed felt hunger pangs. She had previously lamented that foreign snacks were hardly satisfying. Now, she regretted giving that box of chicken nuggets to Li Jiayue. Well, that could work. The classroom was abuzz with activity following the lesson. The commotion created by the trio was not particularly loud. Yet her laughter and the scattered noise reached Chen Kuo's ears. "Shin Mingrue, hurry up." "Hey, sister, didn't we agree on a best of 3? Zhang Yuni had had enough. Retorting, who agreed to that? Ultimately, Shin Mingrue slipped out like a loach, clutching his money. His speed had indeed been honed. As he descended the stairs, he nearly collided with Fei Shiji. Their bond had grown closer after the hot pot outing, and Fei Shiji teased, "Are you rushing to the restroom?" "No. I'm going to buy food." This was indeed a matter of greater urgency than a mere trip to the toilet. Fei Shiji stepped aside to let him pass. After Shun Mingrue departed, he leisurely sauntered into the classroom, savoring a grilled sausage that wafted a tantalizing aroma, provoking a chorus of complaints from his peers. He remained unfazed, and upon sitting down, he noticed Chen Kuo drinking water and playfully nudged him. Usually, Chen Kuo would be on guard, as the two often engaged in such antics. However, today he seemed distracted. In a moment of carelessness, the bottle tilted, spilling a good portion of water and dampening his clothes. Chen Kuo, visibly irritated, snapped, "Are you insane?" While he frequently exchanged banter with Fei Shiji, it was usually in a calm or playful tone. He would not genuinely become angry unless provoked. Fei Shiji was taken aback by Chen Kuo's reaction. Arriving late, he had not been informed of Chen Kuo's foul mood, and his intention had merely been to jest. The moment he heard Chen Kuo raise his voice, he was left stunned, even forgetting to eat his sausage. As Chen Kuo uttered the words, a wave of regret washed over him. He pressed his lips together, a flicker of dismay crossing his brow. Yet, in the presence of his dear friend, he could not allow his pride to falter. He offered an apology, his voice gentle. "I'm sorry. Are you all right?" Fei Shiji inquired about both his attire and his mood. Before Chen Kuo could respond, Fei Shiji extended a half-eaten sausage to him. Jesting, "I apologize. Is that sufficient?" "Get lost," Chen Kuo chuckled, though the mirth faded swiftly. Even Fei Shiji, usually oblivious, sensed something amiss. He borrowed a pack of tissues from Dai Jiaying to help Chen Kuo clean his clothes and was about to press further when, regrettably, the school bell rang, echoing throughout the campus. Nevertheless, he persevered. Under the watchful gaze of their teacher, he scribbled a note to Chen Kuo. Was money stolen? Chen Kuo did not reply. Fei Shiji stroked his chin, determined to continue. What exactly was taken? He felt his suspicions were justified. Recalling the last time Chen Kuo was agitated, when his phone was stolen while taking the bus during the winter break of their sophomore year. Chen Kuo eventually responded, his handwriting so hasty it rivaled that of his physician parents. Fei Shiji widened his eyes, straining to decipher it, and finally recognized the three words, "Don't bother me." During evening self-study, Zhang Yuni fought against sleep. She believed she had come to a realization, understanding the well-intentioned motives of the school authorities. After all, they had granted a brief respite, and upon returning to this classroom, she found herself drifting off once again. If they were to grant her a week's vacation, she mused, it would be catastrophic. Following the drop in temperature, even the desire for a shower had diminished. Zhang Yuni gently clasped Daijia's hand, no longer racing ahead with the fervor to secure the second position in the dormitory as she had before. Upon exiting the classroom through the back door, she encountered Chen Kuo and Fei Shiji, instantly donning a bright smile, her previous sulkiness forgotten. "Class monitor, I received the information you sent me. Thank you." Her verbal gratitude felt somewhat insubstantial. It surely deserved to manifest in a more tangible form. She had already devised a plan, since he had treated her to milk tea yesterday, and noticing his fondness for hot pot, she resolved to invite him out on Saturday or Sunday, accompanied by Dai Jia and Fei Shiji. Chen Kuo cast a restrained glance her way before quickly averting his gaze. Responding in a rather indifferent tone, Fei Shiji, slinging an arm around Chen Kuo's shoulder, smiled at Zhang Yuni and remarked, "He's having one of his episodes today. Don't mind him." Zhang Yuni suppressed a smile, replying, "Not at all." Such a statement could be made by a close friend, but she refrained from echoing it too readily. Hadn't Dai Jia remained equally silent? Chen Kuo's comment was directed at Fei Shiji, and after a brief pause, his tone softened slightly, seemingly in acknowledgement of Zhang Yuni's gratitude. "You're welcome." With that, he strode ahead, nearly causing Fei Shiji to stumble, who muttered in exasperated, in a rush to reincarnate, "Are we?" Despite the grumbling, he swiftly followed suit. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the unfolding events, but it was clear that it had nothing to do with them. With that in mind, they chose not to waste their mental energy on speculation and cheerfully descended the stairs instead. Meanwhile, Fei Shiji was now engulfed in regret, a deep sense of remorse. They had already returned to their dormitory, yet upon seeing Chen Kuo clutching a basketball as he exited, his legs seemed to act of their own accord, compelling him to pursue. He gazed at Chen Kuo, who was dribbling and shooting alone, perplexed. At first, he stood, but soon fatigue overwhelmed him, and he plopped down onto the ground. "You have indeed startled your father." After being friends for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed Chen Kuo in such a state. To describe him accurately, he resembled someone who had lost 10 mobile phones. What on earth had transpired? Fei Shiji pondered deeply, yet could find no answers. In truth, Chen Kuo's life was devoid of significant worries. His academic performance was both exceptional and stable. His parents, though busy, shared a profound bond, and he enjoyed a greater allowance than Fei Shiji himself. So what could possibly be troubling this young man? He yearned to contemplate the matter thoroughly and hoped to appeal to Chen Kuo's emotions and reason to coax him into speaking. However, clad in short sleeves, he found the current temperature even lower than it had been in the evening, and he could hardly endure it, goosebumps rising on his arms. Are you leaving or not? It's already 10:40, my friend. Chen Kuo wiped the perspiration from his forehead, relishing the refreshing sensation that followed a good sweat. Whenever he faced troubling thoughts, he had always alleviated them in this manner. As long as he sweated it out, took a shower, and slept, everything became clear. Those things he did not understand, those confounding emotions, would likely evaporate along with the sweat. You should head back, he said, his voice tinged with the breathlessness of exertion. Fei Shiji felt almost frozen to the point of tears. Fine, but hurry up. I can't take this cold. He turned and dashed toward the dormitory. With Fei Shiji's incessant questioning now absent, the basketball court fell silent, save for the sound of the ball bouncing on the ground. Chen Kuo, too, was counting the time. He did not feel cold at all. Instead, he harbored a surge of energy, abundant yet directed nowhere. Even so, he managed to keep track of time. Returning to the dormitory just as the lights went out, by the faint glimmer of moonlight, he stealthily entered the bathroom. It seemed that the water heater had become sluggish, releasing hot water only to quickly turn lukewarm. Chen Kuo felt an inexplicable irritation, especially since his shampoo had mysteriously run out, leaving him unable to squeeze out even a drop. Bang! Zhang Yuni peeked in, inquiring, what was that sound? Just the wind, slamming the door of the neighboring balcony, replied Zhou Anshi, whose bed was closer to the balcony, making her more attuned to the noise. It's so annoying. When it was hot, we wished for cooler weather. And now that it's cooler, we feel cold. Another roommate grumbled, I've made up my mind. When I apply to universities, I will choose a city with a particularly pleasant climate, preferably one that enjoys eternal spring. Zhang Yuni, equally exasperated, felt the urge to scratch the walls. She would rather endure the sweltering heat of a sauna than face the winter. In the dead of winter, rising from the warmth of her bed before dawn was a torment beyond measure. It was entirely reasonable, normal, and necessary that she had not become an academic prodigy in her past life. With only about 200 days until the college entrance examination, under such immense pressure, she couldn't even guarantee she would be able to rouse herself by 5:45 in the morning. University, a topic that piqued her roommate's interest, and they decided to make it the theme of their late-night heart-to-heart. Dai Jia spoke with longing. Don't you all want to go to the capital? Right beneath the emperor's feet. Sister Jia, weren't you informed during the liberation? There are no emperors anymore. Compared to the capital city, I yearn to visit the enchanting city of Shanghai, captivated by the picturesque alleyways depicted in television dramas. Do you understand? Thank you. Haha. Zhang Yuni, where do you aspire to attend university? Suddenly called upon, Zhang Yuni paused her silent prayers, cleared her throat, and declared, if Peking University does not disdain my modest scores, it shall undoubtedly be my first choice. Her roommates erupted into laughter, responding, if Harvard does not reject me, I would swim there. They were audacious in their aspirations, joking. If Harbin Institute of Technology does not mind, I could lick the Iron Gate in winter. As their banter continued, their excitement grew. For attending university was the culmination of their years of study. This led to Zhang Yuni nearly oversleeping the next day. She spent a full 5 minutes mentally preparing herself before finally throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. With a heavy heart, she went through her morning routine and lingered outside the dormitory, glancing around for quite some time, yet she saw no sign of Chen Kuo. She knew that the class monitor was undeterred by weather and had undoubtedly left long ago. However, as she strolled around the playground and stepped into the classroom punctually, her habitual glance at Chen Kuo's desk left her astonished. Where was he? She quickly retrieved her phone from her coat pocket, confirming it was indeed 6:29. In disbelief, she exclaimed, wow, are you a frog? Su Shir, weary, sat down, and the next moment, she lifted her head, seemingly infected by the excitement, and echoed, wow. What is happening? The class monitor looks even more dashing. Some classmates had already noticed, all turning to gaze at Chen Kuo as he entered through the front door, wearing a mask and becoming the center of attention. Chapter 28. As Zhang Yuni extinguished her phone screen, the waves of hissing reached her ears. In that fleeting moment, she raised her gaze and caught a glimpse of Chen Kuo, clad in a black hoodie. She, too, was unable to resist the pull of his presence, for he was undeniably striking today. However, what was with the mask? Was he unwell? Su Shir gazed longingly at the back of his head. then gestured for Zhang Yuni to come closer. What is going on? The class monitor has reached new heights of handsomeness. Zhang Yuni cut straight to the chase. You may not know this, but a guy whose appearance is so ordinary that he could easily be lost in a crowd, provided he is tall and wears a mask, can transform into a handsome figure. It's akin to the allure of a partially veiled beauty, you see? She emphasized. This is what we call accentuating strengths while downplaying weaknesses, leaving much to the imagination. Moreover, she continued, the class monitor was already quite decent looking. The air of mystery only enhances his appeal. Su Shishir stroked her chin thoughtfully. Zhang Yuni, you are quite perceptive. She rationally deduced that Zhang Yuni must have meticulously observed all the handsome men in Jiangzhou. Otherwise, how could she possess such insight? Just basic common sense, really. Zhang Yuni replied, sharing her keen observations. And have you noticed? The class monitor predominantly wears black and various shades of gray. These colors are the safest choices, unlike that unfortunate example behind us. Su Shishir instinctively turned to glance at Shun Mingrui, who was preening his hair. Indeed, it was only upon comparison that one realized this fellow bore no distinction from a flamboyant peacock. Today, Shun Mingrui donned a pink sweatshirt, and upon lowering his gaze, he noticed the denim jeans adorning his legs, while his shoes featured discreet hooks, seemingly designed to evade the notice of others. What are you staring at, brother? Shun Mingrui inquired with a playful grin. Have you been captivated by me? Last winter vacation, he had danced perilously close to recklessness, piercing his earlobe and acquiring a plethora of earrings to adorn himself. However, upon returning to school, he adopted a more subdued demeanor. Yet, he could not escape the discerning gaze of old Zhao, who inquired about his ear, to which he stubbornly retorted that it was merely a mole. In any case, Zhang Yuni remarked that black and gray may not dazzle the eyes, yet they certainly do not cast them into darkness. Su Shishir intended to articulate further thoughts, but suddenly found her gaze fixed, her mouth unwittingly producing words as if a switch had been flipped, initiating an automatic recitation mode. Zhang Yuni's eyelashes fluttered, and she resolutely joined in. The 6 kings have perished, the 4 seas unite, Mount Shu stands solitary, and the Afang Palace emerges. She needn't glance out of the window to know that old Zhao had indeed arrived. As anticipated, the moment one student detected old Zhao's covert observation from outside, a wave of awareness swept through the classroom, causing everyone to withdraw into themselves like quail. Students were engaged in various activities, doing homework, memorizing vocabulary, reciting formulas. No one dared to be idle, lest they attract old Zhao's scrutiny. Old Zhao strolled from the back to the front, her sharp gaze scanning all the little rascals in the class. Upon entering the classroom, she naturally noticed Chen Kuo, furrowing her brow as she called out, Chen Kuo, step outside. After a brief silence, the sounds of recitation resumed. Chen Kuo closed his book, rose, and navigated the aisle, trailing behind the teacher as they exited the classroom. Other students were curiously glancing outward, their eyes darting about. What is this all about? Lao Zhao inquired, gesturing towards the mask that obscured half of Chen Kuo's face. Chen Kuo replied in a muffled voice, I have a cold. However, Lao Zhao was unconvinced. Observing the sturdy physique of the boy, she wondered how someone with such robust health could fall ill merely because of a change in weather. Her greater concern was that he might have been involved in a scuffle during the holiday. After all, in her eyes, even the dependable Chen Kuo was merely a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Having taught many students, she understood well that at such an age, few were particularly law-abiding. Take it off so I can see, she insisted. Chen Kuo, feeling helpless and genuinely unwell, complied. All right, look. Turning his face away to avoid being seen by any classmates, he reluctantly removed his mask. Lao Zhao scrutinized his face, ensuring there were no signs of injury, and then asked, How did you catch a cold? Chen Kuo quickly donned his mask again and implored, Please inform the school. I'm not sure if the girls' dormitory is experiencing the same issue. The hot water in the showers fluctuates between scalding and freezing. It was manageable in summer, but who can endure it as the temperatures drop? Lao Zhao, a responsible homeroom teacher, took note of the students' concerns immediately. Given her efficiency, she would likely approach the principal by the afternoon at the latest. All right. Is your cold serious? Do you need to return to the dormitory to rest? No need. It's not severe, Chen Kuo assured her, fully aware of his own condition. It was merely a cold that would resolve itself in a few days. Is it uncomfortable wearing that? Chen Kuo's tone was slightly more subdued than usual. It's manageable. Wearing a mask in class, he wished to avoid transmitting his illness to others. As a high school student, particularly a senior, even a minor cold was insufficient for teachers to grant an excused absence. Noticing his relatively good spirits, old Zhao did not press further, reminding him before entering the classroom. If you're feeling fine, make sure to drink plenty of hot water. If you find the queue too long, feel free to fetch some from my office. Chen Kuo nodded in agreement. As he turned to re-enter the classroom, he inadvertently cast a hurried glance in the direction of Zhang Yuni. After morning self-study, when Zhang Yuni accompanied Dai Jia to the cafeteria for breakfast, she learned from Dai about Chen Kuo's cold, prompting her to sigh softly. The weather truly is unpredictable. Just before National Day, we were sweltering, and now, barely a week into the holiday, autumn has arrived overnight. It was quite chilly on the playground this morning. Dai Jia chuckled, remarking that autumn was indeed the most pleasant season, albeit fleeting. It felt as if she barely had time to don a light jacket before needing a down coat. Thus, for Zhang Yuni, the most formidable challenge had yet to come. Reflecting on this, she resolved to transform her sorrow into appetite, fervently hoping for a better performance in her exams. No longer preoccupied with the desire to return to the age of 27. After all, if she were to blink and find herself back, what would all her struggles signify? Merely an indication of her resilience? After a satisfying meal, they strolled around the academic building to aid digestion. Zhang Yuni, with her keen eyes, spotted Chen Kuo leaning against the ping-pong table, his long legs casually propped up. This area was relatively tranquil. He likely sought a breath of fresh air. With his mask hanging from one hand, he held his phone with both hands, fingers dancing rapidly across the screen. As they approached, the sound of a collision from his game reached their ears. He was immersed in gaming. Zhang Yuni sought to move forward but found herself hindered upon turning her head. She saw Dai Jia firmly holding her back. Go on and greet the class monitor, Dai Jia urged, pursing her lips and shaking her head. You go ahead. I'm not sure if his mood has improved. She was not well acquainted with the class monitor, although she knew he was a decent person who wouldn't display a cold demeanor without cause. Nevertheless, recalling yesterday's encounter sent a shiver of apprehension through her. She hadn't wronged him, and certainly had no desire to approach him. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Yuni wondered. She felt that even the class monitor from yesterday was not as terrifying as they had described. After all, there had been a dialogue between them. If Dai Jia hadn't mentioned it the previous day, she would have hardly noticed his discontent. All right then, wait for me a moment. I'll go and thank him. She resolved not to waste any more time, releasing her grip on Dai Jia's arm and stepping briskly towards Chen Kuo, who stood not far away. Dai Jia, disinterested in merely waiting around, found a wall to lean against comfortably. She retrieved her phone from her jacket pocket and scrolled through her messages, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. Class monitor. Perhaps when one is unwell, their responses lack the sharpness of health. It was not until the cheerful and lively voice reached his ears that Chen Kuo realized she had arrived. His hand, which held the phone, trembled slightly. Fortunately, he was steady enough that it did not slip from his grasp. Without warning, his right eyelid began to twitch, and a wave of irritation surged within him. Acting on instinct, he lifted his hand to don his mask once more, casting a somber glance in her direction. I heard you caught a cold. Are you all right? Zhang Yuni inquired with genuine concern. Before she could finish her words, he straightened up and took a few steps to the side, distancing himself slightly from her. She paused, taken aback for a moment, then understood. In truth, very few among their classmates wore masks when they had a cold. Individuals like Chen Kuo, who possessed such a protective awareness, were exceedingly rare. Wearing a mask felt stifling, yet he did not wish to infect his fellow students. And this simple realization was deserving of a poem in his honor. Now, as she spoke to him, he continued to shift away, clearly intent on maintaining a safer distance. Such conscientiousness was truly remarkable. However, she too harbored a fear of falling ill, and thus, she subtly adjusted her position, creating a bit more space between them. The table tennis area was usually busier before evening study sessions, but at that moment, it was quite serene, and this distance did not hinder their ability to converse normally. Have you taken any medicine? Chen Kuo asked, his gaze downcast. Zhang Yuni inquired further. The school infirmary doesn't open until 8:30. If you don't have any medicine, I can ask other classmates if they have spare cold remedy. Chen Kuo tightened his grip on his phone, yearning to tell her to keep her distance. Yet, the words remained unspoken. Even though she was merely a fellow student, he could not bring himself to act so rudely. His emotions swirled within him, and his silence seemed to imply acquiescence. Unintentionally, she drew closer, her voice and breath intertwining. I wonder if it's a warm cold or just a chill. It must be the latter, given how unpleasant the weather has turned, dropping in temperature so suddenly. Chen Kuo raised his hand to press against his forehead. Another symptom of his cold had manifested. He began to feel a throbbing headache. Allow me to inquire on your behalf, Zhang Yuni said, pausing momentarily as she tapped her forehead. Oh, my memory. This time, my mother prepared some medicine for me, but it's in my dorm. Chen Kuo, with a grave tone, interrupted her. No need, I have some. Noticing her momentary surprise, he added, thank you. That's good to hear. Zhang Yuni discerned his less than optimistic mood. She could empathize, as a cold is quite distressing, sapping one's energy. Class monitor, I saw the note you left for me. It was so detailed. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. You're welcome, he replied calmly. We're classmates. Just as she was about to suggest a meal in gratitude, he straightened up, returned his phone to his pocket, and with an air of nonchalance declared, I shall return to the classroom now. He had noticed Daijia nearby, thereby averting the likelihood of walking together. Zhang Yuni was not absent-minded. She could indeed sense that he was somewhat troubled, seemingly in a low spirit, and unconsciously restrained the smile that had adorned her face, gently nodding. Is it because you're unwell? She couldn't help but perceive a hint of pitifulness in his departing figure. Lost in thought, Daijia had unexpectedly approached from behind, patting her shoulder, and following her gaze inquired, what is the matter? Zhang Yuni shook her head. The class monitor is unusually quiet today. He has always been rather reticent, hasn't he? Actually, it's not too bad. Were you not the one who referred to him as a taciturn person? Ah, did I say that? The two engaged in a casual conversation, but soon the topic veered off to other matters, leaving their discussion about whether class leader Chen Kuo was truly reticent unresolved. Throughout the day, a peculiar sensation enveloped all the senior high school teachers and students, as if they were imprisoned behind iron bars, shedding tears of despair. While the entire world enjoyed a holiday, they found themselves ensnared within the confines of their campus. Was this not a form of urban legend? Zhang Yuni wearily returned to her dormitory, retrieving a long-sleeved nightgown from her suitcase, and fortuitously stumbled upon the medical kit prepared by Ms. Yin. Within it were adhesive bandages, 2 boxes of cold remedy, cough syrup, anti-inflammatory medication, and fever patches. As she picked up a packet of medicine and discerned its contents, she was rendered speechless. A fever suppository. How did this childhood trauma resurface? Hastily, she tucked it away into the compartment of her suitcase, banishing it to the depths of obscurity. However, she made an unexpected discovery. There were effervescent vitamin C tablets. She pondered for a moment before seeing Zhou Anqi emerge from the bathroom and called out, Zhou Anqi, does drinking vitamin C effervescent tablets help with a cold? Is it just a scam? Zhou Anqi, perplexed, replied, You're asking me? Zhang Yuni almost forgot. This was a decade ago. Zhou Anqi scooped a bit of cream from a jar and vigorously patted it onto her face, eyes closed, responding. But it should be somewhat beneficial. A proper intake of vitamin C doesn't hurt. All right, Dr. Zhou has spoken. I shall heed her advice. Zhang Yuni, no longer hesitating, took the tablets out and, fearing she might forget them, decided to place them in her backpack. If the class leader had no need for them, she could simply leave them on her desk to dissolve in water. The following morning, as Zhang Yuni stepped out of the dormitory, she encountered Chen Kuo. In the fleeting moment of their shared gaze, he retrieved a mask from the pocket of his hoodie and donned it. Class monitor, are you feeling better today? She inquired with a smile. He nodded slightly in response, as if transported back to a month prior when he spoke little, preparing to pass by her. Yet, just a few steps away, her voice called out beside him, Class monitor, wait a moment. His footsteps halted in accordance with her words. This is a vitamin C effervescent tablet my mother bought at the pharmacy, she remarked, handing it to him. Just dissolve one in warm water. I'm not sure if it will alleviate your cold symptoms, but I believe it might help to some extent. He understood each word she spoke. Yet the formation of those words into a coherent sentence eluded him. Why was she offering him something? Observing him accept the tablet, Zhang Yuni smiled contentedly. Give it a try. I must be off now. I still have to go to the playground. As her figure vanished from his sight, Chen Kuo remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the effervescent tablet she had given him. He felt confusion and a lack of understanding. Yet he did not wish to let these inexplicable emotions affect him any longer. It was merely an illness. He would recover. He resumed his usual rhythm, heading to the cafeteria, where he purchased 2 meat buns, an egg, and a box of milk, the effervescent tablet in his pocket being the only unnecessary item. He contemplated discarding it but could not locate a suitable trash bin, so he ultimately decided against it. Chapter 29. The temperature had dropped, and the water from the tap was quite cold. Zhang Yuni's routine of visiting the restroom to check in after each class was abruptly discontinued. As the class bell rang, she hurriedly grabbed her exam papers and draft sheets, rushing towards Dai Jia's desk. Friends are indeed meant to be relied upon. When she encountered questions she did not comprehend in class, she unabashedly sought the guidance of her friends, assigning each a specific task. Su Shishir was responsible for biology, Shen Mingrue for mathematics, and Dai Jia, the academic prodigy, reluctantly took charge of all subjects except Chinese and English. Of course, her role as a tutor was not without reward. She promised to treat them to a delightful meal at a Korean restaurant after school on Saturday. Jia, I've come to seek your assistance once more. Dai Jia's desk mate was exceptionally kind, standing to offer her seat to Zhang Yuni upon her arrival. Zhang Yuni, please take a seat. I'm off to the restroom. Tong Jia, thank you. May good fortune follow you always. Zhang Yuni settled into her new spot, with Chen Kuo's desk positioned just to her right front. A glance revealed a half-empty bottle of mineral water on his desk. She surmised that he either had not utilized the vitamin C effervescent tablets she had given him or had only sampled them briefly, unable to tolerate the peculiar blend of sweet and salty flavors. In any case, it seemed they had gone to waste. Which question? Dai Jia twisted open her water cup, taking a sip of warm water to clear her throat, embodying the demeanor of a teacher. This question, Zhang Yuni dismissed her wandering thoughts and focused entirely on Dai Jia's calculations. She made the most of the 10-minute class segment. Chen Kuo had already removed his mask. His cold had struck swiftly but departed just as quickly. As he returned to his seat from outside the classroom and noticed Zhang Yuni sitting beside Dai Jia, he slowed his pace slightly. Today, the students were in remarkably high spirits. As the National Day Golden Week draws to a close, Jiangzhou has been celebrating the birthday of our motherland with nightly fireworks since the first of the month. Tonight, it is the turn of the area where their high school is located. According to reliable sources, a vantage point not far from their school allows one to catch glimpses of the spectacular display, even if the entire panorama is not visible. How could this not evoke excitement? At the very least, it adds a splash of color to their monotonous senior year. Although I had already witnessed the display on the second night, I yearned to see it again. Even Su Shishir, who was typically averse to crowds, expressed a desire to attend, highlighting the allure of the fireworks for them. Zhang Yuni curiously inquired whether Su Shishir had not gone to an internet CAF that night. Su Shishir conceded, I did not stay overnight. This evening's study session seemed futile, as few students could concentrate on their studies. Instead, small groups animatedly discussed the event. When the time came, they all crowded into the corridor, necks craned in anticipation, eyes fixed on the night sky. Initially, Zhang Yuni had little interest in the activity. Having witnessed countless dazzling fireworks in the past, she imagined herself elegantly perched at her desk, a striking figure amidst the chaos. Yet, she soon forgot her reserved demeanor, for she was inherently drawn to lively gatherings. When the bell rang, she reacted more swiftly than Su Shishir, swiftly securing an excellent vantage point, determined not to yield it to anyone. The school's teaching building was not particularly tall, offering very limited views. Leaning on the railing, Zhang Yuni strained on her toes. But still, her sight was quite restricted. The scene unfolded like a breathtaking tapestry, as a group of students, mesmerized by the fireworks, erupted in spontaneous exclamations of wonder. Zhang Yuni, her eyes sparkling with delight, turned to call her friends, only to realize, belatedly, that Chen Kuo stood directly behind her. She was oblivious to his arrival. Though mere moments ago, the individuals behind her had been different. A portion of the fireworks illuminated the night sky, and as she gazed at him, a gentle smile graced her lips. Though words escaped her, he understood that her gaze was fixed upon him. Surrounded by others, conversation proved impossible, and his eyes widened in surprise. Yet, she soon redirected her full attention to the sky, where the fireworks promised to dazzle at any moment. After lingering on the crown of her head for several seconds, his gaze followed hers, both of them captivated by the same expanse of sky. On a subsequent evening, during the dinner period before night study, someone hurriedly approached Chen Kuo, breathless. A few scattered individuals in the classroom recognized her. She was Mi Xian from the liberal arts class, a relative of Chen Kuo and a former classmate of Dai Jia from middle school. Mi Xian typically visited class 2 or 3 times each semester, either seeking out Dai Jia or Chen Kuo. Chen Kuo, come out. Mi Xian called out from the window. Having just recovered from a cold, Chen Kuo had been prevented by Fei Shiji from playing basketball, only to sneak away to the field for a game of football. Upon hearing Mi Xian's voice, he lifted his head from the racing game, glancing out the window, and casually inquired, "Is there something?" Though he posed the question, his legs remained unmoved. Mi Xian tilted her chin, urging him, "Hurry." Slightly irritated, Chen Kuo replied, "This round isn't finished yet. Wait for me for 3 minutes." Mi Xian retorted, "You dare ask me to wait 3 minutes? Be careful, or I might just pay to take your life." He had no choice but to hastily conclude that it had been a rather dismal session. Upon exiting, his expression was far from pleasant. He preferred direct messages for any matters. "Who would specifically seek you out?" "I merely passed by a friend from the science class." Mi Xian handed him a box adorned with Japanese writing, stating, "This is from my mother. She returned from a business trip yesterday." "What is this?" Chen Kuo glanced down with little interest. "It's filled chocolate biscuits. They're quite delectable." Upon hearing yet another mention of chocolate and biscuits, his interest waned entirely. His family was well aware of his minimal snack consumption, which is why his aunt had only brought him a single box. Noticing his reluctance to accept it, Mi Xian secretly rejoiced for a few seconds. "You won't eat it." Chen Kuo suddenly seemed to recall something, his gaze dropping as he contemplated, unusually extending his hand to accept it. Mi Xian's hand was left empty. She was utterly astonished. "You want it?" Chen Kuo replied in a flat tone. "Aren't you giving it to me?" Mi Xian grimaced, deciding it wasn't worth the trouble to inquire further. It felt like a wasted trip. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have simply messaged him to come to the humanities class if he desired biscuits. Having given him the biscuits, she peered inside the classroom but did not see Dai Jia, preparing to leave. Yet, before she could lift her foot, an even more shocking development occurred. Chen Kuo hesitantly called out to her, "I have something to ask you." "Ask me?" Mi Xian pointed at herself, fully aware that the likelihood of borrowing money was virtually non-existent. Yet she promptly emphasized, "No borrowing money, I don't have any." "Wait for me a minute." Chen Kuo returned to the classroom with the box of biscuits, hesitated slightly, and then unzipped his backpack to stow it away. He mentioned it would take just a minute. And indeed, it truly only took a minute. Upon emerging, he glanced at the bustling corridor and, in a tone of negotiation, suggested, "Shall we make a trip to the supermarket? What would you like to eat? I'll cover the bill." Mi Xian's expression transformed in an instant. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Brother Kuo, lead the way." The two made their way toward the stairwell, coincidentally encountering Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia ascending the stairs, much to the surprise of all four. Mi Xian, having a good rapport with Dai Jia, greeted her warmly before turning to Zhang Yuni with a smile. "Zhang Yuni, you've become even more beautiful." This compliment was universally cherished, causing Zhang Yuni's heart to blossom with joy. Although Dai Jia was a mutual friend, Zhang Yuni and Mi Xian were not well acquainted. In their previous life, they had merely exchanged polite nods on social media. Nevertheless, Mi Xian was exceptionally warm-hearted. There was an instance when she dined out with friends and unexpectedly encountered Mi Xian and her fiancé. After a brief exchange, they did not share a table. Yet when she went to settle the bill, the waiter informed her that a Miss Mi had already taken care of it. She expressed her gratitude profusely on WeChat, to which Mi Xian playfully responded, "It's a tremendous honor to treat a beautiful lady." The four could not linger in the stairwell, so after a brief chat, Chen Kuo and Mi Xian descended, while the others returned to their classroom. A few steps later, Mi Xian called out, "Next time, I'll come find you in 602 for some fun." "Are you quite familiar with her?" Chen Kuo suddenly inquired as they descended several steps. "Of course. Dai Jia and I were classmates for 3 years in middle school." Upon hearing this, Mi Xian realized that Chen Kuo was not referring to Dai Jia. Knowing his propensity for conversation, he wouldn't pose a question without intent. "Oh, you meant Zhang Yuni?" Chen Kuo did not respond. "Not really," Mi Xian remarked, however. "That does not impede my appreciation of beauty." As they exited the teaching building, Chen Kuo deliberately chose a longer route. During a less populated stretch, he fell into a prolonged silence, his eyes betraying an unusual confusion. He found himself at a loss as to whom he could inquire. Even the tight-lipped Wang Shiran was male, and questioning him would yield no fruitful insights regarding Zhang Yuni. Had it not been for Mi Xian seeking him out, he might have completely forgotten that she was a girl, thus making her a potential confidant. After a brief moment, Chen Kuo initiated the conversation with a simple phrase, "A friend of mine, Old Fei, or Old Wang." Chen Kuo neither confirmed nor denied, merely stating that he had met a girl who treated him very well. Mi Xian, puzzled, wondered who could be so blind. Ignoring her inquiry, Chen Kuo confided that he had been troubled lately, as it seemed that the girl might have. He hesitated, instinctively recoiling from uttering those 3 words. What is it? A boyfriend? Mixin exclaimed with interest, urging him to continue. He struggled to comprehend what the girl truly meant, which was the root of his agitation. Mixin mused, no wonder I thought old Fei looked thinner the other day. He is indeed troubled by matters of the heart. Chen Kuo remained noncommittal. So, old Fei cannot fathom why this girl can treat him well while simultaneously having a boyfriend, correct? Mixin responded with an air of certainty. That is not difficult to understand. In fact, old Fei has fallen into a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? What do you mean? He pressed. Mixin wore a mysterious smile. Who decrees that she can only have one boyfriend? Chapter 30. At first, Chen Kuo was bewildered by the meaning of the statement. His mind stalled for several seconds. Once comprehension dawned upon him, his expression morphed into one of profound discontent, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Mixin, oblivious to his halted steps, continued to chuckle, stating, in Lao Fei's view, this is a single-choice question, but who can claim it cannot be a multiple-choice one? Although the intelligence quotient of you men is generally not high, surely such a simple matter cannot elude your understanding? Meanwhile, Chen Kuo, trailing a few steps behind, had already turned ashen. Mixin, however, was quite pleased with her words. Yet curiosity surged within her. She never anticipated that Fei Shiji, who usually remained silent, would astound everyone. Who could have guessed that this rotund fellow would encounter such fortuity one day? Truly, it affirms the adage, one must not judge by appearances. Tell me, who is the girl Lao Fei fancies? Mixin inquired after uttering a few words, finally realizing Chen Kuo had fallen behind. She turned back to see him standing silently, rooted to the spot, and thus approached him to press further. Is it someone I know? It couldn't possibly be Daijia, right? No, that is impossible. She doesn't have a boyfriend. Chen Kuo regarded her with an expression devoid of emotion, wishing to conclude this conversation that should never have transpired. He pivoted to return. But Mixin decisively intercepted him, bewildered. Aren't you going to the supermarket? Not going, he replied coldly. Are you out of your mind? Mixin could not let him off the hook. Today, she was determined to extract some benefit from him. If you're not going, then you must pay. Chen Kuo evaded her gaze. His expression clouded as he retrieved his wallet from his pocket. Just as he opened it, Mixin swiftly snatched a 100 yuan bill from his grasp. On a typical day, he would have dismissed such antics, but Mixin's words had irked him considerably. With a steely resolve, he seized the opportunity while she was off guard, reclaiming the 100 and returning it to his wallet. He then flipped through the denominations, withdrawing a 10 yuan note to give to her. Mixin, caught off guard, found her 100 yuan bill magically transformed into a mere 10. Chen Kuo returned the wallet to his pocket, and given the superficiality of their familial ties, there was no need for farewells. He turned away and headed towards the teaching building. Chen Kuo, you are insane. Mixin shouted in frustration. Did you die poor in your past life? Her words fell on deaf ears as he quickened his pace, evidently provoked by her outburst. If it weren't for the fact that one cannot disregard money, Mixin would have relished the thought of tossing the 10 yuan note to the ground and stomping on it, while hurling vehement insults at Chen Kuo's ancestors. However, she swiftly recalled that his ancestors seemed to belong to her lineage as well, thus she refrained, continuing to the supermarket as she perused the snacks. A thought struck her. What was he so irate about? Surely, even with his close ties to Lao Fei, there was no justification for such behavior. A sense of doubt crept in as she picked up drinks and chips to proceed to the checkout, when suddenly she halted. Wait a moment. Had she fallen into a misconception? Why had she assumed that the friend Chen Kuo mentioned was Fei Shiji? Did he even name Lao Fei? No, he merely spoke of a friend. Could it be that the friend he referred to was, in fact, herself? Zhang Yuni, having indulged a bit too much, began to feel drowsy. Before the bell for evening study rang, she mustered the resolve to visit the restroom for a brief respite. However, the cooling balm no longer provided the same relief it once did. In addition to washing her face, she took the opportunity to brush her teeth. She was now well equipped, having purchased a portable dental kit and compressed towels packaged like candy during the National Day shopping spree. After freshening up, she felt considerably more alert, as the water was rather cool and the toothpaste had a refreshing mint flavor. What she did not anticipate was that just as she emerged from the restroom, brimming with renewed vigor, she would unexpectedly encounter Chen Kuo. Both were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yuni noted that his hair was damp, droplets sliding from his temples down his face, likely due to vigorous washing. The collar of his deep gray sweatshirt was soaked, darkening the fabric. Preoccupied with her own thoughts, she reached into her pocket, retrieved a compressed towel, and offered it to him, clarifying, "Please don't misunderstand. This is not candy, but a towel. Compressed to such a small size, it will expand and unfold when wet. I've bought many of these, and my friends have all praised them." Chen Kuo's gaze shifted slowly from her face to the palm of her hand. Enough was enough, Zhang Yuni thought to herself. All notions of politeness and decorum were momentarily suppressed by a surge of frustration. He stepped back, creating distance between them, and replied with a brusque tone. "I don't need it. Enough. Truly enough." Zhang Yuni was taken aback, gazing at him in confusion and disbelief, convinced she had misheard him. The smile on her face gradually faded, giving way to a state of bewilderment, her outstretched hand hovering in the air. Chen Kuo found himself momentarily captivated by the laughter in her eyes, yet his heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving him uncertain about how to navigate the current predicament. He cast a glance in her direction before turning away, taking a step, then two, then three, before coming to a halt. His hand, which hung at his side, clenched tightly, veins bulging beneath the skin. With a defeated exhale, he gritted his teeth. Zhang Yuni remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. However, amidst her confusion, the awkwardness of 17 clashed with the embarrassment of facing a dilemma at 27. These two emotions coexisted, neither yet overshadowing the other. Chen Kuo strode back towards her, his demeanor and tone imbued with solemn regret. "I apologize. I encountered an unfortunate event. I am truly sorry." Zhang Yuni was momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to her, her body instinctively braced for defense, a sentiment reflected upon her face, which had so often beamed with laughter but now bore no trace of joy. Chen Kuo observed all of this, feeling a mix of frustration and irritation, ultimately left to apologize and explain under the weight of her gaze, uncertain of his own words. Finally resigning himself to say, "Perhaps I am truly unwell." Zhang Yuni recognized the sincerity in his apology. He seemed at a loss for words to convey his regret, leaving her to ponder who was truly the more bewildered in that moment. As she contemplated, a smile broke forth before she uttered a word, a smile imbued with warmth and tolerance. "It's all right," she said. Chen Kuo turned his gaze toward her. After a few seconds, he responded with a soft "hm," lowering his eyes. Yet, she had already withdrawn her hand, no longer offering her palm to him. It seemed as though that incident had been turned to a new page. Zhang Yuni appeared to dismiss it from her mind entirely. While showering, she directed the warm water from the shower head onto her body, and when the matter crossed her thoughts, she couldn't suppress a soft huff. This was her truest emotion. She was quite displeased indeed. Although he had explained that he had faced some unfortunate circumstances, the question remained. What relevance did it hold for her? Had she summoned him or provoked him? It felt like an unwarranted calamity, how utterly unfortunate. Did he believe that once he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, she could secretly sabotage his fortune tree? Was that thought too malicious? She endeavored to recall some legitimate, yet unscrupulous business tactics, amusing herself to the point of beaming once more. On Saturday, the atmosphere in the entire senior high school building was thick with resentment, enough to spawn a ghost story. The Golden Week had passed, and so had the adjustment period. Old Zhao had early on shared both good and bad news with them. The bad news was that there would be no holiday this week, and all boarding students were barred from returning home on Saturday, with classes proceeding as usual on Sunday. The good news was that the compassionate school leadership, considering the physical and mental well-being of the senior students, had declared that Saturday evening study sessions would be transformed into free activities, allowing students to either study in the classrooms or rest in the dormitories. Below the podium, 42 pairs of vacant eyes collectively turned towards her. There were even some audacious students who mustered the courage to exclaim, "But we haven't had a 7-day holiday." Old Zhao smiled. "Theoretically, you have." Su Shishir stood the book upright, concealing her eyes rolling and murmuring critiques towards Zhang Yuni. "What does it mean to theoretically have a break?" Zhang Yuni swiftly whispered back, "It means during holidays, we follow school regulations, and during adjustments, we adhere to unified rules." Su Shishir let out a frustrated sound. "Oh, come on." Protest proved futile, and as they anxiously awaited the last class of Saturday, the anticipated announcement of a holiday never materialized. With Zhang Yuni as the host, she invited Dai Jia, Su Shishir, and Shun Mingrui to indulge in a feast at a popular Korean eatery on the back street, seeking solace for their wounded hearts. The four of them exited the teaching building and strolled towards the school's back gate, their conversation meandering aimlessly. A few meters behind them, Fei Shiji was engaged in a phone call with his mother, reporting on the situation, oblivious to the quartet ahead. Chen Kuo, with his hands in his pockets, raised his gaze, fixated on the girl with a ponytail, frolicking and laughing with her companions. For the past 2 mornings, he had encountered her outside the dormitory. They exchanged greetings, yet beyond the good morning, their conversations had dwindled. No more complaints about feeling tired, nor about the difficulty of waking up in the chill. Once Fei Shiji concluded his call, they had already exited the campus and were about to cross the sidewalk when they caught sight of Zhang Yuni and her group, particularly the striking pink sweatshirt of Shinming Rue amidst the crowd. Where are they off to eat? He mused. Almost immediately, they witnessed the group enter the most popular Korean restaurant among students. With little hope, Fei Shiji suggested, "Shall we eat at this place too?" Although he posed the question, he already knew that Chen Kuo would not agree. He glanced at the other shops, contemplating whether to indulge in a chicken pot or a spicy hot pot, when suddenly a voice pierced the air. "All right." "Huh." Fei Shiji, taken aback, couldn't help but mock him, which fool claimed he wouldn't eat here a second time. Chen Kuo remained silent, refraining from retorting. However, he was a step too late. By the time they arrived at the restaurant, every table was occupied. Fei Shiji had initially intended to join Zhang Yuni and the others, but upon observing their cramped seating arrangement, he swallowed his words. Zhang Yuni, seated against the wall, rested her chin on her hand, beaming as she discussed food options with Su Shishir and Daijia. When Fei Shiji bid them farewell, she turned her head, casting another glance at Chen Kuo, and cheerfully said, "Goodbye." Chen Kuo calmly nodded and departed with Fei Shiji, making their way to their favored restaurant from the past. He was not one to be capricious. Rather, he felt inexplicably tormented these past few days. Even though everything was progressing as he had hoped, he found no solace in it. As they exited the Korean restaurant, night had already fallen. The four of them entered the school, splitting into 2 groups. Only Zhang Yuni trudged back to the classroom, her head hung low, bearing an expression of disillusionment. The classroom was sparsely populated, yet enveloped in silence. She quietly immersed herself in her studies, and time flew by. Had it not been for Daijia's message, she would have been oblivious to the fact that it was already 9 o'clock. Glancing around, she noticed the dwindling number of classmates, prompting her to no longer hesitate. After a brief tidying up, she stood and left. The campus at night appeared desolate. She languidly stretched until she faintly heard a commotion emanating from the basketball court, drawing her attention. As she made her way back to the dormitory from the classroom, she inevitably slowed her pace, straining to listen. However, certain unsettling scenes from horror films inexplicably flashed through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. On the court, there was but a solitary figure shooting hoops, resembling a tireless machine. After sinking a basket, he would retrieve the ball and continue the monotonous repetition of this singular motion. Upon recognizing him, she exhaled a sigh of relief. What a scare that was! Yet, she was also quite surprised to see Chen Kuo still playing at such a late hour. Before she could decide whether to head straight back to her dorm or pause to greet him, he seemed to sense her presence and glanced in her direction. This time, distracted while shooting, he missed the basket. From a distance, she waved at him, marveling at the coincidence. He paid no heed to the basketball rolling perilously close to the edge of the court, instead taking a moment to steady his breath as he approached her, casually inquiring, "Coming from class?" "Yes," she replied, inadvertently sizing him up. "Why are you playing alone?" "They left earlier," he replied, suppressing the urge to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Are you heading back to the dorm?" "Yes." "Perfect, let's go together." Zhang Yuni hesitated momentarily, her gaze drifting back to the court, while Chen Kuo followed her line of sight, noticing her focus on the basketball. He was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her mind and had never attempted to decipher anyone's feelings. Uncertainly, he asked, "Do you want to give it a try? Is that possible?" She looked at him with anticipation. "Of course." A few minutes later, "Maintain your bodily equilibrium, utilizing the strength of your wrists to propel the ball." "Yes, precisely. Throw." Bang, another miss. Zhang Yuni felt a tinge of disappointment. Beside her, Chen Kuo stifled a laugh, insincerely praising her. "So close. Quite impressive. Class monitor, you make shooting look effortless. It goes swish, one after another." Zhang Yuni had never harbored any interest in basketball. At most, she had observed others play, particularly the handsome ones. Her whim today was sparked by watching him shoot with such ease, creating the illusion that she too could master it. "I've been taking basketball classes since elementary school." Chen Kuo candidly stated. Really? Was it an extracurricular class? Upon receiving an affirmative response, she rummaged through her memories and unearthed a few fragments. I attended calligraphy lessons, piano, and even art classes as a child, but none were pursued to mastery, and I've returned everything to the teachers since. Would you like to try again? Chen Kuo inquired, cradling the basketball in one hand. Absolutely. Zhang Yuni engaged with the basketball, yet stationary shooting was not overly challenging. Chen Kuo, exhibiting boundless patience, imparted his techniques. Soon enough, she managed to score. Once she succeeded, a second success followed. As beads of perspiration formed, she waved her hand and gasped. I can't go on. It's too hot. The two departed the court together. With the amount of exercise I did today, will I wake up with sore muscles tomorrow? What other exercises did you do? I walked several laps around the playground this morning. Chen Kuo cradled the basketball as she walked beside him, the streetlights quietly elongating their shadows, while the moon hanging in the sky seemed to listen to their conversation, its eyes curving into a smile. Chapter 31. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Kuo found several roommates huddled together, engrossed in watching Fei Shiji play on his PSP. The atmosphere raucous and boisterous, reminiscent of a bustling market. His spirits remained unaffected, after a vigorous game that left him sweaty. The first thing he did was open his wardrobe to retrieve a clean outfit in preparation for a shower. Fei Shiji, catching a glimpse of him in his peripheral vision, noticed that he was faltering in his game. Casually passing the PSP to a nearby roommate, he swiftly pursued Chen Kuo to the balcony. Why are you off to play basketball again? Fei Shiji questioned skeptically, his expression one of disbelief. And weren't you supposed to be in the classroom studying? After dinner, he had earnestly invited Chen Kuo to play video games, only to be declined. What else is there to do on this splendid Saturday evening, if not gaming? He inquired. Chen Kuo replied with an expression of indifference. I will be in the classroom listening to English vocabulary, and perhaps glance through a few English magazines. Fei Shiji was taken aback by this response, feeling overwhelmed, and could only part ways in the front of the academic building. He returned to the dormitory while Chen Kuo ascended the stairs to the classroom, where the sounds of foreign tongues filled the air. Suddenly, the urge to play basketball struck him. Chen Kuo retrieved the towel he had hung up, saying, I completed your unfinished English test. However, I did not touch the essay. He did not linger in the classroom for long. It is quite challenging to concentrate on the tip of the pen, on the pages of the book. I find myself at a loss as to what to do. I extracted an examination paper from the stack of old books, and after completing it, I realized that only half an hour had passed. Yet, Zhang Yuni still had not arrived in the classroom. He speculated that she must have returned to her dormitory. Suddenly, a wave of disinterest washed over him. He picked up the basketball from beneath his chair and exited the classroom. Upon reaching the court, he encountered several unfamiliar individuals with whom he played basketball. Eventually, they too left one by one. Fei Shiji was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected delight. But soon his caution resurfaced as he inquired, Is it really this good? Is there some ulterior motive? Are you borrowing money? Chen Kuo cast a sidelong glance at him. Choosing not to engage further. You nearly got away with it, he remarked. Fei Shiji extended his hand out to the balcony to gauge the temperature, contemplating. If you catch another cold, you'll behave yourself. Not a chance. Lao Zhao is efficient. Just a couple of days ago, the school sent someone to inspect the water heater. Whether issues will arise in the future remains uncertain, but for now, we have ample hot water. Chen Kuo entered the restroom, reflecting on the possible cause of his cold. Perhaps it was due to his surprisingly good mood. He audaciously tapped on the door with his fingers and cleared his throat, prompting several roommates to look his way before he languidly inquired, Who used my shampoo? It could only be said that if fingerprints were to be taken, none of the six would escape unscathed. Such is the nature of a boys' dormitory. What is yours is also mine. When it comes to washing hair, the nearest bottle is used without hesitation. Ironically, Chen Kuo was the most diligent in his hair-washing routine, as he played basketball every day whenever he had the time. His shampoo, always placed in plain sight, had diminished significantly in just under 2 months of communal living. Kuo, I confess for leniency. I must also report that Zhu Sung has used your shower gel, Kuo. Huh? Are you reporting me? Open your eyes wide and see. The tissue on your desk is not from Kuo. Is it not permissible for Kuo to bestow gifts upon me? Are you displeased by Kuo's affection towards me? How nauseating. Chen Kuo had already lost patience listening to their childish mutual accusations. He closed the door to take a shower, washing away the sweat and transforming into a state of relaxation. as if returning to a time of undistracted tranquility. Fei Shiji leaned against the balcony wall, stroking his chin, wondering why this fellow seemed somewhat effervescent today. Had he enjoyed playing basketball too much? Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Yuni did not rush to freshen up. She was indeed concerned that her muscles would ache by morning. Without Chen Kuo's reminder, she was already engaging in light stretches. Dai Jia entered from outside, mistakenly believing she was practicing calisthenics. The other roommates were preoccupied with their own affairs. Indeed, after all that had transpired, Zhang Yuni's actions elicited no surprise from them. Out of concern, Dai Jia casually inquired, "What are you doing?" Stretching, Zhang Yuni grimaced. Having played a bit of basketball on her way back, and then shared a piece of knowledge, it is essential to stretch muscles before and after exercising. Basketball? At this, several roommates turned their attention toward her. I encountered the class monitor playing basketball on my way back, so I borrowed a ball to practice shooting. Zhang Yuni lamented, regretting not having captured the moment. Otherwise, you all would have been utterly captivated by me. I believe I possess considerable talent, and the class monitor has even certified it. Zhou Anqi scrutinized her physique, feeling a flicker of curiosity. With agility, she leaped from the upper bunk, playfully pinching Zhang Yuni's arm and rolling her eyes, exclaiming how audacious the class monitor was. Indeed, the monitor had a penchant for basketball. Dai Jia, contemplating this, observed Zhang Yuni, who was sharing laughter with Zhou Anqi, and drifted into thought. An hour earlier, Mi Xian had visited, engaging in trivial chatter and surreptitiously inquiring whether Chen Kuo had grown close to any female classmates. For reasons unknown, the first image that surfaced in her mind was that of Zhang Yuni. Yet, she found herself perplexed, as their interactions were nothing out of the ordinary. More significantly, she discerned the implications behind Mi Xian's inquiries. In this day and age, asking whether a boy was close to a girl was a euphemism for questioning if they were clandestinely dating. Thus, such matters could not be taken lightly, without evidence. All accusations were mere slander and fabrication. Zhang Yuni was her dear friend, and she fervently wished to shield her from baseless rumors. Consequently, she promptly told Mi Xian that she was unaware, having seen nothing, and if she hadn't seen it, then it simply did not exist. Jia, what's wrong? Lost in thought, Zhang Yuni's duel with Zhou Anqi had, predictably, ended in a devastating defeat. Seeking assistance, she noticed Dai Jia, who wore an expression akin to one solving a particularly challenging problem, seemingly entranced. Hastily, she called out. Upon regaining her focus, Dai Jia turned her gaze to Zhang Yuni, her thoughts gradually clarifying. Indeed, she was unaware and had seen nothing. So why ponder further? Resolutely, she cast the matter aside, choosing not to dwell upon it, and joined the fray, engaging in a pillow fight 2 against 1. It was yet another early study session. Su Shishir was dozing off when the sound of crunching biscuits pierced the air like a radar activating. Her gaze fixated on Zhang Yuni, who was simultaneously reciting her lines and surreptitiously nibbling on cookies. With a sly tone, she inquired, "Are you hoarding them for yourself, Zhang Yuni?" Zhang Yuni, taken aback, retorted, "Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Hurry and share." Su Shishir unabashedly extended her hand like a greedy specter. Reluctantly, Zhang Yuni produced a small bag of cookies and handed it over, as if conducting a covert exchange. Wary of the teacher strutting on stage and the vigilant Shin Mingrue seated behind her. "What is this? From Japan?" Su Shishir questioned as she received the offering. "Indeed," came the reply. Su Shishir tore open the serrated edge, demonstrating a tempestuous appetite. A mere single pouch was insufficient. She reached out again. "Is there more?" "I'm so hungry." Zhang Yuni smacked her palm and retorted with irritation. "That's all. Just 2 bags. And these 2 were given to me by the class monitor." Earlier that morning, as she exited the dormitory, she had encountered him. After exchanging morning greetings, he had taken a few steps away before stopping to retrieve 2 small packets of biscuits from his pocket, offering them to her. They had not revisited the minor incident that transpired outside the restroom. However, she surmised that whatever had displeased him had long since passed, and he had returned to his usual self. In light of the cookies, she resolved to refrain from tormenting his company's money tree in the future. Today, the students in class were unusually exhilarated, due to a schedule adjustment the previous Saturday. They had been unable to return home, and were finally anticipating the arrival of the weekend once more. Their happiness bore no relation to Zhang Yuni's circumstances, for starting today, she was to attend tutoring sessions twice a week. After receiving information about the tutoring class from Chen Kuo, she phoned her parents to discuss the matter. Although Mrs. Ain harbored serious doubts that the class might include the boy she secretly admired. Her parents nonetheless acquiesced and paid for several trial lessons. Before the final lesson, she approached Chen Kuo's desk once more to confirm their lunch plans for Sunday noon. Fei Shiji was particularly animated, exclaiming that he intended to skip breakfast the next day. Determined to arrive with an empty stomach, Zhang Yuni found this amusing yet exasperating. She insisted, "No, you must eat in the morning. You are merely the class leader's eating companion. Are you going for tutoring today?" Chen Kuo inquired, twirling a pen in his fingers. "Are you taking the bus?" "No," she replied, shaking her head. "My dad is picking me up today." Chen Kuo acknowledged her with a non-committal sound, his pen falling onto the desk. He picked it up, ceasing his fidgeting, and began to review the test questions, diligently correcting his work. However, as Zhang Yuni chatted with Fei Shiji and Dai Jia, he would occasionally glance up, listening intently in silence. After school, Chen Kuo arranged to meet Wang Shiran at the mall, where they casually resolved their dinner plans before heading to their usual internet CAF. For him, it felt just like every other Saturday. Yet, after emerging from the subway station and walking a short distance, he sensed something amiss. Gradually, he slowed his pace and turned around, finding nothing particularly unusual. A few boys, seemingly of his age, were a few meters away. A cursory glance at their attire suggested they were not part of the working crowd, but just as he was about to divert his gaze, he suddenly froze. As a tall young man emerged from behind the others, Li Jiyue recognized him. He had encountered this individual in a black windbreaker on 2 previous occasions. Possessing keen eyesight, Li initially thought to himself that ignorance is bliss and had little desire to confront the situation. However, the moment their eyes met, he became certain that Chen Kuo was aware of him and unequivocally cognizant of his existence. Anger surged within him, heightened further by the realization that despite the presence of 5 companions by his side, this audacious fellow had not retreated. Was this not a blatant provocation? "Come down," Yukai exclaimed, seizing him as he strode forward. His eyelids twitched in urgency, striving to remind Li of their purpose for the day, to appeal to reason and emotion, engaging in a battle of wits rather than resorting to violence. Perhaps this man was merely a coward? A friend of Yukai's whispered timidly from behind. Yuga can't stand the word calm. Based on their unreliable speculations, it was likely that Zhang Yui had mentioned his psychological scars when she ended things with him. Li Jiyue, with his straightforward and impulsive nature, towered over Yukai, who stood at a mere 1.70 meters. "Try mentioning those words again, and see what happens." Yukai summoned all his strength to restrain him. "Do you still want to pursue Zhang Yui?" This statement reached Chen Kuo's ears, causing a fleeting moment of surprise to flicker across his indifferent expression, as Yukai continued to implore Li Jiyue with earnest words. A friend behind them buzzed like a mosquito. "Bro, he's coming. He's walking towards us. Are we going to fight?" This remark infuriated Li Jiyue. They were civilized individuals, after all. Were they truly to escalate matters further? Suddenly, a calm voice emerged from behind, inquiring about the meaning of chasing her again. In Chapter 32, Yukai was taken aback. Standing at a height of 1.70 meters, he found himself sandwiched between 2 imposing figures, each towering at nearly 1.80 meters, rendering him small, pitiful, and utterly helpless. Not only did Li Jiyue feel the sting of this implicit accusation from Chen Kuo, but even Yukai, as an outsider, was incensed by the condescending tone, thinking, "Wow, are you really that arrogant? Do you dare to ask what it means, as if you require our permission?" Li Jiyue's mind was overwhelmed, his fists clenched tightly, and his face turned a shade of deep anger. Quick-witted, Yukai extended his arm, attempting to shield Li Jiyue with his slight frame, while also yelling at Chen Kuo. "Don't think we are afraid to fight back." Chen Kuo, illuminated from behind by the light, his expression obscured by the night, appeared not to be taunting, but rather suppressing astonishment mixed with a hint of urgency. The question lingered. What did chasing her again truly signify? Li Jiyue felt a rush of fury, his vision darkening. No one could endure such brazen provocation from a rival, as if he were regarded as a lifeless corpse incapable of retaliation. In a fit of anger, he forcefully shoved Yukai aside. In a moment of rage, he possessed incredible strength, easily pushing Yukai away. Had it not been for his companions supporting him, he might have fallen flat on his back. Without the obstruction of Yukai, he stepped forward and seized Chen Kuo's collar tightly. Even in critical moments, he had a tendency to falter. Unintentionally, he learned from a middle school classmate that the class monitor, Zhang Yuni, was ardently pursuing her, and the relationship seemed to be clarifying. This news drove him to curse 300 times a day, without a single repetition, capable of exhausting anyone with his wrath. However, now facing Chen Kuo, he found himself at a loss for words. The anger consumed him, rendering him speechless, fearing that if he spoke, all that would emerge were stammered accusations. He decided to remain silent, believing that communicating with his fists would be far more effective. Chen Kuo had no inkling of what had provoked Li Jiayue's fury, yet he too had been enduring a difficult time lately. Coupled with the lack of clear answers to his own troubles, he felt increasingly irritable. Thus, when Li Jiayue swung his fist towards him, he did not contemplate yielding or evading. Why evade? He refused to back down. If a fight was to ensue, let it be so. Once Yukai stabilized himself, he noticed that these two had bypassed the intimidation stage and had plunged directly into combat. His vision darkened momentarily, while those around him continued to grumble irritatingly. How did it escalate into a fight so quickly? Brother, should we intervene? When should we step in? Are we going or not? What do you mean going? Are you asking for a death wish, or what? Yukai seethed with anger. It wasn't particularly late, and occasionally, passers-by would wander by. Yukai felt a throbbing headache. Infuriated by Li Jiayue's impulsiveness and Chen Kuo's obstinacy, the current situation had deviated entirely from his anticipated plan. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that both individuals were seething with rage, leaving neither in a position of advantage. A few minutes later, Yukai managed to enlist a few friends to separate them with great effort. Both individuals appeared somewhat disheveled, a testament to their youthful exuberance. As they were oblivious to the gravity of their actions, Yukai signaled to his companions to restrain Li Jiayue, while simultaneously remaining vigilant of the individual named Chen Kuo. Are you even being reasonable? My brother was on good terms with Zhang Yuni, and they had plans to go out after the college entrance exams. Suddenly, she is ignoring him. We merely wish to understand the situation. Is that too much to ask? Chen Kuo, in the midst of steadying his rapid breaths, lifted his gaze and regarded Yukai with a calm demeanor. So, they are no longer in a relationship? Yukai furrowed his brow in confusion. The inquiry seemed to be a question, yet the tone was remarkably composed, leaving others in a state of bewilderment. In that case, there is nothing left to discuss. Chen Kuo took a step back, adjusting his attire slightly, his tone becoming noticeably distant and indifferent, treating the others as if they were mere strangers. I am leaving now. Do not follow me. If there is a next time, I will call the police. With that, he turned away and strode off, his expression devoid of emotion. Disregarding their reactions, no one uttered a word, nor did anyone attempt to block his path. The others exchanged glances in silence. Wait a moment. Who is really intimidating whom here? It feels as though the roles have reversed, one might ponder. As for Zhang Yui's tutoring class, it spans 2 hours on Saturdays, with each session lasting an hour, interspersed with a 10-minute break for refreshments and restroom queues. From 7 to 10 past 9, she listened intently, feeling her thoughts becoming clearer. She even felt a twinge of regret. Had she enrolled in a tutoring class at that time in her past life, considering her aptitude, she might have scored higher on the college entrance examination and perhaps gained admission to a more prestigious university. After class, she did not rush to leave. Unscrewing the lid of her thermos, from which the straw popped out, sipping the still warm water, she took out her phone. Originally, her father was supposed to pick her up, but he received an unexpected notification about a meeting at work and had to return. Fortunately, the location was not far from home, making it convenient to take the bus, subway, or a taxi. Habitually, she opened her messages, scrolling through until she paused at Zhou Miao's chat window, somewhat surprised. Li Jiayue had many friends, and during outings, she often encountered a girl who eventually became a friend. Zhou Miao was the only girl in that group, always glued to another of Li Jiayue's friends, singing love songs in karaoke. In her previous life, she had even seen their wedding photos in Zhou Miao's circle of friends, a testament to their decade-long affectionate relationship. Zhou Miao, Zhang Yuni. There's something I've been thinking about all day that I want to tell you secretly. I heard it from Wei Peng, who said that tonight they are planning to confront your boyfriend. I tried to persuade him, but to no avail. I'm sorry. Zhang Yuni stared at the message, utterly perplexed. Had Zhou Miao not mentioned her name at the outset, she would have suspected that the message was sent to the wrong person. Every word was familiar, yet the meaning of the message eluded her completely. There was no doubt, however, that Li Jiayue was up to mischief. Her eyelid twitched as she typed rapidly. My boyfriend? Who? When did she even acquire a boyfriend? She was utterly oblivious. Zhou Miao responded instantaneously. Isn't it the class monitor from your class? What's his name, Kuo? Or is it Kuo? In any case, it sounds like that. Zhang Yuni, the old swan. She was still sipping water when she choked, coughing several times, nearly losing her breath. After regaining her composure, she hurriedly replied, "Have they already left? Do you know where?" The pressing matter was not to clarify the origins of this rumor, as it could merely be a fabrication, but rather, it was evident that another individual was entangled in this situation. She fervently hoped that this dramatic farce had yet to unfold, granting her time to confront Li Jiayue. "Zhou Miao, Wei Ping refuses to tell me, but I suspect it's either near the school or close to your boyfriend's home." Zhang Yuni believed that. Given Li Jiayue's timid nature, the likelihood of him being near the school was quite low. She swiftly stowed her textbooks and pencil case into her backpack, simultaneously expressing her gratitude to Zhou Miao and succinctly clarifying the misunderstanding. "He is not my boyfriend, and I have no boyfriend. I will find a way to uncover the source of this rumor." She was keen to discover which audacious individual dared to spread such gossip about her, intent on making them pay dearly. Upon exiting the tutoring center, Zhang Yuni stood under the streetlight, having nearly worn out her contact list, and lamentably realized that since her rebirth, she had resolutely decided to align herself with her boss, yet she still lacked any means of contacting him. She felt utterly speechless and lost. "Zhang Yuni, what are you doing?" If this were a comic, one could imagine a flock of crows cawing overhead. In her previous life, prior to securing a position at his company, the only potential intersection between their lives would have been within the confines of their senior class group chat. Regrettably, this group was established only after graduation, and as of now, it does not yet exist. She promptly dialed her dear friend Dai Jia's number, and the call was swiftly answered. Before the greeting could fully form, she eagerly exclaimed, Jia, I am in desperate need. Could you assist me in obtaining the class monitor's phone number? If you don't have it, could you possibly inquire with Fei Shiji? Dai Jia paused momentarily, recognizing the urgency in her voice, and responded without hesitation. All right, I will ask and get back to you immediately. Zhang Yuni had just walked from building 21 to the entrance of the community when her phone vibrated. Dai Jia had sent her a message containing 11 digits. At that moment, Chen Kuo was unlocking the door, standing on the welcome mat with one hand resting on the shoe cabinet as he changed his shoes. His mother, with her hair wrapped in a towel, approached casually and inquired, Your father went out to buy a late-night snack. Did you two not cross paths? Ding dong. Ding dong. Like the melodious sound of a babbling brook, the notification chimed. No, Chen Kuo replied, multitasking as he answered his mother while retrieving his phone from his pocket. He noticed an unfamiliar number calling, also from Jiangzhou, and hesitated before pressing the answer button. Ren Hui was still rummaging through the house for the hairdryer, occasionally catching snippets of her son's deliberately subdued yet audible responses. It's nothing. Truly nothing. Now, you have yet to return home? All right, fine. She approached with a hairdryer in hand, and, noticing her son squatting down again to retie his shoelaces, inquired with curiosity, What's the matter? Are you going out again? Chen Kuo, keeping his head lowered, shifted his angle to conceal the bruises on the back of his hand from his mother. A classmate needs my assistance with something, so I'll step out for a bit. I won't be back too late. He hesitated, then awkwardly amended, though I can't be certain about the time. Ren Hui felt a sense of assurance regarding her son, but still cautioned him, Just don't stay out too late. Come back to rest early. Chen Kuo responded softly, and after putting on his shoes, he hurriedly made his way toward the door, inadvertently leaving the keys he had carelessly placed on the shoe cabinet behind. Fortunately, Ren Hui's keen eyes caught sight of them, prompting her to call out, Keys. Keys. Chen Kuo had already crossed the threshold when he turned back, hastily grabbing the keys. His flustered demeanor aroused Ren Hui's suspicion, leading her to question, What could possibly be making you so anxious? Mom, I'm heading out now. Chen Kuo replied without directly addressing her inquiry, seemingly pressed for time, as if he feared causing others to wait even a moment longer. After uttering those words, he tucked the keys into his pocket and swiftly proceeded toward the elevator, repeatedly pressing the button. Before long, someone arrived, and the door opened slowly. He barely noticed that the person emerging was his father as he rushed inside. A sensation akin to a whirlwind brushed past my ears. Yet, upon turning, I found only my son's fleeting silhouette, while Dr. Chen appeared momentarily taken aback. In Chapter 33, Dr. Chen entered the house bearing a late-night snack. Upon hearing a persistent buzzing from the living room, he changed into his slippers and peered inside, discovering his wife comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in television while drying her hair. He raised his voice, inquiring, I just encountered our son in the elevator. What could he possibly be doing out so late? Rin Hui, unable to catch his words clearly, switched off the hairdryer. What? She asked. I mentioned our son. Dr. Chen approached, placing the fragrant late-night snack on the coffee table. He has gone out, and it's nearly 9:30. He said a classmate needed him for something. The couple shared an unspoken understanding, requiring no words. One opened the takeout container, while the other proceeded to the kitchen to wash his hands and retrieve chopsticks. They brushed past each other once more. As Dr. Chen emerged from the washroom, he resumed the earlier topic, wondering aloud, which classmate could possibly need him at this hour? I cannot say, Rin Hui replied, observing her husband's reluctance to indulge in the late-night meal as he stood near the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. With a gentle laugh, she reassured him, rest assured, you do not truly know our son. He genuinely has something to attend to. I fear he may have slipped away to an internet CF again. I cannot fathom what is so captivating about those games. Chen Kuo believed he was keeping his secrets well, yet his parents were fully aware of his fondness for gaming after school. They simply chose not to expose him, opting instead to observe his antics in silence. Today he exchanged test papers with Wang Shiran, and tomorrow he would visit the library with Fei Shiji, with excuses that grew repetitive. While their son never seemed tired of these routines, his parents had certainly grown weary of hearing them. Curiously, he too could not fathom the allure of smoking. Noticing his wife's smile, Dr. Chen fell silent. Rin Hui, observing his sheepish demeanor, softened her tone. She understood that something significant was at hand. His urgency suggested it was no trivial matter. Don't ask, she thought, glancing at the clock on the wall. If he hadn't returned by 11, she would call to urge him. Zhang Yuni stood under the streetlight, and after concluding her phone call with Chen Kuo, she hastily dialed her mother, Ms. Yin, fabricating a half-truth about borrowing a test paper from a classmate nearby, hoping to stretch her curfew to 10:30. Since her rebirth, her thoughts had been predominantly occupied with her studies. Suddenly facing this new task, she considered it a welcome distraction for her mind. After a brief contemplation, she estimated that Chen Kuo would take a little longer to arrive. So she sent a text to Li Mingfei to confirm her availability for a call before finally dialing the number. Li Mingfei, far away in the capital city, answered the phone with a hint of confusion. Zhang Yuni? In this lifetime, they were still strangers to each other, having only met twice and exchanged phone numbers. In truth, this was the first time in her life that she had reached out to Li Mingfei, and it was entirely reasonable for the latter to be perplexed. Sister Mingfei. Zhang Yuni bypassed any unnecessary pleasantries and chose to be forthright, expressing her difficulties. There is a matter I would like your assistance with. I am utterly at my wits' end with Li Jiayue. On the other end of the line, Li Mingfei immediately inquired, what has he been bothering you about? Upon uttering this question, she seemed to realize something, and followed up with, what is going on between you two? In truth, this situation had been ongoing for quite some time. Zhang Yuni explained, over a month ago, I made my stance clear to Li Jiayue. A few days ago, he came to my school to find me. I thought that would be the end of it, but to my astonishment, today he actually brought someone to confront our class monitor. I'm not even sure if there was any physical altercation. Li Mingfei was taken aback, not expecting the situation to escalate to such absurdity. After a considerable pause, she responded solemnly, I understand. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved. Although Zhang Yuni was familiar with Li Mingfei's character, she still felt a sense of relief. Sister Mingfei, thank you. After a moment of contemplation, she added, what he has heard is nothing but sheer nonsense, and I will definitely uncover the source of the rumors. She intended to say more when she inadvertently lifted her gaze and spotted a figure approaching her from across the street. It was Chen Kuo. From a distance, she focused intently, unable to discern any significant external injuries on him, which brought her a measure of relief. Remembering that she was still on the phone, she lowered her voice and said to Li Mingfei, Sister Mingfei, I truly have no choice today. I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, they amicably concluded the call. Zhang Yuni did not remain in place. She slipped her phone into her pocket, mentally preparing herself as she gradually approached Chen Kuo. They soon crossed paths, but when she truly gazed at him, the words she had meticulously rehearsed eluded her. Instead, she could only scrutinize his face, his brow, the strong bridge of his nose, his cheekbones. Chen Kuo appeared quite uncomfortable, yet oddly, amidst his unease. It felt as if something had brushed gently against him, whispering, I'm fine. Zhang Yuni softly remarked, I'm sorry. However, in truth, Chen Kuo was reluctant to discuss the matter, deeply resistant to it, even. From his perspective, it was a source of embarrassment. He recalled never having resorted to violence before. Although the altercation had been rather exhilarating, regret washed over him before he even returned home, particularly at the thought of Zhang Yuni discovering it. The only solace was that the witnesses were complete strangers, individuals he would never encounter again in his life. It's nothing, he quietly shifted the topic. It's getting late. Let me escort you to the subway station. Zhang Yuni, still processing the situation, followed him in the direction of the station and inquired, class leader, how do you intend to handle this matter? Initially, it was merely a matter between her and Li Jiayue, but now Chen Kuo has been drawn into the fray. Thus, she must seek his opinion. Chen Kuo felt somewhat helpless, yet did not display it outwardly. There's no need to address it. Let it be as it is. Zhang Yuni glanced at him surreptitiously. His expression was rather inscrutable. She surmised that encountering such an undeserved calamity left him equally speechless. But his upbringing prevented him from openly expressing his grievances towards her. Nevertheless, she felt wronged in this situation, as it was not her affair. Why should it be thrust upon her? The thought caused her fists to clench with indignation. She suddenly fell into silence, and Chen Kuo was uncertain how to proceed. He could sense her anger, but the source eluded him. Was she upset about his altercation with that boy, or was it the boy's confrontation with him? Perhaps it was a combination of both. When shall we indulge in hot pot tomorrow? He resorted to idle conversation, rummaging through his mind for a suitable topic. Upon hearing his question, Zhang Yuni paused momentarily. The abrupt shift from one subject to another lacked any transition, leaving her somewhat hesitant to respond. Isn't it at noon? Very well. That hot pot was delectable, with remarkably fresh ingredients, albeit excessively spicy, Chen Kuo remarked. It was indeed a bit spicy. I still can't fathom how Wei Shiji managed to consume that last bit of bok choy. Does he possess an iron stomach? For us, it was spicy. He should be fine. Chen Kuo wore a faint smile. Since their meeting, his hands had remained tucked in his pockets, having forgotten which hand bore the injury. He was not picky with food. Even pigs are not picky. Zhang Yuni seemed to comprehend the underlying meaning of his words and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The banter exchanged among the boys was rather juvenile. She hadn't anticipated that Chen Kuo would engage in such antics with Fei Shiji and Wang Shiran, hurling insults like pig and dog, while they retorted with names like son and grandson, showcasing a rather high level of camaraderie. As the chilly weather made the prospect of hot pot even more appealing, her laughter illuminated her eyes, making them sparkle like the stars that seemed to be nestled within them. There would be another opportunity. Chen Kuo was indifferent to the notion of sharing a meal. Had she not been so insistent, he would not have acquiesced. He did not perceive his assistance as substantial, merely a trivial act. However, it was unacceptable to impose on someone's kindness without reciprocity, akin to borrowing money. There must be a return. Leaving him with an impression of entitlement would be counterproductive. Zhang Yuni remained resolute, pausing to cast a doubtful glance in his direction. Class monitor, you won't stand me up tomorrow, will you? The moment the words left her lips, she recalled the events of the day. Although she had not been present, she was well aware of Li Jiayue. That fellow undoubtedly rambled on incessantly, and the thought of him directing his comments towards Chen Kuo before her sent a shiver down her spine. What of the man himself, Chen Kuo? She couldn't help but marvel at his composure, a true mark of high quality, as he would never resort to verbal or physical altercations. Truly, he embodied the essence of a class monitor and a leader. Such qualities reflect a refined character and elevated standards. Yet, should he claim to feel no discomfort in his heart, she found that difficult to believe. Therefore, if he wished to avoid any implication and decline her hot pot invitation, she would not stand for it. No, she could not accept it. A boss who cannot discern right from wrong is indeed a calamity. She hesitates momentarily, contemplating whether to continue associating with him. Under her scrutiny, Chen Kuo was momentarily taken aback, experiencing the unsettling illusion that if he merely nodded in agreement, the ramifications might be rather severe, but surely not. Really? As he walked, he could feel the tension in his muscles, a painful tug. Although he had never engaged in a physical altercation, he would never allow anyone to strike his face. That would lead to significant complications, requiring deception from both his parents and his teachers and classmates. He endeavored to maintain an appearance indistinguishable from that of the day. Truly, Zhang Yuni was reassured. She was no fool, and sensed that Chen Kuo wished to avoid discussing the events of the previous night. Ultimately, it was merely a misunderstanding, a rumor, and thus she chose to broach no further. The two walked side by side until they reached the subway station. She only permitted him to escort her to the entrance, as it was indeed quite late. A senior in high school could only spend one night at home each week, and it would be wiser to return early for rest. Chen Kuo did not press the matter, yet he remained standing there until Zhang Yuni descended the escalator, disappearing from view. Only then did he retract his gaze. Withdrawing his hand from his pocket, he flexed his fingers, still feeling a faint sting and warmth. Just as he was about to head back, his phone rang. It was a call from Fei Shiji. "What does Zhang Yuni want with you?" "I nearly forgot to ask." Upon answering, Fei Shiji's voice erupted alongside the sound of keyboard clattering, prompting Chen Kuo to hold the phone slightly farther from his ear. Chen Kuo reminisced about that chaotic evening, feeling somewhat dazed, but he quickly steadied his mind. Adopting a casual tone reserved for close friends, he spoke slowly. "It's nothing, just discussing our lunch plans for tomorrow." Fei Shiji replied. "Is that it?" Remembering that tomorrow was Zhang Yui's turn to foot the bill, Chen Kuo, who initially intended to jest, became serious and warned, "Make sure to eat less tomorrow." Chapter 34. Zhang Yui was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly matters had unfolded. Upon returning home before 10 o'clock, it was evident that Mrs. Yin was quite pleased, her demeanor noticeably more amiable. The mother and daughter exchanged pleasantries for a while before Mrs. Yin revealed her true intentions, shooing Zhang Yui towards the bathroom for a shower, as if she were a wayward dog. Standing beneath the showerhead, Zhang Yui finally had the opportunity to contemplate the rumors. Though it seemed rather absurd to dissect the components of gossip, boredom during her shower compelled her to do so. What baffled her most was why it was specifically her and Chen Kuo at the center of this speculation. She simply could not fathom it, especially considering that there were several male classmates with whom she had a good rapport. The class leader didn't even rank among them. Yet, as she mentally revisited those individuals, their faces flashed in her mind. The flamboyant Shin Mingrue undoubtedly took the top spot, followed by He Yuan and others. Even her interactions with Fei Shiji, which were frequent and substantial, came to mind. The warm water cascaded over her skin, washing away her fatigue. Despite the ostensibly comfortable temperature, Zhang Yui felt a shiver run down her spine, unsettled by her own overactive imagination. Although spreading rumors is despicable, she would be even more incensed if such fabrications linked her to Shun Mingrue, He Yuan, or Fei Shiji. This would call into question her taste and discernment. In her previous life, none of her boyfriends stood below 182 centimeters. Her standards extended beyond mere height. Appearance, in her view, could not be compromised. Whether they were simpletons or not, at least they were presentable. It is not that Shun Mingrue and the others were unattractive. They were all good individuals, esteemed classmates she wished to cherish as lifelong friends. However, it must be said that they did not meet her criteria for a romantic partner. After turning off the shower, her daily musings came to a close. She dried herself with a towel, donned a fresh set of pajamas, and slipped into her slippers as she returned to her bedroom, shaking her head to dispel the thoughts. Late at night, Zhang Jiquan returned home, grumbling under his breath. Before he could sip a cup of warm water, Yin Wendan pulled him into the kitchen to interrogate him once more. "Have you seen the students from the tutoring class?" Zhang Jiquan replied with exasperation. "They're just a bunch of kids. Do you expect me to scrutinize them like a criminal?" With a contemplative expression, Yin Wendan pressed on. "So, there wasn't a single boy among them whose face you could remember?" Zhang Jiquan nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat reassured. The couple exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. With the tension fully alleviated, they both understood their daughter well. Those who lacked good looks could never inspire her to engage in the antics of a secret crush. It is not that they distrust their daughter. Rather, the notion of her voluntarily attending a tutoring class seems utterly incongruous with her character. Peculiar, indeed, and undoubtedly a ruse. "The tall lad, once a familiar presence, has been absent for some time," murmured Yin Wendan. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Zhang Jiquan. He had always maintained that they were from different schools and would inevitably drift apart. In a moment of shared delight, the couple retreated to the kitchen for a midnight snack, whispering sweetly to one another. Meanwhile, in the secondary bedroom, Zhang Yuni slumbered peacefully. On Sunday, Chen Kuo and Fei Shiji had informed their parents that they would be dining out at noon. As dawn broke, Fei Shiji arrived at the Chun residence with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Dr. Chun and Ren Hui had already left, and the parents of both families were well acquainted, making visits between their homes as comfortable as returning to one's own abode. Fei Shiji felt no need to play the guest. He made his way directly to Chen Kuo's room, powered on the computer, and discovered that gaming was off the table due to insufficient specs. Instead, he accessed a gaming forum, eager to peruse posts from seasoned players. Just as he became engrossed in the content, an unusual scent wafted through the air. Curiously, he inhaled deeply and turned around, only to find Chen Kuo seated on the edge of the bed, his long legs casually draped over a nearby chair, applying ointment to the back of his hand with a cotton swab. "What are you up to?" Fei Shiji released his grip on the mouse and slid adeptly back in his chair until he was perched at the bedside. Noticing the injury on Chen Kuo's hand, he furrowed his brow in concern. What happened? Chen Kuo intended to keep last night's incident to himself, refraining from mentioning it even to his closest friend. It was hardly a matter of pride, an injury sustained during a basketball game, nothing serious. Chen Kuo remarked that it did not impede his ability to write. Fei Shiji responded with a sound of acknowledgement, reiterating that he had advised against playing basketball, warning that if he were to injure his arm, Lao Zhao would surely devour him whole. "Aren't you also playing football?" Chen Kuo retorted, casting a glance at him. "If your leg were to break, do you think Lao Zhao would spare you?" "Damn," Fei Shiji chided with a laugh. "Don't curse me." Chen Kuo, disinterested in their bickering, reminiscent of elementary school children, continued to diligently apply ointment to the back of his hand. He had purchased a tube at the pharmacy on his way home yesterday, but with his parents present, he found it inconvenient to use. Now, he was concerned about any lingering odor, so he rose to open the window for ventilation. Time spent online always seemed to pass swiftly. Just as Fei Shiji began to feel a pang of hunger, the doorbell rang from the living room. Chen Kuo answered the door and, upon returning, did not enter the room. "I ordered pizza. Come out and wash your hands," Fei Shiji exclaimed, leaping forth like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. After hastily washing his hands, he could already smell the enticing aroma from a distance, instantly recognizing that it was his favorite flavor, oven-roasted chicken. Just as he was about to sing praises for his generous brother, an incredible thought struck him as he donned a pair of disposable gloves. "Wait a moment. Let me think," he said, glancing at his watch. It was nearly 11 o'clock. "Ordering pizza at this hour?" Chen Kuo ignored him, tossing an apple into the air. As the apple returned to his palm, he felt a sense of ease and made his way to the kitchen. Fei Shiji grabbed a slice of pizza and followed closely behind, having seen through Chen Kuo's sinister intentions. He confidently remarked, "You want me to fill up now so that I eat less later, right? Right? Chen Kuo meticulously washed an apple, took a crisp bite, and remained unwilling to engage in conversation. Fei Shiji could understand his behavior. After all, it was a girl treating them to a meal, and if he indulged too much, it would indeed be somewhat embarrassing. In truth, it might have been better if he had initially declined Zhang Yuni's invitation. It was peculiar. Upon hearing her name, Chen Kuo felt an inexplicable emotion flicker within him, something he couldn't quite grasp. It was as if, from a certain day onward, a name that once seemed ordinary and indistinguishable from those of his classmates had suddenly begun to feel special. "I agreed," he said. Her invitations had become more frequent, each delivered with sincerity that made it increasingly difficult to refuse time and again. Thus, he found himself accepting rather muddledly. "How about you settle the bill later?" Fei Shiji suggested. Chen Kuo had contemplated this the night before, but ultimately dismissed the idea as unnecessary. "All right then." Fei Shiji did not see this as a significant matter. How much could one meal of hot pot cost? They were classmates, and even if they were not particularly close. Over the years, he had gathered some insight into Zhang Yuni's family background. "I heard from Dai Jia that Zhang Yuni's father works in the same system as yours, perhaps in public security, and her mother seems to be with a state-owned enterprise. I don't quite remember." Chen Kuo listened while eating his apple, remaining silent. "By the way, is she taking classes nearby?" Fei Shiji inquired whether he should ask her what time her class ended, so they could go together. After swiftly finishing a slice of pizza, he suggested, "Let us give her a call." "You do it," was the response. "Sure," Fei Shiji said, reaching for his phone in his pocket, only to exclaim in irritation, "Forget it. I just remembered I don't have her number." Chen Kuo, nearing the end of his apple, paused at this revelation. "You don't have her number?" he asked. "No. We've become familiar since the start of our senior year, but since we see each other almost every day, what's the point of exchanging numbers?" Fei Shiji mumbled, contemplating asking Dai Jia's. Then, he caught sight of Chen Kuo leisurely enjoying his apple at the countertop. "Wait, you have it, don't you? Didn't Zhang Yuni call you just yesterday?" Chen Kuo nodded, discarding the apple core into the trash and washing his hands nonchalantly. "Yes, I have it. What of it?" Zhang Yuni was quite surprised to receive a text from Chen Kuo 10 minutes after class. She often forgot that he lived nearby. Indeed, they had arranged to have lunch together, making it entirely feasible to head to the hot pot restaurant as a group. When she arrived at the entrance of the community where her tutoring took place, she spotted Chen Kuo and Fei Shiji in high spirits, jogging towards them. "Have you been waiting long?" she asked. Two voices replied simultaneously, "Not at all. It has been a little while." Just as the words left his lips, Chen Kuo cast a sidelong glance at Fei Shiji. The quick-witted Fei Shiji promptly changed his tune, insisting, "It must have been nothing at all." Zhang Yuni stifled a laugh. "Then shall we take a taxi over?" Jia mentioned that she has already arrived and is waiting in line. Thus, it is evident that one cannot navigate life without companions. Her charming and endearing Jia set out at 11 to secure a spot. Chen Kuo agreed, and the trio soon hailed a taxi by the roadside. Zhang Yuni occupied the front passenger seat, while the two young men settled in the back. Although the subway is efficient, the need to transfer can be cumbersome, making a taxi a far more convenient option. Fei Shiji is quite the conversationalist, engaging the driver in light banter throughout the journey, and Zhang Yuni eagerly joined in, creating a lively atmosphere within the vehicle. Chen Kuo found himself seated directly behind Zhang Yuni. Feeling stifled, she rolled down the window, allowing the wind to rush in, carrying with it her laughter and the delicate scent of her hair, which intertwined with the air, lingering around him. Upon reaching their destination, a minor tug ensued as Zhang Yuni reached for her wallet to pay. An arm stretched out from behind her, presenting a $50 bill. Turning her head, she discovered it was Chen Kuo, who appeared somewhat helpless. "Class monitor, I already said I would cover this," she remarked, though he clarified. "This does not include the taxi fare." He emphasized, having been relatively quiet since they boarded, and took the initiative to hand the money to the driver. "Thank you, sir," he said, and the driver promptly accepted it. Zhang Yuni was about to insist further when she unexpectedly noticed the injury on Chen Kuo's hand. Resembling a bruise, yet not quite. It startled her, leaving her momentarily bewildered as she gazed up at him, wondering what had transpired. Could it possibly be related to yesterday's incident? After receiving the change from the driver, Chen Kuo noticed Zhang Yuni's intense scrutiny and lowered his gaze in response. His expression momentarily clouded by regret. As soon as she alighted from the vehicle, Zhang Yuni anxiously inquired, "Class leader, your hand." Before Chen Kuo could respond, another individual preemptively answered for him. "Oh, he injured it while playing basketball, and it's his right hand." "Truly commendable." Chen Kuo exhaled subtly, a sense of relief washing over him. Fei Shiji's tone was so effortlessly natural that it conveyed the impression he had witnessed Chen Kuo's injury firsthand. Zhang Yuni discerned that Fei Shiji was not being deceitful. A weight lifted from her heart. She bit her lip and chuckled lightly. Just then, her phone rang, an incoming call from Daijia. She answered it and proceeded towards the mall, causing the two boys to lag a couple of steps behind. In a place unseen by her, Chen Kuo casually draped his arm around Fei Shiji's shoulder and generously declared, "I'll cover your drinks next week." Chapter 35. The surprise came too swiftly. Fei Shiji was momentarily taken aback, yet suspicion gnawed at him, prompting him to ask warily, "What's the catch? Surely, you're not suggesting you cover drinks while I take care of meals, are you? Don't even think about it." "Fine, let us pretend I never said anything," Chen Kuo replied, slowing his pace and widening the distance between himself and Zhang Yuni. "Clarify this." Fei Shiji was determined not to let him off the hook. Chen Kuo nonchalantly retorted, "You're being overly verbose. If you don't want to drink, then don't. You must drink." Fei Shiji, fearing a change of heart, insisted, "No way, starting tomorrow, you absolutely must cover my drinks. This isn't about money. It's a rare opportunity for a son to show filial piety to his father. I wouldn't want to hurt your feelings." "All right, it's settled then." Just as they were on the verge of a childish altercation, Zhang Yuni unexpectedly turned her head around. This moment left Chen Kuo momentarily stunned as he focused on the road ahead, allowing Fei Shiji to seize the opportunity and deliver an elbow strike to him. The unexpected pain caused him to wince and bend slightly. Fei Shiji, eager to escalate the situation, pretended to kick him and taunted, "Come on, Kuo, why aim for Qingbei? Just head straight to film school and become an Oscar winner." Chen Kuo straightened up and deftly retaliated with a kick to his rear, exclaiming, "Get lost." Zhang Yuni felt a surge of exasperation. She wished she could gaze at the heavens. It was all quite bewildering. Fei Shiji was one thing, but the fact that her boss could behave like an ordinary young man was truly unexpected. If she were to speak of disillusionment, it would be an understatement. Yet undeniable was the fact that the image of him a decade hence had begun to fade in her mind, completely overshadowed by the present version of him. The notion of composure and gravity had vanished entirely. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice to ask, "Class monitor, Fei Shiji, I'm going to buy some milk tea. Would you like any?" With a shoe print now adorning his backside, Fei Shiji swatted at it and responded, louder than before, "Count me in. Milk tea for the trio." Zhang Yuni turned her gaze back to Chen Kuo, who, unsurprisingly, shook his head in refusal. "I want tea, drink any." "All right, the supermarket is on the ground floor. You both head to the hot pot restaurant to place the order. Jia is already waiting. I will fetch some drinks." Upon uttering these words, Chen Kuo fell silent, sensing that she was going to buy milk for him. After Zhang Yuni made her exit, weaving through the crowd toward the milk tea shop, Fei Shiji took a few steps forward. Noticing Chen Kuo had not followed, he questioned with a hint of suspicion, "Why aren't you coming?" Chen Kuo found himself in a quandary. After a moment's deliberation, he finally resolved, saying, "You go ahead. I'll help her carry the milk tea." Fei Shiji stood in bewilderment. "What? Milk tea? Is it not just 3 cups?" However, he received no response, as Chen Kuo turned and followed suit, leaving him standing alone. He could not quite articulate why he felt something was amiss with Chen Kuo, though he sensed an inexplicable discord. Zhang Yuni had already queued to place her order, cheerfully negotiating with the clerk. "Excuse me, beautiful, I need to run to the supermarket for a moment. Would it be all right if I come back to collect the milk tea later?" The clerk smiled and nodded. "Of course, just be sure to keep your receipt." Zhang Yuni tucked the receipt into her pocket and turned to head to the supermarket, nearly colliding with the approaching Chen Kuo. Their eyes met, and he first offered an explanation. "The milk tea is quite heavy. I'll carry it." A few minutes later, the two descended the escalator to the supermarket, separated by several steps. It was mealtime, and the supermarket was bustling with patrons. Chen Kuo was taken aback to see Zhang Yuni pushing a shopping cart. Wasn't she just buying a box of milk? Did she truly need a cart? While she indeed came for milk, her intentions extended far beyond that singular purchase. She was not irrational. It was not a self-service supermarket where one could merely grab and go. A trip to the supermarket would surely encompass more than just a box of milk. She intended to procure an array of items. Mentally, she reviewed her shopping list. Her instant coffee was running low, necessitating a new box. Zhou had recommended an effective laundry soap that she needed to purchase. Meanwhile, Chen Kuo trailed behind her, observing as she tossed a bag of chips into the cart. He raised his hand to his forehead, suppressing a chuckle. Considering that Dai Jia and Fei Shiji were awaiting them, Zhang Yuni did not dawdle. She purchased only essential supplies and a few snacks. Glancing down at Chen Kuo's impeccably clean sneakers, she felt a twinge of regret. Had he not accompanied her, she could have bought a few more packs of sanitary napkins. "Is 1 box sufficient?" she inquired, pointing at the milk stacked atop the snacks. It was she who had instructed Chen Kuo to fetch it. Yet he had only brought back 1 box. "It will suffice," Chen Kuo replied. "Today we shall indulge in the main dish, the mushroom soup pot." Zhang Yuni recalled his last encounter with spiciness, when he had been left in a rather embarrassing state, and chuckled. "You exaggerated. It was genuinely spicy," he retorted, sharing a laugh. "What about the tomato pot?" Zhang Yuni queried. The last time they had ordered, it seemed that Su Shishir and Xin Mingrui had insisted on selecting the spicy and tomato hot pot combination. Suddenly enlightened, she understood why Chen Kuo had not touched the vegetables in the tomato pot despite being so affected by the spiciness that day. "Do you not eat from the tomato pot?" "I do not," Chen Kuo mused. "You all can order it if you wish. Do not mind me. I was merely jesting." "The tomato pot is quite delectable," she remarked, somewhat puzzled. "I do not enjoy tomatoes," he replied. "I'm not fond of sour flavors." Zhang Yuni comprehended his preference. "All right. Today your wishes take precedence," she said, swiftly retrieving her phone from her pocket without lifting her gaze. "I must inform Sister Jia that we are having the mushroom soup pot today." "No need," he sighed, realizing that his initial intention had been to make a light-hearted joke. He was perhaps not particularly skilled at such matters. "Noted. I shall remember that you do not eat tomatoes," she stated. "I hope you enjoy your meal and have a wonderful time." Chen Kuo's gaze fell upon the crown of her head, slowly shifting away to fixate on the charming rainbow lollipop displayed at the counter. Lost in thought or perhaps in a stupor, he only snapped back to reality when Zhang Yuni retrieved money from her wallet to hand to the cashier. His intention to casually pay the bill had evaporated. As they ascended in the elevator to the hot pot restaurant, Zhang Yuni stood behind him, observing as he carried a supermarket shopping bag in his left hand and 3 cups of milk tea in his right. Unable to restrain herself, she called out, "Class monitor, why don't you just give me the milk tea?" Chen Kuo nodded slightly. "No worries, I'll handle it." The two soon entered the bustling hot pot establishment. Upon stepping inside, they were immediately enveloped by the robust and fragrant aroma of the hot pot, which effortlessly stimulated one's appetite. Once seated, Zhang Yuni was astonished to learn that Dai Jia and Fei Shiji had only ordered the broth and a plate of beef meatballs. "Weren't you supposed to order first?" she inquired. Dai Jia expressed her grievance, stating, "I asked Fei Shiji to order, but he absolutely refused. I even ordered these meatballs myself." She was baffled by the pudgy fellow's excessive politeness, which had made her hesitant to place her own order. Fei Shiji attempted to defend himself, yet he struggled to provide a valid excuse. Finally, he huffed, "I'm on a diet, all right." Today, he truly dared not indulge too much. His belt had been tightened by an additional notch, constricting him uncomfortably. "You guys are unbelievable." Zhang Yuni, having taken up a pencil, intended to place an order on the menu. Suddenly recalling that she was the one treating today, she hurriedly handed the pencil and menu to Chen Kuo. "Class monitor, why don't you order? Take a look at what you would like to eat." Chen Kuo furrowed his brow and politely replied, "Anything is fine. I'm not particularly hungry." Observing the awkwardness between the two, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but feel amused, yet warmth blossomed within her heart. Reflecting on the past, the bonds formed during 3 years of high school seemed deeper. Although university spanned 4 years, the essence felt distinctly different. Most of her interactions were with her dormitory mates, leaving her with little engagement with other classmates. At least, such was her experience in university. "Shall we order?" Zhang Yuni, possessing a good memory, recalled that their last hot pot outing was merely half a month prior. She could still remember a few of Chen Kuo's favorite dishes. In many respects, most people shared a similar palate when it came to hot pot, favoring various meats. Chen Kuo watched as she and Dai Jia leaned together, the pencil making rhythmic marks on the paper. He hesitated, wanting to advise her not to order too much, but found himself unable to voice it, resorting instead to discreetly nudging Fei Shiji under the table. Fei Shiji responded with a look that could kill, had his gaze possessed lethal force. Chen Kuo would surely have collapsed. He muttered under his breath, "Don't you have a mouth?" Chen Kuo retaliated with another kick, dusting off his trousers. Fei Shiji finally spoke up. "Well, Zhang Yuni, you shouldn't order too much. There are only 4 of us, and we can't eat that much." Dai Jia chimed in. "Don't order too much. Your eyes are bigger than your stomach. Every time you overorder, we can't finish it, and we can't return it. Such a waste." Zhang Yuni lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Chen Kuo across the table. The two individuals exchanged glances, unable to bear it any longer. Chen Kuo extended his hand and requested, "Please hand me the menu." Zhang Yuni, perplexed, complied, passing him the menu along with a pen. To her astonishment, he swiftly scanned the selection and crossed off several dishes she had chosen. Momentarily speechless, she realized it was too late to intervene as he called the waiter to place the order. Staring in disbelief, she murmured, "Class monitor?" At that moment, Chen Kuo exuded the authoritative presence befitting his role, reassuring her, "We can always order more if needed." It was evident that a top student excels in all facets of life. When the dishes arrived, Zhang Yuni initially felt they were insufficient, almost meager. To her surprise, however, the portions were just right, with not a single leaf of vegetable wasted and the pot scraped clean. Most importantly, everyone left the table satisfied. As they settled the bill, Zhang Yuni was in a daze, yet the total was indeed over 100 yuan less than she had anticipated. Chen Kuo stood behind her, catching snippets of her murmurs, likely remarks about saving money, which caused him to smile involuntarily. The 4 of them meandered through the shopping mall, opting for the subway and a bus to school, as they were not pressed for time. For Zhang Yuni, the day felt productive yet imperfect. A crucial task still awaited her attention. Before evening study, the classroom was sparsely populated, with only a handful of students present. Zhang Yuni, well-liked among her peers, promptly interrogated Yu Kai to uncover the identity of the rumor monger. Once she discerned who it was, she did not linger. She even ascertained the exact row and seat of that individual and enlisted the help of a girl to keep watch, promising to relay any updates to her. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yuni promptly rose and exited the classroom. Suddenly, she recalled that this matter also involved Chen Kuo, so she returned and peeked inside. Chen Kuo was seated at his desk, immersed in music and reading with headphones on. After a brief moment of contemplation, she approached his desk. Unaware of her footsteps due to his headphones, it was only when her hand rested on the desk that he looked up, astonished to see her. He removed one earphone and straightened his posture, inquiring if she needed something. Yes, she replied, wishing to keep her conversation discreet from others. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. Do you have a moment? Could you step outside with me? A flutter of anxiety stirred within Chen Kuo's chest. He was indeed free, but where did she wish to go? Noticing his hesitation, she assumed he was preoccupied and added, if you have something else to attend to. It's fine. The boss can hear my report later. However, barely uttering those words, he removed the other earphone, stood up, and softly said, All right then. Chapter 36. Chen Kuo and Zhang Yuni walked out of the classroom, one following the other. He was uncertain of her destination and attempted to inquire several times. But the words caught in his throat, leaving him to silently trail behind her. Was there a matter she needed to discuss? Or was this something that couldn't be addressed within the confines of the classroom? As they passed by Class 3 and Class 4, Zhang Yuni slowed her pace and turned her head, startled by the serious expression on Chen Kuo's face. Is something troubling you, class monitor? She asked tentatively. If you're busy, no, it's nothing. Chen Kuo glanced at her and said, I am fine, I have time. Really? After receiving his affirmative nod, she led him to the staircase. At this moment, there were few students in the stairwell, allowing her to explain the situation to him with ease. This matter could be significant or trivial. For her, it was indeed serious, and she was determined to clarify it. I inquired. And the person spreading nonsense was a boy from Class 11, which infuriated me. Don't spout platitudes about how the innocent shall remain untainted while the guilty shall reveal themselves. It's evident that someone is spreading rumors behind her back. If she could remain indifferent as if nothing were amiss, that would be truly bizarre. This is precisely why, at 27, she understood the importance of restraint. Had she been 17, her temper would have been far more volatile. She might have gone to the broadcasting station and publicly questioned that boy named Wu Shuang with a series of inquiries. Who are you? Do we know each other? Where do you live? Chen Kuo was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp her words. Class 11? Yes. Zhang Yuni smiled. He is the one who went off to gossip with Li Jiayue. I have finally caught him. Chen Kuo fell silent. However, recalling her previous words, he paused and asked, Who did you ask? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuni replied, Yu Kai. Then she realized, you don't know him. Chen Kuo wanted to say that he did know the short boy, but he refrained from explaining, merely responding with a relaxed So, are you taking me to find him? He inquired. Zhang Yuni suspected that he disapproved of her actions. She was aware that some might consider her to be overreacting, or that even if she were to confront the issue, it would be inappropriate to involve Chen Kuo. However, this matter pertained to the two of them. And given the current circumstances, senior year, there were only two possibilities for not extinguishing the source of the problem, being forgotten or escalating further. She couldn't help but feel that the latter was more likely. That was unacceptable. She was not a mere bystander, and neither was Lao Zhao. Indeed, she surmised that Chen Kuo would be reluctant to engage with such baseless rumors. Nevertheless, she reassured him, rest assured, class monitor, you need not say a word. I will handle the inquiry and resolution. Since Chen Kuo had accompanied her, he naturally would not voice any opposition, nodding in agreement. All right. Class 11, also a science class, was located downstairs in Building 3. Outside the corridor, a short-haired girl awaited eagerly. Upon spotting Zhang Yuni, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over, exclaiming, Zhang Yuni, I've been waiting forever. I'm here. Zhang Yuni discreetly peeked inside, confirming, that's Wu Shuang, right? Yes. Although the short-haired girl was unaware of the unfolding events, the aura of mystery surrounding them filled her with inexplicable excitement. I've been keeping an eye on him. Thanks. Zhang Yuni rummaged through her pocket, producing a bag of soft candies to hand to her. Could you please help me bring him out? Of course. Just as the short-haired girl was about to enter the classroom, Zhang Yuni abruptly turned around, nearly colliding with Chen Kuo behind her. They stood rather close, and she advised him, Class monitor, you should block the front door. I'm afraid he might bolt when he sees me. It was easy to revel in the thrill of spreading rumors, but when faced with the repercussions, one cannot simply flee. Such an escape was hardly feasible. Chen Kuo felt somewhat bewildered. Was he really being asked to confront someone? He already regretted agreeing to meet her, looking exasperated, yet he nodded in acquiescence. He harbored doubts that her invitation was merely a ruse to set him up for confrontation. Nevertheless, he proceeded toward the front entrance of Class 11. Zhang Yuni concealed herself at the back door, observing him with his broad shoulders and sturdy build, which instilled a sense of security within her. If she were to seek out a boy alone on campus, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, gaining the upper hand was not without its challenges. Having summoned her boss to stand guard seemed reasonable enough, did it not? Wu Shuang, someone is looking for you, called out a girl with short hair. Zhang Yuni watched intently as an unremarkable boy approached. In the instant their gazes met, he instinctively attempted to retreat, but he was no match for the prepared Zhang Yuni. She swiftly seized him and pulled him outward. Chen Kuo, though positioned at the front door, felt the tension escalating within him, unaware that his heart rate was quickening. After all, the prospect of apprehending a thief was undeniably exhilarating during their senior year. He hurried over in a few swift strides, joining Zhang Yuni as they unceremoniously ushered Wu Shuang to a quieter stairwell. Wu Shuang was engulfed in panic, unable to scream out. What on earth did this couple intend to do? Zhang Yuni wasted no time, interrogating him without granting him a moment to respond. Are you Wu Shuang? It must be you who spoke nonsense to Li Jiayue, right? Strange, do I know you? She continued, pointing at Chen Kuo. Does he know you? We don't recognize you at all. Pray tell, which of your eyes saw me with him? A barrage of words left Wu Shuang utterly bewildered. Even Chen Kuo struggled to regain his composure, as it was perhaps the first time he had witnessed her in such a state. Wu Shuang stammered. Completely at a loss. How was I to know it would turn out like this? I never mentioned it. You didn't inform Li Jiayue? Zhang Yuni's expression darkened. She harbored an intense disdain for those who spoke without thinking, feeling they deserved a lesson. With such a capable mouth, they could be memorizing vocabulary or formulas. Yet they chose to spread gossip instead. Perhaps it would be better if they simply silenced themselves. Wu Shuang felt more aggrieved than doughy. Frustration welled up within him as he exclaimed, I did tell him, but those words were not mine. Then who uttered them? Zhang Yuni shot him a glare, demanding clarity. Don't stammer, speak plainly. Chen Kuo was taken aback by her tone, instinctively glancing at her. She seemed genuinely furious, her brows furrowed tightly. Yet her eyes sparkled with an inner fire, brimming with vitality. The situation unfolded so unexpectedly that Wu Shuang could hardly think of anything else. Under the pressure, he reflexively confessed everything. It was Su Hang. He told me you were inquiring with your class monitor. Well, it's all so unjust. He didn't even see anything. At most, he merely asked Li Jiayue if there were discounts at KTV, and now I'm caught up in this calamity. It's truly unfair. Where's the snow when you need it? And who is Su Hang? Zhang Yuni pressed. Bring him to me. If he doesn't come, and you don't either, you know what that implies. Some matters were better left unsaid. 17 or 18-year-old boys were not particularly hard to manage. Wu Shuang replied. Understood. What had he done to deserve this? In this chapter, Zhang Yuni appears gentle and soft-spoken, yet how fierce she can be. Does she dare not summon Su Hang? He is eager to distance himself from this matter, for he is innocent, is he not? Zhang Yuni is somewhat pleased with his cooperative demeanor. Wu Shuang trudges forward, his head hung low. Suddenly, Zhang Yuni recalls something and raises her voice to remind him. You must bring him along. If either of you fails to show up, I will go to the classroom to apprehend someone. Chen Kuo subtly tilts his head, concealing a burgeoning smile. It is peculiar. He finds Zhang Yuni to be exceedingly amusing. He is uncertain how others would handle such a situation, but if it were he would likely choose to ignore it. Yet, she possesses both the energy and the audacity to confront the issue head-on. Class monitor, what are you laughing at? Zhang Yuni inquires, her gaze fixed intently on the classroom of Class 11. Noticing Chen Kuo's lack of response, her curiosity piqued. She looks at him and observes his shoulders subtly shaking. He is indeed laughing. Caught in the act, Chen Kuo feels no discomfort and opts for honesty. Pondering who is truly more unfortunate in this scenario, Zhang Yuni comprehends the implication of his words. Initially vexed by Wu Shuang, her expression softens, and she bursts into laughter. In that moment, the two share a smile at the stairwell. She answers the question. It must be that I am the more unfortunate one. Who wouldn't he feel sympathy for me? Some speak thoughtlessly, while others act impulsively, and yet it is I who bears the brunt of it all. Well, the boss is unfortunate too, but still, I am the most unfortunate. Wu Shuang concocted an alternative excuse to coax Su Hang out, leaving him utterly perplexed. Upon reaching the staircase, he was taken aback to see Zhang Yuni and Chen Kuo engaged in cheerful conversation. He marveled at their audacity to openly pursue romance, momentarily suppressing the twinge of jealousy within. As he prepared to brush past them and descend the stairs, he overheard Wu Shuang whisper, I called him over. Can I leave now? She appeared feeble, pitiful, and helpless, as if Zhang Yuni were a tyrant and Chen Kuo her imposing bodyguard. Su Hang was astonished to realize that Wu Shuang was addressing Zhang Yuni, leaving him utterly disoriented. What was happening? Who granted you permission to leave? Zhang Yuni's demeanor shifted instantaneously. The lightheartedness she displayed earlier with Chen Kuo vanished. So you are Su Hang? Wu Shuang has already mentioned that you informed her. You must be quite aware of the nonsense you've been spouting, so I trust there is no need for me to reiterate. Su Hang gazed at Wu Shuang in confusion and disbelief. Wu Shuang, equally disgruntled, retorted, "Didn't you tell me this? It was during the National Day holiday upon our return." Su Hang was engulfed in a sea of questions. He had always been timid, otherwise. He wouldn't have shrunk back when Zhang Yuni rebuked him in their sophomore year. What was that? Zhang Yuni could not tolerate such individuals. Did you hear this from someone else? Rest assured, I have ample time. Tell me who it was, and lead me to them. She was determined to uncover the source today, no matter the cost. Su Hang spoke in a vague manner, and it was evident that he had not heard it from anyone else. Now, he could not fabricate a name, for Zhang Yuni was quite serious about such matters. As soon as he mentioned a name, she could easily verify it. This made it exceedingly difficult for him to utter falsehoods. He could only cast a complex glance at Chen Kuo, and then another. Zhang Yuni followed his gaze and met Chen Kuo's equally bewildered eyes. Under Zhang Yuni's scrutiny, Chen Kuo felt a tightening in his chest and stepped forward, frowning as he addressed Su Hang. Where are you looking? Su Hang pressed his lips together, wearing an expression that suggested he would let it go, refraining from exposing Chen Kuo. Wu Shuang interjected, "What a surprise. Could it be that the thief is crying stop thief?" Indeed, the man appeared to be a tough nut, and a cunning one at that. Zhang Yuni was perplexed. After a moment of confusion, Chen Kuo felt a surge of irritation, his tone growing heavier, and his demeanor taking on a more menacing aspect. What kind of look is that? Clarify yourself. Under Zhang Yuni's inquisitive gaze, he clenched his fists. It seemed that the events of the previous day had unleashed a certain suppressed fury within him. Su Hang was taken aback. As a fellow male, he could naturally sense the anger emanating from Chen Kuo. He decided to be forthright, declaring, "I saw you delivering coffee to her." In moments of utter disbelief, laughter can indeed escape one's lips. Chen Kuo chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He realized that his fists had clenched tighter. Was this all? Zhang Yuni evidently recalled that cup of snow-topped coffee, and a cloud of frustration passed over her face. She, too, felt the urge to exclaim, "Is this truly it?" Su Hang continued, "I also saw you inviting her to the cafeteria this morning." Chen Kuo. His teeth began to itch, and he bore with it. What else? Su Hang was astonished. Was this not enough? First, he offered coffee, and then, early in the morning, they arranged to meet at the cafeteria. Was this not akin to courting? Chen Kuo ceased to engage in idle chatter, abruptly pulling him closer, his voice deep and commanding. "Are you Su Hang?" Mentioning the coffee, he finally recalled Su Hang. He was the one who had delivered jelly to Zhang Yuni that day. Fine, he would remember. Zhang Yuni thought Chen Kuo was about to lose his temper, blinking in surprise. It was the first time she had witnessed this side of him. However, this was not the moment for reflection or astonishment. She hurried over and tugged at Chen Kuo's coat, imploring, "Class leader, don't be angry. It's not worth it." Chen Kuo lowered his gaze. His hand gripping the black coat was pale, and he immediately released it. Zhang Yuni sighed in relief, redirecting her focus towards Su Hang. Who else could she talk to besides him? Su Hang promptly shook his head, resembling a bobblehead. "I truly didn't mean anything by it. I was just speaking offhand." "How could I know? If you hadn't said it, how would I know?" Wu Shuang interjected, sensing the heat was about to turn towards him. "Fine." Zhang Yuni suddenly smiled at them, a sweet yet inexplicably unsettling expression that sent shivers down their spines. Even Su Hang, who had once harbored a secret admiration for her, found her demeanor rather intimidating. With a playful smile, she declared, "If I hear this rumor again, I shall come to have a heart-to-heart with you both, all right?" Such was her domineering nature. From that moment on, if anyone spoke of her and the class leader in any manner, she would assume it was these two who had spread the word. Su Hang. Wu Shuang and Su Hang were left utterly speechless, a lump of blood lodged in their throats, unable to utter a sound. Do you even possess a sense of reason? Chapter 37. In response to their accusatory gazes, Zhang Yuni remained unfazed, declaring herself the very embodiment of reason. Her objective had been achieved, and she found little pleasure in witnessing their impotent fury. Apologizing for wasting their time, she suggested they return to the classroom. Wu Shuang and Su Heng felt as though they had met with misfortune. They wished to protest, yet a glance at Zhang Yuni quelled their resolve. With a bemused smile, she regarded them, while Chen Kuo beside her wore a stoic expression, not one to provoke. Once they departed, Zhang Yuni turned to Chen Kuo, attempting to clarify the absurd rumor, left in a state of bewilderment. It was truly ridiculous. They were far too idle, conjuring such thoughts over a mere cup of coffee. Chen Kuo seemed somewhat disinterested, responding only with a non-committal grunt, failing to engage further. What troubles you? Zhang Yuni assumed he was displeased by the earlier events. After some contemplation, she offered him words of comfort. Rest assured, such baseless incidents will never recur. They are simply bored. A few more assignments from the teacher will keep them in line. This matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Regarding Li Jieyue, she understood him well enough to seek out Yu Kai for inquiries about the source of the rumors, clearly indicating her desire to sever any further entanglements, even refraining from reprimands. If Li Jieyue possessed even a modicum of understanding towards her, he would recognize that, to her, he was but a stranger, with no possibility of anything more in this lifetime. Chen Kuo cast a glance at her, nodding this time. Let us go. She followed, only to realize he was heading in the opposite direction. The senior high school building boasted several stairwells, and in terms of distance, he had chosen a longer route. Ordinarily, a few steps up would lead directly to Class 3's classroom, but now they were taking a significantly longer path. She was unaware of the thoughts occupying his mind, only able to occasionally turn her head to steal a glance at him. After a few such moments, he seemed to sense her gaze, not shying away, and met her eyes squarely. I'm fine, he stated, just a bit helpless, as if I've caused you some inconvenience. Zhang Yuni, though not fully comprehending his words, felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Look, the boss knows how to communicate. After this moment of satisfaction, she inquired, inconvenience? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed rather troublesome, though it was not of his making. Of course, if he felt troubled, it was not her doing either. The corridor bustled with students coming and going, the evening approaching, as the orange sky resembled an ink-splattered canvas, tinged with darker hues. He was gazing at her. Had he misunderstood? Zhang Yuni longed to say, class monitor. Speaking does not incur a fee based on word count. You may elaborate a little more. It would save her the effort of piecing together his words, only to vaguely grasp their meaning. She smiled slightly. It's nothing like that, but faltered at the mention of her relationship with someone unrelated, feeling somewhat awkward. In the past, she seldom mentioned Li Jieyue to Shun Mingrue, as they were not acquainted. Some matters could only be shared with close friends, particularly female ones. However, witnessing the class monitor's eager demeanor, as if he could elucidate matters for her should she merely express a desire for it, she reluctantly replied. I clarified everything at the beginning of the semester. We are in our final year now. It's not a concern anymore. Chen Kuo paused momentarily. The beginning of the semester? He recalled their chance encounter at the shopping mall, where indeed, she had watched the film alone. Thus, Chen Kuo pondered thoughtfully. It was a relief. He yearned to inquire why, whether there truly was no connection between them, yet his lips felt as if sealed, rendering his questions unvoiced. And he ultimately refrained. They continued their stroll, passing a group of boys who treated the corridor as their own home, playfully brandishing brooms and mops, causing passers-by to steer clear. Chen Kuo raised his arm protectively around Zhang Yuni, shifting positions so that she was closer to the interior and he stood on her left. As they traversed this stretch, the tales of Your quietly turned a page. By mid to late October, the playground began to buzz with activity, heralding the upcoming sports meet. Zhang Yuni descended the steps as usual, stepping onto the rubber track, and surveyed her surroundings. The crowd this week was noticeably larger than the last. After casting a few casual glances, she focused her attention on memorizing chemical equations. Rising early on a chilly morning was arduous, yet she discovered her efficiency in studying improved significantly. As she persisted in her memorization, she found herself stumbling. However, she did not fault herself. She believed any adult who had long since returned their knowledge to the teacher would experience a splitting headache upon revisiting that array of equations in their final year. As her tongue began to falter, a brief laugh echoed behind her, likely an attempt to avoid provoking her. He managed only a chuckle before restraining himself. Without needing to turn around, Zhang Yuni immediately recognized the voice, yet she still turned in surprise. It was Chen Kuo, illuminated by the morning light, running with a carefree demeanor and vibrant energy. What brings you here? She inquired, astonished. How extraordinary. It was worth noting that on any day without rain, She would invariably visit the playground, making this their first encounter. Chen Kuo came to a halt after completing a lap, having warmed up for the upcoming sports meet in a couple of days. Zhang Yuni comprehended the situation but felt a twinge of schadenfreude. High school seniors had participated in countless sports meets, and their continued popularity stemmed solely from the fact that classes were suspended for those 2 days. Each time, the class committee would inquire about participation, and the students would feign ignorance, responding with silence or claims of illness to avoid joining in. The committee could only plead with kind words, asking for a favor from their peers. Most events were manageable, except for the 1500 meters, which remained a stubborn challenge, with no brave souls stepping forward to sign up. Ultimately, it was Chen Kuo who couldn't bear to watch any longer and decided to register. The committee no longer referred to him as Kuo, but rather Father Emperor. Class monitor, it seems you are destined to secure a medal for our class. Zhang Yuni teased him, to which he confidently replied, absolutely, without a doubt. In her previous life, during the final sports meet of her senior year, did the boss manage to secure first place and claim a medal? Regrettably, she could not recall a single detail. Chen Kuo, with a hint of implication in his voice, casually inquired, what about you? With such a significant amount of daily exercise, which events have you registered for? Zhang Yuni blinked, sensing a trap. After narrowly escaping detection this time, she could not afford to be caught by the class leader. Perhaps it was the long jump or the high jump. She could not recall. Never mind. I'll continue memorizing formulas. Good luck, class leader. With that, she quickened her pace as if pursued by a vengeful ghost. Chen Kuo chuckled at her antics, fully aware that she had not signed up for any events. Not wishing to frighten her further, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. The track was circular, and regardless of their differing paths, they would eventually cross paths. When they met again on the rubber track, Zhang Yuni was tormented by a multitude of formulas, while Chen Kuo appeared invigorated and full of vitality, creating a stark contrast between them. Shall we head to the classroom now? He maintained a respectful distance, concerned that his post-exercise perspiration might be off-putting. Glancing at his watch, he noted there were still about 10 minutes until 6:30. Zhang Yuni struggled to suppress her envy and jealousy, regaining her focus amidst the sea of formulas, and nodded gently. They walked side by side, albeit not too closely. Chen Kuo had run several laps and was warm, having discarded his jacket, which he draped over his arm. The weather in Jiangzhou in mid to late October was not particularly warm. He wore only a sweatshirt and seemed to find it still stifling. Tugging at the collar to expose his Adam's apple, feeling a bit parched after his exertion, they maintained a proper distance befitting classmates. Are you still planning to go to the cafeteria? Zhang Yuni asked, her curiosity piqued. Deep within, she marveled at Chen Kuo's discipline and meticulousness. He seemed to be the kind of individual who dedicates himself wholeheartedly to every endeavor, be it his studies, his future career a decade hence, or even the current 1,500-meter event at the sports meet. Time was of the essence. Chen Kuo tilted his head to look at her. Are you going? You have no time. So how could I? Zhang Yuni retorted, casting a sidelong glance at his legs. His single stride equated to 2 of hers, enabling him to move more swiftly and cover greater distances. At that moment, he was accommodating her, deliberately slowing his pace. Chen Kuo also noticed her gaze, wondering if his pants were stained, glancing down more than once. I meant your legs, Zhang Yuni teased, but, class monitor, the 1,500 meters is yours to run. Your long legs grant you an advantage, allowing you to outpace others. From what I've observed, no one in our class possesses legs as long as yours. Why limit it to just the 1,500 meters? He could also take on the 800 meters and 400 meters. He is capable. He can manage it. Chen Kuo remained composed. You've seen all that? Zhang Yui's lips moved, yet she refrained from divulging anything. In their girls' dormitory, there were no taboos in conversation. Naturally, the boys would never be a topic in their precious late-night discussions. The discerning eyes of the girls deemed that merely judging a handsome boy by his face was overly superficial. Height and physique could not be overlooked. Counting carefully, there were merely 3 boys in the class who stood taller than 8 meters. No, ever since Zhou Anqi's future boyfriend, Cheng Yan, returned to his hometown. There remained only 2, Chen Kuo and Shun Mingrue. However, close friends are aware that Shun Mingrue enjoys placing something in his shoes. Thus, he claims to stand at an impressive height of 1.82 meters, albeit with a hint of embellishment. I did not particularly take note of this. Zhang Yuni, without a shred of guilt, shifted the blame onto Su Shi, as certified by my sister Shi. Chen Kuo seemed disinterested in the topic, choosing not to engage further. Yet, did you not feel hunger? After stepping onto the stairs and exiting the playground, Zhang Yuni inquired with concern. After all, he had consistently maintained a routine of heading straight to the cafeteria at 6 o'clock after emerging from the dormitory. Fortunately, I had brought some snacks. Chen Kuo appeared to recall that he had biscuits in the pocket of his jacket, rummaging through to produce 2 small packets, offering, "Would you like some?" Zhang Yuni accepted them, recalling that these were the chocolate-filled biscuits he had previously given her. She wondered briefly. They were indeed delightful, albeit somewhat sweet. He, who never indulged in beverages, surprisingly relished such treats. What an intriguing preference he possessed. This thought was swiftly overshadowed by her hunger, and after expressing her gratitude, she hastily tore open the packaging. As she walked beside her, Chen Kuo occasionally turned his head to glance at her while she ate. A fleeting and elusive sensation washing over him. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile graced his eyes. The closer they approached the academic building, the more students populated the path. Xian appeared fatigued, her double eyelids transformed into triple, entirely dragged along by her roommate, dazed and confused, until she heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Indeed, the chemistry curriculum in the 2nd and 3rd years of high school is quite formidable. I assure you, it is not simple. There are countless, scattered concepts to memorize. She turned her head towards the voice, and indeed, it belonged to that lad, Chen Kuo, who was patiently sharing his insights with a girl beside him. His meticulousness was evident, and the frown on his face indicated that he was earnestly trying to recall information, fearful of any omissions. To those unaware, it seemed as though he was delivering a lecture. The girl listened attentively, so engrossed that she forgot the biscuit in her hand, occasionally exclaiming, "Really? That's impressive." Chen Kuo, however, was oblivious to Xian's presence. It was only when Zhang Yuni looked up and noticed Xian standing on the stairs, seemingly lost in thought, that she took the initiative to greet her. "Good morning, Xian." Xian, having just awakened, felt dazed, her mind clouded. Reflexively, she responded with a casual hi. A throng of students ascended the stairs, making it an unsuitable moment for conversation. Xian, in a daze, followed them up, prompting her roommate to pull her back in surprise. "Are you heading to the science class?" "Oh no." Observing Xian drifting like a lost soul, Zhang Yuni wore a puzzled expression and glanced at Chen Kuo, whispering, "What is wrong with her?" "Who knows?" Chen Kuo replied indifferently. "Perhaps she just hasn't woken up yet." On the other side, Xian stepped onto the clouds, following her roommate into the classroom. She settled at her desk, where she typically would rest her head to doze off. However, today, propping her chin on her hand, her mind kept replaying the previous scene, leaving her inexplicably anxious. As if she had mentioned someone during a conversation with friends, someone she recognized but whose name eluded her, driving her to the brink of frustration. Her deskmate, noticing Xian tugging at her hair in distress, casually remarked, "Come on, it's been almost a week since you washed your hair, right? Don't let your dandruff get on my desk." Xian pondered deeply for most of the morning self-study period, and just as she was about to give up, her keen eyes spotted her classmate at the front discreetly munching on Oreos. Her eyes widened as if a thunderbolt had struck above her. The Bodhisattva had appeared to guide her, and she was suddenly enlightened. Cookies. It was Cookies, her deskmate, who was busy memorizing political theories, was startled by Xian's sudden outburst of laughter and asked, "What is wrong with you?" Xian chuckled for quite a while, and only when her deskmate teased her about the homeroom teacher arriving did she hastily stifle her laughter. Realizing she had been tricked, she felt no anger and instead mused aloud. What a contradiction, so reserved yet so outrageous. An unprecedented restraint before, and an unparalleled audacity thereafter. Chapter 38. The classroom of Class 3 buzzed with liveliness after the morning study session. Zhang Yuni, having just finished breakfast, strolled back, only to be overcome with drowsiness once again. She had no intention of forcing herself to stay alert, so she pulled out a U-shaped pillow from her desk, preparing for a solid 10 minutes of slumber. At that moment, the class committee member, Sun Kai-xian, stealthily approached with a small notebook, softly inquiring, "Zhang Yuni, are you thirsty? Shall I get you a bottle of iced red tea?" Zhang Yuni was quite startled, patting her chest in reproach. "Why do you walk so silently?" Sun Kai-xian flipped through his notebook, his face drawn and weary, as if he were on the brink of death. Hence, of course, he made no sound. Had he known better, he would never have volunteered to be a class representative. Good fortune never favored him, as each year, the responsibility of the sports meet fell upon his shoulders. Even as a class representative, one should not forcefully enlist classmates without regard for their wishes. It was always a matter of persuasion, making them feel as if they were his ancestors rather than classmates. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuni felt a chill run down her spine. She longed to hide away, perplexed as to how she had caught his attention. She feigned a yawn. "You must take care of your health. Look at me. I feel so weak, as if I never get enough sleep." While student life is filled with delightful memories, participating in the sports meet was something she wished to avoid. She refrained from making excuses. The truth was, she truly felt drained, utterly unable to withstand the rigors of running, high jumping, or long jumping. That would indeed be a cruel imposition upon her. Furthermore, her athletic abilities were lackluster, and her mere participation would hinder the class's performance. The honor of Class 3 was paramount. Sun Caishian chuckled softly. "Sister, your complexion is radiant, a true charmer." Was she really that weak? If so, he must be a mere specter. Zhang Yui retorted, "Nonsense. Can't you see how the various subjects have worn me down to a shadow of my former self?" If kindness proved ineffective, then a more forceful approach was necessary. Sun Caishian tapped his pen against his notebook, speaking earnestly. "I'm not suggesting you run the 800 meters. We are not strangers. I consider you one of my own. How about throwing the shot put?" "I refuse." Zhang Yui promptly declined. She harbored a psychological aversion to the shot put upon seeing Sun Caishian's face, which resembled that of a bitter melon. She contemplated yielding. If necessary, she could always participate in the 100-meter relay. Sun Caishian shook his head, lamenting that all the spots had already been filled. At that moment, Chen Kuo entered through the back door. As he traversed the corridor, he noticed Sun Caishian blocking Zhang Yui's desk. A glance at the notebook in her hand revealed the situation, prompting him to approach and inquire, "What is the matter?" It would not be an exaggeration to say that both Sun Caishian and Zhang Yui felt as if a family member had arrived. Zhang Yui was quicker to react. Immediately reporting, "Class monitor, he insists I participate in the shot put, but I simply cannot. It's too late for me to learn now." Sun Caishian, unwilling to back down, retorted, "You must contribute something for the class at the sports meet, right? How can I not be making a contribution?" Zhang Yui, equally defiant, replied, "I'm writing the cheer scripts. I'm rallying support for you all." No one could flatter more eloquently than she, nor could anyone's voice resonate more powerfully. Chen Kuo extended his hand, asking, "Let me see." Sun Caishian promptly handed over the notebook. "Is it just the shot put left?" Chen Kuo queried Sun Caishian, though his gaze was fixed on Zhang Yui, who indeed seemed incapable of performing the shot put. Sun Caishian felt utterly helpless. He had asked around, and no one was willing to step up. What should we do? Someone had signed up earlier, but during morning study, she mentioned that she had a stiff neck and couldn't participate. Zhang Yui found herself in a quandary, hesitating over whether to join just to make up the numbers. However, she feared that if she signed up, she might end up in last place, a scenario that was quite plausible. Chen Kuo pondered for a moment before suggesting, "You should first ask Zhou Anqi if she is willing to participate." The athletic prodigy, Zhou Anqi, soon arrived, displaying no objection. For her, shot put was a trivial matter. However, I found myself unable to align my schedule, as I had to attend to logistics alongside Ren Simin. "May I assist you with the logistics?" Zhang Yuni eagerly grasped Zhou Anqi's hand, exclaiming, "No one understands logistics better than I do." Zhou Anqi, equally disinterested in mundane tasks such as delivering water and supplies, felt overwhelmed at the thought of managing such duties. Seeing a willing participant, she promptly agreed. "All right." Sun Caishian scratched his head in bewilderment, pondering if it could really be that simple. He wandered off in a daze, while Zhou Anqi set off to fetch water. Before long, only Chen Kuo remained at Zhang Yuni's desk. She sat while he stood, requiring her to tilt her head to meet his gaze. Chen Kuo inquired, "Didn't you sign up for high jump or long jump?" He was fully aware that her name had not appeared on the list, having perused it several times. Yet he wished to tease her. Zhang Yuni hesitated, wanting to defend herself, but wary of tarnishing her image of honesty. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the playful smirk on his face, leading her to succumb to laughter. "Class monitor, some truths are better left unspoken." Chen Kuo couldn't suppress his amusement. As he returned to his seat, a light-hearted demeanor persisted. The early morning sun and the evening glow made the day pass swiftly. As if in the blink of an eye, each day of the final year felt like a mere replication of the last. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia encountered a familiar face, Mi Xian. In the cafeteria, and the three engaged in lively conversation as they made their way back to classroom 3. Uncertain whether it is merely her illusion, Zhang Yuni cannot shake the feeling that Xin is acting rather strangely today, her gaze particularly peculiar. This prompts Zhang Yuni to question whether something is amiss with her own appearance. Meanwhile, Xin stifles a chuckle and reflects inwardly, recognizing that the lad possesses a penchant for beauty. A blend of introversion and an affinity for looks is indeed a troublesome combination. As their conversation unfolds, the enthusiastic Xin becomes aware of Zhang Yuni's recent struggles with academic performance, generously sharing valuable insights without reservation. Zhang Yuni diligently notes every piece of advice, fully aware that Xin is a top student in the humanities, having excelled in the college entrance examination and gained admission to a prestigious teachers' college in the capital. While the scholar's wisdom may not always prove applicable, it is certainly beneficial to retain such knowledge. Her attentive demeanor reflects her earnestness. Suddenly, Xin halts, yearning to reach out and playfully pinch Zhang Yuni's cheek, but she restrains herself. Just as Zhang Yuni is about to inquire about Xin's thoughts, she notices Chen Kuo entering the classroom and promptly alerts Xin that the class monitor has returned. Xin's presence in class 3 is solely to engage Chen Kuo in matters of youthful affection. Turning her head, she sees Chen Kuo entering alongside Fei Shiji, their camaraderie evident as they stroll in with arms draped over each other's shoulders. She immediately raises her hand and waves vigorously, exclaiming, "Chen Kuo, I need to speak with you. Let's step outside." Chen Kuo glances in their direction, curious about their cheerful exchange. Although he is unaware of the nature of Xin's intrigue, he discreetly casts a glance at Zhang Yuni before following her into the corridor. With a calm demeanor, he inquires, "What is it? Speak." "It is nothing of great consequence." Xin had endured an entire day before finally approaching him, unperturbed by his consistently morose demeanor over the past decade. Instead, she smiled indulgently and said, "I now know who you have feelings for." She had unearthed his greatest secret, the very one he had desperately sought to conceal, even going so far as to fabricate friendships to hide it. The mere thought of this revelation thrilled her. How delightful it was to see him in such a predicament. Upon hearing her words, Chen Kuo instinctively turned to glance at the classroom. His gaze traversed the window and landed upon Zhang Yuni, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Dai Jia. It seemed she sensed his scrutiny and looked back at him, meeting his gaze with a smile. Witnessing this exchange, Xin nearly choked with excitement. How extraordinary! Regrettably, she had not anticipated such a turn of events. Had she foreseen it, she would have whipped out her phone to capture this precious moment just a minute prior. Lowering her voice, she teased him. Oh, who has fallen for someone? Who has opened their heart to love?" Chen Kuo was jolted back to reality by her playful outburst. He averted his eyes from Zhang Yuni and casually shifted his gaze to Xin, frowning as he warned, "Try that again, and see what happens." "I won't do it again," Xin replied, raising her eyebrows and clearing her throat. "But under one condition, we go to the supermarket." Chen Kuo glanced at her with a nonchalant expression and nodded in agreement. Xin rubbed her hands together, resolute in her intention to extract a hefty sum from him. As they reached the stairwell, Chen Kuo unexpectedly halted, retrieving a 50 from his wallet. Before she could voice any objections, he preemptively said, "If you think it's too little, then don't take it. You are truly insistent." Xin seized it back, yet that was not her purpose for coming today. Fearing he might reclaim the money, she hastily tucked it back into her pocket and continued her inquiries. However, what was the matter with Zhang Yuni's boyfriend? She was not particularly close to Zhang Yuni, and it was a private matter, making it inconvenient to directly inquire or ask Dai Jia. Thus she endured the discomfort. "No," he interrupted her immediately. She did not. Xin fell silent. She desperately wished for him to gaze into a mirror, resembling someone who had consumed a barrel of vinegar, their brow furrowed in discomfort, yet striving to maintain composure. Fine, she did not wish to prod him further. So she shifted to a question that might secretly please him. "Are you too, secretly dating?" Chen Kuo momentarily froze. The words dating left him in a daze for a few seconds before he quickly regained clarity, responding with irritation, "That's not the case." "What nonsense do you think about every day?" Xin retorted. "Wait a minute. Who exactly is thinking such nonsense?" She was furious. "How dare you claim that the words you spoke that day were not about you or her?" Chen Kuo regarded her with a look of bewilderment, retorting, "When did I ever say it was about me or her?" He spoke in a tone that suggested it was self-evident. "I mentioned it was about a friend of mine." Do not let your imagination run wild. Chapter 39. Is everything all right? Ignoring the astonished Mixin, Chen Kuo turned leisurely and returned to the classroom. As Mixin regained her composure, she felt an overwhelming urge to gesture a middle finger at his retreating figure. She longed to exclaim that he was infatuated with Zhang Yuni, yet she retained her composure, aware that such a public outcry would only cause harm. With a heavy heart, she descended the stairs clutching 50 yuan. Chen Kuo entered through the back door of the classroom and immediately spotted Zhang Yuni, who was hunched over her desk. With only a few minutes left before the class bell rang, Dai Jia had also returned to her seat. Unconsciously, he slowed his pace, knowing that traversing this aisle would inevitably lead him past her desk. Zhang Yuni, having received her logistical duties from Zhou Anqi, suddenly realized. Upon hearing her new partner Ren Ximin casually mention that it was the last sports meeting of their high school years, the significance of the moment. Undoubtedly, the most crucial aspect of their senior year would be the upcoming college entrance examination. Yet were these experiences not equally significant? Among the 42 students, she was the sole individual who had experienced youth, lost it, and then reclaimed it. She understood better than anyone how precious these memories would be in the days to come. However, it was impossible for her to re-enroll with Sun Caixin now. Nevertheless, she was determined to exert her remaining influence and contribute to the class. With enthusiasm, she requested the list from Sun Caixin and meticulously selected the most exquisite pen, carefully filling in the competition details in chronological order. Chen Kuo assumed she was engrossed in filling out a form and casually glanced down, only to be taken aback. She was inscribing his name. Zhang Yuni was poised with her pen, diligently writing the characters for Chen and Kuo. Sensing someone standing beside her, she instinctively raised her gaze and found him observing her written work. A thought crossed her mind, and she hastily sought to take credit. Class monitor, look, I am truly well suited for logistics. You won't go wrong in choosing me. Chen Kuo took the unfinished paper from her and glanced at it, his gaze lingering on his name for a moment longer, acknowledging her suitability. Zhang Yuni smiled contentedly. In her previous life, she excelled as a corporate worker. Back then, relatives, friends, and even her parents were concerned about her ability to adapt to the workplace, as she had never held a job before and they feared her inevitable failure. Anxiously, her parents saved a sum of money, contemplating the idea of her opening a bubble tea shop or something similar. Unfazed by their doubts, she insisted on giving it a try, and to everyone's astonishment, she thrived. Not only did she survive, but she also enjoyed a fulfilling year in her endeavors. After sharing a laugh, she continued to flatter him. When you run the 1500 meters, I will definitely be there to see you receive your medal. A mere 1,500 meters was nothing that could challenge a boss. Chen Kuo chuckled, returning the list to her, remarking that participation mattered more than winning a medal. Zhang Yuni continued her flattery. You are being excessively modest. The two engaged in light banter until their conversation was interrupted by the ringing of the class bell. Once Chen Kuo returned to his seat, Su Shishir, who had been eavesdropping on Zhang Yuni's compliments, made a face of mock disgust, exclaiming, "How sycophantic! Your face practically screams toady." Zhang Yuni quickly touched her face, incredulous. Is it really that obvious? I've been quite restrained. Su Shishir turned to Shen Mingrue and asked, Don't you think so? Shen Mingrue was meticulously arranging her hairstyle, pouting as she blew on her bangs. Sister Shi, what can I possibly say about you? Sister E is ingratiating herself with the class monitor, and so are we. Once we have someone looking out for us, requesting leave or taking a day off will be trivial matters. Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow. Are you attempting to usurp my position? Su Shishir feigned enlightenment, clapping her hands. How clever. Zhang Yuni playfully scolded. Dream on. Anyone attempting to take my place will face the consequences. I shall not let a single one escape. I am a beauty. And naturally, I am entitled to my dreams. With this diversion, Su Shishir forgot her previous thoughts, noticing that the class monitor seemed to enjoy the flattery from Zhang Yuni. As the eagerly anticipated sports meet approached, it was no exaggeration to say that even Zhang Yuni worried about the possibility of rain disrupting the event. She would be furious at the heavens if that were to occur. Fortunately, the weather on the day of the sports meet was splendid, with temperatures several degrees higher than in the preceding days. Zhang Yuni wore many hats that day, crafting inspiring speeches, managing logistics, and taking photos. She had only just realized the importance of capturing memories. If her memory served her right, the student council had previously employed someone for photography. Yet their class had no photographs to show for it. She hoped this time would be different, even if just a little. She longed to create at least one photograph that, years later, would evoke a smile of nostalgia. Thus, during her lunch break, she called her aunt to borrow a camera. Explaining her motives, her aunt was delighted and praised her, driving to the school before evening study to deliver the camera. Indeed, the classmates were visibly delighted, as both boys and girls struck poses for her to capture. Juggling multiple responsibilities left her so occupied that she scarcely had a moment to sip water. She harbored a strong suspicion that she was the busiest person in the entire school. After finally managing to catch her breath, she perused the list she had crafted, focused intently, and quickly seized Ren Si-min, inquiring whether the boys' 1,500-meter race was about to commence. Ren Si-min, seated on the grass, was too exhausted to articulate a response. Merely muttering, "I think so." "All right," Zhang Yuni declared, revitalized, as she hurriedly gathered several bottles of water, cradling them in her arms. "You rest. I shall deliver the water." Ren Si-min was deeply touched, exclaiming, "Oh my dear sister, I adore you." Without further delay, Zhang Yuni dashed toward the opposite end of the playground, brimming with energy. While Ren Si-min collapsed onto the ground, feeling like a lifeless fish, marveling internally at Zhang Yuni's seemingly inexhaustible vigor. On the track, the boys were engaged in their warm-up routines. Some exuded an air of determination, while others yawned lazily, clearly reluctant participants coerced into joining. Chen Kuo stood off to the side, surrounded by onlookers, appearing somewhat distracted. As he stretched, he occasionally straightened up, scanning the area. Fei Shiji noticed and followed his gaze, inquiring, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," Chen Kuo replied, averting his eyes. Yet, just after dismissing the inquiry, he took another sip of water, his gaze drifting toward the distance. Through the throng, he spotted a familiar figure approaching, illuminated by the afternoon light, making her way toward him. He tightened the bottle cap and casually handed it to Fei Shiji without casting a glance in his direction, saying, "Hold this for me." Zhang Yuni rushed over, breathless and unable to articulate her words clearly. Chen Kuo strode up to her, observing her quietly for a moment before accepting the several bottles of water she was clutching. "What's wrong?" he inquired. Zhang Yuni, feeling the heat, fanned herself with her palm and replied, her breath uneven, "I'm glad I made it, class monitor." "Your competition hasn't started yet, has it?" "Not yet," Chen Kuo answered, "but it will begin shortly." "Then that's good," Zhang Yuni exclaimed, her cheeks flushed from running. She didn't forget to cheer him on. "Class monitor, you can do it. I wrote a speech for you. It should be broadcasted soon." Chen Kuo sighed. "It's all right if I miss it. There's no need to rush so much." Fei Shiji and He Yuan approached, reminding Chen Kuo to prepare for his event. He diverted his gaze from Zhang Yuni and nodded, muttering something indistinct, not necessarily going to win a medal. His voice was barely audible amid the bustling and lively atmosphere of the playground. Zhang Yuni was still trying to catch her breath and hardly noticed. "Positions, everyone." Zhang Yuni squeezed through the crowd, anxiously awaiting the sound of the whistle. She fixed her gaze on Chen Kuo, who appeared completely unfazed. Like an arrow, he shot forward, exuding freedom and vigor. Although it was merely a school sports meet, she felt swept up in the atmosphere, her heart racing. Grabbing her camera, her focus followed him swiftly. Yet, regrettably, he ran too fast for her limited skills. She desperately pressed the shutter, but managed to capture only a few clear images. The cheers from other classes on the equilateral side reached her ears, and only then did she belatedly begin to shout, "Go, go. Class leader, you can do it." Fei Shiji nearly had his eardrums shattered by her exuberant cries, and he deliberately distanced himself from her. "Ah, you can't cheer for the class leader now. As far as I know, the class leader from Class 5 is also participating. What if he mistakenly thinks you're cheering for him?" "Really?" Zhang Yuni immediately fell silent, casting a wary glance around her, not wishing to have her powerful encouragement appropriated by others. She then inquired, "What should I do?" Fei Shiji was puzzled. How could this usually whimsical girl suddenly appear so dazed? With an amused expression, he replied, "My dear Kuo isn't even surnamed Ban. He has a name." Zhang Yuni chuckled. Whether she called him class leader aloud or referred to him as boss in her mind, it struck her that she had never really called him by his name. It felt quite strange. Just then, Chen Kuo was about to complete another lap, and it wouldn't be long before he would pass by their section of the track. Taking a deep breath, she grounded her energy and shouted, "Chen Kuo, you can do it." Fei Shiji was taken aback by her exuberance, raising his thumb in admiration. Her voice was remarkably powerful, easily overshadowing the cheers of others. Naturally, It carried through the whistling wind to Chen Kuo's ears, momentarily distracting him. He was slightly stunned, but noticeably quickened his pace. Though he did not look her way, he could distinctly feel her presence as he passed by. At that moment, the loudspeakers echoed across the playground. Chen Kuo, the sky is vast, and the earth is boundless. Beneath your feet lies not merely a track, but a journey of relentless progression. He runs with such fervor that it feels as though his very soul is ablaze. He is like an arrow, capable of reaching any destination he desires. Fei Shiji jestingly teased Zhang Yuni beside him, remarking that Kuo Gu remains as formidable as ever, embodying both martial prowess and literary finesse. However, I must admit, his performance today is astonishingly remarkable. I shall inquire whether he has consumed an entire vat of energy drinks. The class monitor is indeed diligent. Zhang Yuni's gaze followed Chen Kuo, her response somewhat casual. These past few mornings, I have encountered him while reciting my lines on the playground. He is always warming up with his runs. Thus, it is evident that success is not attained by mere chance. One can only wonder how many 1,500-meter laps the class monitor has privately completed. Fei Shiji paused, momentarily taken aback. Really? Over the past few days, he found it peculiar that Chen Kuo rose early yet did not visit the cafeteria for breakfast. When he inquired on the first day, Chen Kuo had simply stated he forgot, and so he refrained from pressing further. As the finish line of the 1,500 meters drew near, Zhang Yuni could no longer afford to engage in idle chatter. She was nearly crushing the water bottle in her grip. Indeed, Chen Kuo was running swiftly, but two other boys were also keeping pace, nearly overtaking him several times. Inducing a sense of tension, Fei Shiji slowly turned his head to Zhang Yuni, a contemplative expression crossing his face, as an unbelievable thought flickered through his mind. Could it be? No way. Surely not. Through careful observation, it is evident that Chen Kuo is indeed the first to cross the finish line. Despite his vigorous exertion, he completes the entire distance in one breath, yet finds himself gasping for air, unable to articulate a word, drenched in sweat, and experiencing a sensation akin to being torn apart, albeit with a certain exhilaration. He bends forward, resting his hands on his knees. A throng of people gathers around him. He can discern their shoes, yet among them, he cannot spot a particular pair of white ones, which must have been unable to push through the crowd. Standing at a slight distance instead, He Yuan tosses a quick drying towel to him, which he accepts. Fei Shiji also attempts to offer him the unfinished bottle of water. But Chen Kuo, seemingly oblivious, does not notice and does not take it. Once he has regained some composure, he approaches her, effortlessly extending his hand to accept the mineral water she holds, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet laced with a gentle smile, thanking her for her good wishes as he receives the medal. Chapter 40. Not yet time for water. Zhang Yuni had initially believed that someone like Chen Kuo, who frequently engages in physical activity, would be aware of this fundamental principle. Observing him easily twist open the bottle cap, her heart raced, prompting her to quickly step forward to stop him, advising that he should not drink water immediately. Instead, he should wait until his breathing steadies and sip slowly. Upon hearing her words, Chen Kuo paused, tightening the cap once more. He had not conveyed a desire for water to his body. Rather, he simply wished to occupy himself, to stave off idleness. He Yuan and the others also intended to approach and commend Brother Kuo for his impressive feat. However, Fei Shiji discreetly intervened, suggesting, "Hey, why don't you all go check if the referee has recorded the time correctly? It seems this issue has arisen in previous competitions. We must ensure that no medal is lost." Is there truly such a thing under the bright blue sky? One must be cautious, for it is better to be wary of 1,000 uncertainties than to face a single misfortune. He Yuan and his companions were utterly astonished. Without uttering a word, they made their way towards the finish line, apprehensive that someone might take advantage of the situation. In an instant, this small group from Class 3 dispersed to other areas, leaving only Chen Kuo and Zhang Yuni engaged in casual conversation. Fei Shiji occasionally glanced back, and what met his eyes was a curious scene. Usually upright, the boy now unconsciously bowed his head, as if straining to catch the girl's words, or perhaps wishing for her to hear him clearly. The distance between them was neither too far nor too close, but just right. The girl tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she uttered something before stepping back a few paces to raise her camera, seemingly instructing the boy on how to pose, rather adorably. The boy, clutching a bottle of water with one hand, momentarily displayed a look of embarrassment and discomfort, yet he complied, albeit his movements appeared somewhat stiff. The girl erupted into laughter. The class monitor, Zhang Yuni, found herself at a loss and had no choice but to jog over to him, gesturing as she instructed. Like this, open your shoulders, relax, relax. Chen Kuo felt rather awkward. Was it not permissible for him to stand still and refrain from smiling? He tugged at the corners of his lips, producing a forced grin. Zhang Yuni regretted not capturing the moment when he had rushed over to ask her for water. That smile had come so naturally. This current expression, however, resembled that of someone held at knife point. Perhaps it was better not to push him further, lest she begin to wonder if she had indeed placed a blade to his throat. Upon realizing she had finally released him from this predicament, Chen Kuo felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had been granted a reprieve from a dire fate. As Fei Shiji was being pulled around the referee by He Yuan, Zhang Yuni rummaged through her pocket and discovered the last 2 hazelnut chocolates, which she casually handed to Chen Kuo, the class monitor. Here, eat this, it can help restore your energy, she said, glancing into the distance. I have to go now? At that moment, she felt like a brick, ready to be moved wherever needed, with many tasks awaiting her attention. Chen Kuo understood her busyness and nodded slightly. The autumn air was crisp and refreshing as he watched her silhouette recede into the distance. Suddenly, it felt as though a mountain had settled upon his back. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Fei Shiji had his arm locked around his neck, exclaiming playfully, "Your soul is gone." This was a case of using one's own methods against oneself. He had previously been somewhat critical of Fei, yet here he was, exhibiting the same behavior. Chen Kuo recalled this incident and couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Fei Shiji retorted with a smirk, "Am I the one being ridiculous? Or is it you? What's ridiculous is getting up so early for a run on the playground. That's quite something. If I hadn't known you for so long, I might have been moved by your sense of collective honor," Chen Kuo thought. In any case, this incident would provide him with a year's worth of amusement. Zhang Yuni, who already had a fondness for chocolate, had brought some to the sports meet as well. She was selective, offering it only to the girls, with the boys left out, except for Chen Kuo, of course, who was an exception. He had run the 1500 meters and earned a medal. He truly deserved it. As for those boys who thought they could shamelessly ask her for chocolates after running the 100-meter relay, they could forget about it. At first, Chen Kuo was oblivious to the matter until he overheard the boys in the javelin team mention that Zhang Yuni was rather biased. He exclaimed that he felt faint and needed chocolate to revive himself. Can you guess her response? She actually told him to wait until after the competition to faint. The other boys laughed, and no one truly protested. They simply found the situation amusing. Shin Mingrue retorted, "It's not class funds. It's my sister's personal expenses. I don't have any, so why would you expect to have some? Get lost." He single-handedly took on 5 others, delivering a scathing rebuke. Chen Kuo, who had been a mere bystander, found his hands buried in his pockets, inadvertently touching the 2 pieces of chocolate. After the sports meet concluded, Zhang Yuni sought out old Zhao. Now that they had a camera and time, why not capture a memorable class photo? Old Zhao, observing her flushed cheeks, perhaps influenced by the day's merriment, sincerely complimented her. "You're quite resourceful." Zhang Yuni confidently asserted, "Isn't this our last sports meet in high school?" Upon hearing this, old Zhao momentarily drifted into thought, gazing at the vibrant students before her. Her expression softened. Indeed, it was the last time. Time flew by too swiftly, and soon this group would face the college entrance examination, then part ways. Regaining her composure, old Zhao decisively called everyone together. "Let us find a picturesque spot and take several photos. I'll cover the cost of developing the film." Zhang Yuni beamed and flattered. "Our teacher is so bold." Old Zhao chuckled at her remark, urging, "Go, hurry along." Zhang Yuni no longer wasted time. She felt that the scenery was particularly beautiful at that moment. The sky was adorned with a breathtaking sunset, a sight so exquisite that it would be hard to find anything quite like it again. She ran swiftly, grateful for her mobile phone, as she notified everyone she could. Before long, the 3rd class had gathered on the playground, where the expansive sky above was a dreamlike beauty. As if they were immersed in a vibrant manga, Chen Kuo observed Zhang Yuni bustling about, directing everyone on how to position themselves. He felt a smile creeping onto his lips. The center position, of course, belonged to their beloved teacher Zhao. He nearly let slip another name, but quickly corrected himself. Teacher Zhao was well aware of the nicknames her students bestowed upon her in private. Generally, students give their teachers nicknames out of either disdain or affection. Indifferent teachers are simply overlooked. With a beaming face, she stood in the most prominent position, right in the center, as Zhang Yuni directed. After a moment of observation, Zhang Yuni sensed something was missing. It was only upon seeing Chen Kuo standing at the back of the line that inspiration struck her. Today was a special day, the sports meeting. She requested the physical education teacher, who was helping take photos, to wait a moment longer. Lightheartedly, she darted to the back. Arriving behind Chen Kuo, everyone was puzzled by her intentions, and Chen Kuo was equally bemused. Zhang Yuni pointed to the medal he held tightly in his hand and quietly suggested, "Could you let the teacher hold it?" Several students with medals were scattered throughout the line, and raising their hands could potentially obscure the faces of their classmates. After much contemplation, she concluded that it would be best for teacher Zhao, in the center position, to hold it. Chen Kuo gazed into her bright eyes, as though the sunset itself was reflected within them. He lightly uttered an HM. Then, after a brief contemplation, he strode forward with long strides to the front row. Approaching the teacher, in the midst of Mr. Zhao's puzzled gaze, he extended his hand, revealing a medal. "Teacher, this is for you." Mr. Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he accepted it, promptly donning it upon his chest. Led by Chen Kuo, several girls who had received medals joined the boys in spontaneously approaching, with a mischievous student even insisting on personally placing it around the teacher's neck. Sun Kaixian promptly declared, "Indeed, our achievements are inseparable from the diligent education provided by our teacher. Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Yuni thought to herself, "What a remarkable individual. No wonder he is destined for success in public service." Mr. Zhao, particularly fond of such praises, beamed widely, revealing his teeth in joy. The physical education teacher, who was capturing the moment, expressed envy towards him. Each member of Class 3 stood in their designated spots as the PE teacher humorously crouched down to ask, "Is the watermelon sweet?" Sweet. The sports meeting concluded with a grand group photo of Class 3, each face radiating joy. Chen Kuo was aware that Zhang Yuni intended to develop the photos and, holding the class funds, had matters to discuss with her. Falling a few steps behind, he caught her attention. Dai Jia, who had been walking arm in arm with Zhang Yuni, did not wish to be an onlooker for their serious conversation and jogged a few steps to catch up with Su Shirshir, leaving Zhang Yuni and Chen Kuo together. Before long, the expansive playground that had once been bustling with activity was now almost deserted. As lively as the sports meeting had been, it now felt achingly vacant. "How many photos have we taken?" Chen Kuo walked slowly beside Zhang Yuni, both savoring the moment. Zhang Yuni could not recall, so she decided to simply bring it up, handing him the camera for his own viewing. "I had ensured that each individual received a close-up, as well as a photograph, ultimately guaranteeing that everyone would possess a group photo alongside their solo portraits. She felt it necessary to remind each adorable soul to take great care not to misplace them. This might very well be the moment when their hair was at its finest and their figures most slender. They might feel that they do not appear particularly appealing now, with bare faces and lacking refinement. But such is the essence of youth." Chen Kuo flipped through the photos as he walked. Indeed, there were numerous images. Yet as he continued, he reached the end of the collection. A slight frown creased his brow, which did not escape Zhang Yuni's notice. She turned her head to observe his furrowed expression and promptly inquired, "What's wrong?" Did he feel that she had not captured him well? But that could hardly be attributed to her. He seemed rather uncomfortable in front of the camera, his smile appearing somewhat stiff. Yet this, too, was among his virtues. She had previously known some young men who, boasting a modicum of good looks, would inundate their social circles with countless selfies, determined to showcase their chiseled profiles to every living soul within reach. Once a handsome man becomes aware of his striking appearance and feels compelled to flaunt it, the onset of calamity is inevitable. She leaned in closer, curious to discover which photograph had elicited such a serious demeanor from him. Chen Kuo gazed back at her and queried, "It seems you do not have a solo photo?" To be precise, the only images featuring her were the group shots. There was not a single solitary picture of her. Zhang Yuni was momentarily taken aback by this question, her mind racing as she instinctively explained, "Because I was the one holding the camera. The one behind the lens is there to document, thus cannot appear in the frame." Yet, she experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment. Indeed, she had captured photographs for everyone, fully aware of the preciousness of those memories. However, she had neglected to take a solitary photograph for herself. Why had she not considered this? Perhaps it was because she perceived herself as an observer, a chronicler, rather than a participant. "I forgot," she murmured. Chen Kuo glanced back at the gradually emptying playground and then at her face, which bore an expression of confusion. He softly inquired, "Shall I take a photo for you?" Fearing she might be concerned about his lack of photographic skill, he added, "You could teach me." Chapter 41. Chen Kuo's suggestion stirred a profound resonance within Zhang Yuni. She had photographed everyone, yet had forgotten to commemorate her own existence. This simply could not stand. In her previous life, she had missed such moments, but in this lifetime, it was essential to preserve them. This was a matter of dignity for one who had been reborn. All right. Her eyes sparkled, and the bewilderment that had clouded her face dissipated, as if it had merely been a figment of Chen Kuo's imagination. Zhang Yuni spun around in a complete circle, seeking a scene that would yield a splendid photograph. However, she recalled that perhaps when he offered to help, he merely intended to take a single shot, which could be accomplished in a minute. Yet, her photography sessions typically spanned at least 20 to 30 minutes. He might not be willing to commit to such a lengthy endeavor and could regret engaging in this moment. She looked at him, her face revealing hesitation. Class monitor. I'm a bit complicated. Chen Kuo was perplexed by her words. Complicated? He did not perceive her as troublesome. On the contrary, she was the most enthusiastic and warm-hearted individual in the entire class. If I were to take photos, it would certainly not be just one. Zhang Yuni gently remarked that it was not a matter of mere minutes. Therefore, class leader, if you are preoccupied, it is quite all right. I can ask someone else for assistance later, perhaps Daijia, Su Shishir, or Xinming Rui. After all, one trains soldiers for 1,000 days to use them in a moment. Chen Kuo, understanding her intent, smiled lightly and said, "No worries, I have the time. Where would you like to take the photos?" Zhang Yuni felt no need for further politeness, excitedly pointing towards the track, exclaiming, "Let's start there." She had envisioned capturing images not only on the track, but also on the lawn, on the steps, and near the football net, plenty of shots to be taken. Should the class leader have a change of heart later, she, with her keen perception of others' moods, would certainly notice and promptly halt the session. On their way back to the classroom, she planned to stop by the supermarket to buy him a bottle of drink. No, 2 cartons of milk as compensation for his troubles. With the camera in hand, Chen Kuo walked beside her while she imparted some photography tips. How to elongate her legs in the frame. How to capture candid moments. She held nothing back in sharing her knowledge. Chen Kuo listened intently as her voice buzzed in his ear, akin to a persistent knocking, reverberating against his eardrum. If any classmates remained, they would witness this captivating scene that could leave one's pupils trembling. Chen Kuo followed her instructions, bending down diligently and earnestly to capture her essence through the lens. Initially, Zhang Yuni felt somewhat self-conscious. After all, the one behind the camera was Chen Kuo, the class leader, the authority, compelling her to strike various poses before him, which was a bit of a test. Yet, she soon relaxed, for his expression was neutral, devoid of mockery or impatience. Class monitor, please step back a bit and zoom the lens out, Zhang Yuni instructed, turning slightly to point at the sun, which was gracefully descending on the horizon. I'll hold it, and you capture that effect of it resting in my palm, if you will. At that moment, in Chen Kuo's eyes, Zhang Yuni appeared as if her hair was adorned with a gentle glow. He gazed intently at her through the lens. Of course. Zhang Yuni's face lit up with joy as she raised her hand, inquiring loudly, "Is it in my palm now?" "It is." Before long, within Chen Kuo's frame, the girl beamed as she cradled the orange orb, the sunset shimmering radiantly in her grasp, a sight so enchanting that one could hardly look away. Chen Kuo felt a bead of sweat form in the palm of his hand. He nearly forgot to press the shutter, captivated by her presence, until she asked again if it was ready, prompting him to hurriedly capture frame after frame. "Let me see." Zhang Yuni dashed to his side, leaning in to examine the photos he had taken. Her lashes curled beautifully as she scrutinized them, internally assessing, "No need to be too critical. They'll do just fine." For at her age, it seemed that no matter how she was photographed, she appeared exquisite. Chen Kuo instinctively tilted his head to admire her profile. For as long as she examined the pictures, he was entranced by her. Suddenly, she spoke, and he quickly averted his gaze. "Class monitor, may I borrow your medal for a prop?" she proposed. Capturing that moment would signify that she had completed the 1,500 meters and claimed first place. Chen Kuo, ever generous, agreed without a second thought. Sure. He retrieved the medal from his pocket and presented it to her. As she accepted it, she contemplated wearing it but hesitated, concerned that he might object. "May I wear it for a moment?" she inquired. "Of course, feel free," he replied. The medal, which Chen Kuo had nearly sacrificed his life to attain, was now adorned by Zhang Yuni. She feared that the camera might fail to capture this moment. Clutching the metal tightly and beaming with joy, she resolved to boast about this photograph in the future, rounding it up to suggest that she had run and even secured first place. Seeing her smile, he could not help but chuckle lightly. Fortunately, he had received a medal that day. Thanks to Chen Kuo's reminder, Zhang Yuni did not miss the opportunity to commemorate this event at the sports meet. Even though the photographer might not have received accolades, he certainly bore his share of challenges. Thus, on their way back to the classroom, she insisted on stopping by the supermarket to buy him a drink as a token of gratitude. No need, Chen Kuo replied graciously. However, Zhang Yuni insisted he choose something, saying, even if it's just a carton of milk, it's the thought that counts. Chen Kuo was reluctant to take milk, feeling as though she was teasing him, as if he were a rather dull person who only drank water or milk. Noticing her persistence, he ceased to decline and casually scanned the shelves. He desired to select a more flavorful beverage, yet found nothing to his liking. Ultimately, he picked up a pack of soda crackers, opting for the scallion flavor instead of the usual plain. Is that all you're getting? Zhang Yuni asked, surprised to see him take only a pack of crackers after such a lengthy selection process. Chen Kuo simply replied, I'm hungry. Zhang Yuni then queried, aren't you going to get a drink? Just crackers? Aren't you afraid of choking? Recalling the moment when she first encountered him outside the corridor after her rebirth, he too appeared momentarily caught off guard, and she could not help but chuckle, her eyes sparkling with amusement. No need. I have water, she reassured him, leaving him perplexed about the source of her laughter. All right. Zhang Yuni naturally took the packet of biscuits from his hands and proceeded directly to the checkout to pay. He followed behind, seemingly oblivious to her intention to pay. Just as she reached for her wallet, he had already fished out a banknote from his pocket, ready to hand it over. Fortunately, Zhang Yuni was prepared. She swiftly blocked his outstretched arm, exclaiming, I insist on treating you. It's just a packet of biscuits. Merely a few coins. Chen Kuo had no choice but to retract his hand, replying, I forgot. Upon exiting the supermarket, she handed him the biscuits while she only retained a bottle of water, and together they made their way to the academic building. In a moment of reminiscence, Zhang Yuni recalled that on the very first day of her rebirth, she had insisted on engaging him in awkward conversation, desperately searching for topics, while he remained tight-lipped. Now, nearly 2 months later, they were able to converse with ease. Glancing down at the camera that held the memories of this occasion, she began to feel that perhaps her rebirth was not such a dreadful ordeal after all. Old Zhao did not require Chen Kuo to contribute to the class funds. Instead, she generously handed Zhang Yuni several bills, instructing her to print copies of the sports event photos for everyone, ensuring that her own copy was not overlooked, as she intended to preserve it beneath the glass of her desk at home. Zhang Yuni excelled in her logistical responsibilities this time, to the extent that even Sun Kai-Xian took the initiative to buy 2 bottles of iced tea as a token of gratitude. She also dragged Dai Jia into the stationery store and boutique, selecting exquisitely beautiful envelopes, purchasing a thick stack. Each developed photograph was encapsulated in protective film, ensuring that they would not fade after 20 or 30 years. One Saturday evening, upon returning home from her tutoring class, she was overjoyed to find her father had brought back the developed photos, and she screamed with delight. Yin Wendan chuckled, wondering what could evoke such happiness. Zhang Yuni clutched the stack of photographs to her chest, nodding vigorously, utterly elated, exceptionally joyful. When asked why she felt this way, she could not articulate it. Yet she was certain that she had accomplished something slightly beautiful. Perhaps, however, only she perceived it that way. Your aunt still insists on keeping the photos, saying she wants to preserve the negatives, fearing that you or one of your classmates might lose them in the future. Yin Wendan sighed, acknowledging that her sister is quite sentimental. It is precisely for this reason that Zhang Yuni can effortlessly borrow an expensive camera from her elders. After all, high school students can be rather clumsy, and if it were to be dropped or damaged, repairs would entail a significant expense. As Yin Wendan puts it, a camera may have a price, but memories are priceless. Zhang Yuni hummed contentedly, declaring her fondness for her aunt. Unlike other relatives who constantly urge her to consider matchmaking, her aunt stands by her side, sending lengthy messages at night to reassure her that marriage is not an obligatory milestone in life. Should the day come when she decides to marry, she hopes her niece will do so only after finding a true love, someone worthy of sharing a lifetime. Yin Wendan felt no jealousy upon hearing this. Instead, she welcomed it, acknowledging that it is natural to cherish her. Zhang Yuni coquettishly engaged in playful banter with her mother before retreating to her room, clutching a photograph. She rummaged through the drawer to retrieve the envelopes she had thoughtfully purchased, each inscribed with the names of her classmates. Carefully, she placed the group photo alongside their individual portraits within the envelopes. As she gazed upon Chen Kuo's picture late into the night, her laughter, resonating in the stillness, seemed almost jarring. Yet, she could not help but be amused by him. He appeared so earnest, and she could almost discern the shadow of the man he would become a decade hence. Under the glow of her desk lamp, she scrutinized his photograph, tracing from his pronounced brow to the bridge of his nose and down to his hands, which rested limply by his sides. Besides appearing more mature and composed, he had not changed significantly over the years. His hair remained intact, and he had not gained weight. After a while, she set the photograph down, resting it under her elbow, and solemnly inscribed his name on the wave-printed envelope, Chen Kuo. Outside, the crescent moon hung delicately in the night sky. Chapter 42. Sunday was the most blissful day of the week for Zhang Yuni. She could luxuriate in sleep until after 9, and after her morning routines, savor a heartfelt breakfast prepared by her mother. Sated and refreshed, she would ride her bicycle for a leisurely exploration, typically heading towards her grandmother's or maternal grandmother's home. Many insights were only grasped by her at the age of 27. In her 17th year, all four elders were in robust health, relishing their meals and vibrant in spirit. However, the subsequent decade seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button on their lives. The pace at which they aged far outstripped her own maturation. Before she had fully blossomed into a formidable adult, their hair had turned significantly gray, their hearing had waned, and their backs had begun to hunch. In this rebirth, she found herself endowed with an additional 10 years, and she was resolute in not squandering them. She possessed far more patience than a typical 17-year-old, often accompanying the elderly to watch television or simply sitting beside them on a small stool to assist with vegetable picking. She listened attentively as they recounted amusing anecdotes from her childhood, nodding earnestly at their repetitive admonitions. After lunch, she would ride her bicycle home, tidying her backpack and packing a few essentials before trudging off to her tutoring class. Upon returning to school that day, she did not linger in the dormitory but headed straight to the classroom, placing envelopes containing photographs and names on each classmate's desk. Some students had already arrived and were pleasantly surprised to receive the envelopes, marveling at the thoughtfulness of her gesture and the beautiful presentation. "Wow!" exclaimed Ren Simin as she eagerly extracted the well-sealed photograph, praising its quality and naturalness. "I love it. If you compliment her, she'll surely perk up." Zhang Yui plopped down beside her, asking, "Do you really like it?" "I think it looks wonderful too." A couple of other girls gathered around, exchanging photos and engaging in lively discussions, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Each classmate received a carefully selected individual photograph, and it was evident that this evening study session would be far from focused on academics, given the excitement of unveiling freshly printed images. Class Representative Sun Kai-Xian was equally astonished. To his surprise, he had never realized how capable Zhang Yui truly was. He did not hold back his admiration, showering her with praise while expressing his regret. "Zhang Yui, why didn't you mention your talents earlier? Our sports meet in the past could have been so much better." Dazzling the other classes, Zhang Yuni rolled her eyes, exclaiming with irritation, "It is precisely because I am the last one that I want to leave you all in awe. If there were several more, I would have been able to lounge in comfort elsewhere. I am not inherently destined for toil." She still had a vital envelope that remained undelivered. After engaging in casual conversation with her classmates, she seized the opportunity to visit the teacher's office, where she finally encountered Mr. Zhao, who had just finished lunch and had not yet sipped a drop of water. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from the entrance, "Teacher Zhao?" Mr. Zhao peeked over the towering stacks of books and, upon recognizing his student, beckoned her in. Zhang Yuni concealed the envelope behind her back, clasped her hands, and sauntered in slowly, a smile already illuminating her eyes before she uttered a word. "Is there something you need?" Mr. Zhao inquired. "Are you requesting leave?" Zhang Yuni, taken aback, thought to herself, "Could it be that my transformation has gone unnoticed?" Frustrated, she flashed another smile at Mr. Zhao guess. After a moment's contemplation, Mr. Zhao connected the dots. "The photographs have been developed?" "Exactly." Zhang Yuni proudly produced the envelope from behind her back, presenting it like a treasure. "Teacher, you are different from the other students. You receive special treatment. While the others only have a single portrait, you have two. Whoever pays is the boss," she added. As Mr. Zhao took the envelope and prepared to open it, he noticed Zhang Yuni attempting to slip away. He set it down and called after her, "Wait a moment." Zhang Yuni initially believed that Lao Zhao was about to praise her, promptly adjusting her posture in anticipation of compliments. To her surprise, Lao Zhao's words struck her like a refreshing chill, akin to sipping a cold Sprite. With the midterm examinations just days away, he inquired about her preparations. Zhang Yuni's smile gradually faded, replaced by a frown. "Teacher," she realized her mistake. She ought to have relinquished this flattering opportunity to Sun Kai-shian, who might have rewarded her with a bottle of iced tea. Lao Zhao, concealing his amusement, spoke earnestly, "Study diligently. Whenever you stumble, rise swiftly. No one will assist you. You must devise your own solutions." If help were possible, parents and teachers would gladly take on the burden for their children. Witnessing their stagnation or regression only intensifies their anxiety, and they remain silent, fearing that their words might impose undue pressure on the students. With her head bowed, Zhang Yuni responded softly, "I understand." Lao Zhao softened his tone, opened his drawer, and retrieved an orange for her. "Go on now. You've worked hard for this sports meet. Everything was handled well, and I commend you." Zhang Yuni accepted the orange, her face lighting up with joy. Upon exiting the teacher's office, she held the orange to her nose, inhaling its delightful fragrance. In the classroom, most of her classmates had arrived, engaged in lively discussions about the photos from the sports meet. Chen Kuo, upon discovering an envelope adorned with waves on his desk, was momentarily taken aback to find his name inscribed in the blank space. Forgetting to set down his backpack, he stood beside his desk, examining the envelope with an earnest expression, as if conducting a thorough investigation. After a considerable pause, he finally came to his senses, seated himself, and poured out the photographs from the envelope. He did not anticipate that she would choose this particular photograph as her solo portrait. It must have been a candid shot, taken while he was engaged in conversation with Fei Shiji. He had completely forgotten what they had discussed at that moment. In any case, he was smiling, his expression relaxed and content. During that evening study session, the class seemed somewhat distracted. To Zhang Yuni's astonishment, the situation was entirely beyond her control, as some boys and girls in the class began exchanging their own solo photographs. How could they possibly comprehend her heartfelt intentions? Infuriated, she nearly wished for a megaphone to halt their antics. A glance around revealed a few individuals, some blushing and shy, wearing expressions of delight. She conceded defeat, resting her head on her desk, closing her eyes in tranquility. "Fine, this is also a part of youth. I yield to you, my adorable classmates." Chen Kuo paused in the aisle before her desk and tapped gently on the surface. She opened her eyes to look at him. "Are you unwell?" he inquired. She shook her head, indicating she was not. After a moment's thought, she sat up straight and curiously asked him, "Class monitor, would you exchange the photograph I took of you with others?" In truth, her question was rather superfluous, for the only individuals in the class who shared a close enough relationship with him to exchange photographs were likely Fei Shiji and a select few. Merely envisioning that scene made her unable to suppress a smile, though she also felt a twinge of envy for their camaraderie. They had sat together in class and later could stand side by side in pursuit of their dreams. Most enviable of all was that best friends could see each other every day. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Kuo replied, "No." Zhang Yuni smiled in response. Just as Chen Kuo thought the conversation had come to a close and took 2 steps forward, he recalled something and turned back to ask her, "What about you?" "Huh?" She was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was inquiring whether she would exchange photos with someone else. With a smile, she assured him, "Of course not." At 17, the only person she could truly appreciate, cherish, and treasure was her future self at 20, 27, and 37. Chen Kuo chuckled softly in response and returned to his seat. On the eve of the examination, Zhang Yuni was determined to embrace the Buddha's feet, hoping that her sincere devotion would touch the deity's heart. She resolutely sacrificed her afternoon nap, opting instead to memorize a few more formulas. Dai Jia had long since given up on persuading her. After casting a sympathetic glance in her direction for a few seconds, she departed to rest in the dormitory. Concerned about dozing off, Zhang Yuni headed to the supermarket with a cup in hand, intending to prepare a cup of instant coffee to help her survive the afternoon. During the midday break, the supermarket was sparsely populated, and she was surprised to encounter Chen Kuo and Fei Shiji. "Did you just finish eating?" she asked, astonished. Fei Shiji nodded. He was about to respond when another voice interjected, "The teacher called us for a brief matter, which delayed us." "We just finished eating. What about you?" Fei Shiji slowly turned to Chen Kuo beside him. You, my friend, have much to say, almost detailing what you had for lunch. With the exam looming, sleep was elusive. Zhang Yuni recalled the time he had mistakenly thought she was taking medicine. She smiled, pressing her lips together. Just making a cup of coffee. It's coffee. This, of course, was lost on Fei Shiji. Chen Kuo chuckled. All right. After a brief pause, he added, what would you like to drink? Choose a bottle. I'll cover it. Yet, Fei Shiji remained perplexed by the matter. However, Zhang Yuni comprehended it well. During that occasion, when he treated Su Shishir and her companions to drinks after the bulletin board event, it seemed a fortunate stroke of serendipity for her. The following day, as she encountered him outside the dormitory, she casually remarked that it would be delightful if they could enjoy a drink before the exam, as it might provide divine assistance. To her surprise, he recalled her words. Unable to suppress her amusement, she responded, then I shall not be modest. I could use some snacks as well. Drinks are sufficient. He supplemented. I want TB brewing coffee, she declared, gracefully turning towards the shelves. From a distance, Fei Shiji, with his hand resting on Chen Kuo's shoulder, pressed him. Are you two speaking in Chinese? If so, how is it that I cannot comprehend a word? Chen Kuo shot him a glance. Do you need to understand? Fei Shiji chuckled. You rascal. No way, I must choose a bottle too. You'll foot the bill. You can drink cough syrup, Chen Kuo retorted coldly. Unfazed, Fei Shiji dismissed the slight as mere teasing, likening it to a light tickle. Toothpaste has two sides. You, my friend, are a two-faced person, he remarked, gesturing towards Zhang Yuni, who was selecting her beverage. Yet, within mere seconds, Chen Kuo decisively seized his hand, pressing it down. No pointing, Chen Kuo instructed. Fine. Fei Shiji acquiesced. You treat your father like this. But to her, I swear, I have no desire to elaborate. It's disheartening. Whether their commotion attracted Zhang Yuni's attention or she simply wished to engage with them, her gaze suddenly shifted from the array of drinks on the shelf towards them. Chen Kuo, suppressing his earlier amusement and shedding the carefree demeanor he had shared with his friend, turned to Fei Shiji and inquired. Did you tackle the last question on the comprehensive science paper yesterday? I will write out the solution steps for you shortly. Fei Shiji, who asked you about the topic? Zhang Yuni faintly heard this remark. Is there something wrong? Discussions about studies, especially the exceedingly bothersome comprehensive science subject, are strictly prohibited outside the classroom. She felt exasperated and diverted her gaze, still torn between purchasing orange juice or a Mirinda. Noticing that Zhang Yuni's attention had drifted away from them, Fei Shiji unabashedly commented. Neurotic? Does she even realize how neurotic you are? Chen Kuo elbowed him, lowering his voice significantly. If she hears you, you're done for. Chapter 43. Chen Kuo was worried that Fei Shiji's loose lips would get them in trouble, so he pulled him aside for a bit of playful restraint. The two engaged in a bout of playful scuffling. Zhang Yuni had chosen her drink and stood a short distance away, helplessly observing their antics. It was quite disheartening. No matter how intelligent boys might be, at the tender ages of 17 or 18, they could be remarkably immature. She cleared her throat and raised her voice to remind them, class monitor, I've made my choice. Chen Kuo retracted his leg as if nothing had transpired, standing upright while casting a warning glance at Fei Shiji. The skirmish was called off for the moment, to be resumed later. Such is the nature of true friendship, never allowing a buddy to lose face in front of an appealing girl, always ensuring he retains his dignity. Fei Shiji complied and stood straight. The two approached Zhang Yuni, and just as Chen Kuo was about to inquire about her selection, he glanced down to see her holding a carton of milk, his favorite brand. In that instant, it felt as though he had been struck, leaving him momentarily dazed. In November, Jiangzhou has fully embraced the depths of autumn. As the temperature drops, Zhang Yuni finds herself less inclined to indulge in beverages. Standing before the shelves, she hesitates. Contemplating her options, neither orange juice nor Sprite appeals to her. Instead, she selects a bottle of milk, displaying her cleverness. She can mix it with instant coffee, thus crafting a delightful latte. Having grown weary of the instant coffee she usually consumes, she desires a change in flavor. This choice seems fitting. Zhang Yuni shakes the milk container in her hand. Chen Kuo appears to have just regained his focus, his reactions slightly delayed. Shall we grab some snacks? He inquires. No. Zhang Yuni responds, while Fei Shiji simultaneously interjects, I want some. Chen Kuo's eyelids twitch slightly as he discreetly glances at Fei Shiji, who remains unfazed by the silent communication. What is the matter? Is it acceptable to buy for the girl you like, but not for a good friend? Suppressing the urge to intervene, Chen Kuo begrudgingly nods. Fei Shiji, like a wild stallion, charges towards the snack aisle. I'll buy it for you. Chen Kuo devises a strategy. Once he purchases the milk, he plans to distance himself, ensuring he does not foot the bill for the hefty friend. All right, they both proceed to the checkout. Chen Kuo pays for the milk, ultimately unable to resist asking, "Didn't we agree on beverages?" Zhang Yuni ponders for a moment. "I didn't say that." Chen Kuo responds, "I intended to mix the milk with coffee." Zhang Yuni smiles and explains, hoping her plan remains unscathed. "I'll take my leave now." Okay. After she departs, Chen Kuo turns back to glance at Fei Shiji, who believes he has found an unsuspecting target for snacks. But he refrains from engaging and leisurely strolls back to the dormitory. Fei Shiji approached with an armful of snacks, scanning the surroundings. Yet he could not spot even a familiar silhouette. Where was everyone? Such a vast space, and yet he felt an urge to curse. From the conclusion of the first monthly exam to the midterm, Zhang Yuni had exerted herself with the same diligence as before, albeit now with additional support. The tutors from the cram school were exceptionally skilled, and since they were not affiliated with her own school, she would directly raise her hand to inquire whenever she encountered confusion. She found herself anticipating whether there would be any progress this time, and if so, how significant it would be. Examinations were organized by ranking the entire grade, and during the testing period, Zhang Yuni encountered a somewhat familiar face, Wu Shuang from class 11. Prior to the commencement of the Chinese exam, she was seated at her desk, engrossed in her reading, when a sudden uproar broke her concentration. She lifted her gaze to see 2 or 3 boys entering, arms slung across each other's shoulders. Among them was Wu Shuang. Initially, Wu Shuang wore a cheerful smile, but upon locking eyes with her, his expression abruptly faltered, as if he had encountered an apparition. He blinked, and upon reopening his eyes, he beheld Zhang Yuni resting her chin on her hand, offering him a gentle smile, one akin to greeting an acquaintance. He stood there, momentarily dazed. What was happening? As he hastily retreated to the examination hall's entrance and glanced at the seating chart affixed to the door, he was bewildered that he had not previously noticed Zhang Yuni's name. Why hadn't Suheng mentioned it to him? He felt utterly dismayed. What a twist of fate. His bewildered reaction amused Zhang Yuni, providing a much-needed reprieve from her own anxiety. This proved to be a splendid strategy. Whenever she felt a twinge of unease, she would glance back toward Wu Shuang's seat, radiating goodwill. Indeed, one should maintain a cheerful demeanor. A smile can indeed take years off one's age. After 2 days, Wu Shuang felt compelled to tell her, "Sister, please, spare me your smile." Once the final examination concluded, he felt an immense sense of relief. This time, he approached the test with utmost seriousness, meticulously reviewing the questions, determined not to repeat any careless mistakes. He aspired to excel and secure a few more points. Fervently wishing to avoid sharing the examination room with Zhang Yuni again, it was utterly exasperating. Yet, before he could fully relax, another familiar figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find it was the class representative from class 3. Zhang Yuni was equally surprised by Chen Kuo's arrival. Her mind was still occupied with the exam questions. This midterm examination felt considerably more favorable compared to the previous one. During the last monthly test, she struggled to even comprehend many of the questions, but this time her mind was significantly clearer. Although some questions still eluded her, she at least grasped the general problem-solving strategies. "I'm just passing by to return the desks to the classroom," Chen Kuo briefly explained. After each exam, they needed to return the desks. Typically, Chen Kuo and the class committee directed the stronger boys to assist. "I see." A few minutes later, while Chen Kuo moved the desks and Zhang Yuni carried the chairs, they walked together. Throughout the entire journey, they exchanged very few words. Yet an inexplicable sense of understanding lingered between them. Wu Shuang observed them discreetly, feeling that the two were clearly engaged in a form of self-deception. While they outwardly insisted on keeping rumors at bay, in reality, they could hardly restrain themselves, remaining closely attached even in such a brief span of time. Given enough time, anyone with eyes could discern their hidden connection. They hardly needed others to spread rumors. They themselves were the greatest purveyors of gossip, utterly absurd. On the way back to the classroom, Chen Kuo did not inquire about Zhang Yuni's performance. He refrained from mentioning anything related to the examination. He could discern that she was quite fatigued. Zhang Yuni did not wish to strain herself excessively to the point of madness during the evening study session. She neither read nor solved problems, but instead exchanged notes with Su Shishir and Shen Mingrui, engaging in fervent gossip. The three shared a close bond, having formed a group during their second year of high school, aptly named the Three Musketeers. Additionally, they maintained a substantial notebook filled with their whispered secrets. This proved to be a prudent choice, as loose notes could easily be discarded, whereas the notebook was well preserved by Su Shishir, who took it with her to that small city, placing it on her art desk. Su Shishir exclaimed, "Did you know? A couple from Class 5 was caught in the grove. Ha ha ha." Zhang Yuni responded, "Oh my goodness. How brazen. Did they embrace or kiss? I crave the details. The more elaborate, the better." Shen Mingrui added, "No details, they were truly unfortunate. They went there to break up, which cracked me up." Zhang Yui retorted, "Please refrain from sharing such trivial matters with me in the future. I have no interest." She felt rejuvenated. She was genuinely grateful for her companions. For tomorrow, she would have even more energy to face the challenges of being a third-year student. In the third year, not only were the students striving diligently, but the teachers were equally committed, unwilling to squander time as they toiled to grade papers, compile rankings, and print them out for the students. Chen Kuo was among the first in his class to view the results. As per usual, he glanced at the top three. With each examination, he could predict how he had fared. There was neither joy nor surprise. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Upon glancing at his ranking, he hurriedly scanned the others. Names, once perceived as commonplace, now seemed to bear a unique significance, easily discernible. He fixated on the scores from various subjects, the overall total, and his position, unable to suppress a smile. Yes. Oh my goodness. Zhang Yuni, at her desk, could hardly contain her exuberance. With fervor and determination, she had finally reaped the fruits of her labor, advancing one place ahead of her previous standing, now at 24th. Fortune favored her greatly, just days before the exam. While practicing problems, she had inexplicably fixated on a particularly challenging question. Although she contemplated giving up, her stubbornness prevailed, prompting her to consult the brilliant Daijia. Although she didn't fully comprehend the explanation, she summoned the courage to approach the teacher as he passed her desk. To her surprise, he patiently elucidated the problem, and she experienced a moment of clarity. The formula required for the solution had eluded her understanding until then, before she could forget it. A similar question appeared in the exam, one of significant weight. In the examination hall, she nearly shed tears of joy. Calculating the points for this question, she realized that failing to grasp it could have relegated her to 26th place. Chen Kuo found it hard to ignore her infectious enthusiasm as she radiated excitement. And from several rows away, he observed her with a subtle smile, delighted by her jubilant demeanor as she exchanged high-fives with her classmates. Shen Mingrui also joined in the celebration, enthusiastically applauding her. "Sister, you're amazing." Su Shishir and Dai Jiao, witnessing Zhang Yuni's unrestrained joy, erupted into laughter alongside her. Zhang Yuni then beckoned her friends. You, and you, come with me to the supermarket. Today, I'm treating." A group of individuals exited the classroom in a lively manner, their exuberance palpable. No one could truly comprehend the sense of accomplishment that enveloped Zhang Yuni at this moment. Although she ranked only 24th, a distance still remained from her previous rank of 16 or 17, her joy was boundless. It surpassed the elation she felt when she secured the role of a fairy heroine in her past life by 100-fold. After her departure, Chen Kuo turned his gaze back to the report card, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. Quite satisfactory. However, he did not anticipate that. Before the bell for evening study rang, Zhang Yuni would gracefully approach his desk after returning from the supermarket, her eyes shimmering as she placed a pack of original-flavored soda crackers and a bottle of milk before him, saying, "Class monitor, this is for you." Chen Kuo was momentarily taken aback. Was this for him? He hadn't even attended. Beside him, Fei Shiji was on the verge of bursting with laughter. Struggling to contain his amusement, his legs trembling beneath the desk in excitement. It was a rather inexplicable reaction, as he felt a joy that surpassed even the thrill of being in love, despite the fact that he had neither a crush nor any romantic experience. Chen Kuo accepted the offering, unsure where to direct his gaze, his long legs feeling somewhat awkward. "Thank you," he muttered. "You're welcome." Zhang Yuni leaned slightly forward, her hands resting on his desk, her eyes sparkling. "I must tell you, I am incredibly lucky this time. I am so thrilled." She finally noticed Fei Shiji beside her, pausing mid-sentence. "Fei Shiji, I'm so sorry. I forgot to get you something to eat." She began to rummage through her pockets, hoping to find another snack. Fei Shiji nearly choked, coughing a few times, his face flushed. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, it's fine. My friend is in high spirits today, and he will undoubtedly treat me. There is no escaping that." Chapter 44. When the examination results are released. Some rejoice while others lament. For Zhang Yuni, the new year could scarcely rival this exhilaration, which endured until the following morning's early study session. She awoke even before her alarm, her mind alight with the memory of her 24th place finish, and she found herself silently beaming at the ceiling. She dared not make a sound, fearing she might disturb her beloved roommates. As she stepped out of the dormitory, she glanced around but found no sign of Chen Kuo. Puzzled, she pulled out her phone to check the time and felt another wave of laughter rise within her. This day was destined to be historic, for she had ventured out before 6 o'clock. This meant she had an additional 5 minutes, time to memorize another formula or recite an ancient text. With excitement coursing through her, she dashed towards the playground. Indeed, apart from herself, there was not a soul in sight. She called out into the emptiness several times, momentarily forgetting the cold. Her blood surging with fervor, she realized she could indeed be this remarkable. Zhang Yuni felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through her. After strolling several laps around the playground, her limbs warmed and her mind cleared. She eagerly made her way towards the teaching building. Outside the corridor, she spotted Chen Kuo, who was eating a boiled egg. She hurried over, and as she approached, he turned his head to her amidst the misty autumn morning. Class monitor. Zhang Yuni thought to herself that there was something significant she had yet to do today. Upon seeing him, she remembered, "Good morning." Ah, that was it. In the past, they would encounter each other almost every morning, exchanging greetings that felt essential. After Chen Kuo swallowed the egg in his mouth, he nodded and said, "Good morning." Before he could inquire about her departure time, she cheerfully explained, "I didn't even use an alarm today. I woke up at 5:30. When I got up, there wasn't a soul downstairs, and I didn't see you." "Why so early?" he asked. "Will you be getting up at 5:30 from now on?" "How could that be?" Zhang Yuni, knowing herself well, recognized today as an exception. Tomorrow morning, she would revert to her usual self, and without the alarm, she would not awaken. Lingering in bed for a few more minutes, this burst of diligence was akin to a resurrection, and its efficacy rarely lasted beyond 24 hours. Chen Kuo understood. It was normal. Who would want to rise in the cold? "Don't you feel the same?" she asked, surprised. To be candid, she always felt he didn't even need sleep. "Of course," he replied. He was human and cherished warmth. Their conversation paused as the class bell rang. Chen Kuo quickly gulped down a few sips of milk and entered the classroom. Shortly after, old Zhao yawned his way in, surveying the room. Before and after exams, few dared to arrive late, and everyone sat obediently at their desks like quails. Old Zhao unscrewed his thermos, took a sip to clear his throat, and wandered the classroom until he reached the aisle, passing Zhang Yuni's desk. Hearing her recite with vigor, he tapped her desk and said, "Come with me to the office." Zhang Yui blinked in confusion, wondering why she was being called again. Hadn't she ranked 24th? Su Shishir and Shen Mingrui also found it perplexing. Yet they felt powerless as they watched her, looking pitiful and helpless, trailing behind old Zhao out of the classroom. Fei Shiji followed Chen Kuo's gaze, noticing that the corridor outside the classroom was now empty, yet this fellow remained fixated. He pulled out the report card from the file and muttered. Zhang Yui performed reasonably well this time, significantly better than her last dismal attempt. Chen Kuo remained silent, yet it was evident that his mind was elsewhere. Upon hearing Sun Kaishuan's voice, Fei Shiji turned to look, realizing he was collecting the weekly reports. A bold idea struck him, and he hissed a few times at Sun Kaishian. "Looking for me?" Sun Kaishian inquired with suspicion. "Indeed, it is you I seek." Fei Shiji beckoned with his finger. "Brother Sun, you need to deliver this weekly report to the English teacher, correct?" "Yes," Sun Kaishian replied. "Hand it over. I shall assist you. I'm on my way to the restroom anyway." Although Sun Kaishian was puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm, he was eager to offload the task, so without another word, he handed over the thick stack of reports. "Thanks, fat brother." Once they were sure no one was paying attention, Fei Shiji nudged the bored Chen Kuo with his elbow and whispered, "Here is the weekly report for you. Go deliver it. The English teacher's office is right next to old Zhao's." Chen Kuo glanced at him, remaining unmoved, indifferent to the suggestion. He had no obligation to deliver the report and refused to comply. "Fine." Fei Shiji knew precisely how to handle him. "If you won't go, then I shall," he declared. "When I encounter Zhang Yuni, I shall comfort her." Chen Kuo silently observed him, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation, sparks flying between them. As Fei Shiji stood to gather the stack of weekly reports, he could hardly contain his laughter. Fortunately, the students in the classroom were either dozing off or lost in their recitations, oblivious to the fact that it was Chen Kuo delivering the reports today. The teaching building during the morning self-study session buzzed with noise, yet the corridors were nearly deserted. As Chen Kuo approached the teacher's office, his pace slowed. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Did he genuinely wish to witness her being reprimanded by the teacher? Would she be comfortable being seen by others in that moment? Hesitating, he came to a halt. Just as the morning self-study session was nearing its conclusion, Zhang Yuni finally received old Zhao's pardon. She inhaled deeply several times before stepping out of the office, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Once the door shut, her previously tense expression vanished, replaced by a casual shrug of resignation and relief. Regardless of what anyone said, she firmly believed she had performed exceptionally well on the exam and would not entertain any rebuttals. Sunlight had pierced through the clouds, dissipating the morning mist. As she took a few steps forward, she spotted Chen Kuo standing by the railing, gazing into the distance. The rising sun bathed him in a warm glow. Just as she was about to call out to him, she abruptly restrained herself, raising a hand to cover her mouth, a playful impulse stirring within her. She deliberately softened her footsteps, crouching low as she approached him from behind, feigning seriousness as she declared, "This is a robbery. Don't move. Leave your money behind. And your intelligence and scores as well." Chen Kuo was indeed startled by her antics, but upon recognizing her voice, he found himself both amused and exasperated. She approached his side and then noticed the stack of weekly reports he was holding, a sudden realization dawning upon her. "Are you delivering something to the teacher?" "Yes." He nodded. "It's too stuffy in the classroom. I needed some fresh air. I'll take it over shortly." Zhang Yuni understood him perfectly. With so many students in the classroom, some even sneaking bites of breakfast, it was no surprise that, with the cold weather, those seated by the window were not inclined to sacrifice their comfort, thus closing the window and creating a slightly oppressive atmosphere. "What about you?" he casually inquired. "Is the teacher looking for you regarding something else?" "It must be about my grades," Zhang Yuni replied candidly. "And I've signed another life and death contract. Oh, I mean, a guarantee letter." She felt a twinge of resentment at the mention of this matter. She had realized that old Zhao had set his sights on her. After much negotiation, she had promised him that she would strive to advance 2 or 3 places in next month's monthly exam. Old Zhao was even more ambitious, insisting she return to her previous rank of 17th from last semester. She nearly blurted out, "Teacher, you might as well just devour me whole. That would be simpler for both of us." Chen Kuo observed her, words of encouragement ready on his lips, but Zhang Yuni needed none of it. With a bright smile, she declared before he could speak, "I will definitely improve next time." "You will," he affirmed. Seeing that he was heading to the office, Zhang Yuni refrained from further conversation, waved goodbye, and left with a buoyant step. Chen Kuo stood for a moment, gathering his thoughts before making his way to the teacher's office. This brief encounter, though unmentioned by either, seemed to resonate like a melody quietly flowing through the campus. Experts have predicted that this year will witness a mild winter. As Zhang Yuni, startled by the morning chill, chuckled to herself, she dismissed the so-called experts with a wave of her hand. She considered herself the true authority. With bleary eyes, she stood on the balcony brushing her teeth, only beginning to rinse when the urge to gag became overwhelming. The hot water supply in the student dormitory was nearly non-existent in the mornings, and as the earliest riser in room 602, she was deprived of warmth, shivering uncontrollably. As she descended the steps of the dormitory with her umbrella, she instinctively glanced towards the boys' dormitory. Just then, a figure clad entirely in black entered her line of sight. Through the hazy mist, she could not discern his features clearly, but she recognized him immediately, Chen Kuo. He was without an umbrella. In just a few strides, he approached her, his tousled hair speckled with raindrops, yet he appeared unfazed. Zhang Yuni paused for a moment before hurriedly raising her umbrella to shield him from the rain. She noticed droplets collecting on his prominent nose. "Class monitor, you didn't bring an umbrella?" "I forgot," he replied, though the truth was he had never considered taking one. To Chen Kuo, this light drizzle was inconsequential. It felt akin to a non-event. Carrying an umbrella would be a nuisance, and he had intended to dash straight to the cafeteria. He had not anticipated encountering her, let alone receiving her assistance in the rain. Zhang Yuni felt a twinge of exasperation. This was no longer summer. An autumn rain heralded a drop in temperature, and it was not to be taken lightly, particularly now. As we find ourselves in the depths of autumn, should one's hair and clothing become drenched, It is solely one's body heat that aids in the drying process. A stroke of misfortune could easily invite a cold, and at this crucial juncture in our final year of high school, such an ailment could severely impede progress. Unlike her, who seems oblivious to the importance of cherishing her health, indulging in lavish meals thrice daily, and consuming ample water, she is convinced that she shall be the first in class 3 to don autumn trousers. She promises to be more attentive in the future. Are you heading to the playground? He inquires. Zhang Yuni shakes her head. I want to go out in the rain. I'll head to the cafeteria. I can accompany you along the way. Chen Kuo glances at the peculiar umbrella. Though he feels he has encountered such an unusual design before, he never paid it much heed. No, you keep it, he insists, stepping aside, allowing half of his shoulder to remain exposed to the rain. The umbrella is rather small, and given his height and broad shoulders, squeezing in would encroach upon her space, risking her attire getting wet. However, as he retreats a step, she stubbornly inches closer. That won't do, she asserts, aware that he is merely being courteous, yet there is truly no need for such gallantry. Class leader, have you forgotten the last time you caught a cold? No matter how robust one's constitution, one must not be reckless. Hearing her mention that incident, a flicker of discomfort and embarrassment crosses Chen Kuo's features. Secretly, he wishes that the world would forget the foolishness he displayed during that time. You wore a mask for days. It was hard to watch, he remarks. Zhang Yuni understands all too well the suffocating nature of a mask after an entire day. Not only does one struggle to breathe, but one's ears also suffer from the relentless pressure. Hearing her words, Chen Kuo's body froze. He turned to her, no longer in denial, as the fine rain transformed into droplets that pelted against the surface of the umbrella with a rhythmic patter. In chapter 45, beneath the transparent umbrella, the young man remained stiff, maintaining a distance from the young woman, too timid to draw closer, oblivious to the half of his shoulder that was being drenched. Zhang Yuni held the umbrella, her expression casual as she began to critique the expert. I've seen the weather forecast. It's going to get colder every day. This doesn't sound like a warm winter at all. I heard that the school authorities were planning to install heating in the classrooms, but it seems that plan was canceled due to this news. Is that true? After graduating, she had not kept track of her alma mater, only vaguely recalling Dai Jia mentioning that in the second or third year after their graduation, the school had installed air conditioning in every classroom. It seemed that good fortune would never fall upon their cohort, a veritable mystery. No, Chen Kuo replied, sensing a dryness in his throat. The rumors they circulated were beyond his comprehension, and he was uncertain of what he had just uttered, only aware that his palms felt damp as if touched by the rain. The winter in Jiangzhou was not frigid enough to warrant heating installation. This remark did not sit well with Zhang Yuni. She turned her head sharply, glaring at him. Is the winter in Jiangzhou not cold? It's clearly biting to the bone. I often have to wait until the early hours of the morning for my feet to warm up. The audacity of him claiming it wasn't cold warranted a punishment. She declared he should refrain from wearing a down jacket this winter and see if he dared to speak so boldly thereafter. Chen Kuo was at a loss for how to respond to the question, but this dialogue pulled him back to reality. He finally noticed that her action of holding the umbrella seemed somewhat laborious. He extended the hand that had been hidden in his pocket and grasped the handle of the umbrella, positioning it just above her right hand, murmuring, "Allow me." Zhang Yuni could feel the strength with which he held the umbrella and did not hesitate to release her grip, feeling relieved. The topic of how cold winter was in Jiangzhou slipped from her mind, as the umbrella he held began to tilt towards her unconsciously. Before long, they arrived at the warm cafeteria. Their destinations differed. Chen Kuo opted for his usual breakfast of milk, eggs, and meat buns, while Zhang Yuni had already decided what she wanted to eat the night before. Without hesitation, she hurried to another counter to purchase an egg pancake and tofu pudding. The cafeteria was quite empty before the morning study session, with seats available in every direction. However, just as she eagerly took a bite of her egg pancake, someone sat down across from her. She looked up in surprise at Chen Kuo, who she thought had already left. He typically did not linger in the cafeteria, always heading straight to the classroom after acquiring his breakfast and eating in the corridor. What was different today? Before she could voice her question, she noticed the umbrella she had hung to the side, and suddenly everything clicked into place. Oh, it was still raining outside. Not far from them, a girl with short hair was quietly reciting her lessons while sipping porridge. Zhang Yuni perked up her ears to listen, catching a few English words. And couldn't he help but admire her diligence. She shifted her focus back, taking a few bites of the tofu pudding, feeling warmer. Her lazy gaze fell upon Chen Kuo, who was meticulously peeling a boiled egg. Even such a simple task seemed to radiate his earnestness. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up and followed her line of sight down, pausing for a few seconds before handing her the peeled egg, inquiring, "Would you like to eat this?" "Here." "No, no, no." She shook her head like a rattledrum. "By the way, class monitor, which university do you wish to attend?" Although she posed the question to him, she was well aware that he was destined for Tsinghua University. Chen Kuo appeared somewhat surprised by her inquiry. Upon reflection, it seemed there was nothing more significant for them at this stage. He adopted a tone of solemnity, replying, "Tsinghua." He intended to ask her about her plans as well, but the words lingered unspoken on his lips. "Impressive," Zhang Yuni exclaimed sincerely, propping her chin on her hand as she observed him. "You always seem so tireless. How could one not be fatigued?" He chuckled lightly, noticing that she wasn't genuinely interested in the egg. He retracted his hand, taking a bite of the egg white instead, mumbling, "Sometimes, just seeing the problems makes me feel nauseous." Zhang Yuni initially thought the voice belonged to her. Once she confirmed it was indeed his mouth moving and his voice, she leaned forward, abandoning her tofu pudding, impressed. "Is that for real? Are you teasing me?" Chen Kuo was amused by her expression. "Truly, I assure you." He found some of her thoughts quite peculiar, as if he were not regarded as a human in her mind. "Do you feel pressure as well? It's the final year of high school. Everyone must feel some stress, right?" Zhang Yuni was taken aback. "But you play games with Wang Shiran every week. This hardly seems like someone under pressure." She was the first to refuse. His demeanor was so relaxed that it elicited envy. Chen Kuo nearly choked again and hastily took a sip of milk. Once he regained his composure, he explained, "I was merely exchanging study materials with Wang Shiran." Perhaps he too found this rationale rather comical, as he exchanged a glance with Zhang Yuni, and they both chuckled. The short-haired girl, engrossed in memorizing vocabulary, glanced over several times upon hearing their joyful laughter, feeling quite unfortunate to have encountered another couple. Aside from the increasingly chilly weather, Zhang Yuni sensed that both her studies and life were progressing splendidly. She was able to follow the points discussed by her teachers in class. Although she had not yet returned to her peak intellectual prowess, she was confident that if she maintained her efforts, that day would not be far off, a commendable prospect. After evening study, Zhang Yuni changed into her fluffy pajamas and, alongside Daijia, braved the cold wind to fetch hot water. The student line at the hot water station was quite lengthy, almost extending outside. Daijia turned to Zhang Yuni to gossip, occasionally playfully tugging at the rabbit ears on her pajamas. As they conversed and laughed, an out-of-breath voice suddenly called from behind, "It really is you two." Zhang Yuni glanced back to find Fei Shiji, panting and somewhat disheveled, clutching 2 kettles of hot water. "Hurry, hurry," Daijia urged him with urgency. With only a few steps remaining, Fei Shiji summoned all his strength, managing to position himself behind Zhang Yuni just before a male classmate could take his place. In a season where warmth was a precious commodity, securing a minute's advantage for hot water felt like a victory. Fei Shiji exclaimed joyfully, "Oh yeah, victory." As Fei Shiji was often inseparable from Chen Kuo, Zhang Yuni instinctively peeked behind him, only to find the absence of the familiar figure, leaving her puzzled. If it weren't for their differing physiques, one could easily mistake them for brothers. Why was Fei Shiji alone? Initially unaware of her gaze, he turned around, and at the sudden chill of the wind, he shivered, then chuckled. "Zhang Yuni, what are you looking for? Have you not seen the class monitor?" Zhang Yuni inquired. To which he replied, "No, he is too lazy to come." Fei Shiji lifted the 2 kettles to show her. "You see how good I am to him? I even fetched hot water for him." This paternal affection was enough to move the heavens. Without him, who else could that lad expect to bring him hot water on such a frigid night? Daijia, more familiar with him, saw through his facade immediately. "Spare me the excuses. There must be a reason." Zhang Yuni echoed her agreement. "And you call the class monitor lazy? No matter how lazy he is, he certainly appears more industrious than you." As the conversation flowed, Fei Shiji thought to himself, feeling quite fortunate, and did not refute the remark, candidly admitting, "We played rock, paper, scissors." But he was not honest, cheating and taking shortcuts to narrowly win. Dai Jirue commented, "You boys are truly immature. I stopped playing such games since middle school." Zhang Yuni wanted to chime in with a remark about their childishness, but then recalled that her sister's comment included you, so she refrained, realizing that belittling their actions in front of their boss's friend was inappropriate. With an additional person present, the conversation became much livelier, especially as she and Fei Shiji vociferously criticized the school leaders for their pettiness, particularly for not providing them with heating. Daijia occasionally reminded them to lower their voices. Worry of a potential snitch among them. Zhang Yuni confidently stated, if someone wants to tell on us, so be it. Do you think I, Fei Shiji, would be intimidated? Fei Shiji, caught between laughter and disbelief, thought to himself how interesting Zhang Yuni was, and it was no wonder that his wealthy friend had lost his heart. The tea room staff was quite efficient, and soon they were filled with hot water, their spirits equally buoyant. Fei Shiji was talkative and humorous, their laughter echoing on the way back to the dormitory. When they reached the corner, he bid them farewell, swiftly ascending the steps into the boys' dormitory. Perhaps harboring good news in his heart, he bounded up to the 5th floor without fatigue, eagerly entering the dormitory and looking around, asking, where's my wealthy friend? Zhu Zong was busy slurping instant noodles, not bothering to lift his head, while room 508 was in an uproar, which he went over to quell. Fei Shiji sighed, realizing that this was not his wealthy friend, but rather a rather mundane companion. In Class 3, a brick is moved wherever it is needed. Yet who would have thought it would bear the title of class monitor? Regardless, it simply cannot be ignored. I must seek him out. He set the kettle aside and turned to dash outside. Before he could reach dormitory 508, he encountered Chen Kuo returning and seized him by the arm. Just in time. I have monumental news to share with you. Chen Kuo raised an eyebrow. Has the water boiled? As for the good news that Fei Shiji mentioned, he dismissed it entirely. You have been unfilial to me, and heaven is watching. If he hadn't mentioned the boiling water, the mere mention of Fei Shiji made him want to burst into laughter. He smugly remarked, you see, by winning the rock, paper, scissors, you lost an opportunity. Do you know what opportunity that was? The chance to unexpectedly encounter Zhang Yuni, to converse intimately, and to take a leisurely stroll. Chen Kuo was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Please clarify. I ran into her and Daijia just as I was boiling the water. Fei Shiji chuckled, feeling triumphant. Are you regretting your trickery now? Chen Kuo could hardly muster the energy to scold him for being absurd. Who cheats in rock, paper, scissors? He had more pressing matters on his mind. What is the good news you mentioned? Fei Shiji could hardly contain himself. Recently, he felt a rush of excitement surpassing that of winning over a crush. In this frigid weather, his heart warmed with joy for his friend. Zhang Yuni, you won't believe her first reaction upon seeing me. She was actually looking for you, and was particularly disappointed not to find you. Oh, she even asked me why you weren't here. Thus, Fei Shiji lowered his voice and concluded, based on my close observations of her lately, I believe she harbors feelings for you as well. How could this not be the most splendid news? It is not merely a one-sided affection. The girl he likes may very well reciprocate his feelings. Surely, there could be no greater fortune than this. For a brief moment, Chen Kuo appeared momentarily distracted, but soon regained his composure, casting a sidelong glance and admonishing, do not be overly dull. Fei Shiji replied, if you had any guts, you wouldn't be smiling while saying that. Chapter 46. After the morning self-study session, Zhang Yuni and Daijia finished their steaming lamb soup in the cafeteria. Not in a hurry to return to the classroom. Taking advantage of their warm limbs, they strolled around the teaching building, a form of rejuvenation for them at this stage. As they walked, they heard a distant chorus of cheers. Zhang Yuni's curiosity piqued. She glanced in the direction of the basketball court with newfound enthusiasm, eager to pull Daijia along to join the excitement. I heard from Sister Sure that there's a handsome freshman who often plays basketball. Daijia, somewhat exasperated, murmured, he's just a freshman. What is so captivating about that? When I look at freshmen now, they seem like a bunch of children. Just look, it doesn't cost anything. Zhang Yuni led her effortlessly into the crowd. But instead of spotting the exceptionally handsome younger brother that Su Shirshir had mentioned, her gaze was immediately drawn to Chen Kuo, clad in gray sweatpants, as he effortlessly sank a basket with a resounding thud. Truly, the class monitor was impressive. Zhang Yuni did not hold back her praise. Su Shirshir's taste must be questionable. Did you see any particularly handsome boys, aside from the class monitor? Scanning the crowd, all she could see were mere passers-by. Daijia could hardly contain her amusement. The two individuals were engaged in hushed conversation when Chen Kuo, who was casually high-fiving his companions, glanced over. His gaze paused momentarily. After warming up, it was only natural for his heart rate to accelerate. Lowering his voice, he said to his companion, I'll take a break. With that, he strode confidently towards Zhang Yuni, clutching an almost empty bottle of mineral water. Although the crowd was not sparse, their presence went largely unnoticed. As Zhang Yuni observed him steady his breath and prepare to drink, an awkward situation unfolded. The bottle contained only a few drops. Having just purchased a fresh bottle herself, She selflessly offered it to him without hesitation. I haven't opened this one yet. You can have it. Chen Kuo accepted it without a hint of discomfort, effortlessly twisting off the cap and taking several generous sips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he quenched his thirst. Afterward, he inquired, "What will you drink? I can go get something for you, orange juice or something else." "No need," Zhang Yuni replied, shaking her head. "It's too cold. I'll just go get some hot water." "All right." They had exchanged only a few words when someone called out to Chen Kuo from the court, "Kuo, it's time for you to play." Zhang Yuni, having noticed the lack of appealing faces among the boys, lost interest in the basketball game and said, "Class leader, you should go now. We will head back to the classroom shortly." "Okay." Chen Kuo glanced at her, nodded slightly, and turned back towards the court, carefully placing the bottle on his thick jacket as if to protect it from being kicked, covering it with his sleeve. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia emerged from the crowd. The hour still early, and leisurely made their way towards the teaching building. The December scenery was visibly desolate. Yet the youthful and innocent students added a splash of color to the campus. Zhang Yuni, following the serenade of love songs broadcasted, hummed with heartfelt emotion, lamenting the ambiguity that left one feeling wronged, unable to find evidence of love. The adorable ones enjoyed the whimsical act of anonymously requesting songs for others. Recently, it appeared that someone was nursing a broken heart. The airwaves were saturated with melancholic melodies. Suddenly, a soft female voice interrupted her reverie. She had never noticed before just how warm-hearted the class monitor was. Zhang Yuni turned her head to look at Dai Jia and smiled. "Isn't it so? I must admit, I hadn't realized it either." "It's quite normal not to have noticed," Dai Jia replied. "The class monitor rarely interacts with us girls and speaks very little. I remember you once remarked that he was a bit of a dullard and thought Cheng Yin was more handsome." "Cheng Yin?" "To others. He was merely the boy who returned to his hometown after the final exams of his second year, his 17-year-old face marked by a charming rebelliousness." Yet for Zhang Yuni, the last time she had seen Cheng Yin was at the age of 27, clad in an apron, wielding a spatula, negotiating an increase of 200 yuan in monthly allowance from Zhou Anqi. Most notably, he persistently called her Qibao, a nauseatingly endearing term that was utterly unbearable. That occasion, the couple invited a few old friends for a warm gathering, yet everyone barely touched their food, as it was simply too much to consume. In conclusion, Zhang Yuni staunchly refused to acknowledge having uttered such words, declaring with righteous indignation, "Impossible. I could never articulate such a distortion of truth. Cheng Yin is far less handsome than the monitor. Without a moment's hesitation, I would cast my vote for the monitor." "Jia, you must have misheard, absolutely misheard." Dai Jia regarded her with a look of unspoken words, ultimately conceding, All right, it seems I was mistaken." She chose not to engage in a serious debate, knowing full well that she would undoubtedly prevail, for she had 4 witnesses to corroborate her claim. "Jia, you've stepped into a minefield. Do you realize?" Zhang Yuni found her words utterly amusing, remarking, "If you were a man and dared to say such a thing to me, you would be in serious trouble." The days of school always seemed to pass swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, morning transitioned to night. Chen Kuo arrived at the boiling room, carrying 2 thermoses. He stood at the back of the queue, his tall stature allowing him to survey the surroundings, but despite several glances, he failed to spot Zhang Yuni. He was uncertain whether she had not come, had already left, or was simply unlikely to appear today. He pondered absently, realizing how dreadfully bored he was, seeking trivial matters to occupy himself. Gradually, the line began to move forward. He turned once more to glance at the path from which he had come. The streetlights cast a dim glow, illuminating the mottled shadows of the trees. After a short distance, he caught sight of Zhang Yuni, arm in arm with Dai Jia. A wave of relief washed over him, and his body acted more honestly than his mind. He stepped out of the line, relinquishing his spot to the person behind him. The boy trailing in line yawned, taken aback by this unexpected action, and involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air. Although he was unsure what had prompted this behavior, he promptly advanced, denying Chen Kuo any chance to reconsider. Chen Kuo leisurely made his way to the back of the queue. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia had lingered a bit too long in their dormitory, chatting and laughing as they strolled toward the hot water room. As they approached, Zhang's keen eyes caught sight of Chen Kuo, whose height made him stand out like a crane among chickens. While many tall individuals might exhibit a slight hunch, he stood upright like a pine tree against the night sky, making him unmistakably conspicuous. In delight, she called out, "Class leader." Chen Kuo turned at the sound of her voice, calm and composed as he glanced at his phone. Upon recognizing her, he appeared somewhat surprised, inquiring, "Oh, are you all here for hot water too?" "Indeed, what a coincidence," Zhang Yuni replied, linking arms with Dai Jia as they approached and took their place behind him. Noticing the two thermoses at his feet, she quickly deduced the situation and teased, "Class leader, you didn't lose a game of rock, paper, scissors today, did you?" Dai Jia stifled a smile. If it had been Fei Shiji, she might have playfully criticized their childishness, but before her stood the class leader, prompting her to remain discreet. After all, a displeased class leader could be quite fearsome. Having encountered it once, she had no desire to repeat the experience. In the stillness of the night, Chen Kuo's voice was low, offering no denial to her suggestion. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuni promptly reported, "Fei Shiji claimed yesterday that you cheated in rock, paper, scissors." Chen Kuo tucked his phone away into his pocket, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Is that so? It seems he is itching for a reprimand. I shall address him when we return." Zhang Yuni couldn't help but chuckle softly. She found that the class leader possessed a subtle sense of humor, not the overtly loud kind, but rather a charming wit that was quite enjoyable. Dai Jia stood on tiptoe, peering at Zhang Yuni, then cast a doubtful glance at Chen Kuo. Both were laughing, yet she wondered what was so amusing about their conversation. Was it possible that her sense of humor was simply too refined, rendering her somewhat out of sync with them? When it was Chen Kuo's turn, he graciously shifted aside, allowing Zhang Yuni to fill her cup before Dai Jia. Zhang Yuni was already well aware of his gentlemanly demeanor, but Dai Jia felt somewhat out of her depth, as they were not yet familiar. She quickly expressed her gratitude. "Class monitor, thank you." Chen Kuo casually replied, "It's nothing." At that moment, Zhang Yuni was handing the card to the server, and thus did not catch his words. The phrase floated into Dai Jia's ears, and she glanced at Chen Kuo, pondering the implication of "it's nothing." Why did it feel somewhat peculiar? Caution, perhaps. Chen Kuo observed the boiling water being poured into the kettle, while Zhang Yuni leaned in closer, unable to resist offering a gentle reminder. "I know," Zhang Yuni smiled, sealing the bottle and urging Dai Jia, "Jia, it's your turn." "Oh, right." Dai Jia snapped back to attention, temporarily setting aside her musings, and hurriedly stepped forward to collect the hot water. Zhang Yuni did not immediately depart after filling her cup. Instead, she pulled Dai Jia aside to wait for Chen Kuo. Before long, the three of them were walking back to the dormitory. If yesterday Dai Jia had engaged in the conversation, today she remained utterly silent, serving as an excellent backdrop. "Look, there are stars tonight," Zhang Yuni remarked, gazing up at the night sky. "I seem to have never found the Big Dipper." Chen Kuo halted, seeking a vantage point unimpeded by the surrounding trees. He leaned slightly and pointed there. "Where?" Zhang Yuni followed his finger's direction, widening her eyes in a futile search, yet she found nothing. Unbeknownst to them, Dai Jia had quietly been squeezed to the side, holding a thermos in the chilling wind. Helplessly biting her lip, Chen Kuo patiently pointed, but alas, the stars of the city were not particularly brilliant, distant, and indistinct. Zhang Yuni could only watch his elongated fingers sketching spoon-like shapes before her. Resorting to the art of deception, she feigned excitement, exclaiming with exaggerated delight, "I see it. It's truly marvelous." There was no choice. The overachiever was far too earnest. She suspected that if she claimed not to see, he would continue pointing until dawn. A little deceit would suffice. Chen Kuo, satisfied, smiled. All was well. Meanwhile, Dai Jia let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed frigid here, and they had finally finished stargazing. Chapter 47. Throughout Zhang Yui's academic journey, the phrases "time flies" and "the passage of time is swift" frequently appeared in her essays. Now, however, she truly grasped their meaning. How could it be that the midterm examination felt like just yesterday, yet here she was, blinking, and facing another monthly exam again? Fortunately, she had also learned to find joy amidst adversity. For instance, during examination periods, evening self-study sessions were suspended, and all available classrooms transformed into examination halls. On the eve of the monthly test, after the final bell rang, students spontaneously began to rearrange desks to prepare the examination room. Zhang Yuni stood at the railing, observing below, feeling as if the students were akin to industrious little ants laboriously transporting food, dark and clustered in groups of 3 or 5. A familiar voice called from behind. "What are you looking at?" She didn't need to turn around to know that the newcomer was Chen Kuo. Hastily, she called him over to share everything she had observed. "Look, don't they resemble little ants marching in the rain? Aren't they adorable?" For them, the exams are akin to the impending rainstorm. Chen Kuo couldn't fathom how her mind conjured such whimsical thoughts. He glanced at her, finding her quite charming. Have you finished moving? After enjoying her laughter, Zhang Yuni finally took note of him and inquired. The class monitor was indeed quite commendable, though his merits had only become apparent to her now. With more boys than girls in the class, he never allowed the boys to slack off during strenuous tasks. Every single one of them was required to contribute, while the girls directed them on how to arrange everything. Chen Kuo nodded, noting that it was getting late. You all should hurry and have your meal. Rest early today, so you can perform well in tomorrow's exam. No rush, Zhang Yuni casually replied. I'm waiting for Jiajia. We're going to the back street to eat together. I see. Chen Kuo nodded, glancing at his watch. All right, be careful. At first, Fei Shiji did not understand why Chen Kuo had suddenly changed his mind. However, after taking a small detour outside the school gates, upon seeing Zhang Yuni with Dai Jia at the Korean snack shop, he had an epiphany. Wasn't it simply because they wouldn't be in the same examination room over the next 2 days, making it difficult for them to meet frequently? Was it really necessary? He nudged Chen Kuo with his elbow, teasing, don't be too clingy. Even the dogs by the roadside can see how fond you are of her. If, after the college entrance examination, one were to indulge freely without fear of old Zhao charging at them with a knife, wouldn't it be wise for one to exercise a modicum of restraint? Chen Kuo, unfazed, retorted, is it you, the dog by the roadside? Are you seeking death? Fei Shiji responded with a punch. Zhang Yuni was taken aback by their arrival but quickly recalled that while the back street was replete with snack shops, this particular Korean eatery had thrived for a decade for good reason. Affordable and aesthetically pleasing, it catered perfectly to the high school demographic. The decor was distinctly Korean, with posters of popular idols plastered on the walls and a television screen showcasing Korean dramas and variety shows. Dai Jia was engrossed in playing Fruit Ninja, glancing up momentarily with an expression of calm indifference, showing no surprise at Chen Kuo and his companion's entrance. What a coincidence! Exclaimed Fei Shiji as he approached, dragging over a plastic chair and plopping down. Have you all come to eat here too? Zhang Yuni held a slip of paper in her hand, given by the staff, which bore a number. Why don't we share a table? It will save you from waiting. All right. Fei Shiji beckoned Chen Kuo to take a seat beside Zhang Yuni without making a fuss. Dai Jia casually glanced over, pretending not to notice, and returned to slicing fruit on the screen. Chop, chop, chop. So, you used to come here often? Zhang Yuni inquired. It's all right, Chen Kuo replied. The bibimbap is quite good. Fei Shiji looked down, suppressing a laugh, as he undermined his friend's credibility. What are you talking about? You've only been here once. And you dare to respond. Do you also enjoy bibimbap? Zhang Yuni remarked. I also enjoy it. Their food is quite delicious and can be considered authentic, though the wait for a table is lengthy and the service is rather slow. Chen Kuo paused momentarily, yet he concluded that as long as the food was delectable, that was sufficient. Fei Shiji, feeling rather superfluous, refrained from interjecting to assert his presence. However, as he listened to their conversation, he experienced an overwhelming sensation of being an extraneous presence. Unable to resist, he glanced at Dai Jia, harboring admiration for her. She effortlessly blended into the surroundings, becoming an exquisite backdrop. It is indeed commendable to support one's friends and brothers, yet at that moment, he was genuinely famished. Thus, he cleared his throat in an attempt to garner attention, but his companion seemed oblivious, not sparing him a glance. I'm going to fetch some drinks, he declared, preparing to slip away. Chen Kuo cast a cursory glance in his direction without uttering a word. Zhang Yuni raised her hand, nearly extolling Lao Fei as an extraordinary individual. Me. I want a drink, please bring me one. Fei Shiji muttered, what should I get? Taro milk tea, with pearls. Zhang Yuni replied enthusiastically. Fei Shiji nodded perfunctorily and stood up to leave. Unexpectedly, Dai Jia also rose from her seat. In his moment of surprise, she turned to Zhang Yuni and softly explained. I'll go too. Fei Shiji, bewildered, questioned, huh? After taking a few steps, he turned to Dai Jia, Sister Jiayu. Dai Jia replied calmly. What is it? Nothing. As he continued walking, he couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself, recognizing the shared plight of wandering souls. Zhang Yuni and Chen Kuo were engaged in conversation outside the CAF when a staff member opened the door and called them in. Only then did she realize that Fei Shiji and Dai Jia had been gone for quite a while without returning. Peering towards the direction of the beverage bar, she found it difficult to see clearly in the early darkness, so she took out her phone and dialed Dai Jia's number. The call connected swiftly, but the background was filled with noise, including the sounds of slurping noodles. We've gone to another place to eat. A new restaurant just opened nearby. and I simply couldn't wait any longer. Do you want to join us? Zhang Yuni felt exasperated. They've already queued up ahead of us. On the other end of the line, Dai Jiao wiped her mouth with a napkin, well aware that some things are better left unsaid. She understood that Zhang Yuni had matters to discuss with the class monitor. It seemed that Zhang Yuni refrained from mentioning it out of a shared sense of awkwardness. And Dai Jia comprehended that. After hanging up, Zhang Yuni complained to Chen Kuo. They were too hungry to wait and found another place to eat. It's not too far. Should we go look for Fei Shiji? No need, Chen Kuo replied, glancing inside the CAF. Now that we're here, we might as well stay. Zhang Yuni shared the same sentiment. After waiting so long, she had no intention of leaving without tasting the stone pot bibimbap. The time of a senior high school student is incredibly precious. After ordering the stone pot bibimbap along with Korean seaweed soup, she handed the menu to Chen Kuo. The staff stood by with a pen, waiting for his order. I'll have the stone pot bibimbap as well, he added, directing his comment towards Zhang Yuni. Is there anything else you wish to order? I've already placed my order, she replied. Chen Kuo hesitated, pondering whether to order a drink. I opted for seaweed soup. Well, Chen Kuo had not shared many meals with her and was unfamiliar with her preferences. He found himself indecisive. Should I then simply order a stone pot bibimbap? The waiter, perplexed by his hesitation, mistakenly assumed he was addressing himself and inquired. 2 stone pot bibimbaps and 1 seaweed soup, correct? Zhang Yuni gently sipped her barley tea. Chen Kuo nodded in affirmation. Zhang Yuni rested her chin on one hand, attentively watching the television screen displaying a variety show featuring a simulated couple's tender moments, revealing a smile that indicated she was thoroughly entertained. Observing their romance was far more amusing, especially when it involved handsome men and beautiful women. Chen Kuo, uncertain of the source of her amusement, glanced back at the screen for a moment but found it incomprehensible, not wanting to interrupt her enjoyment. He recalled that this restaurant had a reputation for serving dishes at a snail's pace. He mentally prepared himself and decided to take out his phone, resting his elbow on the table to engage in a game to pass the time. Occasionally, he would glance up, noticing her sipping water, seemingly making the lengthy wait more bearable. Zhang Yuni gently placed her cup down, her gaze lingering on Chen Kuo's hands as he deftly maneuvered his phone. He was engrossed in the game, perhaps finding it a means of relieving stress. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. Fortunately, she was not the only one burdened by pressure. In the cozy little shop, Zhang Yuni felt warm and content, having satisfied her hunger with delicious mixed rice and savory kelp soup, with a rosy glow on her cheeks. She stepped outside without immediately donning her cotton jacket, which she casually cradled in her arms. The wind brushed past her, yet she felt no chill, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "How fortunate I am." Her heart swelled with joy at the warmth in her limbs, the promise of a hot shower upon returning to her dormitory, and the prospect of an early night's rest. Chen Kuo, hearing her murmurs, smiled gently as he stood beside her, their footsteps harmonizing as they traversed the pedestrian path towards the school. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted through the air from a nearby vendor, sweet and inviting. They took a shortcut through the buildings of the first and second-year classrooms. The campus now enveloped in tranquility. It was precisely this calm that made even the slightest sound resonate, as if echoing in the stillness. Zhang Yuni's keen ears caught a few words that piqued her curiosity, prompting her to halt abruptly. Chen Kuo, a couple of steps ahead, noticed her absence and turned to look back, but she paid him no heed, quietly treading towards the source of the sound. Puzzled yet intrigued, he followed her into the dimly lit area where the streetlights failed to penetrate. Chen Kuo found himself moving stealthily, perhaps unconsciously imitating Zhang Yuni. Just as he contemplated the oddity of his own behavior, he failed to notice her sudden stop and collided gently with her back. Zhang Yuni nearly gasped, quickly covering her mouth in shock, turning her head in fear. Her smooth forehead and exceptionally bright eyes were the only features visible as her emotions softened. She shot him a glare, hushing him with a breath, signaling for silence, and then raised her hand to indicate that he should look at the unfolding drama. Quick, look, she urged, for they were witnessing a scene that was not only captivating but also reached its climax. Chen Kuo held his breath, faintly discerning 3 figures standing in a triangular formation not far away, locked in confrontation. From the voices, it appeared to be 2 girls and 1 boy. Girl A, with a quivering tone, lamented, "He sent me messages at night, trying to entice me. I didn't want to respond, sob sob sob." She continued, "He kept messaging me." The boy retorted, "Why would I message you? It was you who changed your profile picture to match mine." Girl A wept even more vehemently. I never paid attention to your profile picture, okay? Just because you like kid doesn't mean I can't. Girlby interjected with a disdainful huff. I don't care what your issue is. You both have lost all shame. I'll post about this on the forum later. I might as well throw up my dinner. Girlie sobbed. Go ahead and post. Just don't cut ties with me. Chen Kuo, under the cool moonlight, glanced at Zhang Yuni, his expression tinged with helplessness. They were both pressed against the wall, eavesdropping on the commotion. Chen Kuo was on the cusp of turning 18 in less than a month, yet even in his most naive childhood days, he had never engaged in such antics. The squabble had devolved into two berating one. As Chen Kuo stood there, his legs growing numb, a faint glimmer emerged from the distance. Accompanied by the patrolling teacher's imperfect Mandarin. Who is there? Do not run. With the year-end approaching, the teachers were determined to fulfill their KPIs, intent on capturing all the early lovebirds without exception. Before Chen Kuo could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself being tugged along by Zhang Yuni. The three unfortunate souls remained ensnared in their tangled emotions, and with barely a minute's delay, they had no time to escape. In the biting cold, the young girl led her companion in flight, the howling wind tousling their hair. After years of being a model student, Chen Kuo now felt a surge of adrenaline, as if he were engaged in a game of hide-and-seek, each frantic step composing a unique melody within the otherwise monotonous symphony of his student life. Chapter 48. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Yuni felt a sheen of sweat upon her skin, rarely having a night free from evening study sessions. Her roommates had all gone out to visit friends, leaving only Dai Jia, who was nestled in bed, engrossed in her phone. Noticing Zhang Yuni's return, she looked up and inquired, "Why so late?" "Don't mention it," Zhang Yuni replied, still amused by the evening's unexpected excitement. The thought of the class monitor's indescribable expression only heightened the comedic effect. She chuckled to herself for a while, then worried that her damp clothes might catch a chill. "I'll tell you all about it later. I need to shower first." As Dai Jia observed her exuberance, she could still faintly hear Zhang Yuni humming a tune from the bathroom, unable to suppress a smile. Was dating truly this joyful? Had they held hands? In the dormitory, with no one waiting to take a shower, Zhang Yuni indulged herself in leisurely pursuits within the confines of the bathroom. When she finally emerged, it was as though she had stepped out of a fairyland. Her cheeks were flushed, and she hurriedly donned a thick nightgown. After filling the hot water bottle, she tucked it into the chilly bedding and peeked inside, noticing Dai Jia's quilt appeared invitingly warm. A mischievous idea struck her, and she dashed over, intent on burrowing into the cozy cocoon. Dai Jia, unable to fend her off, reluctantly made room for her. The two girls squeezed onto the narrow bed, exchanging smiles as they continued their conversation. Dai Jia recalled the words Zhang Yuni had uttered before her shower. What was it she wanted to share? Zhang Yuni erupted into laughter, declaring, "Jia, you truly missed out today. You shouldn't have left." Dai Jia chuckled but remained silent. Was she to stay indefinitely? After all, she wasn't some lingering light bulb. When we returned to school, we encountered quite a spectacle. Zhang Yuni's eyes sparkled with excitement. When it came to gossip, she was far from fatigued. She had heard an abundance of tales from the circle in her past lives, always sharing them with her close friends, with Dai Jia being her foremost confidant. "Let me tell you about the rivalry involving two girls and a boy." As she spoke, she digressed, remarking on how amusing the class monitor was, truly worthy of the 1,500-meter medal, running with remarkable speed. Dai Jia listened quietly, observing Zhang Yuni's head thrown back in laughter, and couldn't help but smile in return. Well then, if Zhang Yuni found it amusing, let her laugh. Uncertain whether her late-night conversation with Dai Jia had any bearing, Zhang Yuni, who often experienced dreamless nights, found herself in the midst of a vivid dream. In it, she was perpetually running, across boundless wilderness, along pristine shores with crystal-clear waters, and beneath a canopy of twinkling stars. She sensed someone relentlessly pursuing her, yet their face remained a mere blur, obscured by the swiftness of her flight. Upon waking, before she could fully recall the dream, she overheard Zhou Anshi reciting the highlighted points from their biology teacher. In agony, she pressed her hands to her ears, realizing that the figure shadowing her must surely symbolize the looming examination. For Zhang Yuni, this monthly test brought neither shock nor elation. The teachers of the senior class demonstrated remarkable efficiency, swiftly distributing the report cards that fluttered like snowflakes into the hands of the students. Having undergone 3 examinations, she had grown accustomed to the process and no longer felt the paralyzing dread that once led her to shield her eyes from the results. However, To claim she was entirely composed would be a falsehood. After fervently praying to the Bodhisattva last time, this time she sought the intercession of the Virgin Mary. It seems that cultural differences create barriers. Perhaps she should return to her earnest supplications to the Bodhisattva. Her performance this time was lackluster, ranking 21st. With a narrow escape, only 2 points ahead of the 22nd place. In the core subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English, she fared reasonably well, particularly excelling in English. Yet her Achilles heel remained the comprehensive sciences. Cursed be physics, chemistry, and biology. Despite her relentless efforts over the past months, she had merely managed to navigate into the middle tier, and with each passing day, she felt the weight of time pressing upon her, longing to request 500 more years from the heavens. Just then, Chen Kuo entered from outside, casting a glance in her direction. She cradled her face in her hands, her fingers tapping despondently against her cheeks, furrowing her brows in a state of distress. In the realm of academic performance, Chen Kuo was neither proficient nor adept at offering solace to others. During elementary school, Wang Xiran once faced a dismal examination, losing points on several major questions. And in her frustration, she bit her lip to stifle her tears. Unable to bear the sight, he uttered a few words of earnest consolation, only to provoke her ire further, prompting her to demand his silence. Perhaps he should have reassured her that it was not her fault, but rather the teacher's overly challenging questions. Before he could formulate a coherent thought, Shen Mingrue slipped into the room, gallantly alerting their classmates that old Zhao was approaching with her metaphorical axe, leaving everyone in suspense as to who might be the next to face public execution. Instantly, the classroom was enveloped in an icy silence. Old Zhao entered with an impassive expression, clutching her thermos. She surveyed the students seated below, her gaze lingering for several seconds on Zhang Yuni, who dared not lift her head. "You have all seen your report cards, haven't you?" The teacher's occupational hazard rendered her throat uncomfortable during the autumn and winter months. Fortunately, the students in class were obedient and quiet. Even with her voice lowered, it made no difference. "I shall refrain from further commentary. While there are numerous examinations, do not become desensitized. Each one is a stone to traverse across the river. You must have a clear direction for your efforts moving forward." Zhang Yuni internally lamented her predicament. How would she account for her performance? She had promised a top 20 ranking. Oh dear, surely old Zhao would not behead her. Enough of that. Old Zhao abruptly shifted the subject, delivering a piece of good news that might delight them. "It is not yet time to weep over the college entrance examinations. Rally your spirits." The once downtrodden little ones all raised their heads in unison, their eyes sparkling with fervor. What splendid news could this be? A month-long holiday, perhaps? The school authorities are quite considerate of the senior students, as Lao Zhao mentioned. Originally, the New Year's celebration was not intended for the third-year students, but after discussions among the teachers, it was decided that, to alleviate some of the pressure on them, a celebration would be organized on the evening of the 30th. The glimmer in the students' eyes dimmed slightly at the mention of the New Year's gathering. What significance does it hold? They would rather have a holiday. The event would be held within their own class, utilizing class funds. Lao Zhao paused, emphasizing that this celebration should be well organized, relaxed, and primarily focused on joy. "If the class funds fall short, I will cover the difference." "Zhang Yuni, how about you taking charge?" Suddenly being singled out, Zhang Yuni's heart nearly skipped a beat from the shock, and she looked up in disbelief, locking eyes with Lao Zhao. Utterly stupefied. Me? Was she imagining things? How could she be responsible for it? After all, she was neither a class committee member nor the monitor. At that moment, Zhang Yuni became the center of attention. Her classmates turned to her, some assessing, others surprised, and a few delighted. Chen Kuo, unabashedly following the others, glanced back at her. Yet amidst all those gazes, his remained the most intent. "You did quite well at the last sports meet," he remarked. Not only did Sun Caishian think so, but even Lao Zhao privately regretted not recognizing Zhang Yuni's enthusiasm and capability earlier. "This time, I entrust it to you. Do you accept?" With this, Lao Zhao turned to the others, inquiring if they had any recommendations for candidates. "Teacher, I wholeheartedly recommend Zhang Yuni." Sun Caishian exclaimed immediately, fearing that if he hesitated, this misfortune would befall him. At the outset of his tenure as a class committee member, he was filled with enthusiasm and lofty aspirations. Yet after several years, he felt considerably aged. With Sun Caishian leading the charge, others glanced around, seemingly unable to conceive of a more suitable candidate than Zhang Yuni. The students still recalled the last sports meeting and began to voice their support. "Zhang Yuni is excellent. Indeed, she surpasses those other committee members. Shoo, do you want to get us in trouble? Boldly, He Yuan, sensing the positive atmosphere, declared, Sister, if we're taking photos again this time, you must let me know in advance. I need to do my hair. Teacher Zhao, with a kind smile, inquired, what hairstyle do you wish to try? Isn't curling enough for you? He Yuan attempted to defend himself, choosing not to correct Teacher Zhao. This is a fashionable foil perm, teacher. I am naturally curly, it's hereditary. Su Shishir and Xin Mingrui were both exhilarated, urging Zhang Yuni to accept the role in hushed tones. For this was a case where one's elevation brings prosperity to all. Zhang Yuni was also quite tempted but, showing restraint, modestly pushed back a little, stating, Teacher, I have never been in charge before. I lack experience. Teacher Zhao dismissed her concerns, glancing habitually at her right-hand aide, Chen Kuo, who understood her student well enough to jest, class leader, assign the New Year's celebration to Zhang Yuni. If she encounters any difficulties, you shall assist her. Any objections? Fei Shiji was nearly bursting with laughter, struggling to contain himself. Any objections? This young man has truly lost his mind to dare to voice his opinions. And as for Lao Zhao, how could he not notice the barely concealed smile on his face? Chen Kuo did not anticipate that the topic would shift to him. Before he could retract his gaze, Zhang Yuni glanced over, catching him off guard. The two exchanged looks across a sea of classmates. She smiled at him, confident that he would undoubtedly support her. Whether it was nerves or fluster, the pen he had been idly twirling slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Ignoring it, he cleared his throat and said, I have no objections. All is well. Yes, everything is fine. Lao Zhao made a decisive nod, stating, then it is settled. Zhang Yuni, do a good job. If you encounter any difficulties, seek assistance from the class leader. For the other students, the news of the upcoming celebration might not have been particularly thrilling. However, with Zhang Yuni suddenly thrust into this role, her report card seemed to lose its significance. As for her close friends, they were even more animated than she was. Su Shishir grasped Zhang Yuni's hand and urged her, grow larger and stronger. Xin Mingrui added gravely, seize the throne and usurp the position. Zhang Yuni paused. Wait a moment, whose throne are we seizing, and whose position are we usurping? Su Shishir and Xin Mingrui, filled with ambition, cast their gazes toward a boy at a nearby desk who was playfully tussling with his deskmate. Zhang Yuni followed their line of sight. Sensing the intensity of their stare, Chen Kuo casually turned his head, only to be playfully punched on the shoulder by Fei Shiji. Fortunately, his long legs and stable core prevented him from stumbling. He adjusted his disheveled hoodie and smiled at her as if nothing had happened. Chapter 49. Zhang Yuni was determined to make this New Year's celebration a resounding success. Her reasoning was akin to that of the previous sports meet, yet with subtle distinctions. Glancing around at her classmates in the classroom, even the most carefree among them, Xin Mingrui and He Yuan, felt the immense pressure of their final year. She resonated with a sentiment expressed by old Zhao. Every examination they faced was but a stone encountered while navigating the river of life. However, it was essential to pause occasionally and gaze up at the fireworks in the sky. Find joy, my companions. Yet, she lacked relevant experience and feared making unnecessary mistakes. The following morning, upon exiting the dormitory and encountering Chen Kuo, she deliberately invited him to lunch, seeking his wisdom. Let us invite Jia Jie and Fei Shiji. I shall treat you all to lamb soup. She promptly recalled that Chen Kuo was not fond of soup and cleverly amended her offer. How about the three of us enjoy lamb soup, and I'll get you something else? Chen Kuo seemed indifferent to the matter, but playfully replied, it is quite chilly today. A little soup wouldn't hurt. Then it's settled? Indeed. Zhang Yuni felt a sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, old Zhao had spoken up for her, but upon reflection, she realized that even without his prompting, given her current rapport with the class leader, he would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye. Her social circle was quite favorable. Since her appointment yesterday, many classmates who were close to her inquired if she needed assistance. They were more than willing to lend a hand. Dai, Su, and Xin all expressed their readiness to assist at any moment. After the last class of the morning concluded, Zhang Yuni, concerned that Chen Kuo might forget their earlier agreement, called out urgently, class leader. Chen Kuo was tidying her desk when she heard a sound and turned back. She gestured to him as if to indicate it was time to eat. He chuckled and returned the gesture with an okay. Fei Shiji and Dai Jia were seated closely together, and upon witnessing the unspoken understanding between the two, they exchanged glances, momentarily hesitating whether they should play the role of the third wheel today. Dai Jia shot Fei Shiji a look, indicating her willingness to follow his lead. Fei Shiji remained silent. The four ultimately left the classroom together, with Zhang Yuni and Chen Kuo walking ahead, while Dai Jia and Fei Shiji lagged a few steps behind. Listening to their enthusiastic discussion about the New Year's celebration, which evoked an odd illusion that they were discussing wedding details. Upon reaching the cafeteria, they split into different directions. When they reconvened, Chen Kuo had secured a cozy spot near the corner, where it was warm. Just as Zhang Yuni settled in and had barely sipped her soup, she overheard a table nearby gossiping about a sensational piece of news from the school forum. She recalled a time in her previous life when she too enjoyed browsing the forum, achieving a fairly high rank, but had not logged in even once since the college entrance examination. This was not the official school forum, but rather one created by senior students from previous years. She perked up her ears to listen. They were gossiping about an incident she and Chen Kuo had overheard the day before the monthly exam. She couldn't help but chuckle, drawing the attention of the three others at her table, who were puzzled by her sudden laughter. The class monitor, Zhang Yuni, with a twinkle in her eye, reminded Chen Kuo, who was seated across from her, that they were discussing that particular matter, and she felt compelled to check the forum for the conclusion. Matters such as catching young couples in early romantic relationships were typically hushed up by the school, not publicly criticized. They were not averse to setting an example. Yet they feared that restless students in their adolescence might be inspired to act upon such revelations. Upon her mention, Chen Kuo recalled the night a few days prior when he had been running, his hand holding the soup spoon suddenly halting. He had hardly paid attention to the meaningless chatter of those individuals, and now, in retrospect, all he could remember was her wide-eyed gaze as she covered her mouth, the howling wind, and the rapid thumping of his heart. Fei Shiji, having lost interest in the soup, inquired, "What was that about?" Zhang Yuni had already taken out her phone to log into the forum, and indeed, there were still individuals persistently upvoting the post. The girl was quite bold, her writing remarkably articulate, elucidating the entire sequence of events with clarity and vividness, skillfully weaving hooks and maintaining continuous tension. As for the conclusion, at the time of being caught, it had been 2 girls and 1 boy. The 2 girls immediately united in their defense, informing the patrolling teacher that they were merely out for a stroll, while the boy had been following them, and they were entirely unaware of anything. The post was captivating. Zhang Yuni handed her phone to them for a glance, and Dai Jia quickly cast a look, wrinkling her brow in distaste. Fei Shiji promptly took it, exclaiming in admiration as he read. "Disgusting," Dai Jia muttered softly, expressing her disdain for such indecisive boys, who not only hinder others' studies, but also engage in such behavior later on. As Fei Shiji continued to listen, he subtly kicked Chen Kuo under the table. Chen Kuo nimbly evaded the kick. This matter had nothing to do with him, as he was famished and focused intently on his meal. Not all boys are indecisive. His friend was mute, so Fei Shiji had to speak on his behalf, asserting that it ultimately depended on one's character. Some individuals possess commendable integrity, much like our Kuo, an ancestral dedication to loyalty, instinctively devoted. Chen Kuo retaliated by delivering a solid punch to Fei Shiji beneath the table. Fei Shiji let out a cry of protest, insisting it had nothing to do with him. Chen Kuo, feeling displeased, remained silent. Zhang Yunjing suppressed her laughter and, noticing Dai Jia still frowning, teased, "Oh dear, Jia, drink your soup. Come, let me read your fortune. I predict that you shall never encounter such matters or individuals in your lifetime." Indeed, her future husband, a paragon of filial piety, was still in the capital. Upon hearing this, Dai Jia chuckled and swatted Zhang Yunjing's hand, calling her insufferable. "You should read my fortune," protested the restless Fei Shiji. Zhang Yunjing wiped the amusement from her face and replied, "As for you, you too shall never cross paths with such a person. Fear not, for 10 years hence, you shall still be without a girlfriend." Her gaze shifted to Chen Kuo, her heart swelling with affection for her 2 single friends. It seemed unnecessary to dwell on the matter. Among the 4 at this table, 3 would undoubtedly be driven to madness by their parents' eccentric matchmaking tactics in a decade. "Let us not speak of it any further," she declared, downing her mutton soup. After the meal, Zhang Yunjing and Chen Kuo intended to visit the back street. This area, replete with various snack shops, boutique stores, and stationery shops, was a favorite haunt for students. Since their class had little need for supplies, a trip to the wholesale market seemed unwarranted. Zhang Yunjing wished to compare the prices of balloons and streamers, and Chen Kuo eagerly offered to accompany her. They strolled out of the school together, and after visiting a few shops, they found the prices quite transparent, yet the styles were disappointingly limited. Once outside, Zhang Yuni expressed her frustration. Perhaps I shall return on Saturday to browse online. Chen Kuo regarded her thoughtfully, understanding why their teacher entrusted this task to her. Because she approaches her studies with greater seriousness than anyone else in the class. Aren't you going to take supplementary lessons? Chen Kuo remarked, emphasizing the significance of learning. If not, allow me to handle this matter. I shall search online and send you the information later. Zhang Yuni promptly nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Indeed. The New Year's gathering was of great importance to her, and she aspired to execute it flawlessly. However, at this stage, nothing could eclipse the significance of her academic performance. Shall we visit the beverage bar? Chen Kuo suggested, noticing her lengthy conversation with the proprietor and surmising that she might be parched. Let's take a look. He had not mentioned it, but she indeed felt a slight thirst. The two made their way to the beverage bar, and each time Zhang Yuni glanced at the hanging price list, she felt inclined to exclaim about its affordability, but upon noticing the staff preparing drinks with powdered ingredients, she swallowed her words. What would you like to drink? Chen Kuo had already retrieved his wallet from his pocket. Zhang Yuni stood on her tiptoes, inquiring of the busy attendant, do you have red bean ice available? Chen Kuo shot her a bewildered glance. Here was someone who often lamented the cold and claimed she might perish from it, now desiring red bean ice? He mused that he truly did not understand girls very well. Yes, we do, the attendant replied. Then I shall have a serving of red bean ice, Zhang Yuni decided. Chen Kuo, having just the right change, swiftly handed over a 5 yuan note, his movements so practiced that she could not intervene in time. The attendant accepted it and returned with a coin. You treated me to lamb soup, he stated succinctly. It's merely 4 yuan, so let us not quibble. It all balances out. Very well then, she conceded. Zhang Yuni was in no hurry to leave. The CAF was equipped with high stools, upon which she perched, watching the staff prepare shaved ice while engaging in casual conversation with Chen Kuo. The balloons and streamers were secondary. The gathering boasted numerous segments. Was there not a performance during the last event? Chen Kuo, feeling comfortable, joined her on the adjacent stool, his long legs easily reaching the ground. Yes, there were singing and recitations. Zhang Yuni could scarcely recall the specifics of the student gatherings from her past. She posed a few inquiries, all of which he answered. The red bean ice was swiftly prepared and placed before her, accompanied by a spoon. Upon tasting it, she covered her mouth in surprise, mumbling, delicious, icy. He stifled a laugh beside her. Of course, the red bean ice was cold. She savored the ice, allowing it to melt before swallowing. And upon noticing his continued amusement, she asserted, this is far more invigorating than coffee. Indeed. So, are you implying that the student's performing? Zhang Yuni pondered the most suitable wording. Chen Kuo's recollection of last year's gathering was also vague, but he shared what he remembered. She realized that it was typically the class committee members or the particularly mischievous students who took the stage. You performed a skit with Su Shishir and Shen Mingrui last year. It was quite entertaining, Chen Kuo added after a moment's thought. Zhang Yuni was taken aback. Had that truly occurred? Oh dear, she had forgotten. Well, in her previous life, she had been one of the more conspicuous figures in her class. In this life, it seemed she was even more so. What I mean is, she took another bite of the ice. Could I perhaps extend invitations to some classmates to perform? Such requests cannot be mandated. Chen Kuo, in a subtle manner, acknowledged that high school students, in the throes of adolescence and rebellion, are generally not to be trifled with. Everyone possesses a temper. Zhang Yuni, taken aback, exclaimed, what do you take me for? I am not a bully. It was a case of unjust reputation, truly absurd. Perhaps. She turned her head to look at him earnestly, and said, there are indeed some individuals who yearn for an audience. Chen Kuo's gaze faltered momentarily. He stared at her intently, this time not averting his eyes. Zhang Yuni was resolute. Among the 40-odd classmates, she approached each one, conducting inquiries akin to a census. With a pleasant demeanor, she engaged them in casual conversation, inquiring about their unique talents. Initially, some were reserved, feeling a tad awkward. Shyly questioning, Zhang Yuni, why do you want to know? Have you noticed that I sing quite well? Eventually, they realized her inquiries were indiscriminate. She asked everyone. What a misjudgment. However, this endeavor allowed even the more introverted classmates to view performing as less of an embarrassment. Her inquiries led her to Chen Kuo. Just as he was about to fetch hot water, she intercepted him, clutching a small notebook. Class leader, what are your talents? She asked earnestly. Chen Kuo had already braced himself for this moment. Playing basketball, he suggested. That won't do. Think of something else. Everyone in class knew of his passion for basketball, and Zhang Yuni was particularly aware. However, the talent show would take place within the confines of their classroom, a space far too limited for a basketball exhibition. What about playing video games? He pondered. He feigned contemplation and responded, reporting it. Of course. She was aware he was jesting. Magic. As if he were at a loss due to her persistent questioning, he wore an expression of helplessness. Is that permissible? Zhang Yuni looked up at him in surprise. You can perform magic? A little. Then show me, she added cautiously. But please, not something like an old man going up the mountain to find a monkey. Chen Kuo chuckled, handing her his cup. Could you hold this for me? Zhang Yuni accepted it, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. He extended his right hand, pretending to grasp something from the air, then placed it in his left hand, forming a fist. The motion was swift, and moments later, he extended his left hand, revealing an open palm that held a coconut candy. Such coconut candies are quite common. Zhang Yuni could roughly deduce how the trick was performed. Yet she wouldn't undermine the class leader's efforts. After all, even when Yuan sang extravagantly, his voice cracking to the point of being shrill, she still applauded him enthusiastically as if he were a superstar. Impressive. How did you do that? I barely caught a glimpse. She did not hold back her praise, her flattery suggesting that Chen Kuo might grace the Spring Festival Gala next year. Chen Kuo remained relaxed, his hand still outstretched, inquiring, would you like some? No. Zhang Yuni shook her head, diligently scoring his talent on paper with a 3, noting it was quite sticky. The packaging of the coconut candy was simple, unchanged for many years. Consuming these candies could easily lead to indulgence, one after another, though they were particularly sticky. While she continued to rate him, she failed to notice the hand lingering in midair, which awkwardly withdrew. Are you not going to fetch some water? When Zhang Yuni lifted her gaze once more, she discovered he had not yet departed. Assuming he had forgotten, she kindly reminded him, are you all right? Is everything fine? Yes, all is well. Chen Kuo, with cup in hand, proceeded toward the hot water supply. After covering a short distance, he halted, raising his hand in resignation to glance at the coconut candy. Just then, an old classmate emerged from the restroom. Upon spotting him, the classmate called out, and Chen Kuo tossed the candy in his direction. The newcomer, mistaking it for a treasure, deftly caught it, only to squint in disbelief and remark, Chen Kuo, are you playing tricks on me? Chen Kuo chuckled as he patted his shoulder and walked away. During winter, many students queued for hot water, and he found himself at the back of the line. In the distance, he heard someone calling his name. It was their homeroom teacher, old Zhao. Noticing Chen Kuo with his thermos and the considerable length of the queue ahead, she smiled and said, come, accompany me to the office. I wish to discuss something with you. Chen Kuo understood her intent. If old Zhao spotted other students waiting in line, she would certainly call out to them as well. Following her lead toward the teacher's office, he displayed a playful side in the presence of someone who cared for him. Thank you, he expressed. It was essential to stay hydrated during winter. Suddenly recalling something, old Zhao slowed her pace and inquired, regarding New Year's Day. It seems Zhang Yuni is quite invested? Indeed, she is deeply engaged, he replied. Old Zhao raised her eyebrows in surprise. She performed admirably last time. What did the classmates say? Everyone is very enthusiastic this time around, he answered candidly, his eyes sparkling with joy at their anticipation. It appears that the evaluations of her are quite favorable. The relationship between the teacher and student is harmonious. Lao Zhao teases him, suggesting that if a class leader were to be chosen again, he might very well have to concede to her. It is undeniable that, even if Zhang Yuni remains an ordinary classmate in Chen Kuo's eyes, he remains unperturbed by such remarks. At this moment, he leisurely responds, of course. She is exceptionally capable. Lao Zhao wishes to chuckle, yet is uncomfortably reminded of the recent exam results, letting out a sigh. Having once been in her shoes, she cannot help but ponder the potential of such a remarkable girl, enthusiastic, passionate, and intelligent. If only she could muster the determination to strive for admission to a prestigious university. How promising her future could be. She is indeed diligent. Chen Kuo, overhearing the teacher's sigh, can surmise the cause and feels the urge to defend Zhang Yuni, wishing for everyone to recognize her hard work. She had previously inquired about tutoring classes and has since enrolled. Even in the early hours, she rises early to study. He recalls her mother mentioning this. Lao Zhao sets aside her concerns as they arrive at the office, and she no longer broaches the subject, instructing him to fetch some water as class is about to commence. All right. As for the New Year's celebration, it is challenging to introduce novelty. Zhang Yuni hopes that every student can partake joyfully, for this occasion does not belong solely to a select few, but is a festival for all. She fears overlooking something significant, and thus, whenever she has a moment, she peruses her notebook. She meticulously tracks the progress of each task. Consequently, when Chen Kuo approaches her, she does not immediately notice. It is only when he gently taps her desk that she looks up, gazing at him in bewilderment. At the end of December, those who claimed that the winter in Jiangzhou was not particularly cold found themselves, in all honesty, donning black down jackets, paired with light gray sweatpants. Unlike the ordinary individuals, the warrior wore his down jacket unzipped. "Is there something you need from me?" she inquired, setting her pen aside. It seemed, as they said, that today was Christmas Eve. Chen Kuo remarked, pulling a beautifully polished snake apple from his pocket and placing it on her desk. "An apple? Would you like to have it?" Zhang Yuni lightly furrowed her brow. Chen Kuo's heart tightened. Perhaps he should not have gifted this apple. Their gazes met, and Zhang Yuni, in exasperation, tapped her forehead, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten such an important matter? Class monitor, wait a moment." She rummaged through her desk and produced a bag of apples. Chen Kuo's heart skipped a beat. Where had she acquired so many apples? "I've been so busy," Zhang Yuni complained, opening the plastic bag with a smile. "Class monitor. Pick one. I intended to give it to you, but forgot. Fortunately, Christmas Eve is still here." The leisure activities during student days were exceedingly few. Thus, every holiday appeared significant. April Fool's Day was for pranking good friends, Children's Day for gifting snacks and lollipops, and Christmas Eve certainly could not overlook apples, especially for close classmates, as purchasing such gifts required expenditure. Chen Kuo glanced down at the bag of apples, momentarily at a loss for words. "Choose one." Zhang Yuni assumed he was too shy to take one, so she took the liberty of selecting the largest apple and handed it to him. "Class monitor, Merry Christmas Eve." Chen Kuo found himself holding a hefty apple, momentarily lost in thought. Shin Mingrue entered and witnessed the scene, chuckling. "Kuo, did you also purchase those snake apples from the back street?" "I bought them from that very shop, an honest price. Buy 5, get 1 free. I bought 10. He nudged Zhang Yuni. "Sister, the snake apples I gave you are delicious, aren't they? I hardly have time to eat." Zhang Yuni retorted with irritation. "Look at Yuan. So stingy, gifting you ordinary apples." Shin Mingrue grinned. "Kuo, we're still generous, right?" Chen Kuo remained silent, tightening his grip on the apple Zhang Yuni had given him, holding back the urge to mention that he had only bought a single apple. How many apples did she actually have? Never mind. Even Zhang Yuni herself was uncertain, for the apples had been exchanged so frequently that the count had long been lost. Since Christmas Eve, she had been diligently consuming 2 apples daily, and by the 30th, several remained, which she decided to take home during the holiday to show filial piety to her parents. Once the final bell rang, the teacher, aware of the class celebration, kindly refrained from prolonging the lesson, departing with the test papers in hand. Just before leaving, he paused, his thinning hair ruffled by the wind, and cheerfully announced, "Students, there will be no class tomorrow. The next time we meet will be in the new year." A clever student quickly called out, "See you next year, teacher. Happy New Year." The teacher waved goodbye, "See you next year." As soon as the teacher exited, excitement erupted in the classroom, with some students banging on their desks and cheering, caught up in a wave of exhilaration, though it was unclear what the cause of their excitement was. Chen Kuo rose to his feet, requiring no guidance from Zhang Yuni, as he directed several boys to begin rearranging the desks, striving to create ample space within the classroom. Colorful ribbons adorned the windows and walls, setting a festive atmosphere. Zhang Yuni's keen eyes spotted Sun Kai-shian attempting to slip away, an act she could not tolerate. She called out, "Director Sun, you shall not leave. Inflate some balloons for me." A few days prior, she inadvertently revealed the nickname she had bestowed upon Sun Kai-shian in their previous life, Director Sunday. Each time he heard it, he would respond with lengthy voice messages, playfully reprimanding them for teasing him. In this life, upon hearing the nickname, Sun Kai-shian was momentarily taken aback and inquired why he was addressed thus. She explained that it was because he had a commanding presence, suggesting he was destined for great achievements. If he were displeased, he could also be referred to as Minister Sunday Sun Kai-shian. Yet, upon hearing this moniker, he felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Sister, I need to eat." Sun Kai-shian pleaded for mercy. "No moving." Zhang Yuni commanded, directing her left aide, Shin Mingrue, to restrain him. "Rest assured, I have arranged for someone to fetch food, and today there will be in abundance. You shall not go hungry." Every little ant in the class fell under Zhang Yuni's watchful eye, each assigned a task, with no allowance for laziness. All were to partake in the efforts. Their bustling activity was harmonious, and within just over an hour, the classroom was transformed, presenting a delightful and festive ambience. Su Shishir was drawing on the blackboard, and Zhang Yuni, mindful of her not having eaten, occasionally approached to feed her a bite of a bun. Shen Mingrui was equally occupied, wielding Zhang Yuni's camera to capture frame after frame of the unfolding scenes. After the sports meet, Zhang Yuni asked her aunt if anyone had a second-hand camera available. To her delight, there was indeed a suitable one, and she purchased it, albeit her little savings were significantly depleted, leaving her in a state of financial distress once more. Observing Shen Mingrui dashing about like a street urchin, she placed her hands on her hips and warned him, "Shen Mingrui, if you dare to damage my camera, I will have your head." She chased after him, but in her haste, she collided with Chen Kuo. He quickly steadied her, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Shen Mingrui, having approached obediently, noticed the two of them standing in the corridor and suddenly had an idea. "Hey, Sister E, Brother Kuo, how about I take a picture of you two? You've yet to have a photo together." Chen Kuo paused momentarily. Zhang Yuni, still catching her breath, turned to Chen Kuo and cheerfully replied, "Sure." Seizing the opportunity with no one else in the corridor, she pulled him aside. Shen Mingrui, having acquired some photographic knowledge, directed them with a flare, then helplessly remarked as he looked through the lens, "Brother Kuo, the person beside you is my sister E, not a kidnapper. Smile, please." Zhang Yuni was reminded of the moment she captured Chen Kuo during the sports meet, and she turned her head to look at him, unable to contain her laughter. Filled with joy, Chen Kuo, unaware of her amusement, followed her gaze, his eyes solely on her. Instinctively, he smiled softly, his demeanor still reserved. Yet he appeared relaxed and content. Shen Mingrui felt an inexplicable harmony in the scene before him. Having grasped Zhang Yuni's essence, he pressed the shutter, immortalizing the moment forever. That evening, the faces of everyone were adorned with exuberant, carefree smiles. The sound of hands striking the table, laughter, resonated beyond the window, reaching the heavens and extending into a distant future. The previously unremarkable boys astonishingly showcased their street dance skills, transforming into figures of charisma. The reserved and bashful girls revealed their remarkable singing talents, their cheeks flushed as they sang, radiating brilliance. One individual attempted to show off with nunchaku, only to inadvertently strike himself, grimacing comically and eliciting peals of laughter from everyone. The most surprising act came from old Zhao. Who would have imagined that the normally stern teacher could play the guitar? Typically, teachers refrain from participating in such gatherings, yet she was specifically invited by Zhang Yuni. A circle formed by several desks, where 42 students huddled closely together, erupted into exclamations of awe. "How cool! My Zhao!" Someone deliberately hid beneath a desk, stifling a shout. With one leading the charge, others joined in with playful roars, making it seem as though Class 3 had transformed into a den of tigers. As the event neared its conclusion, a sense of reluctance enveloped everyone. Zhang Yuni and Su Shishir seized the moment to shower the room with streamers, which cascaded under the lights like fireworks. Each person raised a disposable cup filled with juice, shouting in unison, "Happy New Year! Cheers!" Zhang Yuni's cheeks flushed, warm with excitement. She was elated. As she glanced up, through the falling streamers, her gaze met Chen Kuo's in midair. A smile inadvertently graced her lips as he raised his cup in a distant toast. Chapter 51. This celebration, belonging to them, continued until 10 o'clock before finally concluding. Everyone felt a sense of reluctance, yearning to revel until the early hours, yet Lao Zhao would not permit it. It was evident that she was quite elated today, her smile unwavering. She bid farewell to one group of students after another, and on this night, she nostalgically recalled her distant student days. "Make sure to clean up before leaving," Lao Zhao repeatedly reminded them, for tomorrow they would still have a day of classes before the holiday. Fearing that this group of youngsters might lose themselves in merriment, as he contemplated aiding Zhang Yuni in her ambitious pursuits, Shen Mingrui boldly declared, "Rest assured, teacher, my sister is the most responsible person ever. I guarantee that the way we conduct ourselves today will be precisely the same tomorrow." A lavish compliment bestowed upon her. Zhang Yuni's smile gradually faded as she quietly admonished him, "Tone it down." After Lao Zhao departed, the classmates did not disperse. They chattered eagerly, inquiring what tasks Zhang Yuni would assign them. With many hands making light work, under Zhang Yuni's direction, some wiped the blackboard, others took down balloons, while a few swept the floor. A playful boy wielded a broom, delightfully performing a clumsy rendition of a spacewalk on the podium. Gradually, the number of students in the classroom dwindled. After completing their assigned tasks, they paired off to return to their dormitories, leaving only a few behind, close friends of Zhang Yuni. The senior high teaching building was nearly deserted, with the corridors and stairwells echoing with their voices and laughter. In that moment, the entire campus transformed into their personal karaoke venue. He Yuan bellowed. Does the world still celebrate silence? The sudden sound startled Zhang Yuni, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Fortunately, Chen Kuo, standing behind her, acted swiftly and caught her just in time to prevent a fall. Are you trying to get yourself killed, He Yuan? Zhang Yuni scolded after regaining her footing. He Yuan, with a teasing tone, replied in song. Do you think I'm being dramatic? My exaggeration stems from my fear. Zhang Yuni could only sigh. This middle school boy is truly beyond saving. However, after a brief moment of silence, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the dimly lit stairwell, Chen Kuo wore an expression of exasperation and warned He Yuan. It's late at night. Don't act crazy and attract the security guard's attention, or you'll be the only one to deal with it. He Yuan fell silent. Kuo, I'm scared. Get lost, Chen Kuo replied coldly. Zhang Yuni relished the moment, thinking, serves you right. Nevertheless, upon hearing He Yuan sing, Shun Mingrui couldn't resist joining in, flaunting his flair by singing a popular song from a Korean girl group. His voice echoing through the empty campus as they walked out of the teaching building, laughing and chatting. The night air was frigid, with temperatures dropping so low that even speaking seemed to exhale puffs of warmth. Chen Kuo walked beside Zhang Yuni, his tall figure unexpectedly noticing a small ribbon entangled in her hair. His hand, tucked into the pocket of his down jacket, itched to remove it, yet he restrained himself, choosing not to mention it, as he found it rather endearing. In the darkness, he quietly listened to her banter with others, a faint smile gracing his lips. The next day marked the end of the term. Zhang Yuni found herself waking up early without a trace of anguish, for the promise of a holiday awaited her, granting her the luxury of 2 nights of sleep in the comfort of her home. During this New Year's gathering, she reaped considerable rewards, forging closer relationships with classmates she had previously not known well. Teacher Zhao expressed his satisfaction during morning self-study, kindly inquiring from the podium, "Did you all have fun yesterday?" The high school seniors, on the brink of their holiday, seemed invigorated, bursting with energy as if they had received an adrenaline boost. Any one of them could effortlessly run the 1,500 meters. Teacher Zhao glanced at Zhang Yuni, complimenting her with a smile, acknowledging her competence in organizing the event. Unfortunately, it was the last time, though she refrained from voicing this thought. Zhang Yuni beamed with a silly grin, feeling quite accomplished herself. Su Shishir whispered, "Change the decree. Replace the class monitor." Zhang Yuni playfully nudged her beneath the desk, jesting that perhaps returning to the first year would rekindle her passion for the role, but now, in their final year, time was too precious. Hadn't even Chen Kuo, at times, shown signs of impatience over trivial matters? For the past few days, Teacher Zhao had been disinclined to manage them. He lazily sipped some hot water, reminding them that the final exams were less than 20 days away, a matter that hardly needed reiteration. Zhang Yuni quickly lowered her head, wishing to vanish from the world's sight. Time flew by too swiftly. How was this semester nearly over? Indeed, it was time for her to focus, especially after being summoned to the office by Teacher Zhao post the last monthly exam, where she had signed a guarantee promising to place within the top 20 in the upcoming finals. She is acutely aware that both old Zhao and her mother are tolerating her. In their eyes, her regression is far too significant. Should she fail to catch up by the end of the semester, it is likely that Ms. Yin will lose sleep over it. With the final exams looming, Zhang Yuni has returned to her previous pace. A woman must be somewhat ruthless with herself, otherwise, she will never achieve greatness. She heads to the restroom, braving the biting cold of the water as she washes her hands, repeatedly encouraging herself. Half of her classmates have already disengaged from their studies. If not now, when will she strive? She concentrates intently during the lessons, jotting down every piece of knowledge. After the last class of the morning concludes, Zhang Yuni eagerly approaches Dai Jia's desk to seek sustenance. Before she can utter a few words, Fei Shiji enthusiastically invites them to share a meal together. Mentioning he has something to discuss, Dai Jia places her water-based pen into her pencil case, pausing to glance at Zhang Yuni, leaving the decision in her hands. If she goes, they will all go. If she does not, neither will they. Naturally, Zhang Yuni readily agrees. Sure. Chen Kuo, seated beside Fei Shiji, hesitates momentarily, uncertain whether to dissuade him from bringing up that matter. The four of them exit the classroom in sequence toward the cafeteria. Unlike Zhang Yuni and her friends, who indulge in a variety of dishes, Chen Kuo opts for the simplest fare of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. He usually eats with great focus. Yet today he seems somewhat distracted, consuming his meal slowly. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia are quite close, their heads nearly touching. On the last day of the year, they must not deny themselves the pleasure of good food. With so many cravings, they decided to buy everything they desired. And now they are sharing a bowl of instant noodles, which includes dumplings and ham. Delicious. Zhang Yuni felt delighted. Pairing carbohydrates with carbohydrates, the universe's strongest combination. Chen Kuo glanced twice and resumed eating the vegetables on his plate. Ahem. Fei Shiji attempted to capture their attention, yet, infuriatingly, his throat-clearing amirgais triggered an immediate retreat from the two sisters. I choked on my saliva, he explained in a subdued tone, insisting he was not ill. Instead, Chen Kuo found amusement in Zhang Yuni's instinctive aversion to what they perceived as a potential contagion. Fei Shiji did not even turn his head. He lifted his foot, ready to step on him, muttering, "For whom is all this?" Zhang Yuni, Fei Shiji inquired, "Are you attending supplementary classes tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuni's expression fell, exclaiming, "What a pointless question. I have to endure from 7 until after 9, as if I wish to live." "Wonderful," Fei Shiji instinctively cheered, only to be met with a withering glance from Zhang Yuni. She ominously asked, "What did you say? Repeat that." "No, that's not what I meant." He hastily set down his chopsticks, disregarding Chen Kuo's body language of resistance, and boldly pulled him closer. "Do you know what tomorrow signifies? It is not merely New Year's Day. It is also my brother Kuo's coming-of-age celebration, his 18th birthday." Upon hearing this, Chen Kuo felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His ears flushed with heat, too shy to meet her gaze. However, if he had no intention of celebrating with her, he would never have allowed Fei Shiji the opportunity to bring it up. To remain silent implied he too desired and anticipated this event. "Really?" Zhang Yuni fixed her gaze on Chen Kuo, astonished. "Your birthday is on New Year's Day?" She genuinely had no knowledge of when Chen Kuo's birthday fell. Apart from her own and her family's birthdays, she hardly remembers her friends' special days. She figures she will naturally be reminded when the time comes. For instance, Shun Mingrui typically begins to prepare 2 months in advance, making it quite challenging to feign ignorance. Chen Kuo hesitated for a moment before nodding. As Fei Shiji initiated the conversation, he preferred not to have his friends speak on his behalf. "If you're free tomorrow, how about we go out for lunch together?" he suggested. He paused, having already concocted a well-thought-out excuse. "You treated us last time, so this time it's my turn." Zhang Yuni wanted to agree, but she glanced at Dai Jia. The two girls exchanged looks, seemingly caught in a moment of hesitation and indecision. Fei Shiji discerned that Zhang Yuni was keen to join, yet she was inclined to heed Dai Jia's opinion. He quickly added, "Let us all go together. The more, the merrier. Mi Xian and Wang Shiran will be there too. You've met them before, and this time he will bring some review materials from their school for us." Dai Jia appeared noticeably intrigued and stated, "I'll follow Zhang Yuni's lead." All three turned their gaze toward Zhang Yuni, especially Chen Kuo, who was beginning to feel anxious. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuni realized she could use some relaxation and nodded, albeit cautiously adding, "However, I might not be able to stay for long. I have supplementary classes to attend." Chen Kuo's tense shoulders relaxed considerably, his expression becoming much more at ease. "It's all right. It's just a meal. I'll be celebrating with my family in the evening anyway." He spoke with an air of resignation, turning 18 isn't really that significant. "Uncle Chun and Aunt Rin will hear of this and might just kick you out," he added, revealing his exasperation. Fei Shiji, with such a close relationship, could hardly have failed to perceive the subtle delight of the young man. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words. I still recall the occasion of his 10th birthday when his aunt, or perhaps his uncle, urged him to take the stage and express a few words of gratitude to the guests and appreciation for the elders' affection. To everyone's surprise, he stubbornly refused and even ran away. Dai Jia resonated deeply with this experience, feeling a kinship of sorts. "I too share this sentiment. Do you have any idea how excruciating the New Year's Eve dinner and the customary greetings can be?" Then, Zhang Yuni's curiosity took another turn. "Class monitor, you fled. How did that situation resolve?" Chen Kuo, clearly reluctant to delve into childhood traumas, merely shrugged. Even her curiosity was insufficient to draw him out. Fei Shiji burst into laughter. recounting, "Then his aunt sent me Xian up to sing, thereby glossing over the awkwardness. Initially, Xian was unwilling, but it seems she agreed after receiving 10 yuan. Dai Jia, filled with affection for her friend, remarked, "How pitiable Xian is. Can 10 yuan truly suffice to placate?" Zhang Yuni laughed heartily. Taking a moment before asking Chen Kuo, "What embarrassing moments await you at your 18th birthday celebration?" "I have no idea," Chen Kuo replied, clearly troubled. He anticipated having to toast the elders, though he does not drink, perhaps facing inquiries about his academic performance and future aspirations. That seems to be the extent of it. Zhang Yuni muttered to herself, no wonder. It became evident why, at the annual gathering a decade later, Chen Kuo seldom took to the stage to speak. Instead, he remained calmly seated while other shareholders rallied the employees with fervor. At that time, a colleague from the adjacent workstation quietly expressed her sentiments, remarking on the aloof persona of their boss. Who could have imagined that he was merely afraid of awkwardness? It was somewhat endearing. Dai Jia envisioned that scene and shuddered, hoping that her parents would not behave in such a manner when she turned 18. Zhang Yuni smiled and reminded her, "You both must have forgotten about the graduation banquet. There's no escaping it, truly unavoidable." Dai Jia fell silent, while Chen Kuo found himself momentarily at a loss. It was quite bothersome. There seemed to be an abundance of events that year. Only Zhang Yuni appeared genuinely excited, her tone invigorated. "Friends, we will be able to receive red envelopes then." She was eagerly anticipating it. However, the prerequisite was that she must achieve acceptance. Chen Kuo had been preoccupied with thoughts about the family dinner scheduled for the following evening, yet upon hearing her jubilant words, his expression remained unperturbed, though his gaze was fixed upon her, silently smiling. Chapter 52. Tomorrow marks Chen Kuo's birthday. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia conspired in private, altering their plans for the day. Instead of returning home immediately after school, they ventured together to the back street to select a birthday gift. Uncertain of his preferences, they even took a moment to visit the liberal arts class to inquire with Xian. It was to no avail. Xian scoffed, declaring that they likely would not believe it if she told them. This was indeed her first time receiving an invitation from that boy. With her keen insight, she immediately recognized that he was using her and Dai Jia as a cover. No, it wasn't just them. Lao Fei and Lao Wang were also in on the joke, oblivious to what was amusing them. Gifts? Huh. Xian smiled with feigned amusement. What shall I gift him? I shall gift him a departure to 1,000 miles away. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia exchanged glances, bursting into laughter, and ultimately decided to abandon their initial plan. Their first destination was the most popular boutique, adorned with an array of plush scarves and charming earmuffs. The two found themselves unable to move, captivated by their reflections in the mirror as they tried on various accessories, completely forgetting the purpose of their visit. It was only when Zhang Yuni spotted a birthday card that she suddenly recalled, "Wait, Jia, let's not try the hand cream anymore. Aren't we supposed to buy a gift for the class monitor?" Dai Jia paused for a moment, then replied, "Oh right." Zhang Yuni was pressed for time as she had evening tutoring scheduled, prompting her to hastily pull Dai Jia around the store, reminiscent of last-minute cramming before an exam. With a furrowed brow, she lamented, "What should we buy?" She felt utterly inexperienced in this matter. Since her rebirth, the birthdays of her close male classmates had yet to arrive. She had long forgotten the customary gifts exchanged during her school days. In subsequent years, aside from meticulously preparing presents for her family and boyfriend, she had resorted to sending red envelopes to other male friends, as cash was the most practical gift. Dai Jia suggested a cup, but Zhang Yuni dismissed the idea, noting that the class monitor already owned a thermos. The options for gifts suitable for boys were limited. As they had yet to reach that level of intimacy, Dai Jia mused silently. Ultimately, the boutique failed to offer any fitting gifts, and the two reluctantly departed. Dai Jia led her to a nearby bookstore where they began to browse. The class monitor, Zhang Yuni, excelled in science, was proficient in mathematics and English, and performed quite well in Chinese, albeit slightly less impressive in comparison to other subjects. She picked up a book of ancient poetry and proclaimed, "Zhang Yuni, I shall gift you this." Initially, Zhang Yuni was puzzled as to why they had entered the bookstore, but upon seeing the poetry book in her hands, she gazed heavenward. Feeling utterly helpless, "Dai Jia, are you a devil? Who gives study materials as birthday gifts?" Dai Jia, unfazed, replied, "It's quite practical. Honestly, anything I choose would suffice." She felt it was only natural to offer something, yet her modesty prevented her from merely bringing her presents without a gift. Zhang Yuni pondered this notion and found herself somewhat persuaded. Indeed, what gifts could one offer these days? A monetary gift seemed implausible. She was currently rather impoverished, and even 100 yuan would cause her great distress. Then what about me? She mused, eagerly diving into the selection of materials. After a while of searching, she found nothing suitable and decided to shift her focus to the literature section. Standing on tiptoe, she extracted a few books from the shelf, balancing them in her arms, and sought Dai Jia's opinion on which would be appropriate to present as a gift. Dai Jia scanned the titles from left to right. Excellent choices: Camel Xiangzi, Diary of a Madman, Anmi, and the Earth Altar. Dai Jia laughed so hard she could barely stand upright, teasing, "How could you call me a devil when you are the one indulging in such choices?" However, returning to the matter at hand, regardless of what Zhang Yuni presents, be it merely a pencil or an eraser, the class monitor would undoubtedly express delight. With this thought in mind, she pointed to the Diary of a Madman, stating her preference for Lu's Sun. Zhang Yuni, no longer preoccupied, set aside the other two books and picked up the plastic-wrapped volume, proceeding to the checkout with Dai Jia. In the late hours of the night, Zhang Yuni felt a newfound humility in her struggles. Upon returning home, she found herself unable to unwind without reading a bit or solving a few problems. Frustrated with the correction fluid that refused to dispense, she rummaged through the drawer for a new one. In her search, she stumbled upon an unopened white sports wristband. Momentarily bewildered before recalling it had been an impulsive purchase during a National Day shopping trip. After inspecting it, she realized it would be of no practical use. Yet leaving it to gather dust in the drawer seemed wasteful. With Chen Kuo's birthday approaching the next day, she decided to include the wristband alongside the book in a gift bag, experiencing an inexplicable sensation that the gift had somehow elevated in significance. After completing her exercises, she glanced at the clock, 3 minutes past midnight, heralding the arrival of a new year. Remembering it was still Chen Kuo's birthday, she quickly grabbed her phone and sent him a congratulatory message, "Happy birthday," assuming he would not see it until the following morning. She was pleasantly surprised to receive his reply as soon as she lay down. "Thank you. Are you still awake?" Nestled in her warm blankets, with only her head and right hand exposed, she typed back, "Just doing my homework. I didn't even notice how late it was. Am I the first to wish you a happy birthday?" Meanwhile, Chen Kuo sat on his bed, chuckling softly as he replied, "Indeed." On the first day of the new year, Chen Kuo was reluctantly roused from his slumber at an early hour, as his good friends Fei Shiji and Wang Xiran eagerly arrived, filled with exuberance. At that moment, he was still lost in dreams, feeling as if two mountains were pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless. Wang Xiran thrust a bottle of icy water, still exuding cold vapors, into his blankets, a customary wake-up service for his birthday. "Are you trying to kill me?" he muttered, his voice hoarse and languid from sleep. "How heartless. We stayed up all night, and right at midnight, we wished you a happy birthday." The three engaged in a playful pillow fight while outside. Renhui could scarcely believe the ruckus, as if the house were on the verge of collapse. She pressed her forehead in exasperation, standing at the threshold without entering, merely knocking on the door to remind him, "I left 500 on the coffee table. Don't forget, we have to be at the observation pavilion by 6. Be punctual. The elders are waiting." Seated on the edge of his bed, clad in pajamas, with his covers tossed aside, Chen Kuo ran a hand through his hair, sleepiness still lingering as he replied, "Understood. I'll head out soon." Just as Renhui took a few steps away, she turned back to say, "Your hair has grown long. Remember to get a haircut." "Has it?" Chen Kuo mused, not particularly attentive to such matters. In a hurry, Renhui grabbed her car keys and departed. After being stirred awake by Fei Shiji and Wang Xiran, a spirited competition ensued over the computer, neither willing to yield, their bickering making one question if they were even 10 years old combined. Chen Kuo slipped into his slippers and made his way to the bathroom. After freshening up, he hung the towel, propping his left hand against the wall, leaning closer to the mirror, and inspected his hair with his right hand. Had it truly grown long? Would it appear disheveled? Half an hour later, 3 young men ambled out together, their arms casually draped over each other's shoulders. Their first destination was, as expected, the barber shop. Chen Kuo typically favored this unpretentious establishment, devoid of ostentatious signage. It was run by a husband and wife team who had been in business for a decade, and he was their most loyal patron. The owner greeted him warmly. "Here for a haircut?" Chen Kuo nodded and settled into the chair, his legs casually positioned. "Shorter, just like before," he instructed. "Why not try a new hairstyle today?" Fei Shiji urged, his gaze fixed upon the hairstyle posters adorning the wall. It's your coming-of-age day. Do something different. Chen Kuo coldly declined, dismissing the suggestion. He knew all too well that should he acquiesce, his left leg would undoubtedly face retribution from his parents, while his right would suffer at the hands of old Zhao. Besides, he had little appreciation for those outlandish styles resembling corn silk in the garish colors of red and green. You're 18 now, the owner sighed. Reflecting on the passage of time, he remembered the first time this young boy had entered his shop, clad in a school uniform, a red scarf tied around his neck, standing straight with a few words, but always polite. Don't you want to impress us? Fei Shiji intended to say. Don't you want to impress Zhang Yuni? But, noticing the presence of others, he hastily altered his words. Wang Xiran interjected with a scoff. Fei, aren't you just being ridiculous? To which Fei Shiji retorted, I'm only trying to annoy you. The owner, aware that Chen Kuo was still a student, contemplated the impracticality of a new hairstyle. How about I give you a trim, tidy it up a bit, and spritz on some hairspray? He suggested. Chen Kuo hesitated, surprisingly indecisive over such a trivial matter. In the past, he would have rejected the idea without a second thought. Trust in the aesthetic judgment of the boss. Fei Shiji let him make the decision. The boss's technique was deft and meticulous. He was well aware of what hairstyle suited Chen Kuo, having honed his craft over many years to a level of profound familiarity. Fei Shiji and Wang Xiran waited on the sofa, growing bored and resorting to mobile games. At last, upon the boss's announcement, both of them lifted their heads simultaneously to gaze at Chen Kuo, who stood before them, momentarily taken aback. The face remained unchanged, sharp brows, a prominent nose, broad shoulders, and long legs. Fei Shiji clicked his tongue in wonder. Why did he suddenly appear so manly? Chen Kuo kicked him lightly, retorting that he was, after all, a man. Wang Xiran stroked his chin, offering his critique. Not bad, just slightly inferior to me. Get lost, Chen Kuo replied, still feeling a tad strange and uneasy, unaccustomed to the change. The boss chuckled, remarking, he looks very handsome. The hairspray gives that effect, mainly for styling. You can wash it out tonight, and it will be fine. Chen Kuo settled the payment, donned the down jacket resting on the sofa, and left with his two friends. The boss stood at the door, squinting against the brilliant sunshine, watching the three young men walk further away, exuberant and carefree, unable to suppress a smile. Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia had arranged to meet at a certain subway station. As soon as they sat down, Dai Jia offered one of her earbuds to Zhang Yuni, enthusiastically endorsing a song she cherished, which had been sent to her by someone else. Isn't it delightful? Indeed, it is. Zhang Yuni accepted the earbud and listened. It was a song by a rather obscure band, yet the melody was captivating. Dai Jia smiled. I think it's wonderful too. I played it on repeat all night yesterday. The subway traversed through the tunnel, and the window transformed into a mirror, reflecting the image of two high school girls engaged in hushed whispers. After half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Upon exiting, the excessively bright sunlight illuminated the mirrored facade of the opposite building, the refracted light rendering Zhang Yuni momentarily blinded. Just as she began to acclimate to the dazzling brightness, an individual entered her line of sight. He stood upright by the railing, engrossed in his mobile device, seemingly awaiting someone. As if sensing something, he lifted his gaze in her direction. His previously indifferent expression sharpened, and he pocketed his phone, approaching her. Wow, a new hairstyle. Zhang Yui's eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 53. This dining occasion included 6 individuals. They opted not for a more private booth, instead choosing seats by the window. The menu circulated among them, and no one showed deference to the newly adult birthday celebrant, each ordering their favorite dishes. While awaiting the arrival of the food, Fei Shiji rose, grinning as he opened the cake box resting on the table, having long coveted its contents. Inside was an enticing strawberry cake, looking utterly delectable, adorned with uniformly sized strawberries, leaving no space for candles. Wang Xiran retrieved a birthday hat from a paper bag and, despite Chen Kuo's vehement protests, firmly placed it upon his head. Chen Kuo awkwardly warned in a hushed tone, urging them not to sing the birthday song in his direction. This was his final boundary. Whoever sang would face his wrath. So what cake did you buy? Wang Xiran cast him a sidelong glance. The restaurant was their reservation. Yet it was this young man who procured the cake. After purchasing the cake, he forbade them from singing the birthday song. What a peculiar behavior. The informed Fei Shiji and Xin exchanged silent smiles. Why did he buy the cake? It was merely because someone had a penchant for sweets. It was not that they excluded old Wang from their activities, nor did they aim to isolate him. It was simply the consequence of not attending the same school, leading to a significant information gap that rendered even gossip impossible to share. Mind your own business, Chen Kuo retorted sharply. Zhang Yuni listened with a smile, enjoying their banter. Just before Chen Kuo was about to cut the cake, she hesitated for a moment, thinking he might have forgotten, and reminded him, 18 years old now, class leader. Aren't you going to make a wish? Fei Shiji laughed so heartily that his cheeks began to ache. Was he this merely putting Chen Kuo in a bind? After all, he had never witnessed him, in all the years of their acquaintance, close his eyes over a cake, clasp his hands, and sincerely make a wish. The spectacle was simply too enticing. Would today witness a miracle? It was time to ascertain just how much this fellow cherished Zhang Yuni. Chen Kuo paused, turned his head to meet her gaze across the cake, and after 3 or 4 seconds, willingly conceded, nodding in agreement. All right then. Xin propped her chin on her right hand, fearing she would burst into laughter like a pig, so she turned her head away, covering her mouth with her palm to stifle her giggles. Indeed, she felt she had made the right decision to come today. This incident would provide her with amusement for an entire year. A table full of people turned their attention to Chen Kuo, who slowly set down the cake knife and took a seat. Under their watchful gaze, he stiffly closed his eyes. In truth, he harbored no thoughts or desires. But as he shut his eyes, an image of a person involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes to find her seated across from him, gazing at him with a smile. Zhang Yuni guessed that a person as single-minded as he was, his greatest aspiration this year must be to gain admission to Qing University. Hence, she cheerfully flattered him, proclaiming that the class monitor's wishes were bound to come true. Her tone was remarkably assured, as if she had already envisioned the near future. Chen Kuo smiled faintly and offered her a piece of cake, knowing her fondness for strawberries, and he added a few more for her. Then, I shall borrow your auspicious words. At this age, their vigor was undeniable. They polished off an entire feast, leaving not a trace of cream on the cake. Upon exiting the restaurant, they did not disperse, but instead took the escalator to the newly opened arcade on the 5th floor. True to form, Chen Kuo was generous. Noticing their eagerness, and without a second thought, he exchanged a considerable number of tokens at the service desk to share with them for their amusement. Dai Jia was captivated by the sight of a plush toy of Patrick in the claw machine, rendered immobile by her fascination. Zhang Yuni managed to squeeze her way over, wanting to laugh at her eager expression, and promptly declared, "Do you like it? Just wait, I will definitely catch it for you." Really? Zhang Yuni pushed aside a boy trying to join them, pulling Dai Jia to stand before the claw machine. Of course. Do you remember my nickname? I am known in the realm as the Claw Machine Slayer. Dai Jia could hardly contain her laughter. Well, I shall await your success. If you manage to catch it, I shall place it by my bedside until I grow old. A few minutes later, the claw of the toy machine had managed to grasp hold of Patrick's star, yet the plush was rather large, and before it could reach its destination, the claw relinquished its grip. Scoundrels! Zhang Yuni exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, wishing she could reach inside and seize every single Patrick star without leaving a single one behind to vent her anger. Dai Jia, resting her chin on Zhang Yuni's shoulder, chuckled softly, teasing, "Zhang Yuni, you truly are the assassin of toy machines. It is mocking me. It shall pay dearly." Zhang Yuni fixed her gaze intently on the claw. If this was a provocation, it had indeed ignited her fury. Suddenly, a light laugh wafted from behind. Dai Jia had noticed Chen Kuo's approach before Zhang Yuni, and she instinctively released her hold on Zhang Yuni. Although she had no intention of leaving, she remembered that today was his birthday and felt compelled to step aside. "Take your time. I shall go find me Xin," she said. Zhang Yuni was so engrossed in the Patrick stars within the toy machine that she barely registered Dai Jia's words, hurriedly nodding in response. In the moment Dai Jia vacated her position, Chen Kuo, with his long strides, decisively took her place. "Why aren't you with them?" Zhang Yuni asked, momentarily distracted. "They are playing the coin pusher. I found it rather tedious," he replied. "I see," she responded dismissively, returning her focus to the toy machine. After 2 more unsuccessful attempts, her frustration had reached a boiling point. Noticing her furrowed brow, Chen Kuo suggested, "Shall I give it a try?" Despite his lack of experience, it was out of the question. Zhang Yuni, without a moment's hesitation, refused, insisting that what she desired must be achieved by her own hands. Chen Kuo chuckled, assuring her that there was no rush, for he still possessed an abundance of game tokens. She was entirely absorbed in her quest to seize a plush toy, Oblivious to the fact that he frequently stole glances at her, his gaze unwaveringly focused. The environment was a cacophony, cramped and stifling, causing beads of sweat to form on the tip of her nose. Persistence bore fruit. Zhang Yuni lost count of how many attempts she had made. Yet surrender was never an option. She would not relent. At last, that infuriating claw proved its worth, finally securing the elusive Patrick star as it descended towards the exit. In that fleeting moment of its fall, Zhang Yuni felt an exhilarating sense of relief. Her excitement barely contained as she forgot that the person beside her was no longer Daijia. She reached out to shake his arm, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Did you see? This is true skill. Whatever I desire, I will find a way to obtain." The arcade was unbearably hot, her down jacket stifling. Chen Kuo had long since removed his, donning only a white sweatshirt as he stood by her side. Before he could even utter a word of congratulations, he found himself frozen in place, his gaze dropping to see her grasping his arm, shaking it in delight. His breath slowed, muscles involuntarily tensing, as in that instant. The world seemed to mute, suspended in that singular moment. Zhang Yuni soon released her grip, swiftly crouching down to retrieve the Patrick star that had tormented her for so long. Instinctively tilting her head to look at Chen Kuo, the bright overhead lights illuminated her flushed cheeks as she triumphantly declared, "I got it." Chen Kuo, too, felt the oppressive heat. He hastily averted his gaze, concentrating solely on the plush character of Patrick star that she had placed against her cheek. Zhang Yuni, clutching Patrick star, tiptoed in search of Daijia, but was met with a sea of heads, rendering her unable to recognize anyone. She wove through the crowd, scanning her surroundings, and eventually spotted missteps by the dance machine, yet Daijia was nowhere to be found. She called out, "Missteps, where's Sister Jia? Have you seen her?" Missteps, breathless from dancing, replied, "No, I haven't seen her." This was indeed perplexing. Zhang Yuni had spotted both Fei Shiji and Wang Xiran, yet Daijia remained elusive. Reluctantly, she exited the arcade and waited for the atmosphere to calm slightly before dialing Daijia's number. After what felt like an eternity, just a moment shy of the call being automatically disconnected, it connected. "Where are you?" Zhang Yuni inquired impatiently. "I can't find you." "I brought Patrick," Daijia interrupted, her tone somewhat detached. "I have to go now, sorry." Is there something urgent at home?" Zhang Yuni asked with concern. "What is going on? Where are you?" "On the subway. Just tell them I have something urgent." "All right." After hanging up, Zhang Yuni, still holding Patrick's star, lowered her gaze to her phone screen, lost in thought. Why did it feel a bit strange? Once Chen Kuo regained his composure and noticed her standing by the door in a daze, he approached and asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing." Zhang Yuni tightened her embrace around the plush toy, smiled at him, and explained, "Sister Jia left early. She asked me to let you all know." "Is she all right?" "It pertains to matters at home." Upon hearing this, Chen Kuo ceased his inquiries and turned alongside her into the arcade. However, with Liu's departure, Zhang Yuni's enthusiasm waned significantly. Furthermore, she was preoccupied with the thought of evening tutoring, yearning to return home for a brief respite to rejuvenate her spirit. Consequently, she relinquished the scant remaining game tokens to missteps and contemplated her own departure. Chen Kuo hurried to catch up, stating, "I shall procure a few items and escort you to the subway station." "Sounds good," she replied. New Year's Day is a splendid occasion, and the mall was teeming with people. Chen Kuo furrowed his brow, using his arm to shield Zhang Yuni from the bustling crowd. The subway station was conveniently close, merely across the street, requiring only the crossing of a pedestrian walkway. In no time, they arrived at their destination. The traffic light seemed to take an eternity to change. She did not allow him to accompany her across the road, waving her hand in farewell. "I'm off now. By the way, today's cake was delightful. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Please, take care," he responded. He remained on his side of the sidewalk, hesitating to turn away, instead watching her blend into the throng, retreating further into the distance. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Amidst the surging crowd, she re-emerged, strikingly conspicuous. Drawing nearer with a light jog, the wind tousled her hair, and sunlight danced upon her strands, rendering him momentarily speechless until she stood before him, at which point he regained his composure. Suddenly, Zhang Yuni took a deep breath and gazed at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with a gentle smile. She could tell that he seemed somewhat uncomfortable today, perhaps due to his freshly cut hair, as he instinctively reached up to touch it several times in embarrassment. She had nearly forgotten about this until she spotted some boys chatting about hairstyles as she was about to enter the station. With a hurried turn, she cheerfully remarked. Class monitor, your new hairstyle suits you perfectly. It looks so refreshing and spirited. She understood that even the smallest affirmation was crucial at the tender age of 17 or 18. Chen Kuo gazed at her intently, feeling that his 18 years did not commence at midnight, but rather at this very moment. Chapter 54. How joyful the first day of the new year was. The second day felt equally dismal. Zhang Yuni ambled back to school, and even before 6 o'clock, the sky had already darkened. Once again, she found herself in a high school where only the third-year students returned early from their break. The main path of the campus was nearly deserted, yet as they passed by, one could hear the melodious cadence of Mandarin. Goodness, is it a violation of divine law to be a senior? I thought I had fallen into the realm of beasts. Another voice chimed in. Heh, what does that make me? A tragic soul facing 2 college entrance examinations. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuni took a deeper breath. In truth, the looming college entrance examination in 6 months no longer terrified her. What truly concerned her was the thought of performing so poorly that her parents would weep at home, potentially leading to the prospect of repeating her senior year. Zhang Yuni resolutely vowed that she would rather face death than succumb to the dreadful fate of facing the college entrance examination 3 times. As long as she does not succumb to the rigors of learning, she will fervently pursue her studies with relentless vigor. She quickened her pace, as if propelled by the winds of fortune, rushing towards her dormitory. Eager to drop off the cotton jacket that her mother had washed and dried before heading to the cafeteria. Upon entering the dorm, she nearly collided with Zhou Anqi, who was nibbling on a piece of bread and mumbled, I brought you meat floss bread. It's on your bed. Bao, thank you. Stop calling me that. You clearly enjoy it, so don't feign otherwise. Zhou Anqi, shivering from head to toe, hurried away. Once she departed, the dormitory was left with only Dai Jia, who was busy folding clothes. Zhang Yuni put down her thick cotton jacket and approached her warmly. Jia, you arrived quite early today. Indeed. If Zhou Anqi could be deemed a model student, then Dai Jia was the least enthusiastic member of the dormitory, always the last to arrive on Sundays. Dai Jia smiled. Have you eaten? Not yet. My stomach is practically empty. Zhang Yuni exclaimed excitedly. Shall we head to the cafeteria? Sure. The 2 girls locked the door, linking arms as they stepped out of the dormitory. The biting cold wind greeted them, prompting Zhang Yuni to tighten her scarf. Noticing that Dai Jia was without a scarf and her hands were icy, she promptly paused, removed her earmuffs, and cheerfully placed them on Dai Jia, saying, You're being so careless. Dai Jia stared at her in astonishment. The ears that were almost numb now felt the warmth of Zhang Yuni's body heat. As the 2 individuals traversed the path to the cafeteria, Dai Jia spoke little today, while Zhang Yuni chattered away, attempting to lighten the mood with playful banter. Suddenly, recalling something, she halted, unzipped her backpack, and retrieved a plush starfish. I once teased you for your carelessness, yet here I am, even more forgetful, she remarked. Look, I assured you I would catch it and present it to you. She was resolute in fulfilling promises made to her friends. Without warning, the plush toy was thrust into Dai Jia's arms. She looked down, slowly tightening her grip around the figure. Holding it tightly as tears she had long suppressed began to fall, drop by drop. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuni busily zipped her bag. Dai Jia wept quietly, not a sound escaping her lips. The darkness enveloped them, and after a moment, Zhang Yuni, sensing something amiss, realized her dear friend was silently crying. Stunned, she urgently inquired, Jia, what's wrong? These words seemed to shatter Dai Jia's emotional barriers. From silence, she transitioned to a choked sob, desperately trying to stifle her cries. Yet tears streamed uncontrollably, dampening the plush toy. She was engulfed in sorrow, unable to articulate her feelings, as if a hand were covering her mouth and nose, rendering her unable to express either laughter or weeping. Zhang Yuni, overwhelmed with anxiety and perspiration, felt utterly helpless, despite their long-standing friendship. She had never witnessed Dai Jia in such profound distress. The main path saw students passing by intermittently, some casting curious glances. Zhang Yuni, grasping Dai Jia's hand, guided her to a secluded spot, believing the vastness of the school surely held a place that could cradle Dai Jia's sorrow. The urgency of her initial inquiries transformed into a solemn silence. She experienced genuine friendship through Dai Jia. During a time when she lamented to Dai Jia about feeling like she was trapped in the depths of despair, devoid of fans, utterly pitiable. The following late night, Dai Jia appeared in Hongyan, as if she had stepped through Doraemon's anywhere door. What is a friend? It is someone who silently stands by your side when you are overwhelmed with sorrow and tears. She sensed that Dai Jia was in no condition to attend evening study. While retrieving tissues from her backpack, she texted Chen Kuo, "Class monitor, I would like to request a leave. Both Dai Jia and I will not be attending evening study due to some matters." Without waiting for a reply, she tucked her phone back into her pocket. Dai Jia was sobbing uncontrollably, clutching her plush toy, Patrick Star, as if it were her sole source of support. Zhang Yuni shielded her from the wind. Unable to bear witnessing her friend in such distress, turning away as her own nose grew tender, she had no inkling of the troubles that beset Dai Jia. Her mind raced in search of memories, yet none surfaced. Dai Jia was typically an emotionally stable individual, her steadiness rivaling that of Chen Kuo, always adept at navigating various challenges, which made this situation all the more perplexing. Concerned about Dai Jia catching a chill, Zhang Yuni crouched beside her, extending her arms to embrace her. Today, her down jacket was quite thick, making her resemble freshly baked bread emerging from the oven. She hoped to impart some warmth to her friend, wishing to spare her from falling ill in this winter. After a considerable time, Dai Jia's tears began to subside. She remained silent as Zhang Yuni gently caressed her face, the tears having dried in the cold wind, leaving a chilling sensation. "Let's go there. No one is around now." The two made their way to another office building. In the entire school, only a few teachers from the senior class were present, rendering the atmosphere remarkably tranquil. The corridor's motion sensor lights flickered to life as they entered, yet they paid no heed to the dirt on the staircase. They sat, leaning back, when Zhang Yuni felt her phone vibrating in her pocket. Upon retrieving it, she discovered a series of messages from Chen Kuo. He had sent several. "Okay. Is there anything I can help with? Are you all right?" Dai Jia, leaning against the wall, appeared lost in thought, her gaze vacant. Zhang Yuni felt a heaviness in her heart. Lowering her head, she slowly typed a response with her nearly frozen fingers. "I'm fine. Dai Jia and I are at school. We might head back to the classroom or the dorm later, so don't worry." Chen Kuo replied instantly. "All right. Call me if you need anything." Zhang Yuni tucked her phone away, exhaling a warm breath. Noticing that Dai Jia's mood had noticeably improved, she gently inquired, "Did something happen at home?" "No," Dai Jia replied, her voice hoarse from previous tears. "I'm sorry for lying to you yesterday. It's not about my family. It's about my own issues." Zhang Yuni was taken aback. "Your own issues?" Suddenly, the image of a pink oral spray flashed in her mind, and she looked at Dai Jia in disbelief. "You?" She found it impossible to doubt her, for she was well aware of Dai Jia's romantic history. Soon, Dai Jia would encounter Zhou Rue at university. Though they were from different departments, they belonged to the same club, and their feelings would gradually blossom into a relationship that would culminate in marriage, admired by all. Little did she know that another person had once appeared in Dai Jia's life. "Yes," Dai Jia nodded quietly, refraining from sharing her thoughts for fear of being ridiculed. The individual in question was academically underperforming, perceived by others as a troubled student. She worried that confiding in her close friend would elicit laughter or anger, but she was unwilling to entertain any words that might undermine her feelings. Thus she concealed the truth, resolutely guarding her secret even from her dearest friend. What transpired yesterday? Zhang Yuni had taken her hand and tucked it into her pocket. Tears brimmed in Dai Jia's eyes as she bit her lip, recalling, "Yesterday, I intended to seek out Xin and spotted a figure that resembled him. I'm not sure why, but I followed. Then I saw the one who professed his affection for her, holding hands with another girl." Zhang Yuni was angrier than she was. "If only you had told me." Yet when pressed for the name of that despicable boy, the school he attended, Dai Jia refused to reveal anything. "Why are you still protecting him?" Zhang Yuni exclaimed in frustration. "It's not that," Dai Jia replied, forcing a smile as she clutched her plush toy tightly. "I just find it all meaningless. He hasn't really said anything to me. We aren't in a relationship. I just don't understand. How can someone profess to care for her while simultaneously inflicting pain? Is this truly love?" She felt lost and bewildered. The garden of her nascent emotions had been utterly devastated. Zhang Yuni, incensed, declared, "Do not concern yourself with his thoughts, for they are inconsequential. He has hurt you, made you suffer, therefore he is not a good person. He is trash." Dai Jia listened, acknowledging the truth of her friend's words. Zhang Yui gazed at her friend, who seemed as though her very soul had been extracted. She was desperately trying to recall a moment from their past, certain that something significant had occurred, yet she had overlooked it. She rummaged through the recesses of her memory, ultimately unearthing a detail that might be pertinent. It was after the college entrance examinations had concluded, and she was reveling in a trip, blissfully unaware of the turmoil around her. One evening, Dai Jia had called, but the call had gone unheard. By the time she noticed the missed call, it was already the following day. She promptly returned the call, inquiring about Dai Jia's need to reach her. Dai Jia replied nonchalantly that she merely wished to invite her to a movie. Was that truly the case? What had transpired for Dai Jia during that time? Was it not profoundly painful to weep in solitude? A sense of heaviness enveloped her. She felt like a rather negligent friend for failing to recognize the depths of Dai Jia's despair. The somber atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by the sound of a stomach growling. Though it was impossible to discern whose it was, or if they both were simply ravenous. They exchanged glances, and Dai Jia broke into laughter. A light that pierced through the gloom. No matter how distressing the circumstances may be, the body invariably sends forth reminders and warnings, urging one to nourish themselves and to care for their well-being. Outside, the biting wind whipped through the branches, and delicate snowflakes began to fall. The two girls walked in silence, the cafeteria staff having mostly finished their shifts, leading them to seek refuge in a nearby supermarket. There were chairs outside, and Zhang Yuni cradled a cup of instant noodles in her hands to warm herself. She cautiously sipped the hot broth, an immediate wave of contentment washing over her. Turning her head to glance at Dai Jia, her gaze softened as she murmured, "I once had a friend too." Dai Jia responded, confusion etched on her face, her eyes still swollen and red. "In truth, it is not a matter of great significance." Zhang Yuni smiled. She must have felt quite sorrowful at that time. Unable to find someone to confide in, yet she persevered. "Will things get better?" Dai Jia inquired softly, addressing both Zhang Yuni and herself. "They will," Zhang Yuni assured confidently. "You are just like her. You both possess remarkable strength." Dai Jia, emulating her, sipped from the warm soup, feeling a semblance of warmth in her previously cold chest. Forcing a smile, "Then I am luckier than she is." Zhang Yuni lowered her eyelashes, responding with a subdued acknowledgement as she stabbed at the marinated egg with her fork. As if venting her frustrations, taking a hearty bite. While she was enjoying her instant noodles, a buzzing sound emanated from her down jacket pocket, nearly causing her to choke. She set aside the noodles and retrieved her phone, discovering it was a call from Chen Kuo. Fearing something might be amiss, she hastily pressed the answer button. "Hello?" Chen Kuo was stepping out of the teaching building, holding an umbrella. The evening air was already chilly, and with the onset of snowfall, flakes landed upon his hair, quickly melting into droplets. "It's snowing. Have you all returned to the dormitory?" "Not yet." Zhang Yuni casually indicated to Dai Jia that it was the class leader calling, though it was rather abrupt. "Where are you?" he asked. If it had been another class committee member, Zhang Yuni would have certainly given a vague response, perhaps claiming she was already downstairs at the dormitory. However, since the caller was Chen Kuo, there was no need for concealment. She replied candidly, "I'm at the supermarket, eating instant noodles, and I'll head back once I finish. There's no need to worry." "All right, I'll come over right away." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuni jokingly said to Dai Jia, "The class monitor is coming over. He wouldn't suspect us of doing something mischievous, would he? Like turning off the school's power out of a momentary rage, haha." She had overheard this earlier that day upon returning to school. A few boys were still deliberating the feasibility of such an act. Dai Jia pressed her lips together, her pace in eating instant noodles noticeably slowing, her mind elsewhere. She was quite reluctant to have this incident exposed to others. Zhang Yuni, once oblivious, now comprehended her feelings. In the subsequent years, Dai Jia never once mentioned that person. She wished to sever all ties completely, erasing every trace. "Rest assured," she said with a serious expression, "I won't breathe a word about this to anyone. If I do, may I never catch another toy in my life." Dai Jia recalled how she had been infuriated by the claw machine just yesterday, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she teased, "Isn't that a bit too harsh?" "Very harsh, which is why I only make such a promise to you." As they walked, the streets were nearly deserted. From a distance, Zhang Yuni spotted Chen Kuo hurrying toward the supermarket. She didn't want him to see Dai Jia's swollen eyes. So she set her noodles aside and, braving the light snow, approached him. Chen Kuo, whose nerves had been taut since receiving her message, finally felt them relax at that moment. Noticing that he held an umbrella but did not open it, Zhang Yuni suddenly understood. He had come specifically to deliver the umbrella, causing her lips to curve into a soft smile. Not far away, Dai Jia, having consumed half a bucket of instant noodles, lost her appetite. Clutching a plush starfish, she gazed this way. Beneath the streetlight, a boy hurriedly unfurled an umbrella, maintaining a distance, the umbrella tilted towards the girl. "Is everything all right?" Chen Kuo, after much hesitation, could no longer resist his curiosity and quietly inquired. As they reached their final year in high school, absences among classmates had dwindled. Her last excuse from physical education was due to feeling unwell. "What about this time?" His gaze lingered on her face, restrained, noting only a slight redness in her nose, suggesting she was not ill. "I'm fine." However, Zhang Yuni felt compelled to provide a more substantial reason for her absence. The fact that both had taken leave simultaneously led Chen Kuo to be lenient, considering their amicable relationship. After a brief pause, she stammered, "The final exams are approaching, and I've been under a lot of stress lately. Jia Jia noticed I wasn't too happy and wanted to chat with me. Just this once. I promise it won't happen again." Chen Kuo was taken aback, wanting to comfort her but at a loss for words, fearing that any attempt might inadvertently worsen her mood, leaving him in silence. "We'll return to the dormitory after finishing the noodles. It's so cold." Zhang Yuni raised her hand to don the hood of her down jacket, adorned with a circle of white fur. She tilted her face towards him, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Class monitor, you should head back now. You don't need the umbrella. We have our hoods, and once we're back, we can dry off with a hairdryer." Chen Kuo acknowledged with a sound, but insisted on offering her the umbrella. They engaged in a playful tug-of-war until she, exasperated, relented and grasped the handle of the umbrella. Upon confirming that she was indeed unharmed, Chen Kuo turned to head towards the teaching building. With the class not yet concluded, he could not linger long. However, after taking a few steps, he paused once more. In the midst of her puzzled gaze, he strode back to her, slightly bent forward, and earnestly stated, "It is not a mistake to feel unhappy. There will be another opportunity." Chapter 55. Zhang Yuni was momentarily taken aback. Having not yet reacted when Chen Kuo hurried away, his tall figure swiftly vanishing into the night. She stood still for a moment, gradually comprehending the meaning of his words, and then erupted into a bright smile, her expression animated. The class leader truly was a kind soul. After he departed, she returned to Dai Jia's side, finishing up the last of her instant noodle soup before they both shared an umbrella and made their way to the dormitory. The dormitory matron, having likely grown accustomed to such scenes, glanced up from her newspaper as they passed, then resumed her reading with a rustling sound. The excuse Zhang Yuni had meticulously crafted during her walk back became unnecessary. She had even prepared to employ her acting skills to portray a patient in need. She discreetly winked at Dai Jia and whispered, "That was close." Dai Jia managed a weak smile, feeling a pang of guilt. How could she allow such a trivial matter to cause her diligent friend to skip evening study sessions? "It's all right," she reassured. After climbing the 6 flights of stairs, Zhang Yuni was breathless as she rummaged through her backpack for the keys, still comforting Dai Jia. "To be honest, I didn't want to attend evening study either. Oh, how I loathed senior year." The entire floor was enveloped in tranquility, and their dormitory housed only the two of them. As the biting wind, laced with fine snow, numbed her senses, Zhang Yuni hurriedly donned her plush pajamas and busied herself with finding ways to keep Dai Jia warm. After a brief moment, Dai Jia struggled to retrieve her phone from her pocket, unlocking it to reveal a private album filled with memories of yore. She contemplated erasing everything related to him but found herself reluctant, unable to summon the resolve to do so. Zhang Yuni accepted the phone she offered, lowering her gaze to the dimly lit screen, which displayed a photograph of a young man. She was taken aback, recognizing the familiar face of the scoundrel, and upon reflection, recalled his striking handsomeness, making it easy to remember their single encounter. They had met just a day before Dai Jia's wedding to Zhou Rui, when she had taken a few friends out for karaoke and late-night snacks. A man had approached, and Dai Jia had stepped outside briefly. In the chaotic corridor, amidst flickering lights, Dai Jia conversed with the man from a distance. The KTV was too loud for Zhang Yuni to discern their words. The man appeared somewhat agitated while Dai Jia remained composed. That early morning, as they lay on the same bed, Zhang Yuni had curiously inquired about the man. Dai Jia had replied, "An old classmate, not very familiar." Dai Jia suddenly heard a soft laugh and turned to Zhang Yuni, who was illuminated by the phone's glow, her face adorned with a smile. At first, Zhang Yuni managed to contain her laughter, but after a moment, she returned the phone to Dai Jia and leaned against her shoulder, stifling her chuckles. "What is so funny?" Dai Jia asked, feeling somewhat perplexed. Zhang Yuni shook her head, resolutely refusing to speak. She gazed into Dai Jia's sparkling eyes, feeling that her elder sister was truly remarkable. As the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, The four roommates gradually returned, with Zhou being the first. She shook off the snow from her clothes, grumbling, I absolutely detest snow. By the way, why didn't the two of you attend evening study today? A faint smile on Daijia's face faltered slightly. Zhang Yuni, anticipating the moment, quickly replied, I felt overwhelmed by academic pressure and was unhappy, so I asked Jia to keep me company. Zhou unscrewed a bottle cap and took a sip of hot water, discreetly scrutinizing the two of them. The silent one had puffy eyes, while the one claiming to be unhappy wore a face devoid of any gloom. It was clumsy, utterly clumsy. Zhang Yuni thought she could deceive anyone. Only a fool would fall for her trick. Unhappy, huh? Zhou remarked, playfully pinching her cheek. All right, Jia, as the dorm leader, your command is law. We must make dorm 602 lively tonight. Daijia was taken aback. Lively? The other returning roommates echoed her enthusiasm. Everyone hurriedly washed up, their faces flushed. Wrapped in cozy pajamas, brimming with excitement as they laid out their treasured snacks. Before long, the table was adorned with an array of treats, pork floss bread, spicy chicken feet, preserved plums, chocolates. The 6 girls gathered around, indulging in snacks and casual chatter, the atmosphere radiating warmth. Suddenly, Zhou inquired, Why are you unhappy, Zhang Yuni? Who would be pleased after seeing my report card? She replied. Zhang Yuni bit into the preserved plum candy, producing a delightful crunch. Or Qibao, let us swap, and I shall be quite pleased. Your beauty is already sufficient. Do not presume to think too highly of it. Another roommate seemed to surmise that Daijia had encountered some displeasing matter, but, in a tacit understanding, chose to feign ignorance. In truth, there is little to be concerned about. My mother once told me that what we perceive as monumental calamities today will, in a few months, or even next year, appear trivial. Daijia listened quietly, her gaze lowered. The spicy chicken feet were exceedingly hot, to the point of drawing tears. Oh no. One roommate covered her mouth, lamenting. It's time to brush our teeth again. Like some sort of enchantment, the moment those words were spoken, the lights went out. The 6 of them exchanged glances in the darkness, and after a few seconds of silence, erupted into laughter, wielding flashlights as they huddled at the sink to brush their teeth. Do not use the wrong toothbrush, that would be akin to an indirect kiss. They chuckled. After finishing their dental hygiene, they did not immediately retire to bed, but stood on the balcony, gazing skyward at the nighttime snowfall. Someone remarked, I'm not joking. When I get into Harbin Institute of Technology, will you all come visit me next winter? The snow there is very white and thick. All right, it's settled then. Should anyone dare to stand me up? Humph. The following day, as they gazed down from their upper floor, they noticed a delicate layer of snow blanketing the trees. Zhang Yuni, weary, stretched lazily while Daijia also awoke, yawning and attempting to rise quietly. The two of them washed up, the cold water shocking them awake. Did you sleep well last night? As they descended the stairs, Zhang Yuni meticulously observed Daijia's complexion and inquired with concern. Yesterday, Daijia had applied a treatment to her eyes. Aside from a slight swelling of her eyelids, there was little difference from her usual appearance, hardly drawing attention. She claimed to have slept exceptionally well, though this was a falsehood. In truth, she had retired early but found no peace, waking several times from dreams. Her heart heavy with an emptiness both bitter and poignant. Yet, she wished to spare her friend further worry, so she feigned nonchalance, declaring it had been a long time since she had rested so soundly. Uncertain of when she would truly recover, she nonetheless found solace in Zhang Yuni's unwavering belief that she would indeed be well again. Zhang Yuni, perceiving the unspoken distress in Daijia's expression, chose not to expose her facade, instead smiling warmly and affirming, That's wonderful. However, she couldn't help but curse that wretched person. Who would dare to flirt with someone during such a crucial year of high school? The two entwined their arms as they exited the dormitory, instinctively hunching their shoulders against the biting cold. Zhang Yuni buried half her face in her scarf, while she was uncertain about how steel is forged. She knew precisely who had shaped her own resilience, herself, Zhang Yuni. She cautiously navigated the short flight of stairs, each step a thrilling endeavor. To her surprise, a fleeting glance revealed a tiny snowman nestled in the flower bed. She eagerly pulled Daijia closer to admire it. The snowman was diminutive, no larger than the palm of her hand, a fitting representation of the season's first modest snowfall, which had only dusted the ground with a light layer of snow by this time. How adorable! Zhang Yuni exclaimed, playfully poking it with her finger. Jia, look, doesn't it have a button on its chest? Daijia chuckled, responding, It does, indeed. Who made it? Uncertain, Dai Jia pondered, speculating that perhaps it was the dormitory supervisor. In any case, it was certainly someone who rose early. The third year of high school was inherently tedious, and this little snowman seemed to bring a glimmer of delight. Thus, the two of them lingered before the flower bed, murmuring to one another instead of hurrying to the cafeteria. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, accompanied by the crunch of snow underfoot, a familiar and clear male voice emerged from behind. Zhang Yuni did not need to turn around. She could recognize the person solely by the sound of their footsteps. Dai Jia, however, was taken aback and politely greeted, "Class monitor." "We're looking at." Zhang Yuni shifted aside to make room, gesturing for Chen Kuo to come closer and pointing at the snowman. "Isn't it just adorable?" Chen Kuo appeared somewhat disinterested, casting a brief glance before returning his gaze. "It's all right, I suppose." Yet, she, filled with joy, inquired, "Aren't you happy?" Chapter 56. This little snowman is simply too charming. Zhang Yuni felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of it melting. With a sudden inspiration, she took out her phone, brimming with excitement to capture the moment. After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Kuo seemed to be influenced by her enthusiasm, a faint smile gracing his face. He genuinely regarded the snowman as ordinary. Considering the snow in Jiangzhou was rather thin, yet he found himself unlocking his phone. On the screen, she worried that a button might come undone and reached out to touch it. His fingers radiated warmth as he pressed the shutter, preserving this scene on his device. Zhang Yuni was entirely oblivious to the fact that her hand had entered his frame. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck her. Randomly scooping up a handful of snow, she playfully squeezed it and hurled it away. Dai Jia was engrossed in taking photographs and was caught off guard as the snow struck her, scattering onto her screen. Slowly tilting her head, she met the mischievous gaze of Zhang Yuni, whose face radiated with the delight of a prank well executed. Who could possibly endure such a situation? It was imperative to retaliate. Dai Jia tucked away her phone, chuckling softly, and promptly seized more snow to throw at her. Chen Kuo watched in bemusement as the two girls engaged in their meager snowball fight. He had no intention of joining, but as Dai Jia grew increasingly aggressive, Zhang Yuni seemed to retreat. Before another small snowball could come flying, his body reacted faster than his mind, instinctively shielding her, only to be struck on the head by the snow. Dai Jia, realizing it was too late to halt her action, could only watch in surprise as Zhang Yuni rushed over, concerned, eager to see if he was unharmed. All she could see was him awkwardly bowing his head, his neat hair dusted with snow. She vowed her intentions were to show concern, yet she couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably at the sight. "Class monitor, are you all right?" Dai Jia brushed the snow off her hands, her expression filled with remorse. "I'm so sorry." "It's nothing." Chen Kuo waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned by the slight dampness in his hair. Perhaps he felt a tinge of embarrassment, for he simply advised them to be cautious of the slippery ground before hastily pulling the hood of his down jacket over his head and departing. Zhang Yuni covered her mouth in realization. "Oh no, was I just reveling in schadenfreude?" Dai Jia deliberately feigned seriousness, nodding earnestly, "Absolutely." In the class monitor, she perceived that even the most mature of boys could become flustered in front of the girl they fancied, could feign indifference, and could fear embarrassment. They also had an instinctive drive to protect Zhang Yui. To make amends, after the morning's self-study session, she encountered Fei Shiji in the cafeteria and unceremoniously requested him to act as her delivery boy, fetching a cup of ginger tea for Chen Kuo. During the winter months, the cafeteria's ginger tea was in high demand, warming both hands and feet upon consumption. Unaware of the backstory, Fei Shiji carried the cup of ginger tea back to the classroom, reflecting with admiration on how kind Zhang Yui was, pondering how many good deeds his friend had accomplished in a past life. In the classroom, Chen Kuo was using his break to relax his mind, engrossed in a racing game with his phone concealed beneath the desk. "Delang, take your medicine." Fei Shiji placed the cup of ginger tea on his desk and teased, "If you're unwell, you ought to go out and chill your brain." Habitually cursing in response, Chen Kuo lifted his gaze and caught sight of the paper cup, frowning slightly. "What is this?" He reached for the cup lid, and the pungent aroma of ginger wafted up, prompting him to hastily remove it. With a benevolent smile, Fei Shiji remarked, "Well, as you said, if you won't drink it, I shall. Although it wasn't tea my purchase and doesn't tea cost me, wasting it would be shameful." Quick-witted, Chen Kuo seized the paper cup, thwarting Fei Shiji's attempt to reclaim it, and whispered, "Who bought this?" It was a question he already knew the answer to. Fei Shiji shrugged. "Who else could it be?" "It's her." Chen Kuo, momentarily distracted from his game, watched as his car lost control, careening wildly and sparking as it collided. With a resigned sigh, he yielded to the inevitable, yet his demeanor remained calm and composed. Oh, Fei Shiji was nearly soaring to the heavens during the day, quietly observing him pretend. If he possessed true skill, he would not leave a single drop of ginger tea unconsumed. Some, of course, lacked such ability, dutifully drinking every last drop, even sweating profusely without pause. What's the matter? Entering through the back door of the classroom, Chen Kuo immediately spotted Zhang Yuni seated at her desk, her frustration evident as she tugged at her hair. After a brief contemplation, he approached her without hesitation, standing before her desk to inquire which problem she found perplexing. There's one. Zhang Yuni quickly pulled out her test paper, pointing with her finger. In truth, she often sought help from the top students in the class, having nearly questioned them all, with one notable exception, Chen Kuo. It was not that she did not wish to ask him. Rather, she feared he might perceive her as foolish. In the realm of academic excellence, she believed that the particularly challenging problems she faced might be as simple as calculating 10-3 in their eyes. One must learn to adopt a different perspective. At the very least, if someone were to ask her what 10-3 equals, and she struggled to articulate the answer while the other person gazed at her with clear, bewildered eyes, her fist would surely clench in frustration. However, the circumstances had changed. The class monitor had taken the initiative to approach her, pushing aside the top students, and she had not lost her sanity. This problem, and this one too. Zhang Yuni decided to be courteous, saying, "If you are busy, it's all right. I can ask Han Ming instead." Is she really considering asking Han Ming instead of him? Chen Kuo frowned, noticing that no one was at Su Shishir's desk. He stepped over, pulled out a chair, and sat down, declaring, "I am free." Zhang Yuni promptly offered him her pen and some scratch paper, setting aside all distractions to focus intently on his calculations. Chen Kuo may very well be the most hygienic boy in the class. His hair is refreshingly neat, his fingers impeccably clean, and his breath is equally fresh. When he explains concepts, he does so with utmost seriousness, devoid of any superfluous expressions. She often thinks that had he not ventured into entrepreneurship as a businessman, he would have made an excellent teacher, perhaps even achieving the status of an outstanding educator. Zhang Yuni follows his line of thought, and before long, they find themselves drawing closer together. She occasionally poses her confusions, to which he ponders for a few moments before patiently elucidating. Their voices, a slightly deep male tone intertwined with a crisp female one, create an inexplicably harmonious melody. Su Shishir, having fully charged the hot water bag, enters the classroom with it in her arms. Upon witnessing this scene, she wisely refrains from approaching, instead leaning against Shun Mingrue's desk. She shifts her gaze between Zhang Yuni and then scrutinizes the back of Chen Kuo's head, deep in thought. Noticing that there are still a few minutes before the evening study session begins, she nudges Shun Mingrue, who is chatting with an online friend, urging him to step outside with her. Shun Mingrue, his face aglow, declines. No. Su Shishir, growing impatient, insists. You have 1 minute. Shun Mingrue groans, ruffling his hair, and reluctantly retrieves his phone, trailing after Su Shishir. He begins to complain, Sister Shir. Just because I have no boundaries with you and yet doesn't mean you can torment me all day long. The two stand in the corridor. The classroom windows are tightly shut, creating a stark temperature difference between the inside and outside, resulting in a layer of mist. From the outside looking in, everything appears blurred and hazy. Su Shishir beckons Shun Mingrue to come closer with a flick of her finger, lowering her voice as if engaging in a covert operation. She whispers, have you noticed something peculiar? The class monitor and Zhang Yuni seem a bit odd. Shun Mingrue remained engrossed in his messages, his head not lifting, which was hardly surprising. If I were aware, would I still seek your counsel? Su Shishir expressed her discontent. Under her scrutiny, Shun Mingrue reluctantly tucked away his phone and strolled a couple of steps towards the window, casually wiping the glass. He gazed inside and languidly remarked, Isn't it rather pleasant? One speaks, the other listens. How amicable. Su Shishir retorted, have you ever witnessed the class monitor discussing problems with anyone else? Has he ever spoken to you? Shun Mingrue grasped her insinuation, looking at her in astonishment. What do you mean? Is it the implication I think it is? Su Shishir, feeling dizzy from his query, shot back, are you speaking in riddles? I comprehend. Shun Mingrue then turned his attention back inside, shrugged, and muttered, you know, from this perspective, it does seem a bit no. Shishir, your unhealthy thoughts are infecting me. Su Shishir, incensed, chased after him, playfully striking him. After their playful scuffle, panting, she uncertainly inquired, "Is it truly my thoughts that are flawed?" Shinming Rui, speechless, replied, "You possess significant issues. Do you doubt my esteemed status?" "I'll state it plainly. Impossible." "Why don't you question Han Ming instead?" Su Shirshe rolled her eyes. "I beg you. Han Ming doesn't even reach 1 meter 80. If your sister hears this, you certainly won't survive the night." Indeed, Shinming Rui pondered deeply. It does seem Han Ming is notably shorter than I am. By the way, I stand at 1 meter 82. Su Shirshe. In the classroom, Chen Kuo had unknowingly filled an entire sheet of draft paper and, feeling somewhat parched, turned to her. "Is there anything else you do not understand?" "Understood," she nodded busily. Chen Kuo swallowed hard, his voice somewhat subdued. "Do you really understand?" He wanted to convey to her that she need not put on a brave front in his presence, if she had not comprehended. It was certainly his failure to articulate clearly. Zhang Yuni could not suppress a smile as she fished out several sugar oranges from her bag and handed them to him. "I understand." Payment in one hand, delivery in the other, she remarked, tapping her forehead. "The goods are right here with me." In winter, while other fruits could be overlooked, sugar oranges were a necessity. She had a particular fondness for them, with a whole basket in her dormitory, which she generously shared with her companions. Chen Kuo was once again offered oranges. He had yet to finish the ones she gave him yesterday, but he accepted them quietly, slipping them into his pocket, now bulging. As the final examinations approached, the first semester for the third-year students was drawing to a close. After completing the last exam, Zhang Yuni appeared utterly drained, her expression one of disillusionment. While the first and second-year students could still look forward to a joyous winter break, the third-year students had no such luxury. A mere half-month holiday was a boon granted by the school administration. With the year-end rush, her parents were exceedingly busy with work and had little time to cook. Consequently, Zhang Yuni and Dai Jia decided to have dinner at a nearby street before catching a ride home. It was still early, and the examination hall was not only cold but also left their hands numb from continuous writing. They opted to visit the supermarket to purchase 2 cups of instant milk tea. While waiting in line for hot water, they encountered the weary, mask-clad Fei Shiji. Fei Shiji spoke in a muffled tone, expressing his bewilderment at falling ill, exclaiming that he could hardly comprehend the English listening test, and lamenting the prospect of a dismal performance. He pondered whether it was too late to abscond from home. Dai Jia remained noncommittal, equally muddled and disinterested in discussing matters pertaining to examinations. However, Zhang Yuni genuinely empathized with Fei Shiji's plight. If faced with a choice between enduring 2 forms of suffering, she would rather forfeit money than lose points. With freshly brewed milk tea in hand, she generously offered it to him, affectionately saying, "Drink up, I haven't touched it yet. It will warm you." Dai Jia, observing his woeful demeanor, despite her lack of sympathy, rummaged through her pocket to produce a small hot water bottle, saying, "You don't have to return this. Consider it a gift." Ah, the warmth of human kindness prevails, and true affection flourishes in Class 3. Fei Shiji was deeply moved, promptly stashing the hot water bottle in his pocket and reverently accepting the milk tea, almost bowing in gratitude. He glanced at the cup, beaming with joy upon discovering it was his favorite malt flavor, nearly on the verge of tears. Dai Jia was amused by his exaggerated expression and urged him, "All right, it's quite cold. You should head home and rest." "Certainly," Fei Shiji replied, unwilling to linger in the chilly wind any longer. He decided to conclude the conversation, addressing her as Jia Bodhisattva, expressing his gratitude and promising to treat them both to a meal once he recovered. "Don't call me that indiscriminately. My grandmother is a devout Buddhist." Zhang Yuni chuckled softly, teasing, "You do have quite the repertoire. What about me? You must think of something original to call me today." Fei Shiji, feeling somewhat dazed, noticed Zhang Yuni's radiant smile. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, he blurted out, "I am perfectly fine with either choice, sister or sister-in-law. Feel free to choose. However, on another note, don't you and our wealthy brother owe us a meal?" Dai Jia couldn't help but smile, though her expression bore no trace of surprise. Meanwhile, the bright smile on Zhang Yuni's lips gradually faltered, as if she had been struck squarely in the forehead, leaving her bewildered. She glanced at Dai Jia, then back at Fei Shiji, her mind echoing with confusion. In Chapter 57, within the bustling rice noodle shop, steam rose high, and the aroma was intoxicating. Dai Jia cautiously ladled soup into Zhang Yuni's bowl, mindful not to startle her, deliberately lowering her voice. "Zhang Yuni, are you thirsty?" Shall I fetch you a bottle of your favorite soy milk? Soy milk? Who has the heart to drink soy milk at a time like this? Zhang Yuni remained in a daze, her mind preoccupied with the rice noodles she had been eagerly anticipating for days, now devoid of any allure before her. The word sister-in-law echoed incessantly in her ears, like an enchanting melody that refused to fade. She yearned to cleanse her ears of it, to forget completely. Yet the thought was inescapable, as if it had taken root within her mind. With every recollection, her toes in the snow boots seemed to dance, eager to carve out a whimsical castle. Initially, Dai Jia assumed her silence was due to shyness, but after observing her for half an hour, uncertainty crept in. She finally said, "Don't mind Fei Shiji, he simply lacks a filter." Zhang Yuni was left wondering why Dai Jia appeared unperturbed. It was as calm as listening to a weather forecast. Is today April Fool's Day? Clearly not. Jia Jia, I earnestly pose a question to you. Zhang Yuni, finding it inconvenient to converse face-to-face, simply brought her bowl and sat beside Dai Jia, their shoulders brushing against one another. An arrangement more suited for sharing awkward whispers. What? You don't seem shocked at all. The two words Zhang Yuni found impossible to utter, yet she knew that Dai Jia, with whom she shared a deep understanding, would certainly grasp her meaning. Just moments ago, considering that Fei Shiji was unwell and eager to return home, she had managed to retain a modicum of composure, refraining from pressing him for answers. Moreover, the bustling crowd outside the supermarket made her reluctant to emit a groundhog shriek that might attract unwanted attention and speculation. Otherwise, she would have pursued him relentlessly. Dai Jia, perplexed by the softness of her voice, leaned in to hear better and offered reassurance. Do not be overly upset. How about this, later? You could mention it to the class monitor. He will certainly take care of Fei Shiji for you. Zhang Yuni. Is this still coherent Chinese? Why does it sound even more terrifying? No, have you all misunderstood? Her eyes widened in disbelief. If her comprehension was not at fault, it seemed that you, and even Fei Shiji, mistook my relationship with the class monitor for something more significant? Dai Jia was taken aback. You don't? Zhang Yuni felt an urge to cry out to the heavens, for it was abundantly clear that Dai Jia was not jesting. In fact, she appeared even